distance photos, like I'm not really sure about those because I know fuck all about photography. So yeah,
Yeah.
like some of those long distance photos, it's over like 100 Ks. Yeah, some of that's probably the most convincing stuff I see.
Good. So to your own, just to say, just to your own sense and sensibilities, you live on a flat plane, right? You experience a flat plane. Now, when it comes to Earth's motion, do you get the feeling that you're on a stationary surface as well, just in yourself, reference to your own system, your own gauge? Would you say that that's
Well,
the truth?
well, I'd say that I don't feel like I'm accelerating, which is all you can really say. Like if you're on a moving train, you can't tell if you're moving, you can't tell if you're still. There's no
You can, you can.
nothing
You're
you
after
can.
getting on the train. You know, you're after getting on the train. You're making an appointment in Dublin or wherever you're going to. So you're after getting on the train, and you're known, you're moving, right?
Yeah, if
You're
you're in a
on.
wind,
Yeah, I know.
imagine
Go
you're
ahead.
in a windowless train that's like on some perfectly smooth rails. Imagine it's
Fine.
obviously not possible in real life, but imagine it.
Yeah.
Um, One after it accelerates, you'd feel it accelerate, and then it
Yeah.
coasts. Doesn't slow down, doesn't speed up. It just coasts. No jiggling, no moving,
Uh,
no lights out the side. How do you tell if you're stationary? How do you tell if you're moving?
are you saying that the train is going in a straight line direction over a horizontal surface or a globular
I'm
surface?
saying,
Because if it's a globular surface, you're actually careering down a roller coaster at 1,000 miles an hour. You're not going like on an extended roundabout. You say you're standing at the edge of it, and this you wouldn't expect to feel any speed, greater speed, because the acceleration is so slow. No, no, you have to change the axis of rotation. You're careering down a hill, constantly coming around, down and around. So would you feel that? Of course you would. Of course, and that's only the
well,
Earth's motion
actually,
itself around itself. Of course you would. You
yeah,
have to.
actually, I'm going to do it right now. Hold on, let me calculate a centrifuge calculator. Let me do that right now.
That Ruhiv, you sound like Ruhiv.
Hold on. Centrifuge. That's the wrong one. Whoops. Here we are. Do you want me to share my screen or anything, or
These
no?
maths were developed, but all these maths were developed to theory. I've no way of showing this to be the case.
Centrifuge calculators.
Yeah, it's all in theory. So I've seen all this
But
before. You don't need to do that.
I've got a centrifuge in my robotics lab, which I'm pretty sure wasn't. I'm pretty sure they know how that works. So
Right. There is a practical calculation to be made when you're dealing with in local terms in the lab or something like that. But when you're talking about planets, what's the biggest thing on Earth? Then you've extended this equation or formula to apply to. What's the biggest scale or span outside of Earth's own calculations? What's the biggest thing? Have
oh, I
you
haven't
done
done
it? Yeah.
personally, but if you can give me a good reason that centrifuge calculations would differ from a spinning toy on my desk to the Earth spinning, happy to hear it.
Well, first of all, the Earth is not established. So now, if the mathematics are extrapolations of local experiences, that's fair enough. But you have such a drastic gap between the major point, which is the Earth's forces, and something that you can experience as a toy on your desk. Where's the intermediate test? Something the size of a city or something. Just give us some example or analogy that we can work with, rather than just making that leap of faith and saying, therefore, the Earth has to be this because the maths say that. That's ridiculous. I actually think that they developed the maths purposefully in and around the idea that we're on a spinning careering ball. They developed the maths and the physics. So that's not going to be a convincer for me anyway.
So yeah,
And
you're
every time
making
they do the maths, it's always in the linear motion, sort of in the same
Yeah.
backwards direction as the Earth is spinning. But what about if you're on a train and the train's going one way? If you could have a train that was 100 meters wide, going 600 miles an hour, one of those speed trains, but you could have it 100 meters wide, you walk sideways, then you'd feel it, wouldn't you?
what do you mean?
So you walk from one side of the train to the other side. If you could have a train 100 meters wide, going the same speed as the Earth, you'd feel it. Like you wouldn't feel it like if you're going walking to the front or to the back of the train, but if you walk sideways, you'd feel it.
Well, if that is the train accelerating, or is it just going constant speed?
If it's a constant speed, but if you walk sideways, it's different than the linear
Yeah.
motion. You're going across, so you'd feel it, right?
How'd you feel it? You're moving same speed as a train. What slows you down?
It's not something that's slowing you down. You just feel the momentum because you're going adjacent to it.
Why'd you feel it? Why would you feel it? You're going the same. You're going the same speed as the train. You walk across the train. You're going, you know, you're going the same speed. Nothing's slowing you down. Nothing's speeding you up. You got the same momentum as the train. You're just walking sideways. There's nothing pulling you back.
I guess we don't have a train that's 100 meters wide to test it.
Well, we've got trains that are, what, 5 meters wide? Walk across those, not much of a difference. You go across a boat, it's going, you know, what, like 50 meters wide? What else? Yeah, can't really think of anything else that's big and long.
It's the same old arguments all along. I'm pretty sure that's Ruhip as well, but you've been given the same arguments all the time. But I made this statement, and I've had lots of flat earthers agree with me, but no baller has agreed with me that on a fast-moving train, as you walk in opposing the direction of motion, it will seem much easier. Less effort is needed, or seemingly needed, to take that direction of travel. Now, if you were to go with the motion of the train, then it seems to be more difficult. It's more effort required. That's just a sensible thing. I've experienced it many times, and it's always been denied by the ball earther, and I think I understand why, but that's just a real experience, and I wonder why that divide is there. The flat earthers will testify to being on a train and experiencing this as sort of differential. I wonder
Yeah,
why. And if
well,
we can't establish that is the case, then I mean, it's like everything else. We're not speaking the same language, and we're not going to
Even
get
on an
anywhere.
airplane, I've had that same experience as you just noted there, Pete. I had exactly the same experience on
Yeah,
airplanes.
yeah, yeah.
yeah, well, say, if I'm like on a train, I catch a train every morning. If, yeah, I'm standing on the train and the train's accelerating, I get pulled towards the back. We can all agree on that. If if the train's decelerating, like coming into a station, I get pulled towards the front. But the train's still moving forwards, but it's easier to walk forwards. So, and if it's at a constant speed, I'd be able to figure out whether it's easier to go forwards or backwards by just putting, like, I don't know, a Hot Wheels car on the floor. If it goes forwards, train, it's easy to go forwards. If it goes backwards, it's easy to go backwards. But if you put one
What
down
about
on a train that's not
one of
accelerating,
Have you ever been on a travelator in the airport? You know, one of those really long travelators, and you
yep,
just stand on it and it just takes you along. Have you tried walking in both directions and see if it feels different?
yeah, I have, and I'm pretty sure that's all mental because you can't trust your own feelings. Like if I no, if I if I'm like walking with the motion, it feels a lot easier because I'm looking around. I'm going faster. My brain thinks, "Oh wow, I'm going so fast. This is easy." Wow. If I'm going backwards, it feels like, yeah, I'm going slower. So, but I'm putting the same amount of effort in, so it feels harder. That's my 2 cents.
Yeah, but that's that the travelator's not going 1,000 miles an hour at the equator. It's only going like running speed,
Yeah.
and
Well,
you could definitely feel it when you go in the opposite direction to the travelator.
yeah. Well, oh shit. Sorry, I gotta go. More screaming. Far out. Sorry, he's just keeps having nightmares, and the dog's freaking out too. Yeah, sorry.
Don't forget, this is it. Once again, this is the analogy they make. So take a roundabout, or a circular table or whatever, and imagine a little train going around the circumference of it. Now extend that roundabout horizontally. This is the example they always give horizontally, and now imagine that train going 1,000 miles an hour at the equator, as equivalent radius of the table or roundabout itself, and just going around the rim of it. That's the equation they make around the horizontal fashion. No, that's the incorrect analogy. You got to turn the table on its side and put the train along the circumference rim of it. So it's going 1,000 miles now downwards and aroundwards, not in a vertical sense, not in a horizontal sense, because that changes everything. Then that changes absolutely everything. And that's something that they can't deny that you would feel. Because you would feel that drastic acceleration, constant change, acceleration on a constant basis. You would constantly have to feel it. But yeah, they give a false equivalence or a false analogy as far as I can tell with that one. But once again, yeah, I felt this many times. I felt this many times. He talks about it's a perception in your brain. I can understand that somewhat, but there's a literal physical effort involved to walk from the back of the train to the front of the train in the direction of motion. It takes more effort than it does from the front of the train to the back of the train as the train is in constant velocity. That's just a feeling. That's just something that we could all experience, but they must deny that. They would deny
Yeah, well,
that.
what's the
No,
difference?
the motion
What's the
makes no
difference
difference.
though?
Yeah, yeah. The
I
motion
was gonna
makes no
say,
What's the
difference.
well, hold on, go ahead.
what's the difference though, Pete? The train, the boat, the plane, whatever you want to say. What's the difference between those and a travelator? The travelator is moving at a constant speed.
Yeah.
And if you've ever been in one of those and you try and go in the opposite direction, it's like you just fall over, right? Because the ground's moving
Yeah.
underneath
Or you
you.
go nowhere, yeah. You go nowhere.
I mean,
Every step forward you take, your foot is after being brought backwards when it lands back to the starting point of that step. So
that's
at the
not a
very least, you go nowhere.
that's not really a good example, only because like anybody that's ever been on an airplane or anything that actually moves at a decent speed, even a boat, even a boat that's on waves, sometimes you don't even feel the motions. Like you just when you're on a big enough cruise ship, right? You don't even feel the waves sometimes. And mind you, you're on the ocean that's always rippling and there's always waves. But when it comes to that's just not a good example for Globers, you know. But what I would say,
Let me give you, yeah,
well,
let me give you a
or
quick
even when
scenario,
you're in an
please.
airplane, bro, like you're moving at 500 miles an hour in the air, and they let you walk around on the plane however way you want, you know. They got planes with 2 floors, 3-floor planes.
Mm,
You can go up the stairs, you can do whatever. You feel like you're literally motionless.
yeah.
But but basically, like I'm still a flat earther. I'm just trying to say, like, you got to use a better example than that because they're not gonna buy that. You know what I'm saying? But like, so when it comes to the centrifugal force that you're talking about at the circumference, right? You put the train at the circumference and it's spinning around. The Earth itself is spinning around. You at the equator, you should have the greatest amount of centrifugal force. It should be throwing people off. But somehow the gravitational pull at the crust is somehow stronger than the centrifugal force. That would be 1,000 miles plus, right? But yet, flies can still fly around, bumblebees can still fly. Like everything just doesn't make any sense, bro.
It's true. It's all madness. It really is. And any one single point that Ruth will come and justify, it has to be justified against the whole complete model. He'll have to bring other aspects in. Let me just give a quick, maybe just for us to think about. I gave this before over in Gem Pandas. But so we're on a train, right? So let's imagine it's just a long train. Let's say 10 carriages, but it's completely empty. So it's just been going down constant velocity on the track. Your task at the very middle, right? You have the choice to what do you have to do? Okay, let's just say there's 5 hay bales. I just use hay bales, something heavy to carry. You at each end of the train, and your task is to bring each hay bale to the center, exact center point of the train. Just stack it there, and first to do it wins. Now you get the chance to pick your side. So in other words, would you rather be at the back of the train, carrying the hay bales to the center as the train is moving in that direction, and let's just say 100 miles an hour, a constant direction, a straight line as best as we can reckon? Or would you rather be at the front of the train, carrying the hay bales down to the center to try and win? Do you think there's any advantage in which side you pick? I have my own definitive answer. Any advantage in which side you pick, or does it make no difference at all? Just something to consider. You don't have to answer immediately. I'd love to hear Ruev's answer if he comes back, but just something to consider based on your own experience, and maybe you can take whatever else you need into it, mathematical considerations or whatever. Do you understand the scenario? I call you Lion if that's okay, bud. If you prefer me to call you something different. Do you understand that's just brief scenario?
Not really. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. Let me just say
I thought you were
briefly.
I thought you were talking to the other guy, trying to get him to answer.
Yeah, okay. Let me just say briefly again. I was just putting the just thought experiment or a scenario in place. So you have a massive train, long straight train, 10 carriages, right? You have hay bales or some weight at the front and the back equal. 5, let's just say 5 hay bales. Your task is to carry the hay bale from either end to the very center of the train. So get the hay bale, carry it up to the center, leave it down, go back and get the other one, and it's just a challenge, right? So the first then to get it to the center, all the hay bales to the center, wins the challenge. What side would you pick of the train as it's traveling along in a straight line, 100 miles an hour, in order to try win the challenge? Would it be the bales at the back, bringing them to the center, going back and repeating that to win the challenge, or would it be the bales at the front or the weights at the front? So it's
I'd
just
start from the front.
yeah.
I'd start
y-
from the front.
Yeah, same. It sounds. I mean, I don't know. I haven't actually done it, but it sounds like it would be easier from the front. But I don't think it negligible at best. I don't think there'd be a really big difference.
Well, my answer is okay. Thank you for that. Maybe if you like to think a bit more about it, but my answer is the opposite. I absolutely go to the front every time, pick up the hay bales and walk back, and it's like the escalator example in a sense. But yeah, that's my intuition tells me that. My experience on a train tells me that I would go to the front every time, pick the front every time, and I would nearly always win the challenge. 'Cause it's
But that's
easier.
no, it's
Against
not
the
though.
motion. Yeah.
No, it
Go
wouldn't
ahead.
be. I mean, it'd be negligible at best. You might get a little bit of inertial uh potential because of the train going forward that might transfer to help you out. But I don't even know if it might be equal, bro, from the back to the front and from the front to the back. I don't think an escalator is a good comparison to false equivalence because the train isn't moving underneath you when you take a step. The escalator is, or
Yeah.
the other one.
Yeah, I don't know. I did plenty of train rides in China. One of the rides was 24 hours, and there was enough time for me to walk up and down that train 1,000 times. And from my experience, walking from the front to the back was way easier.
Oh, excellent. Now, brilliant. So just to the line, exactly. So I would go with that. But here's the thing, right? So just forget about the bales. We still have an empty trail. You're after laying out a long jump track full of sand, right? Would you rather run at the same speed? Would you rather run from the front direction and then leap towards the back of the train? Do you think you get a greater return because you're in the air, maybe 1 or 2 seconds, or opposite? Or do you think it make no difference? I think you're going to say it'll make no difference. Whereas once again, I would rather go to the front and run towards the back and take a leap there. I think it
Well,
would
there is
make a
just a
massive
very
difference.
easy way to figure out which way is easy to go, and it costs about 20 cents. Not 20 cents, $2. Buy a Hot Wheels car, put it on the floor, see which way it goes. Very simple.
But hang on, what about his testimony there on a 24? Carlos, he's 24-hour train ride, and he had plenty of chances to go up and down the train. And his testimony is clear that it's much easier to go from the front to the back against the direction of motion. Is this all to be discarded? You know what I mean? In favor of theory. I mean, aren't we the arbiters of, I guess, truth? If all of us testify that we're on a surface that we've never experienced move, surely that has to be established then as a truth.
Well,
That's the beginning point of the truth, that we're all on a surface that doesn't move. That's
I
the
don't think it'd
idea.
make a difference, bro. It's a negligible difference theoretically because I don't think it can be proven that it's easier, honestly. But
I think it
I
can be
think it's an
proven.
illusion just because of the windows, because you see the windows moving past you. So when you run from the front to the back, it does seem like you're moving faster, but it's an illusion.
slowly. And also, this is a different thing, but it's like same concept. I've got I do quite a bit of hiking, and I've got like quite a bit of kit, and my foam mat is massive and weighs about 200 grams less than my blow-up bag. But whenever I bring my foam mat and my blow-up bag, the foam always feels way heavier, even though it weighs less. So I'm just saying, I wouldn't trust my own qualitative judgment. I'd have to get some kind of measuring device that's not just it feels easier going this way or it feels easier going that way.
Well, once again, we're at a sort of a hurdle. I should have a great idea and how to test that, but I won't say it here. I mentioned it before somewhere else. But well, once again, we're at an impasse. impasse. And what do we do? Well, let's stick to the basics. If the Earth's surface is moving, fair enough. You can justify it via some sort of mathematical representation. But if it isn't moving, what then? What then, Ruhif? What then? If it isn't moving, that's debate. That's what I think it all comes back to. The decision in man, whether it's flat or not. We haven't said what Earth is. We can only say flat as something secondary, a secondary consideration because our local experience of water or whatever is flat. When still.
Oblate spheroid.
Okay, but okay. One thing we can all testify to is our experience on Earth, the Earth's surface not being in motion. That's the thing that comes
No.
primarily,
No,
right?
I just think that I'm not accelerating. That's all I can say. Could be moving, could be booking it, could be going 100 k's a second. Wouldn't know.
Well, how would you know then? Only via the math. That's your only reference point then, is via the math.
No.
And I told you the math
No, I'm
were
just
already
saying I
developed to
wouldn't know.
justify the sphere. So that leaves your brain in a sort of a tizzy, a conundrum, doesn't it?
Not really. No, I just know that there's no real way to know whether I'm moving, whether I'm not. I just know whether I'm accelerating. That makes sense to me.
The only reason you kind of consider this as an argument is because you've been told that you're on the surface, that you don't feel the motion. This is why you don't feel the motion, because the maths dictates this, and the maths were only developed because the Earth in motion was established. Oh, you'll have to go a bit deeper for your own self, bud. You'll have to go a bit deeper.
Well, if you can tell me if you can make some kind of device that can measure constant speed, hit me up. I'll become a flat earther straight away. But until then, I'm sticking with acceleration is the only thing you can feel.
Yes, and the Earth is constantly accelerating as we change our direction. I just said that to you about the train on the equator. It's falling in a vertical sense, not a horizontal sense like on a extended roundabout. It's falling in a vertical sense, so your acceleration is constantly changing drastically over the course of 12 hours, where you're in an absolutely opposing position than you were at the very start 12 hours previous.
Yeah.
By the way,
Technically, sorry, go ahead.
What should we call you? Ill? What's your handle name? Is it Ill?
Yep.
So
Ill.
Pete, it's not Ruhif you're talking to.
Okay,
Wait, sorry, what?
it sounds like him. Sorry about that then.
Even in their model, though, bro, we're not accelerating, dude. Like,
No.
it's not acceleration means that like you're gaining speed. We're not gaining speed.
Well, if you want to get into relativity, then we are. But let's not touch that.
Yeah,
with
true.
AI.
Yeah, relativity out of it because yeah, relativity out of it.
Yeah. Let's just not.
No, but in their scientific expression, acceleration could also be slowing down.
Yeah, that's just acceleration. There's no such thing as deceleration. It's just like kind of what you're measuring from.
Acceleration is also a change in direction.
Of course.
Yeah, but that's just accelerating in a different direction.
So you can feel the acceleration. Okay. You
Yeah.
can feel the constant acceleration. Isn't that what you say? And it's so small.
No, you can feel constant acceleration. 100%.
Yeah, like you're gaining momentum, you're gaining speed, bro. Like that's what acceleration means. We're not even in their model. We're not technically accelerating when we're orbiting. You got velocity, you got acceleration, and you got what's constant acceleration? Or not constant acceleration, but what's like a steady speed? What would that be called?
Inertial
Momentum.
reference frame.
Momentum?
Nah, momentum's like it's just kind of mass moving. If you're not accelerating, you're not moving at all. That's called an inertial reference frame.
Yeah, but if you take the reference frame out of it, it's momentum because it's got a constant acceleration.
How do you mean? I'm just saying like an inertial reference frame is like just if I'm, floating in space somewhere and I'm not feeling any acceleration, I'm just floating, then that's an inertial reference frame. Momentum's just kind of the tendency I have not to want to move.
I want the technical name, the scientific name for a constant speed, like a steady speed.
An inertial reference frame.
All right.
That means not moving.
It means not accelerating. Like an inertial reference frame, I could be going, a couple kilometers a second. Wouldn't know. But it just means not accelerating.
Well, the inertial part of your reference frame here is in reference to yourself.
Yeah.
So you have constant velocity versus acceleration. To have a constant velocity, an object must have a constant speed in a constant direction. Constant direction constrains the object to motion in a straight path. Thus, a constant velocity means motion in a straight line at a constant speed. For example, a car moving at a constant 20 kilometers per hour in a circular path has a constant speed, but does not have a constant velocity because its direction changes. Hence, the car is considered to be undergoing an acceleration.
Yeah, and that's the
That's why
force if you're when you're doing donuts and you're being pushed out towards the edge of the car.
that's why we should all be flying off the ball.
Although, if you actually do some very basic maths, you can see the acceleration is like, I couldn't remember it. It's like, I don't know, 20 centimeters a second. I'll do it now.
I thought the Earth is spinning at 400 meters per second at the equator.
And I'm going to plug this into the calculator right now. I'll give you a screenshot.
That's the linear.
Screenshots.
That's the linear speed, 400 meters per second.
Except rotation isn't measured in meters per second; it's measured in RPM.
Yeah, that's how you avoid using those terms. That's how you avoid the reality of 400 meters per second.
No, it's just a more convenient way. Like if I'm, measuring the speed of the gear, I don't say it's rotating at 20 meters a second. That doesn't mean shit. I'm say it's rotating at 20 RPM.
That's because you're not standing on the gear, so it doesn't matter.
If I was standing on the gear, it'd be same thing. That's just how rotation's measured. It's not measured in meters a second.
Yeah, but if you had stuff that was stuck on the outside of the gear and you had to make some type of a goo that was viscous on the outside of that gear, and you had to measure how the rate that it would disperse from the outside due to the forces, you'd have to measure it in the linear way that I just explained, not in your example.
Well, yeah, you always could measure it in that way, but that's just not convention. That's a way to measure it, but it's just not the correct way to measure it. And I've just gotten the centrifuge calculation done. I can share my screen if you want, so you can see I'm not, bullshitting. Hold on. I cannot share my screen because I don't have permissions. Never mind, but I'll just read it out to you. So I put in Earth's radius, put in Earth's RPM, which is 0.000694, which is very easily verifiable by yourself. Look at an hour hand and divide it by 2. And the G-force I ended up with, is 0.0034, which is not enormous.
Yeah. Your calculation there doesn't make any sense. Like when we're only taking into consideration the Earth that we're standing on. We're not measuring from the inside of the ball to get your rotational speed. That's what you're measuring from the very center of the Earth.
That's how you measure speed with spin.
Yeah, but you're just avoiding the fact that we're moving 400 meters per second at the equator on the crust on the Earth that we're standing on. That's why we don't measure as you do in engineering terms.
Well, sure, we could say that I'm moving at 400 meters a second, but I'd have
Yeah.
to convert that to RPM anyway, so it's just not useful. Like, sure,
That's why
it's
you can't.
accurate, but
No,
it's not
because
useful.
as soon as you start talking about RPM, you've got an assumption that you're standing on a ball with a radius of 3959.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you take away that assumption and you just say that it's 400 meters per second,
No, we're
do the
calculating
math on that.
we're calculating the G-force of of the, what do you call it? The centrifugal force, I should say,
Yeah,
of
but
the spinning ball. That's our
behind
assumption.
all of your maths, you've got a really deep-rooted assumption that we're on a
Of course I have.
ball of 3959. That's
Of
why
course
you're
I have.
doing it. Yeah.
But then I
Yeah.
can
So
measure the radius of the ball.
you see where you've gone wrong in your analysis?
No, I'm not trying to prove the Earth is a ball right now. I'm just trying to prove that if it was a ball and if it was spinning, those are the two givens, which you don't have to accept. But those two givens, it's spinning at a set speed and it's got a set radius. Then this would be its acceleration. It's
Yeah, well,
G-force.
that's how they trick you, ladies and gentlemen, is because they're doing it in this mathematical formula, whereas they should be doing it at 400 meters per second, Earth moving under your feet. Work at the maths on that.
I'm just gonna say, if you want to say that maths doesn't work, then fine by me. But please don't try and get the job in engineering, because trust me, that will not fly. Literally and figuratively.
Well, in engineering, you've got a tangible cog to deal with, or a
Yeah.
flywheel, or whatever you're dealing with. But with the Earth, you have to have all these assumptions.
No, I'm not trying to prove the Earth is round right now. You made a claim saying we'd all fly off if the Earth was spinning with this speed,
We would.
and
Yeah.
we would.
Yeah, because the
made
math
claim.
that you're working it out as if it is a ball already.
Yeah, and you're saying if it was a ball, this would happen, and I'm saying if it was a ball, this wouldn't happen because I did the
I'm not.
maths. And
I'm not saying that it's a ball. Okay, just disregard that it's a ball. If the Earth is moving at 400 meters per second under your feet, would you feel it or not?
400 meters per second relative to what?
Relative to your feet.
It's not moving 400 meters per second relative to my feet.
You're walking on the Earth and it's moving that fast at the equator in one direction.
Yep.
What if you? It's like you're working out the maths based on something that doesn't exist in reality because it's all an assumption. You haven't been there. You haven't measured that. You haven't been able to show that.
Yeah, and I know I'm saying that. You're saying if the Earth was spinning at this speed with this radius, we would all fly off. I'm doing the maths and I'm telling you that that's not accurate. I haven't proven the Earth is ball. Of course I haven't. I've just disproven the theory that we'd all fly off if the Earth was a spinning ball with all these given variables.
Gravity. What the hell?
It depends your reference frame, isn't it? My reference frame is my feet stuck to the Earth, and if the Earth is moving under my feet at that speed, I'm sorry,
The Earth isn't moving under your
everything's
feet
going to fly off.
unless you've just been shot out of a cannon. The Earth is not moving under your feet. Like my feet are very firmly planted on the floor. They're not moving. Relative to the Earth's center, that's what you're thinking of. Relative to the Earth's center.
Well, that's how you're working out the rotational speed, because you're working it on 3959.
Yes.
Which is a huge assumption.
Yes, I've been saying that. So we've assumed that the Earth is a ball. We've assumed that it's spinning at this speed, and we've assumed that it's flying off. I've just disproven one of those assumptions, given the other two. So this isn't productive. We're not proving anything here. We're just saying that you would or you wouldn't fly off if the Earth was a spinning ball. So if the Earth is a spinning ball, we'd all be fine. That's what I'm saying. If the Earth wasn't a spinning ball, who knows? This doesn't apply to that.
Could you calculate the momentum of an object at the equator should the Earth suddenly stop its motion? Just isolated to the Earth's motion around itself. So could you calculate it based on the Earth's speed at the equator and also 100 kilogram mass being a certain radius from the Earth or the core or the center of rotation. You could calculate that,
Doing
right?
it
In theory,
right
just the
now. So
momentum.
100 kilo mass going at
Yeah.
400 meters a second. The momentum would be 400,000 kilograms times meters a second.
Yeah.
But the Earth hasn't stopped spinning, so unless you know something that I don't. But so we're not. If the Earth stopped spinning, we'd all be flying at all very, very fast. But it hasn't stopped spinning.
So many problems here. You see, what you'd have to calculate is it's not linear momentum. Like you're running along a racetrack and hitting a wall at the end of it. You can calculate how much momentum you have by mass times velocity. Now you're on a sphere, so you calculate the momentum on a body within a body on a sphere of a given radius by mass times velocity times the radius itself, all in appropriate units. It's a massive figure of built-up momentum, just very nature that we're standing at the equator now. If we made a trip to the North Pole, the exact North Center, we'd also be able to calculate the amount of momentum. So should the Earth suddenly stop to spin, nothing much would happen to you up there because you're so close to the axis of rotation, almost at the 0 point as you're exactly on the North Pole itself. Now, the problem is, though, the primary figure there is astronomically large, but yet our bodies don't feel this extra stress or extra strain or extra imbued force by the very
No.
nature we took the trip. So how is that? How is that? We can't measure that.
Well, how would you measure some? What do you call it? What's the potential energy? You can't measure that. Like, well, you can, but you got to know a whole bunch of things. Like, I've just measured the potential energy of someone sitting on the equator, but if I didn't know how fast we were going or how much we weighed, I wouldn't be able to work that out.
Sure, but we have all those variables on a spinning ball Earth. We have the 100 meters. We have the 100 kilograms. We have the 1,000 miles per hour, which you convert to meters per second, and we also have the 3,000 or 4,000 miles, which you convert to meters radius as well from the center of rotation. So to get the momentum contained within that body, you simply multiply those three figures, and it's an
You only
astronomical
need
figure. But
you
how
only
does it
need
manifest
mass and
within
velocity.
ourselves? This is like you saying that it's like on the train in a different sense, but a more exaggerated sense. Our bodies, our sensitive, tender bodies, don't feel this massive shifting of momentum, inner momentum that is garnered via the very fact that we're traveling on a sphere in certain relationship. You know what I mean? It's like as if it's not there,
No,
actually.
we
Like as if
do.
it's not there.
We do detect the change in velocity very, very easily. Every time you get in a car, you accelerate. That's a change in momentum. That's what it feels like. You're accelerating. And also, if you calculate momentum, you don't need to know the distance from the axis of rotation. You only have to know your linear velocity. So I only need mass and velocity. I don't need any kind of other figure.
But you use all these figures. It does make a difference. How far you are from the center of rotation, it makes a difference.
Yeah,
What
it
mass
does.
you have.
But we've calculated for the equator, so we don't have to do all that extra mass. We can just say I'm moving at 400 meters a second, because that's how fast things go on the equator if they're stationary.
No, I like to see someone take a helicopter to the equator and then just lift off and see the Earth spinning off as fast as fuck.
And that is called conservation of momentum. Wonderful thing.
But that should slow down,
How come?
right?
There's no reason for it to slow down. There's nothing slowing it. It's moving with the thing,
Yeah, exactly. What were
the
you going to
air.
say? Was it moving with the lockstep air?
Yeah.
The air that has no friction against the Earth as the Earth's spinning.
What do you mean it's got no friction? The only reason that it's spinning in lockstep with the Earth is that it has friction.
Okay, so it has friction now, but yet as it has friction, we have typhoons, hurricanes, tornadoes, you name it.
Yeah.
And where's the can you see the problem there?
No, I can't. I don't see the problem.
You've only got a conservation of momentum in a helicopter when you lift off if you're going in the same direction as the Earth is spinning. As soon as you go in a different direction, you've lost that conservation of momentum altogether.
That's not how momentum works.
It
You've got
does
to,
when the Earth is. It does when the air is separate from the Earth.
Well, the air isn't separate from the Earth. The air is. It's not.
You just
Connected, we're
admitted
just
it because
rubbing against each
you
other.
just admitted that there's friction, and as soon
There's
as you
friction, that means
say
it's connected.
you invoked friction, therefore it's separate than the Earth.
Yeah. So if I'm standing on a bus, and the bus accelerates, I accelerate forwards because I'm stuck to the floor with friction.
What if you were
And
standing on top of the bus?
if I was standing on top of the bus, I move still, but I just got a bunch of air in my face, and then I accelerate that
So
air,
you
and it
got
moves with me.
friction, right?
Friction.
You'd be blowing off the bus.
I would be blown off the bus, but I'd also move a bit of air in my direction, and the bus would keep going, so to keep moving more air in the bus's direction. Now imagine the bus is the entire planet, and it's pushing all the air in one direction. Air catches up. Air doesn't experience any friction as soon as it reaches the same speed as the Earth.
Wow. So you really think that the atmosphere and wind and all of the attributes that are involved with the atmosphere are lockstep?
No, I just think, imagine the atmosphere suddenly stopped and the Earth kept spinning, right? The atmosphere, it slowly, no, the atmosphere stopped. It slowly starts to catch up as the Earth, kind of drags it along with the friction. And then eventually it's back in lockstep. That's just how it works.
This is how you would imagine it, right? You don't experience any of this. This is how you justify it in your mind. Are you not living in some sort of airy-fairy land? I mean, sure, all of these things are plausible, can be justified under the maths that have been developed to explain or to back up or
Just
support the
using
system.
logic
What I'd be
and
more
thinking.
interested in is how have you tested your model against? It seems to me that every question that's asked of you, you have to bring almost a complete model into bear before you can deal with it, because you have to bring in other concepts, other associations before you can deal with, I guess, ultimate reality. This is what we're all trying to figure out, is the reality of matters, isn't it? So how have you tested your model against? How have you ruled out a stationary Earth surface? Because that's how it appears to us at the equator, at the north, wherever, at the south. It appears that we're on a stationary surface. The winds, then the atmosphere, the skylights are moving around us. How far have you developed that idea?
Well, so obviously it started. I was told that idea. I accepted that idea, and I accepted that for 15 years. Then I decided, hey, look at that. That's flat Earth. It's interesting. I started to look into it. A couple of things weren't adding up. Did some research. Started adding up, and it all works out. I'll give you like an example. So, for example, like other planets, they're all spheres. I've seen through my telescope. I've got my telescope right next to me. They all look like spheres. Why should Earth be any different?
Do they all look
Like,
like spheres? Do they all look like spheres? Or and if something looks a certain way, does that mean it is? There's plenty of illusions that are in play. Plenty of things about life trick us into thinking that something is so when it isn't. But at the same time, then you'll say, "Well, look at that ship disappearing over the horizon," and you'll sort of say, you can trust your visuals sometimes, and you can't trust them other times, or your senses. It becomes sort of confusing. But can I ask you a question? The moon looks like a sphere. It looks round. It looks like it has some body to it, but we never see the backside of it.
yep.
I mean, that's curious in itself, right? That's
Yeah.
curious in itself. And I'm sure the same thing is with quite a few of the other planets as well.
Oh no. We see all the other sides of all the other planets, and the moon spinning
Wait,
around them.
all of them?
So it's like being on a pool table or you're on a flat table and you suppose that the table is a ball too, yeah, because you're looking at all the balls.
Balling.
Isn't this one second? Is this one of the big reasons, early reasons given for the decision to have the Earth a ball? Remember, it was decided to be a ball before it was decided to be a motion. I think this is the key for us as well. But the reason given was that, well, all the rest of the planets look spherical. But hang on, they didn't have any optical instrumentation according to the official story way back when. So the best they could be making their universal view on is the sun, that planet, the moon, maybe Mercury or Venus, something like that. But
Mercury,
outside of
Venus,
that, they,
Mars,
most of the planets
Saturn,
weren't in existence. So they
Jupiter,
decided, yeah, go ahead. You get the
comets,
question.
meteors, Uranus and Neptune if you're lucky. No, maybe not Neptune, maybe Uranus. Naked eye, very lucky.
But I was talking about this sphericity. You say that the Earth is a ball because, well, it's not going to be the exception. You can see all the other planets. But when they decided that it was a ball first, before they decided the Earth was in motion, one of the reasons given is all of the other things, skylights look like planets. But then what could they have been referencing? Please tell me. They had no optical instruments. Telescope wasn't invented for hundreds of thousands of years later. So what were they viewing? They made their sole universal judgment on what? The moon, it has to be the moon, the nearest clue, the sun, maybe Venus, Mercury. If you had a good look at them, I don't know, they'll still look like a star, I should think, if you don't have any optical instruments.
Yep.
How did they make that universal declaration?
They didn't do it based on the planets. They did it based on other stuff. Like any good model, you've got a whole bunch of proofs for it, right? Like, there's no way that I can have a hypothesis that only works if I test it one way and doesn't work if I test it any other way. Same with the globe. I can test it any way you want. Like, give me a way. Prove the globe.
You can test the globe. Okay, find curvature, find appropriate level of curvature consistent with the geometric radius given on the ground. Find it.
Yeah, right. I'll watch a boat go over the horizon.
See, that's not scientific. That's just visual. Your eyes have a very limited range. So by you seeing something against a greater panorama and making the declaration, that's very childish, I have to say, bud. You're the one that said, talk about hypothesis. Come on, man. That's very childish.
Yeah, well, I can watch it with my telescope. I see it disappear from the bottom up, and that's my hypothesis. The Earth is a ball.
And what would happen over a flat plane? Yeah. What would happen over a flat plane?
Well, it depends on atmospheric conditions. It'd probably just, fade out of existence. Not fade. I mean,
Really?
if it wants to get pretty bad, then you wouldn't be able to see it.
Really? Okay, you'll be interested in what I have to say then. Over a flat plane, as we're dealing with half of the surface, which is water, generally, as we're doing these observations, as the water is extended, we have an ever-decreasing viewing angle of the further span of water. I maintain that the water actually starts to bunch up to our perspective and mirrors. It acts like a glass mirror. And the reason we see this horizon or parent horizon in this setting is because beyond that, the water is still there, but it's just mirroring the sky. So that's all we see. We see this apparent demarcation, but that's all it is. How we know that's there then is when a target comes into range and we see what you call an inferior mirage, which for me is just a reflection along this water surface that is invisible to us, but because there's contrast there, now we can identify the water. When there's no contrast, the water is still there, but from our point of view, it reflects the sky beyond at whatever appropriate angle. Do you understand that as a basic idea?
Yep.
What do you have a problem with that? I just ask because that's a sort of I should think a basic consideration of extended flat Earth surface. We're looking over water. We now have the distance back to consider, and we also have the greater panorama. So okay, everything is sort of reducing down in scale in relation to the greater perspective. So yeah, what have you any immediate issues with what I have to say there as a possibility?
No, that works perfectly on both models. Doesn't prove anything. It works well on both models.
Well, the problem, okay. Well, it does. It doesn't work perfectly well in both models because you will explain inferior mirages in a completely different manner, and you will also say that horizon that either is or it isn't a solid horizon is solid and everything is dropping away. It's air above that horizon line, whereas I'll say no, it's not. It's water. It's water. It continues to rise. The horizon, just as you're looking down over the surface of the water, and you look, you raise up your eyes to look towards the horizon. It always seems to rise up the water level, but it continues to rise up. Is what I'm saying. You say it goes to a certain height at the horizon and then it falls away. So if it works in both models, I don't see how your model invokes all manner of magical explanations, extended extrapolations for the justification. And
Watching a boat go over the horizon.
okay, so yeah, and okay. What's your personal experience? Is it consistent every time?
No, it's not. Atmospheric conditions, all that stuff, refraction, always different, but it always disappears bottom up.
Yes. But is it going over the horizon, or is it melding into the greater setting? This is the question, isn't it? It does seem, I grant you, possibly, it does seem that it might be going over the horizon, but just because it seems a certain way, maybe there's a different explanations. I'm sure you've heard of Wide Awake. I'll post his channel here. If you have any doubts at all, this man has put in all the effort that you're asking for, and he's an unsung hero for Flat Earth. But for the most part, he was ignored, and I guess that's fine. I guess that's fine. But I'll post his channel, and anything you need, he put in the back work, and yeah, all of his work. I'll just post you the main channel. Maybe I'll go into his video section. But yeah, all of his work showed us consistent return. It's not in doubt at all, even this going back 5 or 6 years, not in doubt that we live over a stationary, a flat plane, flat extended plane. Not in doubt whatsoever. So he just doesn't rely on the occasional anecdotal story of a boat's going over the horizon. He consistently sees beyond the horizon, and he has everything demarked. We know the difference, and we know then the variation in what we're seeing according to these different things: time of day, time of season, refractive index, etc. But also, more particularly, when we do get to see through to the clear picture, it is always and ever above the horizon and well beyond any expected global curvature. There's no doubts about it.
Do those global curvature calculations, are those just for the geometric horizon, or they account for refraction, local weather, all that kind of stuff? Because you can't
They
just
include everything. No, they don't. In general, they give you the geometric horizon, but then they'll tell you you have to take more care when you're being specific. You have to know all of these different considerations, and depending, actually, I know what they do. Depending on what you see, if you see something clearly, then you have a terrible condition. If you see something 5 miles, 10 miles away from 2 feet above the water, and it's a perfectly clear, calm, cool day, you're going to say, well, no, that's wrong. You're looking at an obnoxious representation, a very, very inverted representation, because this is not what we see at all directly. There's some sort of mad mirage and giving us the illusion that we're seeing clearly to the target a certain number of miles away. Yeah, so that's
very simple. It's like early high school physics. It's just it's refraction.
I've been to school as well, but I know what the schooling system is about. As maybe you don't, maybe you trust everything. I don't know. You said you were almost a flat earther before 10 minutes ago when you came on, and you do remind me of Ruhef. I don't. If you're not Ruhef, fair enough, but you sound exactly like him. You're exactly the same ways as well. But if that's your only qualm, if you don't see any other problems with every single aspect of the spinning ball Earth paradigm deliverance, right? Well, then there's something wrong with you. Something wrong with you. There has to be. How can you justify something in theory when in practical understanding and experience, none of it holds true? From a vacuum against a pressurized system to an Earth surface that's in motion to a rotundity to pretty much everything else you sell us. We can't appreciate anything except in our mind. And then we can only refer to the minds of greater people than me or my mind. Oh, there you go. That's the schooling system for you.
Fair enough.
And as soon as you take all of what Pete just said into consideration, then you look at all of the anomalies that they show you with the space agencies, and that just reaffirms
this.
It just reaffirms everything as a deception, as a total deception.
Sure. Yeah, right. So, yeah, when I watch a SpaceX launch on my live stream, I go watch the mission control audio, which shows the trajectory, and then I go outside to see a brand new Starlink train go over my house from the other side of the world. How does that add up? So I'm watching a SpaceX launch out of Florida, goes halfway around the world on the live stream. I go outside, I look up, and I can see it, almost as if it went around the world.
What I think is happening in reality, so the next story then is what's actually happening in reality is, I asked this question, is it possible that the Earth Would be in motion. Is it possible that the Earth could be rotund? I actually say yes. I say yes, but we definitely live on a stationary flat Earth surface. Now, when we come away from the blue marble representation ingrained within our imagination of Earth, and we come to flat Earth, what have we replaced it with? We haven't pretty much said what Earth is. So, in order to say that Earth isn't, or is, you have to first say what Earth actually is. You know, what you're referring to. So, I think, in a sense, which is just be honest, I think in a sense, yes, a part of the earth is emotion, which manifests via the skylights, manifests via the ether flow, it manifests via the weather patterns, etc., the seasons. But I also
You're saying
think
the
there's a
air is
part of the
moving.
earth that's rotund, which is the sky barrier itself. So coming back to your what do you call it, your consideration. Yes, if they're going to present this, how are they going to put on a show which everyone, no matter what location you're in, if you're of a scientific mind or a curious mind, you can clarify for yourself whether something is going on. I think it's a big fucking mirror sky above us. And they found some way to project, a very short distance above us in a sense, to project things against some sort of ceiling, holograms or whatever, and have this light show going on, just like Lion was talking about with the ISS. This light show going on for entertainment or prop purposes to sell the multi-billion, trillion-dollar lie. You know what I mean? So that'd be my explanation
I
for
just
that.
want to ask you, Il, like you just said, that they launch a rocket from Florida and then you can see it where you are on the other side of the world. What part of that makes you think that it's a ball?
Well, the part that you know, you see it go up, you see it go over, and you see it go down. So if you were just standing at the launch site and you see it go up, over, then down, it could look like it's going up the horizon, or it could look like it's smashing into the Bermuda Triangle. You wouldn't know from Florida. But the thing is, if you go down range, it looks like it's going right overhead. If you go down range, it's still going overhead, still going overhead, still going overhead, and then eventually it just loops back around the world, and you got an orbit.
Yeah, but what part of that makes you think that it's a ball?
Well, the part that you just can't float in the air forever, especially when it's going 7,000 meters a second.
So that can't happen on any other shape of Earth.
Oh, of course it can, but it's just a hell of a lot more likely that it's going around a what do you call it? A globe, then it's somehow magically trapped in some magnetic aether current going around a sky mirror.
You have loads of logical fallacies ingrained within your thinking, bud. You're too biased. Too biased because you don't understand. Imagine it was advanced technology, which I actually believe is there. I believe there's a real program in play, and the technologies, we wouldn't fucking believe it. So whatever is going on, because you can't understand it, and this is the most likely occurrence to your brain, even though it's an impossibility. You've never experienced a glowbird, you've never experienced something in motion. You have ample reason to be questioning any official story at this stage. It's not as if you just came out of the womb yesterday. But yes, you find it easier just to believe the impossible, to entertain that, I don't know, everyone is lying to you, your government is lying to you, putting on a charade or show, life as a show, maybe a test for us. Is this what you're afraid of more? I don't know.
I'm not afraid at all. I think it's just pretty. I find space interesting, as you can probably tell from a profile picture. I spend a lot of time watching rockets being tested, developed, flown, and it seems like they're really putting a lot of effort into making everything insanely realistic, like so realistic that you've got maybe 20 people looking at it full time, 24/7, and have never seen a stuff up, or they're doing it legit. Like for example, you can if you go onto YouTube, you can watch a live stream of South Texas where they're building a rocket pretty much out in an open field, and like from if you watch a whole bunch of the analysis of it, it's real. Like it's you've got a real rocket down there. It just seems pretty pointless to build that for the 400 people who want to watch it.
I wonder what the point is of China planning to, or actually they've already started digging that 11-kilometer deep hole in the middle of the desert in Xinjiang province.
Haven't heard of that one.
So the deepest hole ever dug was the Kola deep hole from Russia back in the day, and China is planning to do. Well, they've started to dig a 11-kilometer deep one. I don't know why they don't want to beat the record, but I bet you, mark my words, in the near future, once they do complete this hole or even halfway through, there will be some means and obviously they're doing it and their explanation is for science and they want to find out like
Geology, yeah.
all they have a lot of questions, lots and lots of questions. I bet you there's going to be something that pops up and it's going to show like no deviation from plumb, no gravitational anomalies. There's no
You wouldn't think so,
Earth
given that it's going straight down.
measure. Eh?
You wouldn't think that it'd
Straight-
be deviating, given that it's going straight down.
Well, you know how gravity works, right? It's not straight down to the core of the Earth.
Yeah.
It's actually on an angle going back. Like if you understand orbital mechanics, it's not in a straight line to the center of the Earth. That's not how gravity works.
Enlighten me, how does it work then?
Eh?
Enlighten me, how does it work if it's not a straight line
Like
down
the
to the center of the Earth?
the moon is always following the Earth. So the angle of gravity, the gravitational force, isn't from the moon directly to the center of the Earth. It's skew with.
No,
Um,
it's being
if they
pulled directly
dig
towards the center of the
a
Earth,
hole
but it's
that's
also
11
moving.
kilometers, eh?
It's being pulled directly towards the center of the Earth, but there's another force acting on it, which, well, there's no force actually, it's just that's momentum. It's just moving. So you got to pull straight down, and then you got to push sideways, which makes it orbit. It's not being pulled
Yes.
sideways.
So what I was getting at is when they do dig this hole, I bet there's going to be a few experiments that they come up with because they're going to have to, right? There's going to be all sorts of experiments, and they're just going to be able to. Basically, it's going to take the take the lid off the globe altogether with the experiments that they're going to show. It's going to be unlifting a veil.
Carlos, wasn't there associated with the same borehole the sounds of hell at the screaming? It sounded like this. Wasn't that an official report according to the same venture, which I think went on over many years? It wasn't as simple as that. They kept encountering terrain that they did not expect. They kept breaking their drill bits, etc. The further they got down. But wasn't there an account, if you remember, or maybe someone else does, of at a certain point this mad screaming going on, and for all the
My drill
world it
sounds like
reminded
it's
of
screaming
the
whenever I use
screaming
it.
of hell. Yeah,
My drill sounds a lot like it's screaming whenever I use it. So
I'm not saying maybe okay, but I'm thinking it's specifically reported in some of one of the reports itself that's what it sounded like, and the drill was obviously taken into consideration. It was something extra or beyond that.
yeah, well, I'm not just gonna take your word for it. I'd like to have a
Oh,
source.
Pete's right. Pete is right. There were reports of noises, but not from that well. It was
Oh,
from a
sorry.
German well, and they mixed the stories. So Pete is
Okay.
correct, but not from that well.
Okay. Thank you, SC Montreal. But I knew there was some sort of serious story or serious report, though it was somewhat official as well. But okay, very good. Sorry about that. You'd like to keep it real, bud. I know. You'd like to keep it real in the magical world of spinning balls and vacuous infinities. And we're all immersed in mind blowing.
What you got to
Not
ask
really. It's pretty
yourself
simple.
about that poll is why are the Chinese not attempting to beat the Russians? Because that's what they do, right? One team tries to beat the other team. Now,
Well,
what you
'cause
should be asking is why are they not attempting to go as deep or deeper?
Well, why should they?
Well, because they know that you
Because they
can't go.
can't. They can't. Yeah.
Well,
The
if
answer
I'm
is
doing something,
because they know they can't.
no, it's because well, obviously I'm not a geologist. I wouldn't know, but every time I do something, I'm not trying to break the record. Like whenever I build anything, I'm not trying to make it like the biggest or the best. I'm just trying to make it. I'm just trying to make something, and they're just doing it for science, and there's probably no real reason to go deeper.
Why are you trying to make something? You have to justify your own reasons. And imagine you were the best in your field making watches or something. Then you'd always be constantly trying because there's a demand for both your expertise and your unique talent. So you'd always be pushing yourself. It's the nature of the artist. But then, can I just say that actually I didn't know, but you can be sure they dug down or whatever they're telling us is more to it. Maybe that what they found in the core borehole is to be found throughout the earth. So in other words, no matter where you dig down, you're always going to get the same different strata which go against everything else that's predicted, and there might be a limitation set then, as you said, at the 11 kilometer, or I think it was 7 point. Very interesting figure actually. 7.6 miles down. So just why it's interesting, 7.6 is a mathematical structure. You could view it as that as 42. So the first person to calculate that if you dug a hole in the sphere Earth, just from one end to another, two holes, and you just connected both of them. Doesn't matter if it's across the chord or through the center. It would take 42 minutes to fold through it. So 42, a very significant figure. That character itself was Charles Dodgson, aka Lewis Carroll, author of Alice in Wonderland. Just a little point of interest there.
Yeah. So another thing about why they're not trying to beat the Russians, if Volvo comes out with a new car, and it's not the fastest, it's not the most efficient, it's not the most, largest car that's ever existed, then that doesn't mean like there's some magical limit where you can't make better cars. They're just
What do you
trying to
know
something
about this
different.
hole, buddy? What do you know about this hole that you're talking about?
I know nothing about this hole, but I know
Then
how
why are
science
you
works.
talking about it?
Well, you talked about it first, so I'm responding to you. It's how
Yeah, but you have
conversation
no
works.
clue. But you're making statements now as if you know, but you
Yeah.
have no clue what they found, right?
I'm,
Absolutely
making,
no idea.
I'm making a statement saying that they're not trying to beat the Russians because there's some, they're broken into hell or whatever. That's ridiculous. It's like
That's a serious reference, Bad. Maybe not in connection with the Cora particularly, but apparently the Cora deep borehole was also cursed. There was an idea that it was cursed somewhat, and they couldn't make progress because they were being limited somewhat. So, but you, for not knowing anything about it, as S.C. Montreal said, well, go and learn something about it. And everything that you claim to know, is that the truth? Is it the whole truth when you even know very little? Can I just say your own answer was, they're not in competition. When I build something, I'm not trying to outdo someone else. This is nonsense, Bud. This is nonsense. They're always in competition, or at least they're all sovereign. So they want to know, the national government, what the heck is going on, and of course they have agencies, etc., to figure out all this stuff. So don't be silly.
Let me try to explain to Carlos a little bit about this hole. So they dug this hole, they made predictions of what they would find, what depths, water, heat. Now, Carlos, they were wrong for just about every prediction
Everything.
they made. Life forms, water, rock content, minerals, life forms, heat, depth, they got it all wrong. Do you understand what I'm saying?
That's not Carlos, by the way. That's I think it's Ruhiv, but it's not him. I've
No,
been told.
Sounds like Ruhi,
isn't
but
it?
I'm sorry if I misnamed you.
It's a radio
Uh,
dude. Yeah,
you want to talk
right?
to Ill, Ill.
yeah. That's what a
Okay,
name.
sorry about that, Il. But do you understand the information I just laid on you?
Yeah,
Do you
yeah,
understand the significance?
yeah. They were made a wrong prediction. Happens all the time. Just how
Yeah,
science works.
but bro, these are people that tell you what's at the center of the earth, right? Molten magma swirling around, causing magnetism. Now, tell yourself this. How is it possible that they know what's down there 4,000 miles when they got the first 7 miles not wrong, miserably wrong?
Love to
Ask
hear
Well,
his
yourself that.
answer. Yeah,
how
go
much
ahead.
detail do they claim to know about the center of the Earth? They don't
A
know
lot,
a huge amount,
a
right?
lot of
They,
detail.
I
I
want to
remember
know.
last year. It was only last year they discovered there's another core inside of the core.
Yeah,
You remember that?
yeah. And that's how science is different to flat Earth. It changes when we discover new things.
It's not science, bro. It's not science. You've been given a story, you bought, and I don't know why you're fighting. I just proved to you, just like within like a couple of minutes, how wrong they were. But somehow you feel the need to Stick up for them. It like astonishes me. Why are you? Obviously, you're not paid by them. It's not your brother, your
Surprised a
cousin,
lot of
your
people think I'm
sister
being
that you're
paid.
fighting for. Why are you doing this in the face of proof against it? I don't understand.
Oh, it's not really proof. It's just saying they got something wrong. They admitted it was wrong, and they don't think they're wrong about the core. So I'm going to trust the experts on the field until I figure out.
So let me get
learn
this
about it.
straight. Let me get this straight. We have a 4,000-mile Earth that they say deep, right? The
Yep.
scientists that claim they know what's at 4,000 feet did another prediction from 0 to 7,000 to 7 miles approximately, and they got all that wrong. But yet somehow you still have faith in these people that they know what's 4,000. How do you convince yourself of this, bro? I mean, please tell me how.
Yeah. Well, I honestly don't know much about geology. It's not my area of expertise. But I know that I know enough about science to know that
You know that
cannot
experts. You know
Yeah,
that
I know the
experts
experts. I
design
know the
airplanes, right? Experts design airplanes, and because they work, so everything they say must work.
No,
No,
but
I'm
let
just
him finish his thought. Let him finish his thought.
I'm just saying they've gone to school. They've gone to uni. They've gone to school. They've done their own research. They're the experts. They know more about this than any of us that have been, done our research on, a 20-minute YouTube video or a Discord conversation. I'd say they know more about what they're talking about than us.
Yes, and SC Montreal just
Absolutely,
said that they
but
got it
after
wrong.
what I told you, after the
Yeah.
information that I just gave you, that they themselves admitted that they got all this wrong. What say you
Fundamentally
now?
wrong.
They themselves admitted that they got it wrong.
Yeah. And they don't think that they got all the other stuff wrong. So I'm going to go with what they still think. If they
They
think
don't
that
know what to think.
That's
You
amazing,
know
Well,
bro.
what
How
they,
you
come
do
yeah,
that?
one
that?
second, SC. How do you know what they think right now is just not as wrong as what they thought back then when the core borehole showed them that they were wrong, completely wrong? How do you know
I
that? So
don't.
how are you
Of
going to
course, I
trust
don't
them?
know. Of course,
What
I don't
makes
know.
what makes them any better than you?
Jesus. Hero
Well,
worship.
obviously, my experience in geology begins and ends with smashing rocks with a hammer in my backyard. So I'd say, studying geology for 3-4 years, doing degrees, doing all that shit, that you would know a fair bit more about it than I do.
That's actually a homicide in a way because humans are just, in essence, complicated rock. So you're actually engaged in, I don't know, murder?
Very complicated
Murder. Oh
rocks.
wow.
Is it
Yeah, we
fair
got
to
like
say
water
that
and
you
stuff now.
you take it upon faith? You is that a fair statement? Given that they were wrong about the first time, very wrong. Is it fair to say that you're going upon faith on their right about this one here?
Yeah, I'm trusting that they're right.
Okay, fair enough. Okay.
And I'm not 100% sure they're right. That would be stupid of me to claim that.
You
But
don't even know what they're saying then. That's what I'm saying to you. If there's no
I don't know
consensus
what they're
amongst
saying.
these people, who are the they then? Do you know that there was 100 scientists who came together and published a book in Germany going against and ridiculing Einstein's relativity? You never get to hear about the they in that case, do you? So I guess it comes back to which they you're listening to and what exactly you're listening to on the day that you choose to listen to.
But
Well,
I guess the question, like, if you want to get into the psychology of this man, do you have do you have any concerns or any? Are you conspiratorial? What's the word for it? Do you have any? Yeah. Are you that way inclined at all? Is there anything at all in this life that you have concerns about, that you're being deceived in some way from any aspect? Maybe it's not science. Maybe it's another aspect. Is there anything that at all that you feel that you're being lied about?
Oh yeah, heaps. Like everyone.
What's the
All
biggest one? What would be the biggest one?
Go ahead.
biggest one. Everyone's equal and they can all do whatever they want, no matter where they come from. That's a whole lot of bullshit.
Are you anti-tranny, are you?
What?
Anti-tranny?
What?
Anti-tranny.
No,
I
I think
am.
anyone can. Yeah,
Well,
good for you.
a man can't be a woman, right?
I reckon that they can do whatever they want if it doesn't affect me.
I'm afraid
But you,
everyone
yeah,
does
okay,
have
go
equal
ahead.
right. Everyone
Yeah.
does have equal rights and can do what they want as long as they don't hurt anyone.
Yeah. Or hurt
Yeah, no,
society.
they've all
We
got
have a
equal rights, but they
societal.
can't do whatever they want.
We have a societal contract on. So if it's hurting the norm and established point of view, then they have to be limited somewhat. Isn't this what we're all involved in? Is this contract?
No,
Right?
I'm just disagreeing with Ill's point that people are relative and can't do what they want. Of course they can. People are equal, have equal
Yeah.
rights.
Yeah, no,
What kind of
they
a
can do whatever they
conspiracy is
want.
that, though, Bud? What kind of an answer is that? He asked you about. Tell us about 9/11. I don't know. We can't mention many things, but some other massive conspiracy in moon landings, for instance, that you looked into. We can all relate to the ISS or whatever, and all
Birds
the
aren't real.
sloppy photography. Something major like that.
Birds aren't real. Replaced by the government in like the 70s. Surveillance drones, all of them. Rechargeable power lines.
But, I mean,
What did you say? It's not real.
Birds.
birds. See, you're making yeah. You're
Right.
making a ridicule. You're giving the same answers now that every other anti-flat earther is what they're called
Birds.
gives. So you
Right.
won't actually give it. You won't actually give a direct answer to the question and talk about your own venture into conspiracy land. You said you were
Have you ever
not
looked into
fooled, or
birds?
you came through it. So give a reasonable answer about some of the main conspiracies we can all relate to. I mentioned a few of them.
Oh well, there's not a huge amount, I believe. I don't really have that many conspiracies that I'm part of.
You
Oh
should
my
go on
God.
TikTok, bud.
There's no
TikTok's
conspiracies.
Oh yeah, no, that's one. Chinese government watching you through TikTok and most other
But
things.
you
to be
should
honest.
go on there and hear all of the myriad of conspiracies which I came by 10 years ago. It's all come to light now, Dawn, in the form of TikTok. But these are all things
Oh, yeah.
that we went through
It's
10
called
years
echo
ago. You know
chamber.
what I mean? Confounding as they are. But yeah, bud, I mean, you're not selling the side.
Do you
Just
think
very good
that
here.
TikTok is spying on us? China is spying on us through TikTok, or is that another joke?
100%.
Okay,
You
great.
guys know? Do you guys
We
know who
found
owns
one.
TikTok? Who owns
Found one,
TikTok?
Pete.
Some Chinese billionaire. Have to look it up.
Chinese, yeah, the Chinese, yeah.
Yeah.
What about Facebook, Radio Man? Are they spying on us through Facebook?
Well, not the Chinese. I think that'd be Mark Zuckerberg.
Ah.
Look, all the
Jews.
social media
The
things, they
Jews.
just want that data. Like that's pretty much everyone knows that. Like I'm completely aware that my phone's listening to me. That's not a secret anymore.
Okay, great.
Are you happy with that? Isn't that a
No, I'm not happy
violation
with
of
that.
your a fundamental human right? And these are corporations. Are you happy with that, bud?
No, I'm not happy with it at all. Not at all. Oh, I'm sorry.
You're
Rodeo.
saying it's something that has to be accepted because why? We take advantages of certain services? Are we not greater than the services of the corporations operating the services themselves? I mean, I'm surprised. Have you no conspiracies at all? Surely you must have something greater. I mentioned TikTok only because it's a fast track delivery. I think it's why it's called TikTok, sort of minutes doomsday countdown. But yeah, it's a fast track now to learning about all of these various and sundry conspiracies. Are you not even interested? Let's say the main one, 9/11. Was there
Yeah, sorry,
conspiracy in
I just had to go
9/11?
for a second. Someone just walked in. What did you say? Can
Yeah,
you repeat that?
I know it gets to difficult territories.
No, my brother just walked in. He's
Name us one thing that you think is a conspiracy. Name us one thing.
You
One
did.
thing.
He's named two
That was
already.
how it's irrelevant to the shape of the earth.
No
Fine.
birds aren't real, and TikTok. That's what he said.
TikTok and Facebook. People spy on us through.
I just don't see how it's
Those are
irrelevant to the shape of the
conspiracies.
earth.
Okay, how about let's see, let's do an easy one. How about World War II? The bombing in Pearl Harbor. Was that legit?
I would say so. I don't know too much about it, but I'd say so.
You would say it was legit. So what do you know? Name me a conspiracy. 9/11. Do you know about 9/11?
JFK. Actually,
You know
JFK is a
about
good one,
9/11.
SC Montreal, because we saw the movie JFK by Oliver Stone on the television. So conspiracy was actually presented before us to consider. JFK, was there conspiracy there, Il?
I wouldn't know. I'm not really into all that sort of
Jesus
stuff.
wept.
The
But
birds
no
one
interest
is
in
good
talking to
though.
you then about the ball earth, because that's all you seem to know about. But
You
anything
wouldn't
you
know.
question on, then you don't have a sufficient answer. I don't know. Go ahead, SC.
Of America
I have no
gets shot.
sufficient answer.
Yeah? President of America gets shot. No one knows exactly who did it, but you don't think there's a conspiracy involved.
No, I just think there's a limited amount of shit I can spend my time on.
Okay, I
There's
have an
not-
easy one for you. A man is under observation in jail 24 hours a day.
Epstein didn't kill
24
himself.
hours a day. Sorry?
Is this the Epstein didn't kill himself one?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yep.
How
Like I
about
said,
that one?
I don't know enough about it to give you a
Let me give you a
Right.
heads up. Let me give you a heads up. When they put you in suicide watch, they take off your shoelaces. They take off anything possible that you can hurt yourself with. You don't even have a toothpick in there, right? You're on constant 24-hour watch. That's why it's called suicide watch. Now, is it possible for somebody to kill themselves in that situation where you have nothing that you can hang yourself with, not even a toothpick? Is that possible?
I would say that you are giving me a misleading, well, not necessarily misleading, just biased view of what's happening, and I would have to figure out some more about it without, just having a
Right.
biased view.
Just that answer that you gave
Just
me,
based on
I
that?
choose
Just
this.
Just based on that? Yes.
I know it's
Yes,
useless from here on in. Have a nice day, sir.
Yeah.
How about
Okay,
all
yep.
the different opposing
let me
religions
just
in the world, right?
go ahead.
Don't you think that it's a conspiracy that the world is divided by different religions, different beliefs? And I think that the globe belief is one of them.
Yeah, I don't think that's a religion. I think that's just, commonly accepted fact.
Like Christianity and Jesus.
But you
Yeah,
sound
but
like a
that's not
mature
commonly
man.
accepted.
You sound like a
Yes,
mature
yes, it
man.
is.
And I tell you something for nothing.
Yeah.
A conversation with a
Accepted
15-year-old now who is aware of different would be much more interesting. Actually develop anything, and you're actually showing the for me anyway, the usual characteristics of the anti-flat earther, the baller who's the anti-conspiracy crew member. He is the hymn sheet singer. They all sing from the same hymn sheet. And yes, there's no well, I said that there's no conspiracies ever. They're official ball earth
Saying from the same
deliverers.
shit you are. I'm just responding to it.
Showing all the characteristics. No curiosity. Your curiosity is gone.
The reason
you
why I asked
religious?
that question, right, is to see if somebody has like self-awareness, able to deduce things on your own, like take information, disseminate it, and come up with an explanation on your own. Some people don't have that capability. It's
Oh, I have
frightening,
that.
man.
I'd like to
It's
know
good.
if ill is. Are you religious at all? Ill?
No, I'm not.
Are you an atheist?
I would say that, but that's only because I don't. There's just too many religions to choose. Like, if I said I believe in Jesus, why would I do that over Allah or Buddha or whatever? There's no good way to choose.
So you basically are sort of agnostic.
I wouldn't say that because agnostic implies that I reckon there's something like flying around in the sky, which I don't think
Well,
personally.
are we created, or did we just come from like pond scum?
Yeah, pond scum.
Yeah. Now, one second, Carlos. See, the problem is, we all, I speak for myself, but I speak for a lot of people as well, Flat Earth, we all were on board with what you said. I think we all realize that it's tied up intimately with the decision to have the Earth a spinning ball, then the heliocentric galactic Big Bang model. So it's sort of a necessary path, especially when we look at all of the ill doings of all religions as well, that you go down that path. But here's the thing: coming back to stationary flat Earth's enclosed central existence, it changes everything, and you'd be hard pressed to find an atheist amongst flat Earth. I say it's an impossible thing to find an atheist. There's a higher power in play necessarily, and it changes our own view on not just our own lives and our own surrounds, but the lives of everyone and maybe everything as well. So for that basis, would you take flat earth seriously if it was to bring you back to a greater significance? Maybe not even for you, for your children, your brother, or people you love. Do you think it'd be a worthwhile endeavor to take that path? To make sure. Yeah.
If it was true, then I would believe in flat Earth, but it's not, so I don't.
Well, there you
And
go,
that actually gets me onto a really good point.
What would
So,
you do? What would you do if you found out that there was a creator, and just as you denied the creator, when the time comes that you will be denied by the creator, how would you feel then?
I'd feel pretty, upset, but Why?
Yeah, but it's not as if
Why?
you have 100 reasons to question the ball. But all you've been doing here is just defending the ball, and it's not even something that you can defend. And I can go out and test myself. I can't even do that. I just have to follow the mathematics, follow the model, and
Of course you can.
understand it in
I
my
did it,
brain.
what,
You know what I
40 minutes
mean?
ago?
Yeah.
what
40
was
minutes
that
ago?
really good
More?
point you were just about to say, Il? You said you
Oh
had
yeah,
a
that
really
one.
good.
I did. So how many of you are Christian? I'd say majority. Like, is the majority of you Christian? Any other religions?
Oh, I wouldn't.
No,
I don't associate with
I'm
that
not
sort of
Christian.
thinking. But that there is
I'm
a
not Christian.
creator or a higher power is the point I'm trying to make.
I throw it on a 50-50.
Yeah, right. So there's really interesting thought experiment I heard about. Can't remember exactly where, but so if Earth is flat, then that means it can only have been created, right? Like that's a given. There's no way that could have come about by itself. It would have had to be created by a god. We can all agree on that
Why? Why?
because there's no theories for how it would have been created other than a god. If you can come up with something, wonderful. But until then, the best
Well,
theory.
Well,
anybody
hold
could
on.
come
You're
up
saying
with something.
because of the shape, it could only be created by God. In other words, if it was any other shape other than flat, it could have created by itself. But being flat, only God could have created it. Is that what you're saying?
No, I mean the general flat Earth model with like the dome and all the all like the water above and heavens and all that crap. That was the only explanation of that is it's
All
created by
that
God.
crap. You
But
should be
that's just a
ashamed of
story.
yourself.
That's
All
just
that
a
crap.
story. It doesn't mean it's true.
All that
Yeah.
crap. Jesus wept.
That
No, not
Bible
really. Like
story is
if
just
you
as
think about it, like
legitimate as the Big Bang to me. It doesn't mean either one of those doesn't mean explanation
The
for
Big
me.
Bang
So
that
I
I
don't know.
can take the background of with this antenna right next to me. Got some microwave background. Know that?
Yes,
Yeah, of
Yes, we have heard of that.
Yes.
course.
So what's that? Point my antenna at the sky, not this one in particular, just
That's
a
the ether,
pretty big
bud.
one
That's the ether you're picking up, bud.
that happens to
ether
be
you're
Hold,
picking
hold
up.
microwave.
on. Let him say about this.
Go
The
ahead.
cosmic.
Go ahead.
Right, so I point a radio tune to search for microwaves at the sky. It comes back with a steady hiss of microwaves coming from everywhere. That's the best explanation of that is the Big Bang. Although I'm open to alternate explanations if they explain it better. That's how science works.
Right. I'm so glad you mentioned that. Have you heard of the axis of evil?
I have not.
You have not.
Let's talk about Hitler's one.
Have you heard of what you just said? Right, the cosmic background radiation.
Yep.
They did tests on it, and they found that what they found was that it's not that the matter is not distributed evenly. It's
No,
not
that's
homogeneous.
really weird.
Excuse me.
It's really weird that it's not distributed evenly. I know that.
So you do know about that.
Yeah, I do. It's very. I don't think we best of my knowledge, we don't have a theory for that at the moment. We don't know why it's all, flumped around.
Yeah, it completely debunks the Big Bang theory. The matter is
does it?
not evenly Yes, it does. Completely kills it. In other words, excuse me, Don. In other words, you have a grenade, it explodes. The matter should go all around the shrapnel. That was the Big Bang model. But it's not like that. It's as if the grenade exploded and everything lined up in a flat disk, and to kill everything on top of everything, the Earth is at the center of it. That's a big problem.
It's gravity, right?
No, it's not.
Yeah.
Do you
there's no
understand,
way.
Neil, what I'm talking
There's,
about?
there's
I
no way in
understand.
science that they distinguish the difference between heliocentric and geocentric. Even if it is a ball, there's no way for them to say it's either, right?
You talking to me?
Yeah, I'm saying that there's no way for them to tell whether it's to prove whether it's geocentric or heliocentric. Like, there's no way to prove that we're not the center. And if it does lean to us being the center, then the ramifications of that is that we're special, and there's the list goes on from there.
But that's just it. They have found, not once, not twice, but 3 times. 3 times they found that Indeed, we appear to be at the center of the universe, and the universe is not homogeneous like they said it was, according to the model, but it's flat, and we appear to be at the
The
center.
model doesn't
Ryan.
claim it's homogeneous at all. If that was the case, then we would just be a bunch of soup kind of floating everywhere. There are very, very, very slight change, like differences in the density of matter, and those clumped together and became, galaxies and all that crap.
So now you do know. Now you do know about the axis of evil. Before you said you didn't know.
Axis. I don't know what the axis of evil is. If I'm describing it, then cool, but I don't know that term for it.
I just explained it to you. The non-homogeneous distribution of matter according to the Big Bang theory.
Mhm.
They thought that it would be homogeneous, distributed evenly, but
No,
they
they
found
didn't.
not once, not twice, but thrice that was not the case.
No, if it was homogeneous, then weak anthropic principle, we wouldn't be here to test it. We obviously know that it's not homogeneous, otherwise everything would be the same everywhere, which you probably know that
He
it
doesn't
isn't.
understand at all what I just said. He just went right
No,
through it.
You're
I did,
missing the
I did.
cherry on top, bro. You're missing the cherry on top.
Give me the
So
cherry
the
on top.
axis of evil, yes, it's not homogeneous, right? It's supposed to be basically erratically spread out, but at the same time, there's clusters of concentration of matter in the galaxies in the
Random
universe,
variation.
right? But what's weird is that it frisbees out, like it's a disk pattern that you see in the observable universe, right? To the edge of the observable universe, there's a disk pattern. So not only is the Earth flat, right, but the universe itself seems to have like a frisbee pattern, where on the north and south axis, right, relative to perspective, you have less dense matter, like it's just more open space, right? And you have this frisbee pattern. But this is the cherry on top. This is the cherry on top. That frisbee pattern that ripples out into the edges of the universe just happen to match up with the axial tilt of the Earth. So the axial tilt of the Earth is actually in line with the pattern that we see in the observable universe. That frisbee pattern, the universe is tilted, right? Or the Earth is tilted to the universe's axis of evil.
So, if you could see the image I just put in the text channel, that doesn't look hugely like a frisbee to me.
Yeah, look at the image that I posted. Obviously, you have no clue in this, right? And I suggest that you check into it before you continue, but I know you're not going to take my advice, so that's cool. Look what I posted.
I
Have a read.
can't really, it's very small. I'll try and find a bigger picture that's the same.
It's funny how you people do it. You admit you have no idea of what this is, right?
No, we
But
don't.
yet
That's science
you're
works.
arguing about it. This is the part that really fascinates me the most about you guys, the ballers. You admit you know nothing about it, but yet here you are arguing for it. It's mind-boggling.
Why do they call it the axis of evil, though?
They call it the axis of evil because it's aligned. It seems that we are at the center
But
of the
evil,
universe.
how's that evil? Like, I don't understand. I'm wondering. Anybody know?
Well, for them, it's evil. They named it that way because it can't be, right? It can't be by design. It has to be homogeneous. It has to be spread. It can't be like an order like that.
It's an uncomfortable truth.
Yes.
Everything they say is inverted.
Yes, it is. That's our big key. Everything is turned on its head. All of us in Underland. Very good. That's a key. They know more than us is the takeaway, Carlos, right? So all we can do is read the story as presented, understanding that there's a key to this inversion, and now we invert it and maybe paint our own picture in our own brain, something that we know, at least in potential, by all of these greater powers, is available, is in reality.
Yeah. You see the picture I just posted, buddy?
Nice.
I did.
That's the picture I just posted at 56 past.
Yep.
That's the axis of evil right there.
Yeah. Now,
Now that
I'd like
shouldn't
a-
be
I'd like a
according to
source for
your.
that. So I just don't know that you you know, pulled that out of your ass. Could I have a source?
You pull the axis of evil out of his
That's it.
arse.
Now you know when they resort to this, you know that he
No,
just
I
can't
just like a
handle.
source for it.
This is where the ECV comes in, where they have to put the blinds down, and
I
start
wouldn't take
insulting.
it. I wouldn't take it, SC Montreal. Fight fire.
No,
with
it's okay.
fire.
I understand this is like very
Having a source is
emotionally
quite nice.
stressful for people. Yeah.
So
I don't-
just like
Especially when
just
you
like
show them
Dawn
their
said,
own.
it goes against the Copernican principle.
Yes. And especially when you show them their own scientists, their own data, this is what trips them out the most. There it is in front of you, my friend. 3 times they did this, and 3 times the results came back the same. It appears we are at the center of the universe. And the universe, according to your Big Bang, is not homogeneous. It's a flat disk. It's like a double, triple whammy. And it appears it's aligned to our ecliptic. Wow.
yeah.
That's a
Funny
lot
thing,
of
That's
stuff.
crazy.
I'm currently looking at the cosmic microwave background image that actually came from the WMAP satellite, and it does not look like the thing you shared at all. It's almost as if you just pulled it out of your ass.
No, it's
Like I said, bro, I told
you're
you
in
in the
denial, dude.
beginning to look into it because you will embarrass yourself. You did
I'm
not
looking into
take
it
my
right now.
advice. Just keep on talking, bro. Keep on doing that, what you're doing.
No problem. So the
Because you
WMAP
have the
satellite,
whole
looking at the
scientific
cosmic microwave
community.
background from it, doesn't look like the thing you posted. So I'm just going to assume it's not right.
You can assume as much, but the more you assume, the more ridiculous you're going to look. Because we've been through this many, many times here. Everybody knows that what I'm talking about. We've presented it many times. It appears you're the only one, sir, that doesn't know what he's talking about.
You've given me a picture. I can't find a source for it. You're claiming that it just came out of nowhere. I've got no idea where it came from. You could have made it up. It could be real. I don't know. Because you
Pull it out of his arse.
haven't given me a
Did you
source.
pull it out of your arse? Did you pull the axis evil out of your arse, SC
He
Montreal?
could,
You have
he
the
could
floor.
very easily prove that he hasn't pulled it out of his ass by just
He
giving me a
reached
source.
in there and just pulled it out. Come on, man.
I
Listen.
did tell him to look into this, right? Before we started the
Oh,
combo, right?
problems.
Yeah.
This is an elegant model, bro. And it's an uncomfortable truth to, the
No,
non-believers out
that's the
there.
thing. It could be
Because
true. I don't know.
the
because
thing
I
is,
can't
like,
find the
once you
picture somewhere.
realize that the stars, known as the constellations, the zodiac, the Mazzaroth, right? Once you realize that the stars are actually spinning around us and that we are the focal center, that we are the pinnacle of existence itself, that's a very uncomfortable truth. And they've contrived this heliocentric model, and they've added patches to it upon patches, right? Mathematical patches to try to keep it alive. Right now it's on ventilation. It's on
It's on life support,
it's
man.
on live support, and they don't want to let it go. They love it. But if they just step back and realize that it's a very elegant, beautiful model out there that can explain all these things without having to patch it. And it's that the sun, the moon, and the stars all go around us independently. There's no axial tilt. There's no, the earth isn't spinning and it's not revolving around the sun.
So what is happening is
Don, tell him what to do, Don. Tell him what you posted.
they've watched the Principle movie and they're applying some of the debunks to heliocentricity from this movie to back up flat Earth.
Nothing to do with flat Earth. Your whole cosmological model is on life support. It's
Lion
that
is,
simple.
yeah, I agree with Lion to the point of they have had to patch it. I agree with that bit.
If you want to learn something ill, watch the thing that Don just posted. I highly suggest that before you continue this conversation because it's obvious you're ill-informed, bro.
I don't think it means we're the center. We're the apparent center because we've seen the universe in every direction from Earth. But
Doesn't matter what you think. 3 teams of scientists did 3 experiments and the results came back the same. It doesn't matter what you think, Don.
it does.
The data by your scientists, the data by your scientists show that we're at the center.
No. Three anecdotes from a movie you like to say we're at the center, not my scientists.
All of them, one by one. Watch it and weep. Yeah, it's beautiful.
Those three tests showed there was an ecliptic to the whole universe, microwave background, theoretically. Yeah? They don't say Earth is the center and geocentrism is true. That isn't the conclusion.
Yeah,
This
that's not. You're right.
information's not-
That's not the conclusion from that observation, but it is a conclusion when you observe the star trails and how they move around us at being the center, bro.
Don't let him change the thing, bro. The conclusion is we're at the center of the universe, and the universe, the matter is not spread homogeneous, it's spread flat like a disc. That's the conclusion, Don. And if you don't like it, that's just too bad, brother.
I'll give you the disc
too bad.
universe. I'll give you the disc universe. That makes sense, like the solar system. But it makes sense for explosions to find a plane of spiraling.
Absolutely not. Not one explosion ever in the history of explosions ever made that pattern.
In a vacuum,
ever.
It would have to be designed to do that.
In a
bouncing
vacuum,
Betty.
cosmos with gravity, with the laws of gravity set by God. Yeah, this works. Things fall into a disc, frisbee, if you like. But you'll have to cite the experiment that says we've found out 3 times Earth is the center of the universe, because that is some bullshit.
Yeah, Axis is evil. Go look at it. It explains everything. What Don says is irrelevant. He's just fighting what the current scientists of today found. Anybody could freely check this themselves. Google or YouTube Axis of Evil, and you're going to see they did it 3 times.
I've watched this
To be
twice.
fair,
I've watched
to
this
be fair
twice,
to
and
Don,
it
though,
says aligned with the axis. It does not say center of the universe.
Yeah. So you're right, but relatively speaking, right? If you look at the observable universe and how big it is, we're still relatively at the center using with this observation. Now they can't prove with this observation that we're at the exact center. But when you look at the size of the universe, the fact that we're like near the middle at all is astonishing, right?
Anywhere in the middle that isn't the edge is going to feel like the middle, and that's a huge area, maybe infinite, right? We don't know.
Well, I know we don't know. Through this observation, we don't know that we're in the exact center. I agree with you. I concede that.
It doesn't matter. Why are you conceding? It doesn't matter for the exact center. The results came back, and it's wrong. The cosmological Big Bang model is absolutely wrong. It's not homogeneous. It's flat. There's no way around that. Wrong. RWRONG. Wrong.
Doesn't debunk the Big Bang.
Kills it. Absolutely destroys it.
Changes the shape of what the universe is now. That doesn't affect the Big Bang.
Yep.
Well, there's more to this.
Kills it.
As he already brought up before, how at the edge of the observable universe, there seems to be fully matured galaxies. That shouldn't
I didn't even get to that part yet. Yeah, that's the most recent killer of all. That's right. The baby galaxies. Yeah.
We thought we were the middle, but now we're seeing more edge. So we could be anywhere, right?
Yeah, well, according to the relativity. Hold on. Right? Well, according to relativity, right? The light that you're seeing, the further out the light is, you're looking at the beginning of time. You're looking at the beginning of the universe and the baby galaxies, right? But that's not what they're seeing. They're actually seeing galaxies of different ages as you go further outward. It doesn't actually follow their current paradigm, bro. At all.
It kills it. It kills the paradigm. Completely whitewashes it.
An explosion in the past. It doesn't debunk that.
Yes, it does. Completely whitewashes it. As if it never happened.
They don't even claim that in the movie.
No, but that's the one part of the Big Bang that doesn't work. You might have bangs, but it's just not an explosion like you think.
Exactly. I'll give SE that. If the principal movie is correct, then it's not a normal explosion like they thought at first.
It can't be an explosion because no explosion behaves that way. The explosion part is gone.
Well,
you're going to have to learn to live with it, bro. No bang.
When did you get your degree in explosions?
Show me an explosion that makes a disc a frisbee. Go ahead. I dare you. Find me one.
Now you want me to be the expert now, and I'm telling you, in a vacuum with gravity, God, explode out into a disc on an axis. That's what happened.
Like I said, this fantasy of yours, try to recreate it. You know it's a fantasy. Get something that explodes that makes it discs. Go. That's your homework, Don.
Easy, man.
Not only that, all of these, everything came from a big bang in one direction outwards, right? How do you get orbits? How do you get planets and orbits all going in opposite direction to the Big Bang?
That's
Exactly.
That's a later development during the explosion. They start falling around each other in circles.
Does it sound like you're defending a story, though? Or does that make sense?
That's exactly what I'm doing, Snacks, because they're attacking my story, so I'm ready to defend them.
Well, but I'm saying that your story is a little bit like a toy gun that has like a little flag that comes out, it says bang on it. That's kind of like.
But Max, realize how empty these guys' views are and how they need this story and how they brought it up. So it's them that's interested in it more than me. I'm just defending the truth of it.
No, it's
they
like
want to be told the fairy tale
Einstein,
again. They brought it up.
Lemaitre, how they needed this answer, right?
Said, come on, Dawn, tell us about this fantastic universe you know all about.
All right, they got you all lathered up. I got you.
So that's your homework, Don. An explosion that creates a disc. I'm sure it could be easy for you to do.
Your homework is to build an ocean that stays totally flat all the way across.
See how he changes it?
See how you can't be bothered to do anything?
It's nice how you came in to rescue Il, though, but it's okay. It's good for the listeners to hear the absurdity of what you guys believe in the face of overwhelming evidence.
I also attacked him with the truth, but I did defend him when you were lying about him, of course. I'm like the hero. I'm like Luke Skywalker, basically.
In a vacuum, from a center point Big Bang, how do you get bodies going in the opposite direction from the Big Bang?
Did you not hear my answer to that? That's a later development in the explosion. Later on, balls fall round balls because of gravity. While they're exploding outwards, they get attracted to each other and fall round and round.
And you're a religious man. You're a religious man.
am.
Where does it say in the Bible that God created gravity?
I don't read the Bible. I'm not that type of religious man. I'm very anti-Christian.
You guys want to laugh? Check this out, guys. This is what I love doing the most. Look what I just posted. That's a picture from their scientists of the entire universe. Look at the center and look at what it says there. See what it says?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. If that's true, then we're near the center. Yeah, but that's observable. That's not the universe. That's the observable.
Beautiful what, guys?
So we've managed to place ourselves slightly to the left of center in the observable.
Now, let's say we're in court and I was presenting evidence, and I would say, Your Honor, this is what they say we're at. And Don
That's
is
the
now
observable
defending.
universe. I mean, if it's not the observable universe, then it's not observable, is it? So that's all there is.
Carlos, I'm saying it's the observable universe. It's not the whole universe. We're assuming it goes on past that.
Okay, so an assumption, right?
You know when you're in the middle of the jungle. You know when you're in the middle of the jungle, yeah. You're not technically right in the center, but you're in the middle of the jungle because there's jungle all the way around you for miles. Yeah, it doesn't make you the center of the jungle, but you feel like you're the center. You're observably in the middle of the forest jungle.
So you have to imagine that the jungle goes on forever, and there's not an ocean in the middle of that.
It might stop, but it might go on forever because we haven't seen a road in 3 days, right? We're hoping it ends. As some humans hope they can get to the edge of the universe, probably, and escape. But it's so far.
The best part is their own scientists. They're fighting against their own scientists. You can't make this up. It's so good, man.
Not my scientists, and some of it I accept.
Like, imagine having soldiers ready to fight for you, even after the country failed, even after, like, the Germans took over, let's say. You still had, like, people fighting against them, like, even after the war's over. It's amazing.
Even after Christ dies, you've got people still talking his words, right?
Like that Japanese soldier they found like 30 years after World War II, he was still defending his post in the jungle. They had to convince him, they had to send his commanding officer who was still alive to convince him to give up, or else he wouldn't give up. He was still fighting.
Yeah, this is you trying to convince me to stop, and I'm saying, no, I still believe it, mate. Sorry. It's still
The
happening.
war is done, the war is over. You can surrender.
Why are you still attacking everyone then?
I'm not attacking. I'm trying to bring you in from the cold. You were in the jungle fighting, but your own scientists are telling you the war is over. So
why do you have to use fibs and pretend they're my scientists if you've got the truth?
I posted it for you, right in front of your eyes. Look.
That's not my scientists. That's from one movie.
No. Those are combined scientists from a lot of institutions worldwide. Very respectful scientists. They did 3 tests. Yeah, you're just fighting it, bro. The war is over. Give it up.
Have you seen the video where all those expert scientists in that film said, hang on a minute, they've taken me out of context. I want to sue. Have you seen that?
Well, sure. After they found out that they were made fools of, yeah.
Yes. They said, I was taken out of context.
They can say whatever they want. The data speaks for itself.
So these people, you say, my scientists, your scientists found out this. And I've just told you that actually they complained that they were taken out of context just in an interview.
But you're claiming that SE Montreal has the truth, but in fact, SE's not claiming that he has the truth. He's not. He's claiming that he's not being deceived anymore.
Carlos, he's claiming the heliocentric model is debunked, and I need to get off my post. And
he's not claiming that he has the.
He's not convincing
He's not
enough.
saying that he has an alternative model. He's just saying he doesn't believe your one.
Yeah, he's saying your model's not true. Come off that post. Come and have a drink. And I'm saying, no, I don't believe you. The war's still happening. It's still
not me. Your own. No.
Man.
You got it wrong, bro. Your own scientists are telling you it's over, not me.
It's not my scientists, is it? It's 3 or 4 men from a documentary.
No, then I'm telling you, you're wrong. This was team done. You got to chill, bro. These are teams of scientists from universities, from different disciplines that all were involved in this.
Why can't you cite the papers?
Not 3 scientists.
Why can't you cite the papers if it's that real?
They're all there. They're all in the movie. Everybody knows. You're just fighting. You're just fighting an uphill battle.
If it's that real, they're all available. Why can't you cite them now?
You cited it. Thank you very much. By the way, everybody, Don cited it. It's all in the movie. Thank you, Don.
You're saying real science is in a movie now.
All in the movie. Yes, thank you. The list you're looking for, Don, is in the movie you posted. Thank you.
Avatar 2 was good as well.
It's so good, man. It's so good.
I've never seen that movie. I've never seen the movie The Principal, but I've seen all of this documented by many famous, world-renowned scientists many times.
Carlos, you help them out and cite it, where my scientists, the experts, said all of this stuff.
Oh, man. Have you never watched the Discovery Channel? National Geographic?
You know what a citation means? A citation means it means something more than one documentary, right? That's under suspicion. It means something else to back it up.
Even your Neil deGrasse Tyson would say the same thing, so I don't know why you're denying it.
Neil deGrasse Tyson, is he? Why would you want to call that man mine? What does that mean?
Well, the guy that knows.
What I suggest, have a look at the movie. You're gonna be like really surprised.
We've all seen it.
And don't believe us. Don't believe anything we say. Just discern for yourself what the data from the scientists that did the experiments show.
What the experiments you can't cite that are only.
And don't listen to Don. He's just here to disrupt, and most people ignore him, as you can see. So yeah.
No, they don't. I talk to quite a lot of people.
Good morning.
Hi.
Good morning.
I guess everybody's on their own path. I mean, Dawn is not a staunch Christian. He's got his own views, and he's in his path. He's in his paradigm. Everyone's going to end up in the same place. I mean, I wasn't here before I was born, and I'm not going to be here after I die. You know, I'm here for this journey, and I think that you know, whatever you believe, that's your truth. But in this material world, there is a type of discernment that you have to own. You know, you have to own it. Otherwise, you're going to carry it on until your next existence.
I was going to say we might have another existence. I might see you again on level 2.
Level 2.
Yeah. I had to help my mate bury his mate's cat yesterday, so we had a little funeral in the back garden.
Oh no!
My mate acted as priest and said, "Bless Jah Rastafari," and then
Was that the kid's name?
His older mate was shaking and had to tip his cat Jessie out of the cardboard box into the hole.
What the?
I just sat there and went through it all in my mind. It was a little bit.
Did you wrap it in like a pillowcase or something?
No, because we wanted to go join the garden, so we just decided no box or nothing.
Oh man. Yeah.
I used to be scared of funerals when I was a kid because they traumatized me. So this was like a little sort of re-immersion into the death ritual.
Was the cat already like rigor mortis?
Yes, he had it in a bag for 2 days because.
Was he catatonic?
Yeah, when the summer kicked in, it sort of just was too much for this old weak cat.
Yeah. You know, like if you're attached to something, you know, if you get too attached, that's what happens. You know, you have to sort of drop your attachment, somehow, some way.
Yeah, that's what the funeral is for, isn't it? Break up attachment, try and put some type of wall in between.
But that's kind of how I feel about like the globe model. It's an attachment,
right,
that you have to let go of, you know.
Well, I do get this idea, and sometimes I'm jealous of people that are more solipsist than me, who are ready to give up full concepts. Even if they take on another semi-flat Earth concept, they've still given up a big concept.
Did your cat have a name, Don?
Oh, it was my mate's cat, so it was kind of like my uncle's cat.
Did it have a name?
Yeah, Jessie.
Here's to good old Jessie.
She used to be a little bitch. She was cute. So I'm a bit jealous of people giving up concepts, but I don't want to do it myself. I value worldviews and truth, so even if I'm 95% sure, I'll hold it as a belief, and I'm happy to.
Have a look at what Captain Caveman just posted. Nice one. Plenty more of those. All you got to do is a little cursory search. Your Big Bang model is gone, Don. Finished. Stop fighting the war, bro. Come in from the cold.
If you attack it, I'm going to defend it, so that's just your choice.
Bury that shit in the garden. There's no Big Bang.
Yeah, mushrooms. Grow some mushrooms on it.
It's perfectly reasonable that before balls fell round balls and became balls, stuff exploded from a point. It's perfectly rational adult belief system.
Negative. Explosions don't happen like that. That is negative.
You're not an expert on explosions, dude.
Neither are you.
I know, but so I'm allowed to be open to new types, and you're not, right? You should be too. I mean,
well, maybe there's the lateral explosion bomb, like the frisbee explosion bomb. Maybe you can find it for us and show it.
Some of it flew upwards and downwards, but then it slowly got sucked into that plane of spin.
Plane of spin, huh? Your tree won't work here, bro. You know that.
I have a question. I have a question for Don. Don, if mass is attracting mass, wouldn't that be happening like in these space objects we see?
I don't quite know what you mean.
You believe in mass attracting mass, right?
Yeah.
Where does that happen?
Where? Everywhere.
Space. In space.
Everywhere in space. It happens.
Okay, so what about the scale diagram of the Earth and the Sun? Have you ever seen the scale diagram? No matter what the mass they say is of the Sun and the Earth, look at the distance that it is and the size in comparison on a scale model. You really think there's some type of gravitational relationship at that scale?
I think I know what you mean. It's hard to believe that these balls really far away get locked, circling other balls really far away. But that is what I believe at the minute.
It's like if you had a meter long measurement tool, like a meter stick, right? And you put the Earth at one end and the Sun at the other end. They're just these tiny microscopic little dots. And you really think in the scale of things, no matter what the mass they say they are, just the size and the distance there, you think there's some magical gravitational relationship that creates an orbit.
Yes, I do. It's the only way to explain balls flying around balls.
Fantastical.
Yes, nature is. So is a tree. So it's a waterfall or the moon.
Don,
I mean, if you wanted to compare it, you could compare it to what they say an atom is, and look at the distance between the nucleus, the proton, the electron. That they're not that scale difference as the Earth and the Sun is. There's nothing that you can compare it with in nature at all.
No, you can't always compare micro to macro, although you can try to theoretically. It's not always exactly the same phenomenon.
And there's no way that you could recreate orbital mechanics in any form whatsoever. It's never been done.
Because science isn't about replicating things on a small scale. It's about looking at what is and then trying to figure out how and why. So we see a ball in the sky, we see tiny little balls going across it, casting shadows, and they seem to keep coming by on a pattern. Then we see a big ball in the sky near us that goes round in a certain pattern. It all adds up to the idea that balls go around balls.
But you don't see this in any experiment showing that this could actually happen in reality.
No.
You've only got one reality, and that's your observation. Nothing to compare it with.
Yeah, it's quite far out science. Obviously, it's cosmology.
So it's kind of like it's kind of like a giant assumption, really. And the thing is that it's a dynamic system. The heliocentric model is a dynamic system, just like the dynamics of water, liquid dynamics, fluid dynamics. You could make a million different dynamic systems, and they would all be correct. You could ask AI to come up with another. You just wait another 5 more years and you ask AI to come up with a dynamic system to replace the heliocentric model. 5 minutes. I bet you 5 minutes it'll be able to come up with another model that is perfect. And it will not involve anything to do with the heliocentric model whatsoever.
You just talked absolute trash.
Oh my God, where have you been? Do you know that what AI is actually bringing to the world now? We're on a totally different realm with AI.
If you asked AI to rewrite the heliocentric model and it did an okay job, like short form.
You wait. I'll give it 5 years. You could ask AI to rewrite the heliocentric model into a different dynamic system, and it will be a totally different model, and it'll work perfectly.
Oh my god. No, it won't.
Are you
It's just-
afraid of the term axis of evil, Don?
No, I think it's a silly term.
That's funny. I posted the cosmological term of axis of evil, and you posted the political term of axis of evil. Why is that?
Because I googled what does it mean? Why is it called that? And the cosmological term doesn't describe where the meaning comes from, why they chose the word evil. So I thought I'd look into the other people that use the term.
Yeah, but ask yourself, why would they think it's evil?
I'm asking. Well, I'm not really asking. I'm just saying I don't know. They haven't explained, have they?
I don't know either. I was wondering that myself. It's interesting.
Because to them it's inconceivable. It's evil for it to be
It's
like that. It can't be that way.
Yeah,
It's because they invert everything, and what they actually mean is the access of life.
Yeah, because to them its significance. I think it means a creator in their mind, and they
Axis of what?
definitely don't want to talk about God or a creator. That's
Evil
definitely
backwards
yeah.
is live.
It's a war
Evil
term.
backwards is live. Yeah.
It's a war term. That's what the conclusion of my research is. The term comes from war.
Right now, why would they put a war term to name an alignment of cosmology?
I agree with you. I know it's a tricky theory to present because it goes against the Jesuit.
Exactly, it does go against the Jesuit Big Bang Theory, Le Maître. Yeah, good observation there, Don. So, Houston, we have a problem. It appears the cosmological model that we've been told and sold and taught is absolutely not correct.
I'd just like to say I do have an open mind because I watched this twice. And even being a Glober, believing in the Big Bang, I didn't say this is all bullshit, it's a psyop. I said there must be truth to myself. I said there must be truth in this principle documentary. So I decided some of it's got to be exaggerated and it's a propaganda, and some of it's actually true. And we've not been told about these other studies of how the microwave background could be laid out. So I believed like half of it, but you can't hang me with it because it doesn't break old stuff like you think it does. It's just someone else saying something. Did you know this about this? And then exaggerating.
Hey,
No,
man,
it's not like that. It's not like Einstein came up with something. What you just said now is what Einstein did, right? This is not that. This is a team of scientists, 3 different teams, if I'm not mistaken, that did similar observations and came up with similar conclusions almost exactly. So it's not like just one guy came up with an idea. No, it's not like that.
I'm not saying it's one guy. I'm saying with the Einstein thing, we've had more study, more people have agreed. With this, it's one documentary, and then it's like hidden under the carpet. We've not seen the study or the experiments. You can't even get it. You don't even know where to start looking to get it.
Oh, that's not a fair statement. The studies are there. They're all available for everybody. You're just trying to do confusion now. You know they're all there. All you got to do is do a search. Start with Max Tedmark.
Bro,
He's one of the
presenting.
top leading. So I'm not going to present nothing for you, bro, because I know what you do. This is not for you. This is for the people listening.
This is the level you're at. Screenshotting a documentary rather than providing the real evidence. That's where you're at.
No, this is where I'm at. I don't waste my time with people like you. I say what is real, and people out there can make up their own mind. All they got to do, they got a keyboard in front of them. All they got to do is take 3 seconds and see that what I'm saying is true and what you're saying is absolute nonsense. So it doesn't matter what you say, Don, really.
When I asked you where to find the information, you said you posted it, meaning the video. But
I posted this many times. We've talked about this many times, and everybody knows how to Google it.
All of it.
Don, you're irrelevant, bro. You are irrelevant in this conversation.
Michio Kaku is a crazy ass, but he denounced it. So if he's denouncing it, think about the smart ones with whether they agree with the out of context interview that was taking place.
What Don says in Discord is irrelevant because people could use their finger, like the yellow pages, let your fingers do the walk-in, and you can check all this out for yourself.
Tell them what to search for to find it.
The axis of evil. Very simple. You will have thousands of articles and YouTube videos. Thousands.
And experiments, right?
Yep. All the experiments are there. Yep.
Wasn't the axis of evil Germany, Japan, and Italy?
Well, the
Mussolini.
axis of evil militarily was a term given by Bush, I think, to Iran. I forget the other two countries. Iraq, I think. I forget. It's been a while.
But it was more largely a World War II opponents to the U.S. It was Germany, Italy, and Japan.
What It was was it used just in World War II? explain, It could have been. Yeah. It was to explain the origins of terrorism. That's what it was all about. Yeah, from Bush, if I remember correctly. But that's irrelevant. We're talking about the term used in cosmology, right? That's what we're talking about. And the fact that they did use a World War II term of that significance to explain a cosmological event goes to show you how traumatized they were when they found these results, because they were not expecting that. So to them, it was like an evil thing, you know?
Yeah, it's like it's shaking their world. It's like they're in terror. They just don't want to succumb to this realization that, we are the center of everything.
Yep.
You're right, your minds.
It's a scary proposition to going from you're insignificant, what they've taught them, you're an insignificant piece of dust flowing around in a universe with billions and billions and billions of stars, you're irrelevant. And then next thing you know, you find you're at the center of everything. Whoa, that's like a slap in the face.
It's like finding the firmament, finding the last place you can go, the end.
Yeah, you go from insignificant to, oh God, is there connotations of a God, of a creator? And that's the last thing the atheists want, right?
No, you don't. It's still insignificant. You say it's the center, but even in your own diagram, it's well off from the center, and that's the whole Milky Way, which includes billions and billions of suns and planets, right? So you're still insignificant. All it said is we think there's a plane to the universe now. That's all you've got.
You're insignificant maybe to yourself. I don't think I'm insignificant. I don't buy in that.
You call it suns and planets, but where's your evidence that they're suns and planets?
That's what it is in the model.
As a matter of fact, Don, I think we're the opposite of insignificant, because everywhere we look, we seem to be the only ones that are significant. We seem to be the only life.
Your straw man for the globers.
Opposite of what they teach you, Don.
Your straw man for the globers is actually your own emotion that you believe in.
You have to believe in redshift, blue shift. That's your whole paradigm.
That's a stupid thing to say, Carla.
See,
well, that's how they tell you whether or not it's a trillion miles away or a 10 trillion miles away is because it's got redshift or blue shift.
Not the whole paradigm, is it?
You got the Fermi paradox.
In Don's defense, I think he may be believing in dinosaurs are happening for millions and millions of years, longer than humans. So why are we special if that's happening?
We are special, but not because we're the only ones in the center of creation. We're special because we're a special hybrid of humans with special brains.
What's the big deal if dinosaurs were happening for 260 million years? Humans only for 1 million.
Exactly, yeah.
Aren't we 1/200th is special?
Yes. We're only special in the brain, as I just said. We're not special otherwise.
But is there more than the brain, Don? Is there more than just the brain between you and I?
Yeah, the soul. The brain means we can understand our soul, whereas other life can't. Creatures and plants can't.
So we're special by our soul.
Yeah, because our brains are big enough to understand a tiny little bit of the complexity. Because the humanoids that understand that much complexity don't exist all the time. They're not on every planet. There's loads of bare planets, yeah, with nothing. So it's still quite special.
Can we find humans or intelligent life that have souls on these other Goldilocks planets that are out there speckled throughout the universe? The dust of creation.
Definitely.
Yeah, another uncomfortable truth is, in your model, if the universe truly is that big and there truly are trillions of planets, right? Well, it seems that it's void of any life that we know of. There's not one single shred of evidence to support that we have found life on another planet, or aliens or anything like that. We should be able to see observations in the observable universe of evidence of life somewhere out there, and just there's none.
Yeah, for quite far, can't see enough detail. So it's other life isn't as common as we thought. It's quite far, but the possibilities are still nearly endless for other life.
So it appears we are special, right? Not insignificant. Real special.
We are still special, yeah, but we're insignificant in the fact that we're not the only ones in the center.
How do you know? We appear to be the only ones.
No, I just told you that logic says that happens all over.
But yet not found. We haven't found any evidence of it.
We haven't left Earth probably yet, have we?
Mathematically, it's got to be there. Transitplanets.
What you talking about? We can see back in time, Don. What you talking about, bro? We can see back in time. And as far back as we see, there's no evidence of life anywhere. Have you not been keeping up, Don?
Back in time, bro.
Bro, we got a magic telescope. We can see back in time.
No.
Have you not been keeping abreast of the situation, Don?
Light from the past, not seeing back in time.
Oh, yes, it is. According to your fantasy, of course, we know that's not true, right? Those of us that have scruples.
Go find that.
Have you traveled around the world, Dawn? Have you ever traveled around the world?
I haven't been that far. The farthest I've been is Austria, Lanzarote, Amsterdam, France.
Right. So wherever you are in the world at any given time, you have you ever observed the sky anywhere besides up and out?
No, but that the fact that it's always up and out fits with the ball model.
Yeah, but you've never seen the sky beneath your feet. You've always seen the sky up and out. Yeah.
Carlos, please don't embarrass me and you and everyone.
You have to think about that. It's a really deep.
No. Deep, both models, neither model can see through the ground, can they? So it's a silly sentiment.
Have you ever seen it from any vantage point that the sky is nothing other than up or out?
Yes, from satellites and some rockets in space. I believe some of the images. You can't see through the ground, Carlos. So and you can't zoom out to space to look back.
Yeah, that is a fact. Can't see through the ground. Yeah, but the sky is always above the horizon, and the ground is below the horizon.
Yeah, which works on both models.
No, it doesn't work.
I'm afraid it does.
First, no, you don't have a model. There is no models. What models are you talking about? Can you present your model?
The globe model and the flat Earth model.
Which can you present? Can you present it, please?
That we argue about every day.
Oh, explanation is not a model.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. But again,
I don't care what you think a model is. I know it's an explanation.
spheres, they don't have horizontal planes.
They do if they're big enough.
No, they don't. A horizontal plane is not part of a sphere.
Any ball would if it's big enough.
No. North, south, east, and west are horizontal vectors. Spheres, they don't have that.
Back to classroom, grade 1.
How many horizontal planes are there on the sphere?
Infinite.
Infinite.
Yeah.
What is a horizontal plane?
Let's say it's 1 centimeter square and the sphere is 3 miles across.
No, a sphere needs to have a drop in every single vector if you're standing on the top of a sphere.
It does. What from
No,
Rivers,
it doesn't have horizontal planes, though.
Yeah.
rivers alone prove. Rivers, just the rivers of the earth. Rivers prove that it's not a ball. Rivers prove that there's no such thing
Yeah,
as
but
this
a ball
ball.
needs to have vertical drop in every single vector from your standpoint. It needs to drop. In this case, it's approximately 8 inches per mile square. Yeah, so that
you can't educate me on balls, George.
Yeah, but that is not horizontal plane.
Yes, but if
that
you make
description doesn't fit on a horizontal plane,
tiny
man.
weeny horizontal plane,
Not tiny weeny, no.
Infinite of those imaginary horizontal tiny planes on a ball.
No, on the black swan image, we see no curvature for at least 10 miles. No curvature. There is no curvature. You cannot have a flat globe. Doesn't work like that.
I see the effects of curvature.
There are no effects of curvature. The horizon is apparent.
You can deny it, but I see it still.
You see what? The horizon being apparent, moving with the weather, not being the leading edge of a sphere.
You're like
is
a
that what you
robot
see?
with a script, but it's going wrong.
What is going wrong?
Your robot script skills.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but you think that rivers flow uphill.
You're reading out bad arguments before I've even addressed the last one.
Stick to the curvature of the Earth, because that is fundamental for your sphere, for your ball. Yeah, a ball needs to have curvature.
Why did you jump to the bendy, wobbly horizon apparentness?
It doesn't do any of that. The horizon is the visible boundary where the sky appears to meet the land or the sea.
Slow down. You can't preach it to me. I've heard it all before for 6 years.
Yeah, but you're reifying the horizon as to be something else.
No, I'm not reifying. I'm discussing what I think's true.
Well, it's not about thoughts, is it?
Yes.
It's not about beliefs. It's about what you can prove.
No. We're all disagreeing. We don't trust authority, so it is about beliefs, isn't it? It's about what I think and what you think.
No, it's also about the definition of the words that we are using.
No, I can't trust
like
you.
The horizon in this case, the visible boundary where the sky appears to meet the land or the sea. Anything else that you say that is not part of that definition would be a reification fallacy.
To hear all this.
Yeah, it is good to hear. It's good to know all of this. I'm happy to share all of this information with you. It's not a problem, man.
You can't teach me. Sorry.
I'm not here to teach, man. I cannot teach you anything. I can share information with you, and you can do the same with me, and that is what we are here to do.
I disagree with every sentence you say twice before it ends.
I feel like you disagree with him before he's even spoken, Dawn. That's the thing. I know you've heard it all before.
You hear how he came in with a script?
I know you've heard it all before. I've heard it all before too. But you must see some of these observations and think, oh, that doesn't really work on a ball at all.
I could chat to you honestly about it. He's just reifying the script that he believes. He's not talking like logically in a conversation.
It's not about beliefs. It's about what you can measure, what you can replicate. This is
your measurements,
what it is.
Are you
my
Italian?
measurement?
Which measurements did you do?
Which north, south, east, and west? They are horizontal vectors.
Tell me things. Tell me which measurement you did.
North, south, east, and west are horizontal vectors. That's a measurement anyone can do.
What? How did you measure it?
With a compass.
Do you mean you looked at a compass? Then what?
Yeah, north, south, east, and west, they are horizontal vectors.
So this fucking hell. This thing you did, you looked at a compass, then what happened?
Yeah, and north, south, east, and west, a horizontal plane. Yeah.
You looked
The
at
pennies
numbers
didn't
and
drop
then you
yet.
made a
They did
statement.
it.
You made a
Yeah.
statement.
Yeah. Spheres, they don't have horizontal planes.
What
It's
if
not
I
part of that geometry.
what if I tip the horizontal? I mean the compass, so that I'm looking at it like a clock.
Yeah,
What's
guess
Like
what?
a
If you
clock.
tip your
happened to
compass
what's
is
happened
going to
to
stop.
your horizontal plane then?
No, a
Your
compass only
compass will
works on
stop
the
working,
horizontal.
right? Your
Yeah.
compass doesn't work when it's on its vertical
Yeah,
axis.
correct. Yeah.
So your horizontal plane dies if you move the compass.
That just shows straight away that there's only a horizontal plane in every direction, north, south, east, and west.
I don't know what you guys are on about.
A compass
I don't
doesn't
think it's
work
difficult
vertically.
it's not difficult to understand.
Because a compass points north and the compass is flat, you're saying the Earth's flat. Is that it?
We're saying that the vectors that we use the compass for, yeah, north, south, east, and west, anywhere you go, it's horizontal. That's how we travel.
Yeah, that's the same on a globe, I'm afraid.
No, globes, they don't have horizontal planes, man.
What do you think would happen on a globe? It would point down, like the compass would bend
No,
your arm
a
down to the
globe
ground.
needs to, yeah, a globe needs to
With the
have
north
vertical
needle,
drop.
pull your arm round.
It needs to have vertical drop, man. Which part of that you don't understand? It needs to
You're
drop away from you,
jumping topics again.
not to go horizontal. It cannot go horizontal on the globe.
How did you determine, like, what your proof works on a globe? The same on both models. Compasses point horizontally or level across Earth.
Dawn, do you know how? do you know the elevation levels of the Earth's magnetic field? Does the magnetic field reach all the way down to sea level?
I don't know what that question means, Carla. Sorry.
Well, if the magnetic, because you're following the magnetic lines with a compass, right? So obviously the magnetic field of the Earth must be all the way down to sea level if you can still use a compass.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
So you're saying that the magnetic field is bendy?
No, I'm not claiming anything about the magnetic field other than it's in the shape of a
That
sphere.
still would not work because it points north. So what's north?
It's emanating from a spherical object. I'm not even saying the magnetic field is a sphere. It's got two poles and it emanates from a spherical object we call Earth.
But that wouldn't make the needle point north. Now, how does that work?
So the pole is in the North Pole, so anywhere on the surface, the needle points as best it can towards that pole. Yeah, but you don't tilt it down through Earth, so it's just pointing in that direction.
So there's a North Pole on the equator at 3 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 9 o'clock.
Well, please, Godric, don't embarrass us or this. No one said that. I don't know who jumped into your mind and said out loud, so you're saying there's a North Pole in the equator. I don't know what happened. How did you say that?
How does it point north if you're on the equator?
It's always pointing to the magnetic pole on both
Where's
models.
the magnetic pole if you're on the equator?
Compasses work the same on both models.
It works on a flat plane just fine because the north is north, pole is north. But how does it work on a ball?
On the equator, you can think of the pole it's pointing to as below you or above you, can't you? And it's pointing to that. But because the compass compass is a flat plane, it's not 3D, so it doesn't point down into the Earth because that wouldn't give you a heading. It points.
That's correct, because wouldn't it actually point into the Earth if it was pointing at the pole?
It points forward as best it can to the pole that's through Earth, below you or above you, however you want to think about it.
But what's causing it to point north? You say forward.
I just told you the magnetic pole.
Right, so you have a magnetic pole on the equator. This is what you're saying. I just want to understand.
Oh shit.
Hello.
Yeah, the penny's dropping.
Now, if there's an invisible force in the air that's towards the north, wherever you are. That would be an explanation, but you haven't said that. You said everything but that.
Have they ever been able to measure this magnetic force without a compass?
Yes, I think so.
What type of instrument would they need to measure this magnetic force that the compass can pick up?
I've no idea.
Isn't that the back of the question also assume that there is a magnetic force? We're just taking it for granted that there is a magnetic force. Meanwhile, I can grab a piece of metal and drop it, and there is no magnetism in the air, though. But the compass is next to it, and it's still measuring magnetism, but no magnetism on my metal piece in my hand.
Same on both models. It's a field.
Well,
hang on, can we triangulate?
Just because the compass points at one direction doesn't mean it's magnetic.
Can we triangulate this magnetic force to determine the location?
Yes.
How do we do that on the sphere?
I've no idea, but they've done it because they've got maps of it.
Did you guys know that the compass does point down, what you were saying before? When you bring it north, it does point down, and they have to weigh one side of it so it remains level. You guys know that?
Yeah, there you go. Trying to point through Earth. They balance it so it gives you a heading forward.
I'm just telling you, I'm stating you a fact. I was just wondering if you guys were aware of it.
I didn't know that because I thought you could just get like a needle and magnetize the needle and put it on a leaf, and then you put that leaf on some water and it'll do the same thing.
Yep,
You
can do that
don't
as
need
well.
to magnetize the needle. You can put a needle on water. It does the same thing.
So
But
yeah,
again,
I don't know why it would
it
need to be
requires the
weighed down.
horizontal plane to do so.
Yeah, but you're talking about two different things. Now I'm telling you how they make compasses. Not that you can take a needle and put it on a leaf of water. I'm telling you how they make compasses. One side is magnetized, and the other side is weighed down. Another thing you guys should think about is when you're in the south, no matter if you want to call it a hemisphere or whatever you want to think of it, why does the compass always point north?
There's only one magnetic. According to the claim, there's only one magnetic north, which is within 7 degrees of the geographical north.
It points south and east and west and north all the time. That's the whole point of a fucking compass.
No, because if that was the case, you'd have 4 needles.
No,
We have
you have
three
you have
different
one
norths, isn't
needle, and you have one needle and 4 symbols round the circle. Yeah, look up. None of you know what a fucking compass is.
Magnetic east, magnetic west. So what you're talking about?
Just 90 degrees to north, Snacks, is east. Yeah, so all you need is the one needle pointing forward on a circle, and to know what north, south, east, and west mean, and it points to all 4 all the time.
I thought it was sunrises and sunsets. East and west.
Not even a globe model. This is just compasses on any Earth.
It appears you all missed the point I was trying to make. How many poles does a magnet have?
2.
What happens when you move a compass from the north pole to the south pole of a magnet?
I don't know the answer to that.
I'll tell you. The compass shifts. The needle turns around. Try it. I'm sure everybody has a compass and a magnet. Now the question is, why does that not happen on Earth? You guys want to talk about magnetism and compasses? That is the prevailing question. Why does that not happen on Earth?
I don't know. Maybe because the Earth is not magnetic. Maybe because the magnetic Earth, and like you just pointed out, the north and south magnetic is representative of a sphere with the north and south poles, like the poles of a magnet. Yeah. That's where I'm coming from. That's where I'm coming from. We're still using ball language and we don't even realize it.
I don't think you fully understand what I'm trying to say there, George.
Yeah. North and south poles and the magnet, but not on Earth though.
Yes.
Yeah. So Earth is not a magnet.
Yeah, well, yeah. But why does the compass work then? If there's no magnetism, why does the compass point in one direction?
Magnetism is our understanding in the way we convinced ourselves, you know? But the thing is, if you bring a magnet next to the compass and the compass reacts to it, and then you move the magnet away and it goes back to the original point, pointing at north, yeah? What's to say that it's pointing it to a magnetic north? It stops pointing to the magnet, you know? You know what I mean?
But are you saying it's not a magnetic thing? It's something else? I'm just trying to understand because
it could be something else, you know? If there is if anywhere you go on Earth, a compass works, yeah, through magnetism somehow. That's the claim. Now, if you grab any piece of metal and you drop it, there is no magnetism there. Or if you hold it in your hand, or if you put it on top of a surface, it won't move from its location. What is the magnetism? What is the attraction? Because that's what magnetism is, isn't it?
It's
strong enough to move the needle, yeah, but not strong enough to move in any other situation, you know?
Correct. You would have to have a mass incredibly, incredibly tiny for it to align to such a weak field. Inside your phone, you have, if you've got a phone that's less than, I don't know, 6 years old, 7 years old, you've got something called a magnetometer inside your phone. That gives a approximate, and I say approximate because it's like 1 to 2 degrees inaccurate sometimes, and sometimes it might be extreme at like 5, but you'd need interference, which gives you the alignment of electric fields or predominant electric fields around that magnetometer sensor. And that's how you work out inertia and use the phone's what you call fused sensors for navigation.
And that's the geek explanation for you from Mr. Stingray.
I'm just saying I use that shit a lot. I see.
So do I. It works pretty good, actually. I use it to test my magnets, yeah.
Yeah, if you're interested, you've got an accelerometer, which is actually an enclosed sealed chip as well, which is microelectric engineered predominantly by Bosch, which actually gives you the vector of gravity because it's got a 3-axis drop mechanism in it that's so tiny. I recommend anybody to go have a look at this because it's stunning. It's so tiny, it fits inside a tiny hermetically sealed chip to measure the vector of gravity. Then you've got, and that's called a MEMS accelerometer, like I say, predominantly made by Bosch inside your phone, maybe. And then you've got a magnetometer, obviously for measuring fields. You've got an electronic gyroscope in there as well. A gyro compass as well as a magnetometer to give you to give you what you call fused or aggregated direction, which turns out to be more accurate than just a single sensor. All of this is it's wicked, and you can go and read loads about it.
Fascinating road down tech, but why does a compass always point north was the question, Stingray.
Because it aligns to the positive pole, I would imagine. I don't use compasses, but I use magnetometers, and I read I read data from gyro compasses, but I've have I ever? I'm sure as a kid I've used a compass, but I've never actually used a traditional compass.
Well, you got all the
in
gadgets.
memory.
I'm sure you got a magnet. I'm sure you got a compass, right?
I
Bring it close to one pole.
I swear to you right now, I do not think I've got a compass
You're
anywhere
kidding me,
near
bro.
me.
You got more gadgets than anybody I've ever seen. You don't got a compass.
A compass is not a gadget to me. It's a relic of a bygone era that I don't need anymore.
Okay, fair enough. It's a fun piece of kit. I mean, it's a couple of dollars. You should order one and give it a whirl.
We've lost that technology, man, and it's a painful process to put it back again.
Yeah, but Stingray, think about this now. We have what they say is a two-polar globe, right? They say it behaves like a bar magnet. They show us the field. They tell us how it blocks us from the sun, the all that stuff coming, the harmful radiation, right? But at the same time, a compass doesn't behave like it's almost as if it's a monopole, and we know that can't happen, right? Because there's no such thing as a monopole magnet. So it's kind of weird, wouldn't you say?
To be honest, SE, I've not really looked into old style compasses that much. I really haven't.
There's no old style, bro. There's just a compass, I mean, the military still uses them. You know what I'm saying? It's not a relic. It's a very useful thing. Orienteering. I mean, come on.
Very important for navigation as well.
Yeah, we did it in Scouts. We did a basic course in Scouts.
I'm pretty sure, yeah, but SE, think about it in the last 5 years. Are you telling me that you've not used the fused sensory system on your phone and you've actually used a compass to navigate with? I'm sure the answer is no.
Oh, I done
Absolutely
better than
no.
that.
Yeah, I'm not a soldier in the field, bro.
I draw a compass on the floor, no problem.
I have GPS, so why would
I draw
use
a
a
compass on
compass?
the floor. Yeah, I use the Boy Scouts method.
Yeah.
I use sunrises, sunsets, and 12 noon. So east, west, and south. So north is opposite of that. So I'm not guiding myself through any magnetism whatsoever. Yeah, it's just a compass on the floor, on the ground. You can draw.
I have
You
noticed.
can use the sun, the moon. Absolutely.
Yeah, correct. It's like a sundial. It's the same principle. 12 noon, if you're in the northern parts, at 12 noon, the sun is, if you're facing the sun, you're facing south. So north is behind you. If you know where sun rises and sun sets, you know east and west as well.
It's true north, but to be honest, to be fair, right? I do notice magnetic declination. It is an actual phenomenon.
The magnetic declination,
Magnetic declination.
So true north, right, versus magnetic north. There's a difference.
Oh yeah. It's about
magnetic
around 7
north
degrees.
isn't actually. Yeah, magnetic north doesn't actually point to true north.
Correct.
Yeah, of course.
And there's another north. There is the celestial.
Well, last week people were arguing. The flat earthers were arguing. I'm a flat earther, bro, but I'm honest with myself, and I do see magnetic declination as a real phenomenon. Only because I'm very passionate about studying the luminaries. I have my own sundial. I'm meticulous. I follow it all the time.
Absolutely.
So I know what I'm talking about.
I don't think
and I see that my compass doesn't point to true north. How do I know what true north is? Because I use the shadow, like you just mentioned, that we were taught as soldiers, and we were taught, ROTC and scout school, all that.
That's correct.
So sorry, how do you get true north?
But we are aware of that. We are aware of that, and there is another one, which is the geographical north. Yeah, where the maps, the maps of the land are based on, the geographical north, which is different from any north used for navigation.
Magnetic north.
Or that's why the discrepancies. That's why for navigation of the seas they use the Carta Marina, which is the map of the oceans. which is based on elevation angles to Polaris. It's based on the Earth to be flat and stationary. Nobody uses the globe model to navigate. But this is current. Yeah,
Somebody asked me, how do I find
we just had
true
a
north?
massive conference. Yeah, we just had a massive conference in Portugal, in Lisbon, about the Carta Marina, 500 years being used. Yeah, and it's updated. Today we can still use exactly the same, the same nautical maps. That's how much it has changed in 500 years.
500 years of globe model.
So there's no explanation why the compass always points north.
As I said, it doesn't.
I would say so, yeah. I agree with that statement. But there is a claim that is magnetic.
Yeah.
SE, did you ever think about that, or anybody else in this channel? If using nothing but a rotating sphere and a camera on that sphere, I can predict the exact path of the sun through your sky, not with historical data, but by rotating the sphere, and that will give me the exact path of the sun through your sky, no matter where you are, on any given day throughout the year. But I have to use a sphere. And despite my best efforts, none of that works if I use a flat surface. That's quite compelling evidence, right?
Really? So if you do the exact same model, yeah, without the sphere, and it's the sky that is moving, would you have the same results?
No.
Have you tried it?
Yes. There is one caveat. The way that I would get it to also work is if the sky were moving and we were still on a sphere. So we were stationary on a sphere, but it was the sky and the heavens that were moving, then that would also obviously work. But that's the only
What
way.
makes you say that?
Because I've done it.
Just told you, mate.
That's not what we observe on the what do you call the stellarium? What we observe is a horizontal plane with the sky evolving around, which is exactly what the armillary sphere explained to navigators, or used to.
So let me answer. No, I've not used stellarium. Neither have I used mathematics or equations. I have simply used geometry, which is tantamount to using physical models to rotate a sphere with a camera on it looking at a distant star. Now, don't get me wrong. If I have done this, and I'll show you if you want. If I were to do that on a flat plane, it would work if I never moved and I never moved away. But the problem with that is if I move 50 miles away, then it doesn't match reality anymore. If I move 100 miles away, it's so far from reality, it's not even funny.
What if you're on a constant speed of 0 miles per hour, which is stopped?
I don't understand.
Oh God.
Yeah, if you're on a constant speed of 0 miles per hour, meaning not moving.
He's tested it.
Inertial.
He's tested it, and globe fits reality more.
Yeah, do you want to, George? Do you want to see what I did? And this is a true thing as well. I am going to do a time lapse.
I know what you did. I know exactly what you did.
What
it's
did
called reification fallacy. That's what
no,
you
it isn't.
No,
no, it isn't.
Yeah.
So can I, George, before you start and tell me what I did,
yeah,
because you have to assign me an argument to win. Do you want me to tell you what I did so you can actually address my argument?
You can present, and then I'll do it. It's fine.
Okay, cool. Give me 2 seconds. So, George, I'm going to share my screen. Are you on a computer, George?
No, I'm on the phone.
Oh, shit. Let me know if you can see this in a second. Oh, wait a minute. I need to grant... I'll be back in 2 seconds. I need to grant permission to Discord to share my screen.
That's okay, man. Question number 1.
See the difference here, George. When I asked you the test you did, you said you looked at a compass. But when you've asked Stingray, he's now live streaming. I'm going to show you exactly what he did in 3D reality.
Well, it's not. Yeah, bear in mind, this isn't just 3D reality. This is using
3D
no
reality.
historical.
What is reality, man?
So reality is something that I can see around me. Now, what I do is I take a model, an understanding of something, the way that they say something is, or a hypothesis, and I can geometrically represent that to give me predictions, not using historical data, but to give me past, present, and future.
I agree.
Yep.
I agree.
To give me past, present, and future predictions. I then take those predictions and look around me to see how much they match my reality. What you're looking at now, and I'm sorry if it's small, George, because I didn't know you were on a farm.
But it shouldn't be prediction. It should be measurements. No.
No, I don't go
What do you mean,
around.
no?
Well, let me finish my sentence. I don't go around in the world measuring everything so that I can interact with it. I am a predictive.
So you're going to
being.
assume things.
Not assumption, it's a probability. I assign a probability to being either correct or incorrect.
Probability.
Yeah. So the probability that this is correct is overwhelmingly correct. It's not, I can't say it's absolute, but I can say it's 99.99999%. Now,
based on what?
Based on the fact it's never been wrong at its predictions so far, and I've done a lot of them. So,
okay.
What I did here is I made a sphere and I put my extension.
Oh, really? And what is the what would be the radius for that sphere?
6.2 millimeters.
Can you prove that?
Sorry?
Wait, why are you going to skip that?
Why am I going to skip what?
Who measured that? And which instrument was used?
Oh, right, I get you. Yeah, I don't give a
Please.
fuck. All I want to do.
You don't give. No. That is all begging the question, man. I'm not interested.
Let me finish.
If you don't have those answers, I'll let you finish.
George,
I'm just not interested. I'm gonna let you continue with the rest of the channel. I'm not interested in this. This is just stories, man.
Okay, so
you don't have measurements for your sphere.
Okay, fine. Just for anybody else, I tried it with 6.2 million meters. I tried it with 12 million meter radius. I tried it with loads of different radiuses so that I could test the variance to see what a difference it made. Now, surprisingly, having it like double the surprisingly,
shut up, George.
Surprisingly, having it double or triple the radius didn't really make that much of a difference because it's
Where did you got the radius from?
Because it's a function of the overall distance to the effector, which in this case is the sun. So what I did is I put a sphere the size that general science say it is, and I put my house extension on there with the 2 window apertures. This wasn't what was going to be built. This was eventually what was built. Because what I did is using the Earth's 23.4 axial tilt, is I got it to go through a day on where the sun would be cast in this new room so that I could organize the kitchen around it. Now, an interesting thing that happened here is when I match this up on any day of any month, it matches perfectly by nature of just having this sat on a rotating sphere. Now, don't get me wrong, not convinced with this being true. I decided, no, I want the Earth to be flat. So I did the same thing on a flat Earth. And what I ended up having on a flat Earth was, because no one can tell me the size of the sun, the distance of the sun, what I ended up having to do was trace the sun back through the light that it would cast on the floor in my reality. Now, even though I don't know the distance, I know the angle through the day. So then I built rings of every distance that it could be, starting with 100 meters, starting and going up to 1 kilometer, 100 kilometers, 1,000 kilometers, and I end up with this big disc. And that is where the sun would have to be to match my reality. Now, all I need to do, if I stayed in that room, I'd be content with my reality and a flat Earth. Unfortunately, if I move in any other direction and look back at where the sun is, this doesn't match reality. But it does on a sphere. That's compelling evidence, no?
Wow.
Well, you're also assuming that the sun's 93 million miles away.
It's talking about angles as well on the sphere. How do you have angles on the sphere, man?
Can I address that?
Go on, then.
I do not assume that, but it did work at that distance. Yes. Now on a flat Earth, I assumed that it was 100 meters. I assumed that it was 1,000 meters, 10,000 meters, 50,000 meters, all the way back to hundreds of thousands of miles. And none of these match reality from any other position other than my new extension. If I move 50 miles away, 100 miles away, the further I get away, the further it gets from reality, but not on that sphere. It matches perfectly.
You're trying to debunk your lines of longitude and latitude, that pinpoint your position on the ground, where your house is. You're trying to debunk that.
I'm not trying to debunk anything.
You're trying to debunk that. You're trying to debunk the GPS that you use to pinpoint your location on the ground. That is only made with elevation angles to Polaris or to the sun.
I just built a ball, George, and I built a flat. And I tested it against reality, and only one of them works universally everywhere, every time. Sorry.
Against reality. So you're going to tell me.
My reality in my living room with the sun being cast on the floor. My reality through my day, yes.
Yeah, you're trying to debunk your position on the ground, your location on the ground, based on a
position. You're assigning me a straw man argument, not in our position.
The position of your house on the ground, the vector of your windows and doors, north, south, east, and west, the elevation of the sun light coming through, all of that requires a flat plane.
Even though I just showed you it working on a sphere that matches reality. Are you sure about that sentence, George?
Listen, you cannot have angles on spheres, man.
Can you tell me what a surface normal is, George?
A what?
A surface normal.
Surface normal?
Yes.
No, I don't know. What is
so
the surface
it's a
normal?
tangent perpendicular to the point of contact of any undulating surface, including a sphere or a flat plane. It is a right angle from the input vector of that surface. That's how geometry works.
No, a tangent only meets a
I'm sorry, my 18 years of professional experience in that field, and the fact that I was a 3D graphics instructor. No. Your opinions outweigh that. I get it. That's flat earthers for you.
My opinions.
Yeah. Where's your model, George?
I don't have a model. I don't have a model, man. It's called reification fallacy. Yeah. You want an example of the fallacy? The map is not the terrain. Reification fallacy. Yeah. This is what he's doing. He's trying to reify his model into reality.
Yeah.
I was going to say that. If he doesn't really understand the flat Earth model, he can't really scale it correctly, and he's not scaling it correctly.
So that's a really good.
He doesn't. Well, hold on. The thing is, what they've managed to do is reverse engineer, right, the luminaries so that they work according to their model. And when they reverse engineer it to make it work, you come up with a tilt of 23.5 degrees or 23.4 degrees. Okay, right? But that's not evidence of the globe model. It works. It works.
Okay.
Reverse engineered it.
It works. Okay, fair enough. So it works as if it was all true, and it matches reality as if it was true, but it's still not true. That's the hypothesis, right?
Well, no, because it's true to an extent. But if you expand on that model, right, and you because it's all based on mathematical calculations, they've never actually physically proven that the Earth is tilted. Right, so this processual.
Just really quickly, just point of clarification there. There is no maths involved in this whatsoever in these predictions. Zero, none. And there is no historical data. None, zero, none. There is only three things: distances, angle, and size, and that is it.
Yeah, none of those have been verified. That's what Lion was trying to tell you.
Okay, so fair enough. None of them have been verified. I did not start out by saying, look at all this verified information that I've got. I don't give a shit about verification of the information. I give a shit on, does it match my reality? And the answer is 100% yes.
Yeah, reverse engineering.
No, it doesn't, bro. you have to understand that axial precession, which is what you're describing, is a wobbling effect that the Earth goes through. There's a whole bunch of things that you have to prove that's actually happening. Right,
So
this wobble
here's
that
an interesting
occurs,
thing.
right? Hold on average, every 80 years, right? The precession of the equinox on the galactic plane, right? On the galactic equator, we were talking about this earlier. There seems to be a shifting that occurs that they attribute to the Earth going around the sun, right? And the sun flowing through the Milky Way galaxy, right? There seems to be the sky seems to be moving, right? But what this is all theoretical, bro. They've never actually proven this. It's not empirical science. This is just pure theoretical mathematics that happen to work to an extent because there's no evidence that this wobble actually happens.
So I didn't build a wobble in. I just had the axial offset to the ecliptic plane that they say, in air quotes, that they say it is. At the distances that, in air quotes, they say it is. With parallel light from a very distant star that we call the sun that they say it is, in air quotes. And all I can say is that matches my reality 100%. In every time I've tested it, in every location, everywhere, at any point in the year. And I can do it for you right now. But what I can't do, and I promise you, I have tried more than any other globe earther that you would imagine. I cannot get that to work for more than one observer on a flat plane.
Listen, it works on both models, dude. I don't know. Even other globers agree that it works on both models, dude.
I don't care.
You're just you don't understand this. You're not. It's not a. Yeah, it does.
That's correct. It does work on both models. Yeah.
So saying that is fine.
It couldn't work on a sphere, to be honest with you. It couldn't work on a sphere, to be honest with you. When we say it would work on both models, it wouldn't.
But George,
it wouldn't work on a sphere.
This here is my actual room. I'm doing a time lapse in about a week because my room's a shit tip at the moment. I'm doing a time lapse of where the sun comes through and hits the floor. And I'm going to do it through the day. Well, I'm going to do it up until 12 noon because then it goes off. But it matches this. I've measured it through the day. I've just not done the time lapse yet. It matches this perfectly. And all that's happening here is I put my house on a sphere and rotated it. That was it. Nothing else.
Dude, you don't understand the flat Earth model. For you to be able to debunk, you have to understand it, and you're not representing it accurately, bro. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
So
this is futile. Your attempt right here means nothing. And for those that don't understand the flat Earth model in depth, because you have to understand that the sun moves between two tropics, right? And it does work on that model. If you understand how it actually works, which you apparently do not.
Right. So
because I know it works on both models.
So really quickly, the sun doesn't move throughout the tropics in a day. And this only works on a day. I'm predicting a day. And it's going to be a day in a certain month in the year. Now, on a flat Earth, all I need to know, like I say, I've had to reverse engineer it because there's no information on the orbit of the sun, the distance, the size, or anything like that. But I do know on a flat Earth that I can, well, let's assume the Earth is flat. I do know that my house is...
You're missing information and saying it doesn't work.
Okay, wait a minute. Let me finish. So let's assume, these are the assumptions. Before I made the assumptions that the Earth is the size and shape that they say it is, and the sun is the distance that it is. Now, on a flat Earth, because I haven't got access to that information, all I can do is assume that the Earth is flat and that my house sits on it. Now, what I can do through the day is I can have a look at where the sun would have to be in its transit through the day to actually cast those beams of light.
Compared to what?
Let me just finish.
Compared to what?
Let me just finish. So all I can do is I can trace back from the light that's being cast on the ground through the aperture of the window where the sun would be. Now, I do not know the size of the sun or the distance of the sun, but luckily what I can do is plot every distance of the sun, every single distance of the sun up to 1 million miles. And what I can do then is get another observer and get another observer 100 miles away and say, is this the shape the sun makes through your sky? And none of it ever matches reality, but on a sphere it does.
When you set the sun up in the
Dude.
sky, compared to what?
He doesn't understand, bro. He just
Sorry, what
doesn't
do you mean,
understand.
sun up in the sky
Okay,
compared
so
to-
hold on, listen. Stellarium is based off the heliocentric model, right?
No, I
And
don't use
stellarium
Stellarium. I don't use
perfect.
Stellarium.
Wait,
No,
that's
this is me.
clearly you don't.
Yeah,
Clearly you don't.
are you viewing my
Because
screen?
if you did, you would know that it works on both models because you can observe it
you
in real
viewing
time.
my-
And you can hold on, hear me out, dude. Hear me out. Yeah, there's something called a holographic, right? Observation where there's apps that will superimpose Stellarium over your actual skyline, and you can track it. And I've done it, and it works on both models. So your
Okay,
example that you're
so-
showing here and you're teaching on, bro, it's you're misrepresenting the flat Earth model.
So, I'm not misrepresenting anything. I simply said the Earth is flat and that light is traveling from a certain point in anywhere from an infinite distance to an incredibly close distance, being the source, and it's coming through my window and hitting the floor on my beautiful flat Earth. That is all I'm assuming. And then I'm tracing out the path that would be in a 3D reality, and then I'm going to another observation point outside of my house to see if that shape matches anybody's reality at all, and it never does. The brilliant thing about 3D and modeling is I can test every single elevation, every single size of a light emitter in a sky and say, does this match reality when we view it from two very different positions? Now, it does match reality from inside my room when I plot it on a flat Earth. When I move outside the room 100 meters, it'll match reality. But if I go 100 miles, there is no way it would ever match reality. At any height, at any size. But it does on a sphere.
You keep talking about heights and all these things. Yeah, heights from where? From what?
The ground, height from the ground.
So
Heights from the ground.
Why is
And
that
how do we get
software
the
are you
height
using?
of the ground?
Sorry, say again.
What software are you using?
God, height from the ground. Why is that funny?
How do you get the height of the ground?
From the ground, not of the ground.
Yeah, the sun altitude above the ground that I'm on.
How are you hearing height from the ground and then saying back height of the ground? How is that happening?
So, what is height?
What is height? It is a distance measured in units that we can actually plot in geometry, or in the real world we can measure with a fixed instrument like a ruler or lidar, or ultrasonics.
Oh, do you have height horizontally?
Or parallax. Sorry, say again, George.
Do you have height horizontally? Because you described to me a horizontal.
Do I have height horizontally? I don't
Yeah,
understand.
you described to me a
What does that
horizontal. The
mean?
distance between 2 points. You described to me a horizontal. Is that height?
I don't know what your question is relating to. When did I say that?
Well, tell me again the description of height.
So, height is the distance between a ground and whatever that object is. Distance being defined as units of measurement that depict space.
In a vertical orientation?
It wouldn't matter.
It wouldn't matter.
It wouldn't matter?
No, because you're going to say vertical is in one direction on a sphere. That can't be a thing, so I don't care about that. We'll just call it distance. Distance from the ground. There you go.
From the ground to what?
We'll say distance from a surface normal. There you go. How's that?
Yeah, that's right.
So height is not in the vertical direction.
It can be.
It can be, huh?
Can you give us an? Can you give us a?
If you want to think about surface normals, then height, it'd have to be what you would associate with the GP of that object on a sphere being the height, because the surface normal direction would be directly underneath it, in which case you could class that as altitude. But if you're looking at a slight angle of something on a sphere, then the height thing goes out the window, especially if that object is millions of miles away and your planet isn't that big. But on a flat Earth, yes, height is above the ground. There you go.
You're redefying height, man. For what reason?
On a flat Earth, height is above the ground. There you go.
So in reality, height is a vertical measurement. In reality,
on a local scale, on a flat Earth, yes.
On a local flat Earth, come on, Stingray.
Well, you can't ask for the height of the sun on a globe, can you? Really?
I never asked for the height of the sun.
All right, then yes, we'll just call it altitude, and that's the distance from the surface normal to the object.
Vertical distance.
Correct. Surface normal.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's probably what George meant, isn't it? When he said, do you have height horizontally?
But SE, I don't know whether you can see my screen at the moment. I'm actually going to get a time lapse of this throughout, and I'll do it over the course of like 3 months. Not the time lapse. I'll do it like 3 times in those 3 months over the course of 1 day each. 12-hour time lapse of the sun in my room to see if it matches the predictions of putting my house on a sphere and rotating it. I think it's going to be good.
It's going to be marvelous, because you're gonna show us the height of the sun above horizontal.
No, there's no height to this sun. It's millions of miles away in this direction.
There is no height of this sun. There is a height above the horizon.
Oh, if you're if you're on about elevation,
it's used by mariners every day around the world, man.
Yeah, that's fine. Elevation of the sun above the horizon, yes.
Yeah, it requires a short plane, though.
But a height of the sun in altitude is a bit nonsensical, really.
Not in altitude, the elevation above horizontal.
Oh yeah, that's just an angle, so that's fine. That's not.
It's an angle, yeah. That's a measurement, yeah.
That's distance.
That's what we use to pinpoint our. That's what we use to pinpoint our location on the ground.
Location on the ground.
You know, but that's how it's done, though.
No,
and you're saying it works on a sphere. It wouldn't ever work on a sphere.
If you're looking at my screen, George, I could try a cube, I could try a flat Earth, I could try a diamond shape. None of them would work. But when I turn it into a sphere at the approximate size they say it is, with parallel light coming in or almost parallel from a very distant star, it works perfectly everywhere on the sphere. At any moment, for anyone, even in this channel, I can tell you where the sun's going. I do not need historical data.
Yeah, I understand.
I just need to rotate the
line. It's exactly that's exactly my point. The light must be parallel because it's used for celestial navigation. Light coming in parallel from star to star. Yeah. The sun, which is used during the day for celestial navigation, if you do a reading to the sun's GP now, and in 10 minutes from now, those two lines must be parallel in order to work, for you to have your circles of equal altitude to pinpoint your position on the ground. So this wouldn't work on a sphere, in other words.
You mean what I've modelled on a sphere that matches my reality 100%? That I've actually
wait a minute, George. Reality. It's not done like that, man.
Mate, I promise you, stop calling me a liar. This matches my reality. I can measure it to fucking day, and I measured it.
I don't think he's calling you a liar, dude. I think he sounds like affirming the consequence. That's what it sounds like to me.
No, all I'm saying is the predictions of putting my house on a sphere and casting semi-parallel light. This is a parallel light, but. And then rotating the sphere produces what I see in reality. Now, I tried the same on a flat Earth. I can't get it to work. If anybody here has got an idea on how to get it to work on a flat Earth, fuck it. I'll spend 30 minutes with you right now in a private session. We'll go through it and we'll figure out how. Because I can't. And I'm not bad at this.
But you're saying parallel lines, man. It's in the language that you are using. You cannot have parallel lines coming from the sun 10 minutes apart if it's not flat, man. Because those lines, you know, it wouldn't be parallel anymore.
Fuck are you talking about?
Right.
He's
Okay.
talking about being lines parallel.
Here's the
Let's
thing,
keep
George.
it civil,
You don't
guys.
have
Come on, we're
parallel lines
doing
on a
good.
sphere, man.
Forget the language that I'm using, George. This is my entire statement. I am not saying that what I'm sharing right now is the truth. I'm not. I'm not claiming this is absolute proof of my reality. I'm not. I'm saying that when I put my house on a sphere and get a light source, a very distant light source to cast light, and I rotate that sphere and it's got a certain axis to the rotation, the one that people say it is, it matches my reality that I can go and fucking look at in my living room every single day, including the precession of it. Whereas I cannot, for the life of me, get it to work on a flat Earth. If anybody wants to help me, I am very open to it.
Yeah, you would have to put a flat Earth, right? And you would have to put the sun a lot smaller and a lot closer.
So there's the thing. I mean, if you look at what I'm sharing, I've done that, and I've done it for every distance from 100 meters. Oh no, I think I did it 50 meters, 100 meters away. 100 meters. 1 kilometer, 10 kilometers, 100 kilometers, 1,000 kilometers, 10,000 kilometers, 100,000 kilometers. Now, I've done all of that in concentric rings to plot out where it would have to be at those distances to match my reality. And then I've looked at it from somewhere else, 50 miles away, and that doesn't match reality, the shape that makes on any of those distances. So no, but if you want to spend time with me, I will honestly attempt it with you if you want.
Yeah, well, I do it all the time outside with my sundial. I could tell where the sundial is in the sky. I mean, where the sun is in the sky when it's traveling between the tropics. In any given day, you can see the sun cast a shadow of my sundial, and it matches up with my house. The same shadows that you see in the living room, same shadows I see in my sundial. And I've tracked the luminaries moving. I've tracked the sun moving across the Earth's plane, right? And it matches up with a flat Earth. And the constellations happen to match up perfectly.
So I've got a question for you.
In the precession of the ecliptic, it all matches up with a flat Earth, bro. So what you're saying, it's just false.
Okay. So when you say it matches a flat Earth, how did you determine that it matches a flat Earth prediction? Or that's what I'm interested in, because the way that I've got data for the flat Earth, it's never come anywhere close when I do 2 observation points. And by the way, George, I did Portugal, Menorca in the Balearics, and the United Kingdom with this model as well, and it predicted the terminator line, the orientation of the moon, and the exact path of the sun every single time for all of those simultaneously.
Yeah, you used a flat plane for that.
No, this sphere that I've got on screen right now, not a flat plane, a sphere. It's a sphere that I've got on screen. If you think that's a flat plane, I'm really sorry.
And you are measuring angles, aren't you? You are measuring parallel lines, aren't you?
I'm measuring parallel lines.
How do you have parallel lines on a sphere? Can you explain to us how does it work? Parallel lines on a sphere. Do spheres now have parallel lines?
Okay, so you see, are you looking at my screen? Yes or no?
Yes, I'm looking at your screen. This is called begging the question fallacy, man.
So wait a minute. I don't care what you call it. So this sun here is casting a shadow on this ball.
What is the sun? How far away is it?
Wait a minute. Listen, 93 million miles. But this ball here, I input the fucking numbers into it. Now, just look at this. These lines here for this shadow are parallel, and they're being cast at top and bottom of this ball. That's parallel lines. If you want to know. And this terminator line matches reality. It will tell you when something's going to be in shadow and not anywhere throughout the year, and it's different throughout the year as well. And it works with that as well. I've never got a flat Earth model anywhere near this. This is correct every time. I've never got a flat Earth model correct more than once.
You don't have a model either way.
These are in fact
You're
geometric
claiming a model. That's the problem, isn't it? You don't have measurements for the model that you are claiming. You don't have an R value for the model that you are claiming. You know, and everything else that you are claiming now in terms of parallel lines and lines coming from the sun, that geometry only works with a flat plane.
I'm really sorry, George, but that's an argument that is utterly from incredulity. I have tried it on a flat plane. It has never worked. If you
just don't know how to do it, bro.
I will spend time with you.
Have parallel lines now, yeah?
I don't get what you just said. Say that again.
Do spheres have parallel lines?
What do you mean, do spheres have parallel lines?
I mean, you are describing parallel lines from the sun.
Light rays from the sun, yes.
So they're parallel, yeah?
The light rays from the sun and they're in a parallel, yes.
Do you determine them to be parallel?
Because you can cast a shadow based on the angular size of the sun. You can work out the penumbra and umbra of the light cast from that, along with the shadow, based on the distance of the edge of that surface to the intersection on where it's being cast. You can average it, measure the distance between multiple objects, and realize that that shadow distance there, once you've averaged it, equals the same width as the fucking object's casting it.
And then when it casts a shadow, you have an angle, correct?
Wait, parallel, but yes.
Yeah. That angle doesn't work on the curved surface.
Except on the curved surface that I've got here where
no,
it works every single time.
Because it doesn't.
So this matches my reality. This sphere and this house.
You see the angle of that shadow over there on the flat surface, that angle there, 90-degree angle. Yeah.
That shadow
90-degree angle. Yeah.
This shadow here and the sun, by nature of rotating this with parallel light, matches my reality 100% every single day,
so
all through the year.
You're saying that if you...
I've not measured it all through the year. I will be measuring it all through the year, but it's correct so far for the first 4 months. Put it that way.
So if you do that horizontal on the top, it wouldn't work.
You mean my house on the top?
Well, I'm looking at your diagram.
Well, it's a model, yes.
Yeah. Of your model, yeah.
Yeah.
You have a straight line, a horizontal line. Is that the line of the light from the sun?
The blue is the light from the sun.
Top left. What's that?
There is that on the outside. No, that's not the line from the sun. That's just a helper object. These two lines here are to the sun, the blue.
Wait, yeah. Where is the sunlight coming from?
The big sun over there.
Yes. Where is it coming towards for the shadow that we are observing on the garage there or the house?
It's coming from over there. That's the sun. That's a light source.
No. What is the angle?
What do you mean?
You said there is an angle line from the sun to the ground for the shadow to be casted there.
Right. Yes. So
that's why that shadow you say doesn't work on the sphere. It doesn't work on a flat plane.
Correct. This would never work on a flat plane. Correct.
Why wouldn't?
Because the angle that this house takes, or these two windows take, when this sphere is rotating,
what is an angle?
Wait a minute. Listen, you just asked me a question. Let me answer it. The angle that is generated from this house moving through 3D space in an arc like that is not the same as if it was on a flat plane and the sun was rotating.
Why not?
So, why not? Because
you said it's an angle.
Because geometrically that doesn't work.
An angle
requires it doesn't work, but it does work.
Two straight lines, man.
You're just lying, dude.
Okay.
You're literally lying.
So let's go to the flat Earth then. Let's go to the flat Earth 2 seconds. So my house on the flat Earth. Here we go. So this is the exact same house on a flat Earth, big flat plane. Now, and this is only for this month, by the way. It changes on a month-by-month basis, obviously. Now, these rings here represent the path of a light source to cast the same shadows in my living room. Now,
from where to where? What's the distance to the light source?
So I've done these rings, at 100 meters, 2 200 meters, 1,000 meters, 10,000 meters. I've told you, and I just keep going and going and going. So this creates a big disc, a massive
but
disc.
if you are reverse engineering from a globe, why don't you reverse
this
engineer
is-
from the
this is-
angle reading?
This is flat
From
Earth.
the angle reading,
This is
you
flat
say
Earth.
that you have a true angle reading from the sphere, yeah, with a sun casting a shadow on the house.
Yeah, so this is flat Earth.
You
This is
reverse engineer from
but
there.
that's not how the
Cast
sun
the
would
same
travel
shadow
either.
on the house. Cast the
you
same
see how it's
shadow on the
arcing like
house.
that?
George,
And
this
do
is
the
not-
angle reading.
Well, hold on.
George, this
If you-
isn't this is a flat Earth. This isn't reverse engineered from it. This is nothing to do with the globe now.
Well, look, if you're gonna do an accurate model, you have to put 2 solstices, 2 lines of demarcation where the sun travels. Now, the sun does seem to have an arc between the tropics, but it doesn't arc on a daily basis, right? And it has a circular orbit around the Earth. So you would have to that model right there is not accurately representing it whatsoever.
So this only represents what would happen to a light source if it were to cast light into my room like I see on a daily basis. It does not represent a reality of a floating ball of light above a flat plane.
I understand, but those arcs right there, that's wrong. That's not how the sun doesn't arc like that on a daily basis.
It wouldn't cast.
But it does. It's a circular orbit.
Unless light does some weird S-bends and all that kind of stuff. It wouldn't actually.
Yeah,
these rings here represent a plane of which the light.
Listen, you have to forget the idea that the sun's 93 million miles away, or whatever the hell they say it is.
This is
right?
close.
You gotta downscale the sun, and you gotta make it closer, and then it'll work.
It
you gotta
really
redo
doesn't.
all your whole algorithm has to be redone, bro.
This
are
isn't
you
an
even
algorithm.
listening? He has done all these things.
No, he hasn't.
Right. So
I
look
can
at
see
this.
right there. I can see it
Look at
right
this.
there. That's not actually representing the flat Earth model. He's trying to use that example. Like, oh, this is the flat Earth model I have. This is the flat Earth. Is this the flat Earth model that you have?
No.
Well, it's wrong.
No, this isn't. I'll show you a flat Earth model that I've got in a second.
You need to put more work into this model.
Please listen. Please listen.
To then compare it with
to
give it a true representation.
He's going to tell you how your model works.
Now,
How
please
ridiculous it is.
listen. I'm going to say right now, if the Earth were flat, and if the light that I see from those 2 windows through today was real, and from a light source, then it would have to sit on this ecliptic plane of infinite size at some distance, from a meter away to 1 billion miles away. It doesn't matter which, but it would have to sit on this. You are correct. It does not match reality, and it doesn't match any depiction of a flat Earth. But in order for that light to do what it does on my floor today, or this month rather, it would have to transit on this plane here. Now, I have got a flat Earth, and I'll show you that in a sec. Give me 2 seconds.
My goodness. This is all wrong, dude. I can just by what you just said, the ecliptic plane, your whole model is off, dude. Your whole model's off, because you have to understand that what you perceive to be an axial tilt, that's actually the position of the Earth itself. There's no tilt, bro.
Now, that flat Earth line was, those discs there was, where would the light source be to cast light on my floor how I see it in reality? It would have to sit on those discs somewhere. It really would. This model that I'm showing you now, with a sun that transitions between 2 different tropics, based on my house, would never, ever, ever cast light how I see it in my day, which is why I can't use it.
That's simply not true, bro. I see it every year, dude.
You see it by assuming the Earth is flat and then thinking reality is flat, therefore flat Earth. If you test the damn thing by modeling it out and creating a prediction, you realize that none of that works.
Well, I can tell, because the thing is, my sundial doesn't just keep track of hours; it keeps track of months and weeks, right? And I can see by the progression of the light as the light grows, right? Because days grow and shorten. That's how you get solstices, right? And I can see the angles of the shadow every day, and I can tell the sun is moving away from me, and it matches up with the flat Earth model. I can't explain why your little digital algorithm here isn't it's
not a
not
digital
representing it.
algorithm. It's a geometric
I don't know
model.
how you figured out the projection of the light. I don't know how you I don't know how you did that. I don't know what
the projection of the light. I had a light source. It emanates from a light source. That's it. We can call it the sun. We can call it a ball. We can call it Phil. It's the source of light. Now, on this example, this is the lowest tropic that it's in at the moment, and it's going over Australia on a flat Earth. That's a cyclic flat Earth. Except Australia doesn't witness a sun anything like that at all. Australia actually witnesses a plotted sun in the sky in Melbourne that would do this. That would match what they see.
Now, there's something off with your algorithm, bro.
Then
Whatever it is
please
that you're
spend some-
using.
it's not an
How'd you come
algorithm,
up with
it's
the
a
math?
model.
How'd you come up with the math?
There's no math in it, so I don't know what you mean.
What's the size of the sun? What's
the
the size of
brightness
the sun on your model?
I can make
How
it any
distant
size and none of it works, but the size here is 300 miles.
So the sun is 300 miles, you say?
Diameter is 300 miles, yes.
And how far away? Who measured that? Or is it just a number out of the hand?
No, that's the thing about a model. You can put it at any height and any size you fucking damn well want to see if it matches. It never matches.
That's what's crazy.
What if-
Because,
what
like,
if you put
for
it-
example, I
what
have
if you put
friends
it-
in Jamaica, right? I have friends in South Africa, and we all have the same sundial.
Mm.
And I could tell when the sun is moving through our plane by the angle of the shadow, right?
Well,
you can
you
see
have
it.
the- you have the same norm on angle.
Can I ask you to put a number on the sun? On your model?
What do you mean a number?
A number. So if you put the number, if we put the sun at 3,000 miles.
3,000. Give me a sec. 3,000 miles high. Altitude.
Yeah. 3,000 miles. Yeah. Altitude.
Yeah, that's about 3,000 miles.
Yeah. What about now?
Oh yeah. That's well. This is. Wait a minute. Let me move to my house, where my house is. It's always cloudy near my house anyway, so bit crap. I'm in England. Right, so that's my house, and this would be the path of the sun through the sky, and that is absolutely nothing like my reality at all. At 3,000 miles high, 300 miles across. By the way, the right-hand side is the observer point here.
Yeah, but how many miles across?
Sorry?
But the question now is how many miles across? We already came up with a number for a distance. So how many miles across you need? How many miles across needs to be in order to match?
But no, 300 miles. But it doesn't matter whether this is 1,000 miles wide or a little pinprick. When we measure the center of the light source and the path that it takes, the actual size of it doesn't alter that. We're measuring the center of that ball, of that light source. So it doesn't matter whether it's 1,000 miles wide,
No
10,000
one measures
miles
the
wide.
center, man. No one measures the center.
Yeah, well,
No
that's
one measures the center. Yeah, but no one looks at the center of the sun. You know, even when you're doing celestial navigation, you look to one of the extremes, one of the ends of the sun.
Oh well, if I'm plotting,
the extremities of it. Yeah.
If I'm plotting a path for something, I don't plot a path or measure a path from the outer extents. It's always from the center.
Yeah, I understand, but you are doing many things that it's in reality it's not done like that.
So you're saying measuring from the side versus the center is going to completely change this, and it's going to now match reality.
No, what I'm saying is you are skipping too many points that nobody does. You know, for you to come to a distance to the sun, how are you going to do that? Which instrument you're gonna come for that conclusion?
So there is no distance and no elevation of this sun transiting between the tropics.
Listen, regardless, you didn't understand my question. Regardless if it's a sphere or not, the surface, yeah? Which instrument would you use to come to a conclusion to claim a distance to the sun.
I don't care about the distance.
How can you say I don't care about the distance? You're trying to model a distance.
I can model every distance simultaneously, instantly, so the distance is irrelevant to me.
Where would you like it, George? He can put it anywhere you think would make the flat Earth match reality, right?
Why?
You don't want the flat Earth to match reality?
I'm not claiming anything of that.
Oh, okay.
This is your model. You are saying
no. This is a flat Earth.
You're projecting something that you came up with distances that you are not claiming. You're not claiming to do any of this apart from this model that now you're projecting to the flat earthers.
Well,
and saying, look, my model of your model doesn't work.
No, I'm saying that
That's what you're saying.
No, what I'm saying is there isn't a flat Earth model. Well, sorry, there's not a flat Earth model that has got any kind of reality prediction. Now, if there is, that'd be brilliant. I'd be really interested.
There is no model. That's why. Because it doesn't exist a model.
I'd really be interested in looking at an explanation of things. Now, but all I can say with this model, this representation of a flat plane and observers, is that no matter what I do to this, if I'm where I am in the United Kingdom, I cannot get this sun in between these tropics to ever match my reality. Now, that means I'm either outside of reality or something's wrong with the reality that's depicted in this model.
So the maps didn't work.
The map?
The maps didn't work. The Cartesian system that we use for the maps didn't work. Because the position of your house relative to the sun, it doesn't work. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm saying if I go to the Balearics or indeed southern Portugal when the sun is directly overhead and I'm in England 4,500 or 5,000 miles away, yes, those angles absolutely don't match reality unless we're on a sphere.
Angles only work on the flat plane, man. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
No, angles work off surface normal. Angles work everywhere. Angle is everywhere, George.
Yeah, if you are looking at the sun now and I'm looking at the sun, for us to establish the distance to the GP of the sun, where exactly the sun is 12 noon, on the ground, you're going to require a flat plane for that. Because angles only work with a horizontal plane. Mainly these type of angles that I'm talking about, they are right angle triangles.
Angles work off anything. You just need a relative position.
Not of anything.
Wait a minute. Angles work off anything. So it doesn't. You don't need a flat plane. You don't need a vertical. You can actually.
Yeah, you do. Because
please let me finish. I can tell you what the angle is from one side of the sun to the other. I did not need a flat plane to do that. I can say what that angle is. Angles exist outside of where you say they do. Your belief system does not affect reality. I'm very sorry.
Are you using lines of longitude and latitude?
No, I'm eyeballing this, and that's the truth.
You're not using lines of longitude and latitude?
No, I'm eyeballing this with approximate distances, and that's the truth.
Oh, okay. So you're not pinpointing anything then?
I'm eyeballing this.
You are not using a Cartesian system.
Oh, sorry.
This is not representative of your house on the ground then.
Wait a minute. On the globe, I am. On this, the flat Earth, no, I'm not. I'm eyeballing it.
On the globe, you are.
Yes, I am on the globe, yes.
Do you know what lines of longitude and latitude are?
For what? For where?
Lines of longitude and latitude. Do you know what that is?
Yes, a spherical coordinate system. But for where? Where do you want to know?
It's not a spherical coordinate system. No. It's a Cartesian. It's a Cartesian system.
How come lines of longitude converge and diverge based on? How come they converge and diverge based on where you're going from the equator?
No, they don't.
Do you know about lines of latitude?
Listen, lines of longitude and latitude are driven from elevation angles to Polaris. That is the problem that you are facing now with the sun, because the sun is another light in the sky. And for you to pinpoint an elevation of something above the ground level, you're going to need an elevation angle for that.
So George,
that requires a flat plane.
if I disregard actual geometric coordinate systems and just say, hey, I'm going to believe you on this one, can you explain to me how it's a linear function of angle to Polaris based on southern distance I travel? Because that would not be true on a flat Earth, but it would be true on a curved surface.
There is no curved surface. Like I said, these elevation angles to Polaris.
There is a curved surface, George. I'm saying if the surface were curved, then it would be a linear function of the elevation to Polaris based on the southern distance that you travel, if the surface were curved. I'm not saying it is, but if it were, it would be a linear relationship. However, if it was flat, that wouldn't be a linear relationship, would it?
Why not? Why not?
So,
it's an elevation angle to Polaris. Which part of that you don't understand? What is an elevation angle?
So wait a minute. So you're saying
what is an elevation angle?
Listen to this. Listen to this. So what you just said was, why wouldn't it? Can I answer that? If I have an angle to something which is 0 degrees.
What's that? What's that?
An angle to something. Straight up, sorry.
No. What is an elevation angle?
An elevation angle is from horizon upwards, but forget that.
No. What is an elevation angle?
An angle.
An angle what?
An angle in
Can you
degrees?
define an elevation angle?
Yeah, an angle from commonly from the horizon upwards.
No, from a horizontal.
Well, okay, fair enough.
Yeah, spheres, they don't have horizontals.
So
that's what I'm saying. Spheres, they don't have horizontals.
Let me just go
elevation
back.
angles to Polaris. These elevation angles to Polaris. Can you let me finish, please? These elevation angles to Polaris.
Please, can we just go back to what I'm trying to answer?
Back to what?
You're censoring me.
Back to what?
You said
you are using.
Please let me answer your question. You said, how can it be a linear relationship, or it will be true on both? Now, the way that you can disprove this and test it yourself.
It wouldn't be in both.
Please let me. All right, it wouldn't, but let me finish anyway, as if I was delusional. Then you can correct me. So now, if we have an angle straight upwards, let's baseline that at 0 degrees is straight up. That's our coordinate system. Straight up is 0 degrees. We've got something, and we move
That's
10
wrong. That's wrong.
Well, okay, 90 degrees then. I don't care. 90 degrees then. So now we move 10 miles away. Now this object now appears 1 degree lower at 89 degrees for that 10 miles. Now, if we move another 10 miles and that drops another 1 degree, and then we move another 10 miles and that drops another 1 degree, can you show me how that would work on a flat surface? Because if you can, you win a Nobel Prize.
Well, I don't need to. There is no Nobel Prize for me to win, because this many people would have claimed it. Yeah, this is not me. This is how celestial navigation is done. If the star is above your head,
that wasn't my question, George.
If the star is above your head, it's 90 degrees.
Okay, not bothered about the star. Not bothered about the star.
Can you let me finish? I'll let you finish. Can you let me finish now?
Yeah, there we go.
If the star is above your head, it's exactly 90 degrees. Yeah. If the star is on the horizon, it's 0 degrees. Yeah.
Yep.
Now, with 90 degrees, the star above your head, in any vector that you'll move, you'll have minus 90. So for every 60 nautical miles, not 10, for every 60 nautical miles that you travel away from the GP of Polaris, the 90 degrees, for every 60 nautical miles, the drop will be 1 degree. So now you have, your reading will read 89 degrees. Yeah? That is a linear function.
That
is as far away you move from the 90 degree of Polaris, that is your longitude line. how far away you are from that line. Yeah.
Brilliant.
Your latitude line is the angle to Polaris.
Okay, now I've got a question, George.
Okay, so if you understand that, that geometry can only be done on a flat baseline.
If the surface is flat and you move a set...
It must be flat for this.
Okay. Let's assume the surface is flat then. So on
it must be.
Okay, brilliant. On this amazing flat Earth that we all live on. Now, we move 60 miles away, 60 nautical miles or 69 actual miles away.
Yep.
And we see this object, don't care what it is, don't care its elevation, it drops 1 degree in elevation, correct? And then we move another... Yeah, and then we move another 60 nautical miles, and it drops another 1 degree, correct?
Yep.
And then we keep doing that, and it keeps dropping 1 degree for every 69 or 60 nautical miles, correct?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, now can you show me, not with stories and not with rhetoric, how that works if the Earth were fucking flat, because that only works on a sphere, and I can show it to you right now.
Well, I can show it to you that only works on a flat plane. The
Please
60 degrees,
go.
The 60 nautical miles per degree, they are representative of a circle, 360 degrees around Polaris.
No stories. Show me.
They show you that is the Cartesian system. That is the line of longitude.
Not words. Show me. I can show you.
The line. I can show you. I can show you the map.
Yeah, go for it.
It's just the same way that you see that what appears to be the sun, right, setting over the horizon, right, as it's moving across the sky. So, like what he's talking about, when the sun at solar noon. Now, for conversation's sake, you know, where unless you're on the equator, at the equinox, the sun's not going to be right over your head at 90 degrees, right? If you want the sun to be right over your head at 90 degrees, that's called the zenith. That only occurs on specific time frames on the Earth. But if you wanted to actually be over your head at 90 degrees, if you want to test this, you'd have to be at the equator on the equinox, because then the sun will actually be over your head at solar noon, will be 90 degrees perpendicular to the ground, right? Now, everywhere else, it's not at solar noon, it's not going to be 90 degrees over your head. And what he's saying, in order to properly triangulate the sun and find out the elevation angle, which, you know, this is Pythagorean theorem. This is algebra 1 stuff, right? A squared plus B squared equals C squared. And if you want to find the X, right? You would, like, let's say you know the elevation or you know the height and the distance, but how do you get the third side to the triangle, right? This is the formula. But in order for this formula to work, right, you have to have a flat Earth for the lower part of the triangle. Because if you have a curvature, then it just complicates things. Because then you have to, then the whole formula, that formula only actually works on a flat Earth. And they've attempted to triangulate the distance of the sun using this formula. And not only the sun, but other luminaries. They've through trigonometry, through triangulation, they've been able to triangulate planets and all kinds of other luminaries. And they just, for whatever reason, they think it's like a fact, right? But it's not. It can't be. Because there's so many variables. How can you properly distance a luminary using that method? It's impossible. I don't know where the sun is. I don't claim to know how high the sun is. Does anybody know? On the flat Earth side?
We should be able to reverse engineer it.
No, we make no claims about that. What is the sun?
The sun is a magical unknown thing which
come on, Squishy Bear,
appears as if the Earth was a globe, even though it's flat. Because it has to be.
You're a comedian today.
You see, I asked the question before, I didn't answer, but obviously I'm going to give the answer now in relation to something else. The instrument that would be used in order to try to invoke a distance to a light in the sky would be a sextant, for example, or a angle a reading instrument. It's the only way that you can do a measurement. And if you use a sextant or an angle measurement device to the lights in the sky, and if you use the distances that we use for navigation, meaning 60 nautical miles per degree, and if you try to do trigonometry here, if you try to resolve for the triangle, which is not what celestial navigation does, it's triangulation, not trigonometry. But anyway, if you try to resolve for the triangle, you would come to the conclusion that every single light in the sky, including the sun and the moon and the stars and the planets and they are all at the same elevation from the ground.
Yeah, I remember Brian's logic saying that, George, on Nathan's, and it fucked me up because I was like, a couple of years ago now, I suppose, but when he first heard him say it, I was like, they're all the same height. What the fuck's he talking about?
Correct.
So, wait a minute, the sky's flat.
I was there at some point as well, because if you apply trigonometry, you can solve for the triangle, But it's not trigonometry that we're doing in navigation, And the Cartesian system, the way it was designed, it just the lines over the ground for you to be able to pinpoint your location. Let's say your destination is Japan. Yeah, you go to your map, longitude, latitude. Even before you grab the sextant, you are already using a Cartesian system, a flat earth proof. Yeah, and everything else that we use is based on it. Now, if you want to pinpoint what are these things over the ground, like the stars, because they are moving, then they're not in a fixed reference point. So then you can triangulate the position on the ground. Why? Because you know the position of the light in the sky over the ground. How do you know that? It's on the almanac. And it's repetitive. It's cyclical.
To answer Jesse, I would love to create a model. I don't claim to have a flat earth model because I don't know, like he said, I don't know the elevation of the sun and the moon. I don't know their size, the exact diameter of the sun and the moon. Also, there's complexities that are beyond me, like the idea that the sun and the moon are actually inside the firmament, right? Inside a crystalline structure of sorts that also plays an effect on a lensing effect on light itself that I can't replicate in a model with a simple bulb. It's more complex than that.
So just while I've been off having a look at this, I've done a flat surface with an object of a fixed elevation, and across a flat surface and a sphere. Then I've taken angle measurements across that curved surface at equidistant points, and the same on a flat surface. Now, on the sphere, I get a linear relationship between the angle from the tangent of the surface to the object. And on the flat surface, I do not get a linear relationship of angles to that object. I'm really sorry, and I'm going to save this as an example. If anybody wants to just do this quickly in a little program, just to prove me wrong.
How do you have elevation angles from a sphere again?
Say again, sir?
How do you have elevation angles from a curved surface again? Because you continue insisting that this works on a sphere. So how do you have elevation angles from a curved surface?
I placed it an X amount of distance away from that. You can see if you look on the screen.
Is it
from a curved surface? You don't have angles, man.
Well, I'm measuring angles from the tangent of the surface
What
here.
is an angle?
Wait a minute.
What is an angle?
The angle is a difference between 2 points from an observer, in this case.
Yeah, put you on a ball.
No, an angle, you're going to need two straight lines for an angle.
Yeah, so I've got a straight line, which is the perpendicular.
Oh, no curved line then.
Seems like a trigger ballnometry.
Do you want me to answer? No. So I've got here, if anybody's interested in looking, on a curved surface, we're moving away at a set rate, and we're getting 20-degree change in this distant object. Which this object, it's just an elevation. It's not like a star or anything. It's like, n distance away. It doesn't matter. It's just fixed. But we can see that the relationship of the angle from the tangent of the surface to that object is linear. If we move equal distances in steps away from it, it's linear.
What is the angle?
20 degrees. So it starts out 90, 70, 50, and 30.
And it shows the angle.
Yeah, it's 90, 70, 50, and 30. And then if we go over to the flat side, we see when we move the same incremental step distances,
you skipped it, man.
that we start out at 90 degrees, 77, 64, 54, 46, 38, 33. You can see that this is not a linear arrangement of angles, is it? On a fixed elevation point, which is why
you're not treating it the same way.
Which is why you said.
Yeah, but you're missing the point, aren't you? You're missing the point because you're taking the question of your sphere. That's 60 degrees per nautical mile. Yeah, those 60 degrees per nautical mile. Yeah, if you visualize it from the top now, can you visualize that from the top on the plane?
This is a 2D diagram, so.
All right. So there you go. There you go. Can you go closer to the northern line? Closer in.
Where do you want me to go, Josh?
Yeah, well, you have the degrees there on the plane, no?
Oh, yeah.
60 degrees, another 60 degrees, another 60 degrees, yeah?
70, yeah.
Can we go to the first 60 degrees, please?
60 degrees?
Yeah, on the plane.
Well, it's in between the 50 and 70 because I didn't do it every X amount. I just did it the same distance. So
okay,
this isn't anything to do with the globe.
The 60 degrees per nautical mile.
No, this is nothing to do with the globe. Nothing to do with the globe. All this is, George, is if you move on a curved surface. Yeah, if you move on a curved surface a set distance, then the angle to a fixed.
You wouldn't have an angle.
So the angle to a fixed point, like is shown here, based off the surface.
You wouldn't have a 90-degree angle.
Based off the surface normal, is actually a linear function. We go downwards, covering the same distance, but on a flat surface, it's not a linear function. That's it. That's just it.
You're missing the point.
Prove me wrong, because this.
You're missing the point. I'm trying to. But I'm going to show you where you're wrong. The 60 degrees per nautical mile. Why is it 60? Because it's a circle.
I'm not bothered about 60 degrees per nautical mile of the globe.
But I am, because that's how it's done.
George, the single argument is simply the following. On a curved surface, moving a fixed distance away from a fixed elevation produces a linear function to the angle to that distance on a curve. On a flat surface, it does fucking not. End of. That's it. I'm not bothered about flat Earth or globe. This is just geometry, and that's it.
You are begging the question, man.
There is no question. It's a statement there.
It is.
It's a wrong statement.
You don't want to know.
Diagrammatically draw it out and prove that it's a wrong statement. Because I just.
You have 2 years and 1 month, man.
He's not taking into account the fact that the sun is a lot more local and that when it moves, right? What we perceive the sun disappearing over the horizon and setting is actually the sun moving around the earth, and it gives you the same effect. But it gives you the same effect regarding the shadow over a curved surface. But it's not that it's going over a curved surface; it's that it's leaving, right? It's moving away.
This could be the top of a building. It could be anything. It's just a point.
This is not what he's talking about. This is not how it's done, and he doesn't want to listen how it's done either. Because this is something out of his mind. Yeah, for you to understand it, you need to go to his mind and understand it. This has nothing to do with reality. Nobody else uses this concept the way he's using it. The 60 nautical miles per degree, it comes from a circumference around Polaris. Yeah?
360 degrees on a circle around Polaris, anywhere on that circle of equal altitude, yeah, it's 60 nautical miles to the center of it. Yeah?
The sun disappears.
If you double your distance, yeah, it's another circle of equal altitude, meaning another 60 nautical miles you go away from Polaris, yeah, you're going to draw another circle around Polaris. And so those circles that you are drawing around Polaris, that is the Cartesian system that we use even today. How far away from Polaris and circles around Polaris. Those are lines of longitude and latitude. That is primordial for the navigation. So once that you have that grid system over the plane, then you can pinpoint locations on the plane where the lines of longitude and latitude gonna meet. It's where you pinpoint the location. So when you're navigating and you're going away from these distances, you're referring to the distances on the map.
So, George, just to correct you, I didn't say flat Earth or globe Earth. I simply said on a curve. When you move around that curve and you have a fixed point that you're referencing and you move set distances around that curve, it is a linear function to the reduction in the elevation of that fixed point that you will see from an observer. The
Correct.
same is not true if it were flat.
No.
That is my statement. End of.
That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. That is a linear because it's a circle. You are saying that almost the same as me. Yeah, we're almost there. It's a circle. It's not it's not spherical. Yeah, it's a circle. Yeah, around Polaris. On that circle, on every single point on that circle is the linear relationship that you are talking about. But that is on the circle of equal altitude. Yeah. So if you increase that circle of equal altitude to another 60 nautical miles, again, you're going to have a circle with a linear relationship to Polaris. Anywhere on that circle, you'll have the same angle to Polaris. It's linear. It's a circle, not a globe.
So let me ask you a question then. So are those increments the same distance apart? Those lines of latitude, the way that you're moving along the longitude, are you moving set distances for the equal reduction in elevation?
I don't understand what you mean with that. The longitude to Polaris is increasing the radius, which is the circle of equal altitude, is still on the same plane. In other words.
So my question was, let's say, forget Polaris, but let's just say any point in the sky is n degrees, n degrees, and if I move
degrees compared to Polaris, yeah.
Well, any degrees, I don't care.
You're going to refer always to Polaris.
If we move a certain amount away from it, whereby it drops 1 degree. On a flat Earth, is this statement true, George? If we move exactly the same distance again, it would drop the very same single degree. And then the same distance again, it would drop the very same single degree. Is that what you're saying?
It will drop in relationship to what? To the horizontal plane.
In elevation in my vision.
No, it will drop on the horizontal plane. How do you know if it's dropping? You need to have a reference point.
Yeah, surface tangent.
It's the horizontal plane. It's the reference point that you're not addressing. For you to mention the star going up or going down, yeah, from the horizon is the horizontal baseline, yeah, for your starting point. But we're talking about geometry that it doesn't work on a sphere because spheres, they don't have horizontals. And it's even worse when it comes to horizontal planes, meaning in every single vector on the plane.
George, I'm really sorry. If a sphere didn't have a horizontal, then in computer graphics and geometry, you would be unable to rasterize it by working out the surface direction for a singular pixel. However, you can, based on tangential difference in rasterization, commonly from geometry, but not necessarily. You can have it as a ray trace or voxel algorithm. You have to rasterize it. You have to get an angle to the light. You get the product of the light, and then you employ a shading model to be able to do it. Every single surface in geometry has a normal direction, or can have, and it's required to have in order for us to see it. One of us knows what we're on about here, trust me.
Yeah, you don't know what you want about. Yeah, you're right now. One of us knows, not you.
Yeah, no, it's definitely me that doesn't know what I'm on about, honestly.
Yeah, obviously. Spheres, they don't have horizontal planes. It's not part of that geometry. You started your statement by saying if spheres didn't have horizontals. Can you show me? Can you show me a horizontal sphere, please?
You're doing it again. You are assigning me.
I'll let you finish. I've let you finish. You started your statement by saying if spheres didn't have horizontals.
No.
Can you show me, please, a horizontal sphere?
I did not say that. I said if a sphere did not have a tangent normal perpendicular to the surface, we could not rasterize it. I didn't say that
don't have horizontals then.
I didn't say add a horizontal plane. However, however, let me finish. However, a circle or a sphere can be described with an infinite amount of horizontal planes.
A circle, a sphere, no.
A sphere is yes.
A circle requires a plane because a circle is 2D. Yeah.
No. I meant the curvature.
Spheres, they don't have planes though.
Spheres can be described with an infinite amount of planes. You can have.
No, they don't. They don't.
Wait a minute. Let me finish. Again, one of us knows what we're on about. There is such a concept, and I recommend. There's such a concept. I recommend you go away and read. It's called non-uniform rational B-spline modeling. Basically, it's a parametric surface description and set of algorithms for describing resolution-independent geometries, which, surprisingly enough, you still end up with a surface normal perpendicular to the vector of the ground that you're on a sphere, but it's also resolution-independent in a rasterization sense. It is a finite or infinite amount of planes.
You're still saying sphere, but is there any measurement for this sphere that you're talking about? Do you know who measured it? Which instrument they used, and what is the measurement, please? Anyone? Have you measured yourself this sphere that you're talking about? Because you did this model yourself, but have you measured the sphere that you are so passionate about?
George, I can honestly tell you, and if you let me finish, I can honestly tell you I've never measured the sphere. However, I did do a Google search, and when I enter those numbers and the model...
The answer to that, you never measured the sphere, so what you have is a belief.
When I enter a Google search and it says, hey, the Earth is 6.2 millimeter radius, and I put that in and do predictions and measure it against
you
reality,
have a belief.
it matches every single time. Weird, right?
Oh, so the computer says that it's a globe, therefore it's a globe.
Correct.
No, the globe.
So you never measured yourself. It's fair enough. I never measured myself either. I make no claims about the sphere. But anyway, do you know anyone
outside? And those tell me it's real when I measure them against my reality outside.
Yeah, but I understand you haven't measured because I haven't measured myself either. But do you know who measured and the conclusion? Which instrument they used? Do you have any pedigree about that information?
No, but there'll have been loads of measurements. It depends.
So you just have a belief then?
Sorry?
So you just have a belief?
I don't have a belief. No.
Well, you are getting this information from somewhere else. It's not first-handed. It's not your experience, and it is not the experience of nobody else. So you have a belief.
No, well, I have a belief based on the following. I
have a belief. So you have a belief.
Let me finish. I have a belief, if you define a belief as taking something to be true, based on me going away, finding the information from a third-party source. Yep, granted, give you that. Then me
do you know who measured it?
Wait a minute. Then me taking that information, making a physical geometric model of it,
It's
And then
that information we are pondering on.
Let me finish. And then getting predictions to measure them against reality and thinking, holy shit, this matches reality every single time. No matter what I do, I can't get it to fail. So probabilistically, yes, we live on a planet. It's a sphere.
Yeah, but who measured it? Who measured it?
Don't care. With the figures I import,
You don't care.
I got out work.
Wow.
But they wouldn't work if it was a cube or a flat. It really wouldn't.
Anyway, he says he doesn't care. He says he doesn't care. What are we going to do if he doesn't care? What are we going to do?
I'm destroying the Earth anyway.
Well, we already gave him a platform for him to expose his case anyway. We contain him up until now. Yeah.
Look, me too.
I mean, that's okay. Listen, it's awesome to admit you have beliefs instead of facts. That's what we'd like the Globers to continue to do, right? That's being honest.
I only interact with the world based on probabilistic beliefs. I don't hold anything to be, well, I treat things as being 100% true, but if you got down to it philosophically, nothing's true, or I can't hold anything to be absolute truth.
So am I not?
So you don't waste your life in fact then.
Right now, are you not breathing? Are you not breathing? Yes or no, are you breathing?
I hold that to be as true as it can be, but it's not absolute.
So you're not 100% sure you're breathing?
I can act as if I am 100% sure. However, it cannot be an absolute truth. No.
So you're not okay. Are you? Gosh, let's see. Is your heart beating right now?
It doesn't. No. You could say, "Is my reality real?" That would be the crux.
Do you believe you have 2 feet?
Do I believe I have 2 feet?
Yeah.
I believe I have 2 feet. Yes.
Really? So it's not a fact you have 2 feet.
Correct.
Having 2 feet is not a fact.
Correct.
Wow.
I absolutely believe that I can breathe. My heart is beating. I'm here and conversing with you.
But you can walk, though.
In all honesty, I cannot attest to that being a fact.
Can you walk?
Fact? No.
You cannot walk.
Sorry. Oh, yeah. No, of course I can walk. Yes.
You can walk. Can you define walk
bad
for
if
us?
I was in a wheelchair, wouldn't it?
Can you define walk for us?
Articulating.
Don't tell me involves feet, because you don't know if you have feet. So how you know you're walking?
What do you want me to do? I don't know. I'm walking.
I don't know, man.
Wow.
I'm sat down.
I need to remind you guys, believing is knowing. That's what it means. Thinking something's true. So it's totally normal. It's totally normal to believe things to be a fact. You don't have to wait for an authority to tell you. This is a fact now. You can just decide it's true for yourself after looking into it and believe it. And that's perfectly reasonable.
I didn't know that truth and reality was, needed to be factual. Needed to be proven to be factual.
If I asked you what a fact was, you wouldn't be able to tell me because you have no idea whose authority that comes from.
What is a fact? Well,
try and answer.
Statement of fact. You are breathing now.
Yeah, whose authority? Who decides if that's a fact or if it's just your belief? Who decides?
You. Because if you're going to contradict me, you're not going to be good for you.
So we all decide our own facts. So we got that straight.
So I'm deciding a fact for you then. Yeah.
No.
You are breathing.
With your facts. You
disagree with my fact that you are breathing.
But you don't get to say that you are the authority of facts.
No, I'm not saying that.
Because you're the same as them.
No, man.
Yes, you were.
Why you guys need to go down that road?
You insensate.
We are here sharing information.
Yeah, he believes.
We're not here in fighting with anyone, man. Yeah, you guys see this as a fight. This is not a fight. There is no fight anymore.
Belief is not a weakness. It means you think something's real after looking into it.
You believe is what we all had. We all believed in the sphere. But some people moved on from it because we don't have that belief
Some people don't
anymore.
Want to. Some people disagree with you about moving on.
Some people are just.
I understand. Some people have beliefs.
No, yeah, same as you. You have beliefs. You just admitted to it just now.
Not on this matter. I don't have beliefs on this matter now.
What do you call it? Knowledge? Facts?
Yeah, knowledge, yeah.
Yeah, and who decided that it was knowledge or
facts?
Who decided
Who
that?
decided? Me. I decide it's knowledge and fact. Yeah, because
So
that's how
I've decided Earth's globe,
that's
yeah,
how
and
we
that's knowledge
operate.
and fact. I've
Because
decided
that's how we operate.
Earth is a globe, and that's a fact. I've just decided. So you must believe it now, George, because that's a fact, right?
Well, the maps tell me where to go,
Why
and
are
I
you
know how
denying my fact?
to reach my destination. So it's factual that the systems for navigation are accurate. That's a fact.
That's for both models.
For me, it's a fact. It never proved me wrong.
Yeah, but you have to decide it's a fact.
I don't have to decide it's a fact. I can prove it for myself in order to make it to be a fact.
So can it be a fact before you prove it, or do you have to prove it to yourself, like a special ritual?
Well, if I go to a map and I see New York and I can travel to it, and the distances are accurate, it's a fact to me.
See, now facts mean you have to travel there. How weird is
Well,
that?
if you want to confirm the fact, yeah, but I don't need to travel there.
This
The
proves
fact
you
that
don't
you
know
are
what a fact
breathing, I don't
means.
need to be next to you to make sure that you are breathing, because you are
don't have
talking
to
to
go
me.
everywhere to find every fact. You can know it's a fact
No.
without going there.
Correct.
Yeah, so that's silly, isn't it?
No, it's not silly. It's supernatural, because if it's a fact, how do you know? To be a fact, you need to have the knowledge.
Yes.
And knowledge
I'm
is
saying we all
supernatural.
decide that individually, and we happen to disagree on the facts, don't we? So you don't get to say that you've got facts and we're just believers.
You need to have the
That
knowledge to
doesn't
have
make
the facts.
sense, does it? We're all doing the
Yep.
same epistemology, deciding what's true for ourselves.
Well, if you don't have the knowledge, you cannot have the facts, can you? You can assume, you can presume, you presuppose, rather than suppose, but you don't have the facts.
How do
You
you
have a
get the facts?
building up of things that might lead to the facts.
You get facts. Do they
Yeah,
come in a special
but
box?
the facts come with knowledge.
Do they come in a special box labeled facts? And then when you open it, boom, truth overwhelms you.
Yeah, the same box as knowledge comes in all in one box. Yeah, you learn everything in one go. You open the box, and voila.
You still think fact is like a separate entity
Really quickly, sorry, just the
you can
box.
bring to yourself.
The box thing. Does everybody know Pandora's box is the wrong saying? It's actually Pandora's jar when you look at the epistemology of the saying. I just thought that was an interesting fact.
I looked into the etymology of that. I never saw that, so that's interesting.
Yeah, no, have a look. I didn't until about 4 days ago, and they're like, I've been using the wrong thing all this time. I think it was a Stephen Fry. Oh God, what was it now? Stephen Fry did a book series on ancient Greece, and going through that's what I learned, and it was like, whoa, really? Jesus.
It's probably a jar with a top on, right? Because otherwise it would be open to the elements.
I don't suppose it makes that much difference, really.
Well, the metaphor of opening it wouldn't be there if it's just an empty jar with no lid. The metaphor would be drinking or something, wouldn't it? Not opening.
It's interesting that they left hope in there. Does anybody know why they left hope in the box?
Oh, it's
sorry, it always makes me chuckle.
Hope is the most dangerous thing.
Yeah. it always reminds me of Shawshank Redemption. You know, they always talk about hope in movies I suppose as much as anything. And they always, maybe it's the best of things. They say. I'm not so sure.
Doesn't it drive a man crazy though? Can't hope drive a man crazy, and he's behind his walls, behind his bars.
Well, it's not present, is it? That's the thing. It's casting you into uncertainty. So, maybe that's why.
It's just a cheeky ending. That's all.
Don't you think, Dawn? There's an objective truth. An objective truth outside, or I say outside. It's kind of there's an inside-outside thing, and we all can what's true for you is true for me, that kind of thing.
Yeah, we can agree on some truths. And hopefully, reality, the material bit, is consistent. Like has an objective truth. But when we're debating online about two different models of the same thing, one side can't state they've got facts and the other person's just got beliefs. You can, but there's no point because it will be circular, won't it? Just saying my knowledge is better than yours, or you're only a believer.
No, we can't, but shouldn't say that, isn't it? Just point out to the Cartesian system that we use for navigation should be enough. And the way,
but
and the
Don's
way that
axiom is
the way
as
that
a
we
ball,
move,
so a ball.
yeah, but the way we move horizontally, I mean, it should say it all. For me, everyone has different standard of acceptance of evidence in order to come to the point of saying,
this is a
you
fact.
know, yeah, correct.
Exactly. So me and you have totally different paths and totally different facts at the end of the day.
Absolutely. To me, was the once that I learned that gravity wasn't a force, was the bending of space-time. This was, for me, that was my standard. You know, everything else that I've learned was a bonus.
Wait, you believe that gravity is space-time bending, or you don't believe it?
No, that's what it is. If you Google right now, that's what gravity is.
You believe in
the
the
bending of
Einsteinian theory?
space-time caused by the uneven distribution of mass.
Above a flat Earth, bending space-time.
Above the flat Earth and space, no. Space-time is just a concept, you know. It's like reading a book.
You've decided on the globe model it has to be Einsteinian. You've decided.
Globe model.
Space-time is like
exist,
Einstein
no.
and Newton.
Yeah, just a concept, just an idea, nothing to do with reality, though. But meanwhile, the force that we needed for this ball disappeared. So knowing the physics of water and water behavior for me was enough as a standard to understand that we need to be living on a plane.
You believe
again, referring back to the globe model, isn't it? The globe model
No, you believe
tells
it too, Don. You believe you're on a plane, Don.
Yeah, the globe
Yes, you
model
do.
tells us that 70% of the surface of Earth is water. 70%.
Yes.
If that claim, and it's based on that claim that my opinion shifted, because if 70% is water, it cannot be curved.
Well, the globe model says water surfaces can curve and do curve because of gravity round the ball. So that's part of the model.
That was part of the model, but gravity is not a force anymore since 1915.
Oh, dude, that doesn't break the water curving. It just gives another explanation of how the water
water doesn't curve, does it?
Yes, it does.
No.
In your brain, it doesn't. In my brain, it does.
Bodies of water, need to be contained.
You don't get to project your mind onto mine. I just disagree.
Yeah, I'm not projecting my mind to your mind. I'm just telling you a statement of fact.
You're totally acting as if you're the authority.
No, I'm not authority. It's a statement of fact. That's how water behaves, and anyone can testify of that behavior. That is something to be falsified. That water doesn't remain level because we get level from liquids. Go ahead, man.
I was just gonna say, like, to your point, brother. Just remember this when you're making this point. It's like this, Dawn. Like, I have a glass of water, right, and that is my microcosm. To say that
really far away.
Hold on, that the water is gonna be level. What is your microcosm?
What do you mean? I believe water curves over the oceans and lakes.
You can believe that, but he's saying.
I'm saying I want because you believe that, right? Like, I believe that water finds its level, and it's gonna be just like my cup of coffee. It's gonna be across the whole thing flat. Now, I have.
Yes, I know you believe that.
Well, no, I mean, I have a cup of coffee in front of me. Like,
well, you believed that for 5 years, that the coffee suggests the rest of the water on Earth is flat, right?
Well, no, I'm just asking you for your example of water curving in a microcosm. Like,
I don't have a microcosmic example of it. I just believe that they do it on a large scale.
But you don't have that.
Well, man, that's cool. I mean, I try to substantiate my belief.
Where's your large scale?
That's a belief.
So where's your macro flatness example?
Earth.
That ocean measurement.
Yo,
Where's
my
that?
macro. How about this? My macro is the lake. So I've got a microcosm, which is my cup of coffee or my cup of water.
How do you?
And my macro. Hold on. And my
How do you show?
macrocosm. How about this? My macrocosm is the fucking ocean.
How do you demonstrate it's flat?
Hold on. So where is your microcosm?
How do you demonstrate the oceans are flat? In your example of the ocean.
I'm saying, where's your microcosm first?
You got a raindrop.
Where's your macrocosm?
I just told you.
You don't show how it explains it to be flat. You just said, I believe in lakes.
You haven't shown me a microcosm yet, have you?
I believe in small curved water you can't see.
Dawn, check it out. My idea supersedes your idea because I have a microcosm.
You're arguing for flat water, even though you know the surface of water can curve.
Well,
so who's the smart guy here? Yeah, you can't prove a lake's flat. You can't prove a lake's flat, can you?
Flat earthers have a microcosm.
You can't even prove the coffee's flat, honestly.
How about this? No, I'm just saying, you don't. You don't have one. That's sad for you in your case. That's why nobody believes it anymore. I feel sorry for you guys. You guys are gonna, that's all right, man. I guess society has left people in the dust before, right?
Your rhetoric is weaker than your microphone. Sorry.
All right, but you don't have a microcosm. You have a raindrop. You could say. You want to say like a water droplet, like a droplet, but that's just only a droplet. That's small.
It's not.
But hold on. Let me just explain these Legos to you. So the smallest one that can curve into like a little ball, let's say, if you want. But if we start to pile these things up, then they start to be like a flat, like a cup of coffee or whatever, And that's not fair to you. But that's physics that seems to be happening. So like, at what point, how much water do we have to get together to turn it back into a raindrop? Do you see? Like you don't have that. That's a presumption. That's sort of your presumption. We have like.
From me?
What?
What do you need from me?
Something bigger than a raindrop.
I didn't claim to have an example.
So you don't have any example. Okay.
I said doesn't claim to. I said can't explain how a lake's flat. He can't demonstrate that, so I don't consider that a macro. I don't consider that a macro example.
Would a swimming pool count? Is that macro enough, or is that?
None of you have measured water to be flat over a great distance.
You can't show a ball of water the size of a swimming pool.
I'm not trying
or even
to.
A cup of coffee.
I just said I believe in it. I'm not trying to show you curved water, am I?
I'm just saying, but that's what Issa's saying. Like it would be good to avail yourself to like this idea. Possibly it would free you from believing in something that maybe I'll be silly.
Do you think Issa's reasonable when he says you should believe Earth's flat like my coffee? You think that's reasonable?
He's just saying that he has an example for such a thing.
I'm saying to me that is a 2017 meme, not a real example of anything.
Hey, real quickly, I just have a question for everybody. There was somebody in here a while back who came in and live streamed themselves playing Minecraft, and they had built a replica of the Twin Towers. Does anyone remember who that was?
Just from the Minecraft thing alone, I would say it may have been Bob Dole.
Okay.
I'm not sure though, but Bob Dole's always up on this Minecraft thing.
Lowgrass into Minecraft as well.
Because that was absolutely hilarious. He had like a little gun that shot airplanes, and he just like shot. He was like,
it was like, Bob Dole. I remember now. It was him.
Okay. Has he been around lately? Anybody seen him?
He comes around. He comes through every now and then. Yeah.
I'm gonna add him in the chat because I got 9,000 followers last night, and then my account got hit with a community guidelines violation on 3 of my videos. And so now my shit is like locked up.
Yeah.
And I want to take the videos down, but I want to redo them using Minecraft. I thought that would be way funny. Sorry, guys. Continue. I was hoping that person would be in here, but I got the information. So thank you, Jeremy.
Yo, shout out to Bob Dole. Holler at me. Holler at Platypus if you get it here.
It's like the real Bob Dole or something, right?
The real deal Holyfield, Bob Dole.
But Don, why do you believe that water can curve into a ball?
Why do I believe it can or can't?
It can.
Why do I believe it can curve into a ball?
Yes.
Well, I think I've seen enough evidence to believe Earth is a ball. So on a large scale, gravity holding the surface curved like the surface of Earth to a sphere, like all the other objects in space, is reasonable. So I believe it because of all the evidence.
So you're reasonable?
I see it as totally reasonable that the surface of the ocean's curved around a ball, yeah. Totally reasonable, totally logical.
Like if you assume that it's a ball, yeah.
But if you already know it's a ball, yeah. You don't find out it's a ball by thinking about water curving. This is water curving is after
So
you know it's a ball.
it. So you know that it can't happen, but it's reasonable to you.
No, I know that it can happen.
You know shit. You don't know that it's happened. You don't know that it can happen. You can't point me to a coffee cup that's got a curved surface.
You can't point me to a measurement of any flat coffee surface.
Don't even.
So
don't even
why are you claiming coffee is a good example if you haven't improved its
Coffee is
flat?
a great example. I live on coffee.
You haven't proved it's flat though on the surface.
Well, I'm flat and I drink flat coffee. So that's all I got to say about that.
No, the purpose is, Dawn, is that we have evidence and you have a belief, which makes you in a cult. Makes you
What
a
do
cult.
you have evidence of? What do you think you have evidence of? Coffee?
It's more evidence than
water
you have.
surfaces.
It's more evidence than you have.
What happens when you move the spoon in that coffee? Does the surface curve?
No.
Lest we forget.
Yes, it fucking does.
That I have evidence and you don't. Lest we forget that I have evidence and you have a belief system which makes you a cult member.
You'll need a new mic if you want to.
That's the biggest
Told
difference.
me.
That's actually, you know what? Hey, yo, Dawn. That's
You need
called
to afford a better
science,
mic.
bro.
Stop interrupting, Don.
That's called science, Dawn. I know.
Stop gaslighting,
I know you think it's like some magical belief or something, but like it's like in the real world, it's called evidence.
Can you come closer to the mic or something?
Oh wait, that's
Coffee
right.
is not evidence of flat ocean.
You don't have
Sorry.
any.
Yeah, Issa, we can barely hear you, Issa. Say it with your chest, bro.
You sound like you're phoning into a radio station.
Yeah, I don't even know.
You sound like you're on the QVC show. You're about to tell us about the deal that's on pocket knives.
Beliefs are too far out, and then he didn't buy a good microphone. The result. This is the result.
Hey, yo, this was for the Italian guy, though. The Italian guy that was talking. I don't know. It sounds Italian to me. I don't fucking know. But, yo, to him, like, add this to that argument. Like, don't argue back and forth. Just have an example, because they don't have one.
So, would you like to debate Loranco, who says you've got a belief system?
Who's the Italian guy talking? The guy that I interrupted.
Italian?
That's what I was trying to do, was talk to him about it.
Talking about George? I don't think he's
Maybe. I sounded Italian to me. I don't fucking know.
Italian.
The guy Don was talking to before I jumped in.
Yeah, I think that was George.
Hoymar?
Do you mean me? The German Italian gangster. Central European something.
Yeah, he means me. Sorry, I'm away from my mic. I'm listening though. Sorry, you had a question for me?
No, I just wanted to say, like, when you argue this point, you know, don't forget the microcosm and the fact that we have one and they don't. There's no reason to say.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, when it comes to water behavior, yeah, that's correct.
Yes, sir.
Proof by coffee cup.
That's your argument. Welcome to water behavior, but I'm afraid water behaves the same on both models. The surface can curve under forces.
No, it doesn't.
The surface can curve under forces, on any Earth model.
Yeah, you know what's cool, Don, is that everyone can see that you don't have any evidence. So it doesn't matter what you think. It just matters what the people listening.
What do you want evidence of?
Signs of intelligence for Don.
What do you really want evidence of if you've already decided that's not a globe?
Big curvy water.
Well, you can see the water curve away from you and stuff.
We can only find small curvy water. We can find bigger flat waters, but we don't find a big curvy water. But that's what you believe exists.
You believe all water's flat based on small things. I don't.
What? No, I mean, what makes it go back to being a drop, though? You know what I'm saying?
Obviously, forces.
What makes it go? That would be the more interesting question.
How are you forgetting gravity snacks in 2023?
Don't even gravity me, dude.
You know that answers the question, so there's no question.
It answers no. It's a stupid answer.
Oh, it's a molten iron core in the middle of what you live on. That's a mystery. That's pulling water
Not a
into a sphere.
microcosm. Yo, it's not a microcosm.
Neither's your coffee.
You're an idiot.
You're an idiot.
I'm gonna keep drinking this.
You're a triggered idiot, I said. Triggered.
Like this, like, yo, a flat cup of Kool-Aid. You know, the Kool-Aid you're drinking. Like a flat, that's my microcosm, is your flat cup of Kool-Aid that you drink.
You don't even know what microcosm means, bro. You don't even know what microcosm means.
Well, it might be the Kool-Aid bends. You know, if you have enough of it, might form a ball. I'll believe that faster than the ocean, though.
It doesn't form a ball, Snacks. It's a small film over the edge of a ball that happens to curve on its surface. Can you mute ISO? He keeps talking over me with his tiny little cheap mic.
You little bitch.
Jeremy's muted me twice, and he hasn't muted you once yet for some reason.
Shut up. Don't actually keep going, Don. You're cracking me up.
Guys, let's all go one at a time. Come on.
Don's all up in his feelings over here. Don, it's the internet. Relax, bro. It's okay.
No, you got triggered because I was explaining my ball belief. You got triggered and joined and started saying, my coffee cup's flat. 2017
I
meme.
got triggered by the brother not bringing up the microcosm and wrecking you and your
Coffee
argument
cup.
utterly and entirely like I just did.
Water appears flat over small sections. That's your microcosm.
So your microphone sounds like a microcosm.
Oh,
my macrocosm is all the objects in space are balls that we see. That's my macrocosm.
Oh, you're gross.
So on a flat Earth, what's the mechanism that makes water go flat, or let's say level?
Good one. I've got an answer. I don't even believe
Relative density. Yo, relative density is what the theory can be.
That doesn't denote a direction, I said.
I'm not talking to you, bud.
I'll tell you the answer. It's a molten iron plate. Yeah,
I don't. I think that there's things about this realm that we're never going to be able to explain in the purely scientific or physical realm. So a lot of times conversations like these just kind of spiral out of control and they don't really go anywhere because one side is saying we're being lied to, and the only people with the technology to verify that we're being lied to are the ones lying. And then the other side is just like, well, I just think the government's fucking batting 1,000 and they're just telling me the truth about everything. Okay, so it's kind of like a moot point.
So you're saying we can't know or we don't know, and the other guy was saying that it's relative density. But the problem about relative density is that it's just a ratio between densities. That doesn't make objects go
but the
anywhere.
problem with your question is that your entire foundation for your reality is dependent on fucking pictures and videos and eyewitness testimony, all of which can be lied about or manipulated. So,
but that's a red herring, though, because I could be
not really, dude. All we're saying is, look, we don't feel spinning. I don't see a curve. I don't see the measurements for a curve, and I haven't seen any reproducible scientific experiments here in Earth that would suggest that we're on a bowl. This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying.
You rejected them all, but you have seen them.
You don't need to get defensive about that. I'm just asking about the flat Earth, like in that.
No,
Because
I'm not getting
with
defensive. I'm just trying to explain my my point of view without getting interrupted.
Yo, the point is
it's still right,
the brother
Harry.
asked the guy asked a very good question, man. And the answer to that question, an alternative theory would be the idea of relative density. You know what I mean?
think
Like,
that makes sense.
Have you heard about that idea before?
Oh yeah, I have, and it doesn't make sense. That's not a mechanism that makes objects like
Well,
a
actually, how about this?
vector an object.
Why?
Because it doesn't create a force that's going any specific direction. That's relative density only makes sense if you describe it inside the
No, but
like if you already have gravity.
I told Isa this 2 years ago, but he didn't listen.
Hey, yo, the only reason you're asking for a direction is because in your head you think you live in fucking space, dude. There's only an up and a down. That's it. You're trying to make it like a point of direction as though, well, if I'm on a ball, how come it all sticks to the ball? No. What do you experience? You experience the sky above you and the earth below you. You're trying to put it into space is your problem, in my opinion.
Another point is that we may not know the mechanism for why water goes flat, but we can demonstrate that it does. We can see the effect of that, whatever that is. We know that water is flat. We have a microcosm. We have coffee in a cup. You don't have anything.
Did you measure the coffee in the cup, or?
I just did.
Hey, yo, and
When
that's
are you going to scale it up,
microcosm.
or are you just going to go off that one cup?
The difference between us and the baller fantasy is that we have actual empirical evidence for what we suggest. Now, the problem is that the ball tries to take that information and put it into outer space. And when you do that, you have no context for outer space. So they can tell you whatever the fuck they want to tell you.
The flat Earth is the fantasy. The ball is the truth.
But that's opposite.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, we're back to beliefs again, though, right? Because this is where we end up with 50,000 fucking genders. It's a very shaky foundation to build knowledge on.
Not
Just
necessarily
beliefs.
that, Andy. We end up with some people that believe there's only two, and some people that believe there's two and some.
Whoa.
Two different beliefs.
No,
one of the set of people is right, one of the set is wrong, or they're both right and they're both wrong.
No. See, we're talking about just observable fact. Wieners and ho-hos, dude. You got one or the other. You got a wiener or you got a hoo-hoo.
It's a fact.
That's all there is.
It's a fact for us, but not for progressive liberals.
No,
that isn't
facts
a fact.
are facts aren't subjective, bro. Facts are not subjective.
Depends how you use the word, doesn't it?
No, it just depends on whether or not you want to live in reality.
If you use fact to mean something I really believe, then yeah,
dude, it's a fact that you don't. It's a fact that you don't see curvature with your eye.
That's subjective.
Well, according to these
that's
guys,
a fact.
All right. Well,
you've never seen
it.
Bro, you don't know what.
Hold on. Hey, yo. Go ahead, Ethan.
Facts are fucking completely subjective. That's the fucking problem. The facts are subjective. Like, if you wrote a text message and, you know what I mean? Like you know the idea of like when you write something or when you say something to somebody and then like they repeat it back to you in court and it doesn't sound like the context of which you were put. Like, you know, when a girl, let's say, is like, I don't know, like that. Facts are subjective. And I'm a flat earther. And I'm telling you, facts are subjective. So please don't make kind of a maximum. That's not a maximum.
Isa's correct.
No, it's not correct. Isa's dead wrong on this one. Water exists in our reality. That's a fact. That's objective. It's not even debatable.
How do you decide that? You've decided that.
I've decided water exists in our reality.
Yeah.
I'm the one who made that. I made that up.
Oh, you've decided.
Who makes you the king?
You've
Who makes you
decided
the king,
it's true.
Jeremy?
We agree it's true, Jeremy, but we've both decided it's true for ourselves. Yeah. So we've both
because
decided,
it is. We could touch it. We could taste
it.
We decided it because it's true, because we know it exists, because it's objective. It's there. We can touch it, taste it,
That's
smell
how I
it,
feel about the
feel it.
globe. That's how I feel about the globe. That's how ISA feels about flat Earth. But they're
Hey, Jeremy, my
contradictory.
point is that it's not a maxim though. That's all I'm saying. It's not like facts are subjective, in my opinion.
They are.
I think you know what I mean but at the same stroke, like there are things that are agreed upon.
Yeah, but do you think water existing in our reality is subjective?
Well, how about this? It's not
Fact.
called water. How about this? It's not called water in India, right? It's called something else, right? So.
And then it translates into water.
Hold on. What do we mean by water? That might mean something completely else in a different language. All I'm saying is that it's subjective, and language is how we communicate. Therefore, it gets really fucking dicey when you try to pin things down. This is why law is so beautiful for this kind of an understanding. That's what. But facts are not subjective. That's all.
Issa, you got to fix your mic, bro. We could barely hear you.
Roger, I got you.
Can I just say about facts? Like there's like theories, right? Like there is a theory about something. There's a theory of the Big Bang. That is a fact that there is a theory, but the theory itself is not a fact. It's only a theory. But the existence of a theory is itself a fact. I'm confused as shit right now.
All right, so just to address Issa's thing, yeah, hold on, though. Just to address Issa's thing, yeah, they call it something different in India, but it translates into water in English, and they call it something different in Chinese, but it still translates into water, and it's still water. It's there. We can touch it and taste it. Like it's not a debate.
So a thing exists is your argument, and that's my argument for the globe. It's a fact because it exists. This thing I've observed, seen, felt, walked around, seen pictures of, yeah, that's a fact to me, Jeremy. It's the same as water is to you. However sure you are that water's real, I'm sure Earth's a globe. Exactly the same. You disagree, which makes my fact subjective.
That's kind of a good point. Is that when the fact that we disagree over these things, over these facts, means that they are subjective. That's a good point, John.
Because the things you guys are saying are not facts. I'm talking about real deal Holyfield facts, like trees. Trees are real.
We disagree.
Fire is real.
We disagree on all of it.
No, we don't disagree on all of it. You disagree on water and trees and fire?
No, we can disagree on some of it, but we will come to a point where we disagree, but we both still say this is a fact, this isn't a fact. Yeah, so we're still using the word. I still think it's a fact, but suddenly you've disagreed. We've hit a point that we disagree on. And you want to say that isn't a fact, but you want to stick to the ones we did agree on as facts.
I want to jump in here. Is that Issa Mahalski?
Yo, it is. What up?
Hey, Issa, this is Charles, Flat Earth Math. We haven't spoken in like, I don't know, 5 years or so. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Whenever I see you, I think about when I learned the word sagita with you.
Yeah.
Some people still can't pronounce that word.
Yo, good to hear you, brother.
Yeah, we remember all the old days with, and I think Snack to the Future has come back, but man, those were some great times.
Tell me about the Sajada.
Fuck yeah, dude. Oh yeah, good to hear you, bro.
The Sajida?
The Sajida.
I'm so happy to hear from you, brother.
So Issa, you still making music?
Yeah, but not so much nowadays. I'm busy as fuck.
So you got some killer chops.
Maxwell Chikambutsu is my joint.
Oh yeah, yo, flattered map. Have you heard of Maxwell Chikambutsu?
No.
That was the latest song that we made up anyway. But it was he's this guy who's trying to do free energy. Oh my god. Yo, you need to look up Maxwell Chikambutsu and come and debunk them for us.
Yeah, that's my realm is geometry. My realm is making observations, and then doing Euclidean geometry and then determining the shape of the Earth from that. So all the stuff about Maxwell's equations or dark matter, that's all we made.
No.
Oh, a flat earther. Nice.
Maxwell Chickambusa is from Zimbabwe, and he made a free energy machine.
Free energy. Right. Okay.
His specialty is geometry. Ask him what a hump and a drop is. I said.
Oh my God! Oh my goodness, SC. Hey, Issa, are you familiar with Bev's Tribe Thinking channel and world famous Buster?
Yeah, I was just listening to you on there. And you better tell.
I didn't follow it. I'll have to check it out, brother.
Yeah, so and he's on Discord as well, but it's Try Thinking. They usually have a show. I don't know. Are you in New York City still? Anyway, Eastern time. It's 3 p.m. Eastern time every day. They do a show. It's called Try Thinking on YouTube, or it's also a Discord. But there's
shout out to Bev.
There's a guy.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Bev, he runs a great crew, and there's a guy, Buster, world famous Buster. He's got some amazing guitar chops, and he reminds me of you because he's a flat earth musician, and he writes really great songs, and I think you'd really get a kick out of him.
Yeah. So, Charles.
I'll check him out, brother.
Right. Good talk with you, Issa.
I was just listening to you 5 minutes ago. I was just listening. Hey, Issa, you got to fix your fucking mic, bro. It sounds like you're yelling at us down a hallway.
All right, I'm stopping talking for a while.
And then I got my shit turned all the way up.
Sorry, brother.
You're probably driving everyone on YouTube nuts. Charles, do me a favor. You got a pen and a piece of paper or something?
Yes, I do.
Okay, draw a little ball on it, right?
Okay.
You draw a little circle?
Yes.
Little circle.
Yes.
That's your globe, right?
Yes. That's exactly.
Then draw a plumb line coming down off from the top, right?
North Pole. A North Pole plumb line?
Well, whatever, yeah, just a plumb line, just anywhere. Just straight down to the ball.
Okay, there's my plumb line.
Now do me a favor. Just draw the parts that are horizontal across the plumb line. Don't draw anything that's not horizontal. Don't draw it.
Okay.
What's your line look like?
I could draw a horizontal as long as you like, but that horizontal is defined where the plumb line is.
No. Only draw the parts that are horizontal. Only draw me a horizontal part.
You didn't listen to a word I said. Try
no,
again?
you're not following instructions. I'm your teacher today, and I want to see you after class. Right now, your homework is just draw the line. Just draw the parts of the line that are horizontal.
I'm drawing a line, and it's going all the way across the page until I run out of paper. It's a ruler straight line. Is that okay?
Okay, so all those parts are horizontal.
And there's only one part.
Okay, I told you to only draw the parts that are horizontal. Charles, you're not listening. I'm going to have to fail you.
So
you're going to get an F in this class.
The problem is you're giving.
The problem is you're not following instructions. I gave you very clear instructions. Only draw parts. Only draw parts of the line that are horizontal.
What do you mean by parts of a line?
Only draw any part of the line that's not horizontal. Don't draw it.
I am drawing a single line, and I am labeling that single line with the word horizontal.
Okay, so that whole line's horizontal. So all the verticals will be 90 degrees from that. Anywhere you drew that line, right? Everywhere 90 degrees from that line's vertical.
Said that. You're making assumptions.
What's up?
You're making assumptions. I followed your instructions carefully, and now you're making assumptions.
I'm not making any assumptions.
You need to go back to teacher college.
Anywhere there's okay, first of all, you obviously failed because you're on your ball. The only part that's horizontal is on the plumb line, and as soon as you go off of that, it's no longer horizontal. I told you don't draw the parts that are horizontal. You failed miserably.
You asked me to draw a line, and then you started talking about parts, but a line has exactly one part.
I asked you to draw only parts of the line that are horizontal. So anything that's not horizontal, don't draw it on the paper. You want to redo it?
Are we using Euclidean geometry here?
Can you just draw a line, but only draw parts of only? You can use any geometry you want, but only draw parts of the line that are horizontal.
Euclidean
Can you do that
geometry. in Euclidean geometry, when you say to draw a line, that line goes infinitely far in both directions. And that is exactly what I did. I followed your instructions to the letter. But now you're talking about...
And you only drew... I told you to only draw...
A line
I
only
gave
has
you
one
clear
part.
instructions, Charles. I gave you clear instructions. Only draw parts of the line that are horizontal. If it's not horizontal, don't draw that part of the line.
Jeremy, you make me laugh.
He's also saying it's infinite. It doesn't exist that. Only in math.
So
a line is the shortest distance between 2 points, so not infinite.
No, that's a segment.
Charles, are verticals perpendicular? If you have a horizontal, is it perpendicular to is vertical perpendicular to it?
No. Horizontal is perpendicular to vertical. That's the definition of... It's the relationship. Start with plumb.
Horizontal is perpendicular to vertical, right?
Horizontal is perpendicular to vertical. That is correct. Start with plumb.
Okay.
And then you can construct a vertical, a perpendicular, and that perpendicular will be horizontal. Yes.
Okay, so anywhere there's a horizontal, we go 90 degrees.
No.
Anywhere there's a horizontal. What's your problem, Charles?
You precisely got it backwards. You don't cut the knife with the bread. Okay? You don't cut the knife with the bread. You take the bread and you cut it with the knife.
You're not listening, are you?
You can't reverse the
He's
instructions.
not listening.
Hold on, George. I got this.
You start with the vertical, okay? And then you can construct, perpendicular to the vertical, a horizontal. Now, don't reverse the sequence, okay? You keep reversing the sequence.
How many horizontals can you have on that vertical?
An infinite number of horizontals.
Maybe.
George, give him a
Can I-
chance. You've been talking for a while. Give Jeremy a chance to go at it with him.
Any horizontal and vertical are perpendicular, right, Charles?
Yes.
Okay, so I want you to just erase the line you drew and only draw the horizontal where it's perpendicular to vertical.
The entire line is perpendicular to the vertical.
So all the verticals are going to be perpendicular.
That's why I
So
draw
all the verticals.
No. See, now you're making assumptions. You have to
Hold
listen.
on, man. I'm listening. I'm listening. You have a long line going all.
My
Hold on,
line
I
is
got
infinitely long, and that infinitely long line is perpendicular to that plumb line at the North Pole.
Okay,
So
anywhere
which
there's
is where I drew it.
horizontal. Anywhere there's horizontal, vertical will be 90 degrees then.
No,
right?
you keep trying to cut the knife with the bread. Stop doing that.
What the fuck are you talking about? Bread and knives.
Okay, so listen to this sequence carefully. Start with plumb, construct a perpendicular. That perpendicular is horizontal. You cannot go backwards.
Okay, and horizontal and perpendicular and horizontal and vertical are always perpendicular, right?
Okay, once you've drawn the two lines, you can then say, "Oh, I'm making this observation. These two lines are perpendicular." Correct. What is really important for you to understand is you cannot start with a horizontal line and then start making perpendiculars to that. Those lines are not going to be vertical necessarily.
Okay, let's just start off simple. Let's just start off simple. Anywhere there's horizontal and anywhere there's vertical, they're perpendicular, right? They're always perpendicular.
Okay.
Is that true?
But you have to be really more precise. At one location, you can have a horizontal and vertical, and that horizontal and that vertical are perpendicular. You cannot talk about all things everywhere. You have to be very, very precise with your instructions. At one location,
we're just starting off with a base
horizontal and vertical are perpendicular. You can't say all things everywhere. That's where you run off the rails.
Yeah,
I'm not saying all things everywhere. Hold on, Don. We don't need you right now.
Horizontals and all verticals, and so.
But can't we have a
Give me 5 minutes with flat Earth math. I'm just going to preemptively mute you because I know you'll. So Charles,
it's all good. I'm happy to talk to anyone.
No, he just I'm trying to talk to you though, but he always wants to like interrupt and never let us get in. So Charles, vertical and horizontal are always perpendicular. Is that a true statement?
One location, yes.
Okay, so just
pick your location. Pick a location anywhere, and then horizontal and vertical.
I asked you to pick the location. I asked you to pick the location.
Pick the North
Charles,
Pole.
I asked you to pick the location. I told you to draw the. I told you to draw the vertical, draw the plumb, and then draw the parts that are horizontal, where all the perpendicular
parts.
You can draw a piece of a line. You can have two dots and a line in between two dots.
So that's the part where you run off the rails. The line I drew is infinitely long. That line is
Okay, well, don't draw an
perpendicular.
infinitely long. Don't draw an infinitely long line. Just draw the line where it's horizontal.
The whole thing is horizontal to my plumb.
Okay, so and verticals are always perpendicular to them.
Oh, no.
And verticals are always perpendicular to that, right? We just agreed on that 5 minutes ago. Vertical and horizontal always perpendicular. If you have a horizontal, you draw 90 degrees, it's going to be a vertical.
No. Again, you're not listening. Okay? You're monologuing. My horizontal line, which is infinitely long, is perpendicular to the vertical plumb I established at the North Pole. Period. Now I can pick another location, say the equator. A different plumb line would have a different horizontal perpendicular to that plumb. I could draw that horizontal as long as you want. That horizontal is only defined as perpendicular to the plumb that is on the equator for the second line. Okay? But you keep trying to cut the knife with the bread. You cannot start with a horizontal and construct verticals to it. You just can't. Okay? That's the problem. That's the part you go off the rails. Right? I keep telling it to you, but you keep ignoring it.
You're monologuing now, Charles. You're monologuing. Why do you?
Thank you. Thank you for letting me speak. Go ahead.
Yeah, but I don't know why you accuse me of monologuing and you're doing it. But anyways, if you're going off the base axiom we just started with, where horizontal and vertical are always perpendicular. Now you have a horizontal. I thought we agreed on that before. So the vertical and horizontal are not perpendicular.
You said at one location, vertical and horizontal are perpendicular. So, and then you can't think from that all horizontals and all verticals. No, not all.
Can you just
one location?
Can you just draw the location? Just draw the perpendicular location where it's horizontal on your piece of paper.
The whole line goes infinitely far, perpendicular to that one plumb.
Okay, and then 90 degrees from horizontal is vertical, right?
No, you just cut the knife with the bread, and you can't do that.
So
it's like you're literally not see. All right, so Jeremy,
what was it with the bread thing?
Jeremy, you cannot start with a horizontal and construct a perpendicular and call it vertical. This is now the 5th time I'm telling you, and you keep saying it. Yeah, you agreed, right? You agreed. No, you cannot start with a horizontal and construct a perpendicular and call it vertical. You have to start with plumb, then construct a perpendicular and call that horizontal. Order matters. You have to cut the bread with the knife. You can't cut the knife with the bread. All right, start with vertical. Start with vertical, construct a perpendicular horizontal, period. Go back.
Okay, so horizontal and perpendicular now you're saying are always perpendicular.
At one location, horizontal is perpendicular to vertical.
Okay, can you just draw that location on the paper? Just draw your perpendicular location on the paper. That's what I asked you for in the beginning.
And that's what I did. That's what I have on my paper right now in front of me. I have a plumb that is at the North Pole, and I have an infinitely long horizontal line extending perpendicular to that plumb at the North Pole.
Okay, and that location, the location of infinite line, that's the part that's
the North Pole. Location is the North Pole.
I asked you. I know, but just draw the part of the line that's perpendicular.
Yes, the whole line is perpendicular to the plumb at the North Pole.
I'm sorry. Just draw the part of the line that's actually horizontal. Don't draw any parts of the line.
Okay, and horizontal to the plumb at the North Pole.
And vertical, and if you have a horizontal, that will be if we were to draw vertical from a horizontal, that will be if we go perpendicular from horizontal.
Yeah.
That is vertical, right?
No, that is not vertical.
So vertical and
like I keep telling you, oh my goodness. Stop.
So vertical and horizontal. So vertical and horizontal are not perpendicular.
Vertical and horizontal are perpendicular, but you can only construct them in a given order.
That's not true. Who told you that? Who told you that you can only construct them in a certain order?
Being that what we call vertical is associated with plumb, right? And plumb is aligned with the gravity vector, and the gravity vector changes. So you have to start with plumb, and then you can construct your horizontal. You cannot then go a distance away and then construct a perpendicular to that horizontal and then call it vertical, because what we call vertical is plumb. And plumb will be different. 69 miles away, plumb will be 1 degree off. So you have to start with plumb, and then you construct your horizontal. The order, the order matters.
And
So
as soon as you go off the plumb line, it's no longer horizontal, though, right?
No, it's defined where you place your plumb, and then you do a construct a perpendicular. That's called horizontal. That horizontal can be as long as you like, but it's defined where you have your plumb.
But it's not going to be horizontal if you move. But once you move off the plumb line, it's no longer going to be horizontal, though.
So if you go 69 miles away, then you cannot. That line, you can construct a new horizontal line with a new plumb bob, but those two horizontal lines are now intersecting. Right?
Okay, just for the record, plumb is not always perpendicular from horizontal. Or sorry, vertical is not always perpendicular from horizontal. You're saying
one location they are perpendicular.
Okay, just draw that location on the paper. That's what I asked you for.
Yeah, North Pole. Yes.
Yes. Can you tell me what that looks like now?
It looks like a circle. At the very top of the circle, there's a little arrow pointing down at the North Pole. That's the arrowhead is the plumb bob, the weight. And then tangent is a horizontal line that goes off paper. It's a line that just goes left to right on my sheet of paper, tangent to the sphere, tangent to the circle, I should say, where the plumb bob is hanging down at the North Pole. That's what my drawing looks like. And that entire line is horizontal compared to the North Pole plumb. The North Pole
and then horizontal is, you said it's not perpendicular. You said horizontal and verticals are not perpendicular, you said?
My goodness gracious, you need to work on your listening comprehension. I've said 10 times, literally in this conversation alone, horizontal and is perpendicular to vertical at one location. Could you repeat that back to me? Because you seem to not actually hear me.
Yes, at one location it's perpendicular. I'm asking you to just draw that location, but you keep drawing an infinitely long line and saying then when you move off of that line, it's no longer perpendicular. Okay. I'm asking you to just draw the part of the line that's actually horizontal.
The whole line is horizontal. The whole line is horizontal to my plumb at the North Pole.
Okay, and vertical and horizontals are not perpendicular, you're saying?
Oh my God. All right, I'm going to make a tally mark. So let's start with 10.
How could it be? It couldn't be on a ball.
1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, you have to now this is now 11 times horizontal is perpendicular to vertical at a location.
Basically what he's saying, Jeremy, is you can only have local areas where you have vertical and horizontal. The second you step outside of that region, you have to establish a new horizontal and vertical.
I know, and I'm asking him to just draw the part, that's horizontal.
The whole thing.
But you're saying we have to have a new horizontal somewhere else. Then
starting with
the horizontal you first drew is no longer horizontal anymore because now there's a new horizontal. That other line is not horizontal anymore.
So it's about relationships. It's kind of like saying, I am my father's son. So if you use the word son and you're pointing to me, you're indicating my father had me and I'm his son. So if you point to me and you say son, everyone knows that I'm the son of my father.
So your dad was a baller.
You could also point to me. Get out of here. You can also point to me and you could say father. Well, then we're not talking about my father. We're talking about me. I have a son. When you point to me and you say father, everyone knows that we are indicating that I have children and that I actually have a son. So it's a relationship thing. So this infinitely long line is horizontal to the plumb at the North Pole.
Are you monologuing or no?
I'm just trying to say it's a relationship thing. This line that he asked me to draw, which is horizontal compared to the North Pole,
and how many on that vertical line that you're calling a plumb line? How many horizontals can you have on that line?
Infinite number. So all the way down that line, you can find horizontals, correct? Yeah, the plumb, infinite number of lines perpendicular to that plumb
will be horizontal.
Yes.
And if you have another, go ahead.
So Charles, if I move out, you got your plumb line and your horizontal, your infinitely long horizontal line. Now, if I move off of that plumb line that you drew, the vertical, then it will not intersect that initial horizontal line at 90 degrees, right?
Well, let's clarify. How far are you moving away? So if you want to make it simple, you could say
3
I'm
inches.
moving away. Let's move away 69 miles.
Okay.
Let's go 69 miles away and hang a new plumb line. Okay.
Well, let's go 3 inches.
Let's go 69 miles.
We could go 69 miles if you
we
want.
go 69 miles away and we hang a new plumb line, which is called vertical at that new location, we would then establish a new horizontal at that new location. We'll call it B. Let's call it location B, right?
But
Location
would
A
it
is
be
at the
just
North
on that
Pole.
new location?
George.
So at
Could
the
it
new
be a
location,
plumb line
which we're
on a
calling
different place?
B, has a new plumb line, and it will also have, you can construct a perpendicular to that plumb line, which we'll call horizontal, and that horizontal could be infinitely long compared to location B. Now that horizontal will intersect the first line's horizontal. First location's horizontal, the North Pole horizontal. Those two lines will intersect at an angle of 179 degrees, or 181 degrees, however you want to measure it.
Okay, so we have a vertical line and a horizontal line that are now intersecting at not 90 degrees.
No. We have no. You were not listening.
I heard you. You have your horizontal line. You have a horizontal line, and then we have
a North Pole.
And now we have a plumb line. Oh, go ahead.
9 miles away.
Yeah, we have a horizontal line, and now we have a plumb line. Charles, go ahead, man. I'll let you go. Go ahead.
Charles, come on, bro. You're cutting him off every word.
But he's
I
using
cut him off a
vague
whole
language.
bunch earlier.
Okay, so Jeremy and SE, it's really, really clear. We have two plumb lines and we have two horizontals. So if he just keeps saying the horizontal and the plumb line, that is completely counterproductive. 100% counterproductive. So every time he says the plumb, I'm going to insert where I believe he thinks he's talking about North Pole or point B, which is 69 miles away.
Okay,
so
Charles.
For us to have a constructive conversation, that we have two plumbs and two horizontals, you can't say the plumb and the horizontal. That's counterproductive. Be very specific.
Okay.
Which are you talking about?
Okay, I'm being very specific. I'll be very specific. You have a horizontal line on your paper and a plumb line. Now I'm going to move.
Oh my goodness. We have two plumbs and two horizontals, and you literally just said you were going to be specific, and then you said the horizontal, the plumb.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
You're killing me. You're killing me, Jeremy.
Can you just let me go though, or?
I think this conversation is about done because you are literally not listening to a word I'm saying.
I'm listening to you.
Yeah.
I'm listening. Just if you let me talk, maybe you listen to me.
I'm gonna sign off now, Jeremy. It was fun, but
well, hold on, man.
Conversation, and you'll find it to be as amusing as I did. Take care, gentlemen. Bye bye.
You're running away, Charles. You're running away, Charles.
Go run away. Go crunch some
numbers. Said a lot of stuff about bread and butter knives and fathers and sons.
It takes it as a victory.
Exactly.
Got him.
Everyone wins.
If you have a plumb line and a horizontal line, and then I move anywhere on your globe, 3 inches, 69 miles, doesn't matter, and I make a new plumb line, and I intersect it with your horizontal line, it's not going to be at 90 degrees.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I don't know why that was such a big issue for him. He laughed and thought he won and ran away. I don't know why.
All I was going to say before you made me was I think your base axiom is wrong when you said it's about the base axioms.
I think you're
wrong.
The
axiom, plumb and horizontal are perpendicular. That's like a base axiom, yes.
In that point, but then that horizontal won't be perpendicular to any other point.
Is it at a point or is it perpendicular? Because there's a big difference there. That's what I'm trying to get at. If it's only at a point, fine. If it's perpendicular, that's going to be an issue because when you go off of the plumb line, and you go off of the initial plumb line, any amount of distance, and you draw a new plumb line, it's no longer perpendicular. That's what they're saying, Jeremy.
Sorry,
Yes.
let me update. Let me help. It's not perpendicular on any different plumbs on a ball.
There's infinite plumbs on a ball.
The horizontal goes out to space from that one point, always perpendicular, but it's imaginary. going out into space, fitting the ground for some while, vaguely, and then the ground dips away from it, downwards into the ball. The horizontal sticks out into space, imaginarily. And you go round, you make a new plumb, and it's a new horizontal. And that's the ball.
We're only dealing with the one Listen, we're only dealing with the one horizontal. He has an infinitely long line that he's saying is horizontal. It's a horizontal line. Yeah. And we all know that horizontal is perpendicular from plumb. Right? And so if I draw a new plumb line, it's not going to be perpendicular at that new point, at the new plumb line. It's not going to, so obviously that line can't be horizontal at that location. So he needs to erase that part. He needs to erase that part of his horizontal line because it's no longer horizontal at that area. That's why I told him to only draw the area where it's actually horizontal at. And he knew that once you step off that plumb line, it's no longer horizontal. There is no perpendicularity there. There's only a point on the plumb line, like you said a minute ago.
Hang on, so you're denying the imaginary horizontal as well. You're saying there's no such thing.
No, I'm telling you, when you step off that plumb line, and you make the horizontal perpendicular, it's not horizontal off the plumb line because you can draw a new plumb line and it's not going to be 90 degrees.
But the horizontal is still imaginarily in the air, and you've stepped down on the earth below it on a globe.
No, it's not.
No, you can follow the horizontal. You can follow the horizontal line. You can follow the horizontal line and just drop a plumb right there. I'm not disregarding anything, or I'm acknowledging his horizontal line. And you go to a new spot and drop a plumb line, it's not going to be 90 degrees at that spot. So that's that line. That line's no longer horizontal at that location, which is why I only told him to draw the location. Which is why I only told him to draw the location where it was actually horizontal at. And he would have just been left with a plumb line. There would have been no line going anywhere because as soon as you step off that, it's no longer horizontal.
No. Yeah, but let me just say this: the same way when
you're walking down from it.
The same way, like I described, that on the vertical, yeah, and he admitted that you can have an infinite number of horizontals, and every single one of those horizontals on that vertical line, they will be parallel to each other. The same applies on the horizontal. The horizontal line will have an infinite number of vertical lines, all of them perpendicular to it.
But they won't be touching Earth. They'll be touching an imaginary horizontal in the air.
No. The geometry works the same way.
I know you think it's flat, but
on both vectors.
I'm telling you what happens on the globe model.
The same way the vertical, has an infinite number of horizontals in it, and all of them 90 degrees from each other. The same way works on the horizontal. All along that horizontal, you can have an infinite numbers of plumb lines, and they'll all be perpendicular to it. That's how the geometry works.
They're not all
Euclidean geometry, that is. That he says he's an expert. He's not. He's a fraud. That's what he is, and a liar.
Talking in circles.
Okay, so you understand if you have a plumb. So you understand if you have a plumb line, you draw a horizontal to it. As soon as you step off the plumb line, that horizontal line is no longer horizontal in that new location, right? Do we all agree to that?
I didn't quite hear that.
You have a plumb line, you draw a horizontal line on that plumb line. You draw a horizontal perpendicular to plumb on that plumb line.
Not on it.
Yeah, and then you step, and when you step off the plumb line, 3 inches, 69 miles, however far you want to go, a millimeter, you draw a new plumb line. That horizontal line is no longer horizontal at that location, right?
Yes, I agree.
Yes, I wanted him to only draw the location where his line was horizontal.
That's where
he didn't do that though. He drew an infinitely long horizontal line, but it's not horizontal at the new location.
Because what you asked for is horizontal with one plumb, not with every plumb. So that's what he drew you.
No, I asked him to just draw the part of the line where it was horizontal.
Yeah, and he
obviously if we move off the line
is horizontal to the
obviously if we move off the line and it's not horizontal there anymore, you wouldn't draw that part because that part's not horizontal anymore.
His line went out into space. It wasn't about walking around Earth, was it?
If you step off the plumb, say there's a piece of wood. Your horizontal line is a whole piece of wood, okay? And you have this piece of wood going infinitely out from this plumb line. Once you take one step and you drop a new plumb line, that board, that piece of wood, is no longer horizontal. I wanted them to just put wood where it was horizontal.
It's all horizontal to the first plumb, perpendicular to the one plumb, but it's not perpendicular to the new plums, like you say.
A new location, yeah. And I wanted them to just draw the location where it was horizontal. I said, just draw the location where it's
The whole line
horizontal.
is horizontal to the one plumb. It's just not horizontal to every plumb.
Yeah, I realized that on your globe, which is why I asked him to just draw the location of the horizontal line where it was horizontal. If you move, if you fucking move, Don, if you move that line that he first draw, it's no longer horizontal, right?
I've already told you what's true now, and it's a circle again. So you have to understand what I'm saying, and there won't be anything else to say then if you understand what I'm saying.
Do you understand? I understand what you're saying. Do you understand what I'm saying?
No, you're talking in circles.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Jeremy, I'm sorry, dude. I'm sorry, Jeremy, but you're trying to compare your belief with their belief, and there's just no validation in between it. And it seems like you understand theirs, but you're trying to get them to understand yours without any verification to support it. So that's why we need to
I'm working in their model. Dude, I'm not. No, that's not what's happening. I'm working totally in their globe model. I'm not. This isn't mixing my beliefs or anything. I'm working totally in their own model, where when you take a step off the plumb line, the horizontal is no longer perpendicular to plumb. In my model, it's perpendicular to plumb everywhere. So that's not what happened at all. Don, stop interrupting, Don.
I'm correcting you.
Stop interrupting. I don't care if you're correcting me. I don't need to be corrected in the middle of my sentence. And I'm talking to Die Slow.
Yeah, Don, next time you do it, I'm going to time you out for 10 minutes. The fourth time I'm asking
not scared of you.
You don't have to be scared. You're just going to have to be silent.
Don't threaten me then, because I won't be scared, will I?
Okay.
Just please don't interrupt, please. Die Slow, do you understand? I'm not mixing beliefs.
No, I understand you're not mixing beliefs. You're just comparing them, but there's no segue in between to verify or validate which one's accurate until we do tests. That's all I'm saying, dude. Like
I wasn't comparing them. I was working totally within their model. I wasn't even thinking about my belief.
Why
I was working totally within their model. I wasn't comparing theirs or mine or anything.
If you're in my model, why are you not letting
Can you
me
let him respond, please? Die Slow, you understand? Where did I compare a flat Earth thing to his thing? I was working totally within his thing.
Because perpendicular, horizontal and vertical perpendicularness is only local in their model. Like you said, 3 inches.
That's what I was going with.
Yeah,
and that's what I was working with.
Right, 3 inches or 69 miles, depending on how far you step off that plumb line. Automatically on their model establishes a whole new plumb line that doesn't connect with the previous one because it's spherical.
I realized that, and that's what I was working with. Yeah.
Right. So now we either have to, substantiate that to be wrong or right. You know what I mean? Like talking about it isn't gonna fucking resolve anything.
Well, I mean, I hear you, but I still would like them to acknowledge that when you go perpendicular off the plumb line, the new location, if you go off of that plumb line to a new location, that's no longer horizontal. And that's why it's not perpendicular from horizontal that's why it's not perpendicular from plumb, because as soon as you go off of, and if you go perpendicular anywhere, 1 inch, 3 miles, 100 miles, it's no longer horizontal at that new location.
That's why he said that it's an imaginary horizontal. There is no true horizontal other than the imaginary one you established off your plumb line, which is infinite plumb lines on their model. So yeah, it's only locally plumb and level.
Not locally.
And I wanted them to just draw that local part. Go ahead, Essay.
No, I'm just going to help you out here, Jeremy. Not locally, bro. It's single point, at a single point. That's what Jeremy's trying to point out, and it's very important. They have horizontal just at a single point.
Yeah, as soon as you go off that point, that horizontal that you had before, that perpendicular horizontal, it's no longer horizontal anymore because you're at a new location, and a plumb line won't be 90 degrees to it, so it's not horizontal. They
This
don't
is
have a
very
horizontal.
important.
They can't make a horizontal line in the air, on the ground, anywhere. There's no horizontal line because as soon as you step off the plumb line where you made the horizontal, it's no longer horizontal. In their model,
Right.
in reality, is a whole different thing. Yeah, I think they're fucking perpendicular. Plumbs and horizontals are perpendicular everywhere. The same one. So whatever.
Yeah, just ask them where is level. They'll tell you at a point. Ask them, how about horizontal? They'll tell you the same thing, at a point.
Well, I got him to backstep on that horizontal. Even Jesse, that one day I was arguing with him for like an hour. It was him and Nate, and you know, they were saying plumb levels perpendicular. I got them all to walk that shit back. No one's saying levels perpendicular from plumb anymore. No one's saying that shit. You know why? Because they got to say horizontal's perpendicular from plumb. So
No.
horizontal and level would be the same thing if that's what you thought.
Just like the Twilight Zone. We took away their level. Now we're taking away their horizontal. Well, they're doing it themselves. Yeah, it's single point geometry. That's where they're at now.
No, our definition of a horizontal is that it's perpendicular to plumb at a given point on Earth's surface.
That's what I just said.
It's still a horizontal at the full length of that line or plane. It's just that it's only perpendicular to plumb at a point, a single point on Earth's surface.
Yeah. So if I asked you to draw the parts that were only if I asked you to only draw the parts that were horizontal, you wouldn't come off the plumb line, because as soon as you come off the plumb line, and I make a new plumb line, it's no longer horizontal at that new location.
It is a horizontal at all locations. It's only perpendicular to plumb at one location.
Okay, so you're saying horizontal and plumb aren't always perpendicular.
No, I'm saying a horizontal is perpendicular a horizontal is perpendicular to plumb at one location.
Okay, and then when you step off of that plumb line to a new location, the horizontal line you have would be no longer horizontal.
It's still a horizontal. It's just that you're not at the tangent point.
I know. That's why I said when you move to a new location, you're at a plumb line, you make a horizontal, it's perpendicular, you go to a new location. That horizontal line is no longer horizontal anymore. Right?
Correct.
Right. Okay. And so if I asked you to just draw the parts.
Did he cut out, or did
I think you cut out.
Yeah, you
I
cut
think
out
you
there,
cut
Jeremy.
So let's do this. Like, what if we were going to build a giant building, right? Let's say it's 10 miles by 10 miles. One solid foundation. Everything's level within this building. The walls are plumb and square. How do we establish that if the second we step over to the other end of the building, 10 miles apart from the next, the horizontal and plumb lines aren't square? Like, how do we square the ends of the buildings if we can't establish plumb and level lines to match one another to make a square 10 by 10 mile building?
So the architects for LIGO put in the as-built blueprints that they added in 8 inches per mile squared to the elevation in order to compensate for that. That's what they did.
Right. But that would determine that the building wall would have to lean one way or the other to follow that Pythagorean theorem that you just stated. So how do we establish which way to lean that wall so everything is square within this 10 mile by 10 mile building?
1 degree per 69 miles.
Well, again, it's only 10 miles. So is that negligible now?
Whether or not it's negligible, it's still 1 degree per 69 miles.
But it's contradicting what you guys laid out, saying that, you know, you can only have a localized plumb and horizontal perpendicular to one another, and we're trying to build a square building. So how do we establish a square building if we can't make a plumb and horizontal across the 10 mile by 10 mile span?
Well, we have to choose whether we want it plumb or square. If it's a 10-mile building, it won't be both. It could be the one or the other, but it won't be both. And in LIGO, they didn't
want it
want
square.
In LIGO, they didn't want it level at all locations or square or plumb. They wanted it. I'm sorry, they didn't want it plumb or level at all locations. They wanted it square. They wanted it straight. So that's what
Right. Yeah. So we want it straight and square. So how do we establish square over a 10-mile span if plumb lines are deviating from one another?
You add 1 degree for every 69 miles, and you add 8 inches per mile squared to the elevation.
Right. And I said it's within a 10-mile margin, which is negligible on your 69-mile span at 1 degree. So is it going to be like off by a minimal amount or something? Is that what you're implying?
Well, what is your question exactly? I said the
We
same
want to
thing
build
2
a
times.
square building. Yeah, we want to build a perfectly square building, 10 by 10 miles apart. You know, like the building size will be 10 miles by 10 miles square. So how do we build a square building if we can't establish plumb lines across the entirety of that span that are all going to rectify a square building? If everything's deviating on your plumb lines, how do we ensure that this 10 mile by 10 mile building will be perfectly square?
I just told you how. First, as far as the floor, you add 8 inches per mile squared, which you can calculate every inch if you want along the distance. You don't have to just do it at every mile. And that's what math is for. And then as far as making the walls square, you add or subtract 1 degree per 69 miles. If it was 10 miles wide, you would tip the wall up 0.1, or you tip it over 0.14492753623 degrees.
Okay, so what you're saying is that we can have a square building, but it won't be horizontal and plumb across the entirety.
It won't be level.
Can make it,
right.
or we can make it plumb and perpendicular across the whole entirety, but it won't be square. So what you're saying is you can only have one or the other. You can't have both.
That is precisely what I just said, almost word for word.
Gotcha. All right. How do you guys feel about that?
Cool.
Well, I was asking the flat earth.
No, I don't like this whole horizontal. You can't have a globe and have a horizontal perpendicular from plumb, because if I go to a new location anywhere perpendicular, like a new location off the plumb line, an inch, a half an inch, a mile, 69 miles, it's no longer horizontal. That line, that initial line, is no longer horizontal.
Do you have a problem with that?
And when I ask someone to just draw the location that's horizontal, and they draw a location that's not horizontal, then yeah.
Well, if the Earth were a globe, would a straight line be perfectly level at more than 1 point? If the Earth were a globe?
Would a straight line be level?
Yes. If the Earth were a globe, could more than 1 point on a straight line be level?
Yeah.
Straight lines aren't level on a globe. I don't know. Is this a trick?
The opposite side of the ball would be the same.
Of the
You mean a
same
curved line being level? I don't know. You're saying straight. So
you got a basketball.
maybe
Yeah, you got a basketball. Down is the center. only that which is perpendicular to a line to the center is level. Okay, you set this ruler on this basketball. Can more than one point on that ruler be perpendicular to the direction to the center of the ball?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if the ruler is wide as the basketball is.
Okay, first of all, if you have a point that's not just a point isn't perpendicular.
No, a point is not perpendicular.
I know, so I don't know what you're talking about. Maybe rephrase it.
How many points does a straight line touch a spherical surface or a curve? Just keep it simple. At how many points can a straight line be tangent to
1 point? A tangent touches a point, a circle or a sphere at a point.
Okay. How many points on that line will be perpendicular to a line going to the center of the circle?
None. There's no you have no perpendicularity.
One.
No, a point is not perpendicular. We just went through that. You don't have 1 point being perpendicular.
No, but the line can have a point where it is tangent, right?
Okay.
Right, and is
Okay,
that
well,
is that point? Is that should I say location instead of point? They
I don't
mean
know.
the
What's
same
the point?
thing.
What is your point, Jesse?
Well, my point is that, my question is whether a straight line can be perpendicular to a line to the center of the circle at more than one location along that straight line.
No, it can't. Only that one location, yeah.
Okay, so if the Earth is a ball, then could a straight line tangent to that ball be perpendicular to plumb at more than one location along that line?
No, it can't.
Okay, cool.
We're right back to square
What's the
one.
point?
Why don't you,
What's
why
the
don't you stick
point?
with the
Yeah,
building?
get to your point.
Stick with the building I just laid out, bro. We established a square building that's not plumb. Like, can you speculate on what that would look like if you're standing at the walls of this building and they're leaning and they're simultaneously telling you the building is square even though it appears not to be, contrary to what you're looking at? Like, think about that, bro.
Well, who's claiming this? What building are we talking about?
We just went over it, a 10-mile by 10-mile building that we made square, that the walls are not plumb to one another. They're only locally plumb. So if you look at this building, the overall structure of this building, what's that going to look like? It's not going to look square from our perspective, although your belief system established it was, but to our perspective of it, the walls are leaned out. They're not plumb. You said we can have square, but we can't have plumb, or we can have plumb, but we can't have square. We can't have both. And we picked a square building. So looking at that building and the walls, they don't appear to be square. But in your model, it says it is based on the math due to the spherical nature of the surface.
Do you have any evidence that buildings are not do not have this nature of being square or plumb, but not both at once?
Yeah, I mean, anytime we look at like high altitude photography over a city, and we see that the streets are intersecting at right angles and the buildings are not leaned away from one another, like everything, like all the rooftops are uniform, I mean, that should indicate to you that things aren't just locally plumb, rather across the entire span.
Well, why don't we look at some actual evidence? And what you'll find out is that even if the Earth were a globe, if you look at the actual distances you're looking at and calculate the actual angles they would be leaning away from each other, it would be such small angles due to the narrow scope of your picture that you wouldn't be able to discern whether it was or not leaning away that much. So you have
Right.
no evidence. You have no argument.
Right. That's the claim, right? So how big would we need to be able to how high up we need to look at from the top down of a city, and how big would the city need to be in order to have a definitive answer due to perspective alone? Like, would it have to be 69 miles by 69 miles, and then we're dealing with 1 degree of deviation? Would that be negligible from the human eye? That's basically what you're saying.
Right. Yeah. If you get back far enough that you can see 2 buildings that are 69 miles apart, they're going to be just pretty much tiny little specks, because your field of view is only, what's your field of view in your eyes, right? Like, let's say it's 90 degrees. You need to be almost 69 miles away from these buildings in order to see 2 buildings at the same time. And they're going to look like little tiny toothpicks way out in
Well,
the distance.
you could have your
And
camera on a swivel, right, and zoom in.
I mean, we could set mirrors up to kind of highlight.
Could you have your Jesse? Could you have your camera on a swivel and move in and zoom in?
well, you have to take it in a single shot. Otherwise, you're not going to see it even if it was there.
What are those lights
we
called?
can't get a.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
What lights?
You know, the lights that they set up to, like, you know, maybe if like some big event's going to take place or a grand opening, and they'll have those expensive lights that kind of shoot straight up in the sky and just kind of like
Spotlight.
Yeah, it's kind of like a spotlight, and they'll kind of like rotate around so people from all over can see something's going on at this one particular location. Like, why couldn't we have 2 of those spread far enough apart, shooting straight up, and just try to look from a high altitude, perspective, and see if they appear to be deviating or parallel?
That's a good point. We could get laser beams. I like this, Dice Low. I like this. And I heard you guys were brainstorming on test yesterday. I missed it. I'm fucking pissed. But I like this one. You get 2 laser beams, 69 miles apart. You shoot them straight up. According to these guys, there's no refraction. And then you look at them from a distance, and they should be leaning away from each other.
Yeah, we
by
shoot
1 degree.
we shoot them straight up from the ground, and then for the topper, while we're up there in the weather balloon or whatever it may be, a drone. We could have a drone. Then we shoot another laser horizontal from the drone across those 2 plumb lines and see if they make right angles, just to kind of help showcase, since our perspective is limited.
I don't know. Then you're dealing with refraction now.
No, but anyway, it's a good idea. Yeah, if you could.
Well, at nighttime, we're doing this
Yeah.
at nighttime where refraction is minimal, Jeremy.
If you could have
they don't. Go ahead, Jesse.
If you could have 2 of those searchlights or whatever pointing up, and you would need to develop a routine to make sure they were pointing exactly straight up, which would simply mean putting them on a rotating platform. And if you rotated the platform and the beam stayed centered, then you're true straight up. Assuming, anyway, you'd have to make sure they were straight up. But yeah, if you got them 69 miles apart, or maybe even more, and then viewed them from 100 miles away, and took a picture of that with a rectilinear lens, I'm quite confident that you would see the expected angle. Because
there's an issue. There's a problem with this because the lasers are going to diverge.
But with
you mean diffract? We're not going to space, dude. We're only going a mile up.
I'm saying the laser beam, it spreads out, right?
Yeah, diffraction.
Yeah, but it'll still produce, as long as it produces a visible path. We can do careful analysis of the photo to find the average center of it.
Well, that's why I said if you had the topper, dude, with the horizontal laser connecting those 2 plumb lasers, we'd be able to see if it was a right angle or if it was.
I don't know. I don't like this anymore because of the diffraction.
I like it.
I don't think it's a big deal, bro.
Yeah, I like this one.
Jesse's just saying that.
No, it gets because the light would be going straight up. That gets rid of the.
It's not going straight up.
What's
It's
that?
diverging. It's not going straight up. It's diffracting.
Yeah, but there are lasers that can shoot 5 miles with less than 6 inches of divergence.
They got ones that actually the Naval Academy has ones that shoot, I think, 7 to 9 miles effectively, and will destroy a target. So,
Well, yeah,
just
okay,
saying.
but we're talking about something that we can buy. So
No, I know.
For $4,500, you get a laser that can. This is how they sell it. It can shoot 5 miles and only have 6 inches of beam divergence. So I'm actually looking into trying to like do something like EpiCore, but be super legit, you know. So like if I stamped my name on it, then it would just be super transparent, legit. Long story short, there are many different tests we can use these lasers for. Obviously, just over bodies of water, hitting targets and stuff. So I think it's in our best interest to actually fund 2 of these lasers. So, you know, roughly 10 grand. And we just, we have to have them in someone's hands that are trusted. Like, honestly,
I think it would be.
I don't even trust
You just rent them, maybe?
I think
I
it'd
don't
be
know if
cheaper
you
just
can
to rent them. Yeah, that's what I was
don't know if
thinking.
you
Like
can
my
rent
uncle's
them,
got
but-
one that's like $5 grand.
Well, you say that,
I
but
could-
look,
I-
so we want to do this test. What happens when it doesn't work that day? What happens when it's foggier on the day you decided to rent it? And then what do you go rent it again to do the test across the body of water? You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. If you wanted to do like a dozen different tests, then I think it's worth buying it and it being in someone's hands that are trusted and there being like legal protections and stuff.
Somebody talked about yesterday making a flat Earth coin, and then Geo said, "What would be the purpose of it?" And this right here would be the purpose: funding experiments just like this, dude.
Well, we kind of have a flat earther who made a coin. It's called Epic. It's actually pretty fire.
Nice.
But yeah, I hear you. I'm
What
saying, what do
chain
you
is
guys
it
think? Because I've been talking about how like even just connecting these lasers, you can really get to the bottom of if it's actually refracting. Just connecting lasers.
Yeah,
Is
yeah.
the Epic coin on it?
What's that?
Is the
What's
Epic coin on a chain? Is it on a chain like Ethereum or Binance?
Yeah,
Or
it's
is it its
basically
own coin?
like it was. I don't think it's on Ethereum. I don't think no, but it's basically like Bitcoin. So it's mined, only it's encrypted and it's a privacy coin. So it's a privacy coin version of Bitcoin. It's not on exchanges yet. That's what you're asking. It's not like sold on major exchanges yet, which is why it's still just like $1.30 or whatever. But it is actually very dope. But I say that because I trust Jared, who's been into crypto since like 2013. So I just know he researched the whole white paper. But
$1.30.
yeah, anyway, it's pretty cool. Yeah, Epic Coin, and actually it went up quite a bit already. But it is actually very cool because it's mined. It's mined, so it has like true value. You know what I'm saying? It's like the Bitcoin only has a limited amount of coins. I think it has the same amount of coins as Bitcoin, so it's limited, but it's private, and Bitcoin's not private. So
Is the ticker symbol EP? Is the ticker symbol EPCT or EPIC? Epic Cash or Epic's token?
Epic Cash.
No doubt.
That's gangster,
Yeah,
bro.
it's at $1 right now. Yeah.
It's fire. He's a flat earther. He spoke at our summit. But anyway,
That's
what do
so
you guys
Yo,
think
this shit
about
was this shit hit $6 before.
Yeah, no, I'm telling you, it's gonna blow up as soon as it gets on the exchanges. He actually gave some of it away. There's a Telegram group. Everyone knows, of course, I would hope that if you do anything with crypto on Telegram, like be super careful. There are tons of scammers that are gonna like try to message you and say that we're part of the official whatever, Monero, blah blah blah. And they'll try to get your keys, your phrases. What are they called? You know, little phrases you use. They're gonna try to get those. So
It's called
obviously
a seed phrase.
Yeah, don't give anyone any information on Telegram. But they do have a Telegram group. I can drop in a second. This dude's actually super cool. I talked to him. It's like his name is Max Freeman. I think it's like a play on free man, but I don't know. But anyway,
All right,
yeah, he's
Scott.
very
We
cool,
need
man. They
sharks
get
with laser beams.
dude. We should get the lasers though. What do you guys think? Like, I swear I
Fuck
can
yeah.
spearhead this, bro.
Fuck yeah. We need to set up like a donation bucket, right? Like where we can just throw crypto into this one singular account and have like an event. Maybe we'll set up an event for the funding of it. And I don't know, bro. Like could be something.
Well, this is the thing. Like, I can set up where all forms of payment can be accepted. So, like through Celix, you can accept all kinds of cryptos as payment, and you can accept, PayPal, Cash App, cards, you name it. Celix is dope like that. So, I would have to write up like a legal paperwork, and I'd have to run it by some of the attorneys I know, so that everyone feels really comfortable. Like, because FE Core was such a shit show. So, like, it would be very legit, or I wouldn't want to be a part. I wouldn't put my name on it unless it was super legit and transparent.
So what we really need is like some major corporations to kind of help donate towards the cause. And, they get tax write-offs for this shit. So it's not a big deal for them. It's just a matter of like the right person approaching the right corporation at the right time and pitching it in the right way. But at the end of the day, like, just for example, like if we got Snickers to donate, X amount of Snickers bars, and the sale of those bars went towards funding the event. You know what I'm saying? Something along those lines where,
you know what
maybe
we could do though is we could just officially set up a nonprofit, and not a not-for-profit, but a non-profit.
Yeah.
I mean, we could do either one of those, and then we'd have an official EIN.
Yeah, I got a nonprofit already, but yeah.
We have an EIN, and then we could actually get grants. And then, like, if people donate to it, just scientific research, right? Like that, like you said, it's a tax write-off. That would be a way to really get funding. I think FE Core was supposed to be doing something like that, but we all know that was suspect from what we can tell, at least what I can tell. But it got suspect. Anyway, yeah, I'd be down to do this for sure. I think this is a good idea.
I mean,
because we have to fund tests.
It's going to be Charlie and Jeremy going over plumb and her, horizontal for the next 5 years, bro. Like we need to start nailing down some of these experiments and holding them to the fire, bro.
That's what I'm saying. So that's why audit NASA is obviously super important, and so is this. So is like setting up tests, like so that we can do the radio test this way. We can do all these tests, these definitive tests, and I think we should start just coming up with really ironed out ideas on how to do laser tests. I don't care what ballers say. I find them very boring at this point, right? So, like, I'm just talking about tests we know are definitive. If you shoot a laser up with 6 inches of beam divergence over 5 miles and you don't even need it to go but like a mile or so, bro, I mean, that's perfect. Then look at it from a distance, see if they're diverging away from each other. As soon as they're not, they're all going to get in their little cultish group and be like, let's come up with excuses. But who cares? There's never going to be a test that they'll concede on, ever, ever, ever.
I'm almost wondering, like, if we can do this, like, along the side of a really tall building, and, like, set up like collimator lenses to kind of help keep it from diffracting, as much at that height. I mean, just saying, if we put enough thought into this, like, we could definitely make it fortified to the point where there's no argument or variable to kind of address once we do this.
Yeah, I mean, you could literally just have like say some level concrete for each position. I mean, maybe right beside water. So like if you could have concrete right beside like a lake or something on both sides. How I'm late to the conversation though. Like how far apart are you wanting them to be?
Well, at 69 miles, they claim 1 degree, which is, like I said, fairly negligible to the human eye. So, like, we would almost have to have an intersecting laser to kind of be able to get the angular measurement to determine if it was, 90 degrees, where that laser intersected, if it was a 90-degree angle or if it was, yeah, basically. Like you're not going to be able to look at two laser beams 69 miles apart and tell that they're diverting. Like Jesse thinks so, but I really don't.
No, I know the ballers. We all know the ballers. They'll have you run. They would find. And I'm not talking about Jesse specifically. They would literally find entertainment out of getting flat earthers to spend thousands of dollars just so they could say nah at the end. Like that is. I mean, I just got mass reported by ballers. We're talking about degenerates. So, I think you have to find like precise measurement. Like whenever we shoot the laser across the lake and then we go look at it and it's like completely horizontal from the side. Like, well, yeah, but you wouldn't really be able to tell on the globe. So. Whatever. I wouldn't be able to tell this laser is bending around the globe for 30 miles. Really? I wouldn't be able to tell. So we can't rely on like good faith that, that's clearly not curving or diverging. You need measurement.
Yeah, we need precision, dude. But did you hear the example I laid out with it for Jesse with the 10 mile by 10 mile building, perfectly, square building? And he said that, it wouldn't be plumb, but you can make it square, or you could make it plumb, but it wouldn't be square. You can't have both. I thought that was pretty epic.
Dude, that's the way it would be on the globe, right?
Yeah, but
Right.
applying that to reality doesn't really make sense at all. The only thing I think, like when we say that 69 miles per 1 degree, when you say that starts to get like confusing because you're talking about a distance to a star that's infinite miles away. And then also it's 8 inches per mile squared. So it's like we are like conflating all of these together into like, oh, there'll only be 1 degree off. But if that laser is shooting super high up, doesn't that 1 degree change? Or like, I don't know. I'm confused.
No, a degree is a degree at any distance. It's an angle. The spacing between them would be increasing, but the angle between them is the same. It's like if you've got a 10-foot by 10-foot right angle, it's 90 degrees, right? Well, what if it's a 100-foot by 100-foot right angle? Is it still 90 degrees? And the answer is yes. The angle will be the same at any size or distance. But hey, check out this picture I posted. It's a screenshot from one of Dwayne Kellum's high-altitude balloons with a rectilinear lens. It shows the horizon curving for whatever reason. So if you had a laser beam pointing straight up, straight away from the horizon, normal, or if you want to loosely speaking, perpendicular to the horizon at the left of the picture, and another one doing the same thing at the right of the picture, you can see that they would not be parallel because the horizon is curved. So the two beams would not be parallel, right? That's why I think it's a great experiment.
So, Jesse, what would be the best way to showcase this with precision rather than subjective observation?
Oh, you mean like, what do you mean by showcase it?
Perform the experiment and give like an overarching perspective that's non-deniable with precision.
Jesse, how do you,
like
Jesse,
instead of
you know what he's asking for?
Yeah, instead of just looking at it and going, oh, it looks this way to me, and another person saying, well, it looks this way to me. Like how could we showcase this with precision to wipe away any discontentment with the outcome?
I think you would want to use the best rectilinear lens you could find and test it against known square things to make sure that it showed square is square.
But barrel distortion.
What's that?
But you still get barrel distortion out of a rectilinear lens.
Well, but the better it is,
we don't want anything optical. We want to measure it.
Okay. I guess you're gonna have
We
to
don't
get
want to
up there
rely
with.
on cameras.
I guess you're gonna have to get a 69-mile long ruler and go up there with in helicopters.
Okay, you know what I'm saying. We don't just want to pull out a camera and look at it. We want some type of better measurement than that.
Hey, it was these guys' idea. I'm just trying to help.
What sucks is it's like if you had 3 of those lasers, you could really maybe use one of them in between the 2, but I don't know.
But do these shoot 69 miles? Like, is that what they're
No.
yeah.
5 miles is the. I mean, it
Yeah.
shoots further than that, but
It's 69 miles apart. Like we're gonna spread the lasers out. It's yeah.
Well, he was responding to me saying like having them in between. I don't know. I mean, if you set them far enough apart, it would be noticeable just by looking at it. So why don't we just set them further apart? I don't know. How far can you see these lasers from? Because then you have to figure out how far away you can get to see them. But if you say get like a couple 100 miles away, right? I mean, that's 3 degrees.
Actually, what if you planned it so you could take a night flight and get up at high altitude so that you could see a really great expanse of the distance, then you could have the lasers like 1,400 miles apart and 1,400 miles away or whatever. The point is, then you could increase your potential for angle a lot more. And by being high, you could see them. You could see the atmosphere where they were shooting up over the Earth curve or whatever it is that blocks your view, and you're not at 35,000 feet.
I think the best way is to try to find a place with 200 miles in between it. There should be 3 degrees. And of course, the globe, it has to go away from each other only. So it's not just if it's straight up. It's like it can only be moving away from each other. Can't be moving in either. Dude, we all know there's going to be some new type of vertical refraction that straightens out curves. You're laughing, Daiso, but now I no longer even laugh at stuff like that. Because when we were talking about the twilight and how they should be the same in the north and the south, corresponding latitude 6 months apart. So if we looked to the south and the twilight was way shorter, then that would debunk the globe. I made a joke and I was like, no, they would just say southern hemispheric refraction. And then a couple weeks later, it came up and Zanuck literally started talking about southern hemispheric refraction. As in somehow there's refraction in the south, that's not in the north. That makes it look like, it makes it do that. Or vice versa. So I'm like, okay, well, nothing's off the table at this point.
I would say, don't they already evoke that when they talk about Rumpus talked about that in 2016 when under perfect conditions you can with a telescope point it horizontally and see right around the Earth the back of your head. Isn't that invoking vertical reflection? Maybe not along the same lines as you're talking about.
No, that's not like the same. I'm talking about if we shoot a laser straight up, so it'll actually be lateral refraction. Because yeah, technically that's vertical. It's bending down. So like it'll technically be lateral refraction, which they have told us, and I know Jeremy can attest to this. They have told us for years there's no such thing as lateral refraction. It doesn't exist. But now they say it does exist because we pulled out their spherical excess measurements, and it says it accounts for lateral refraction. So now it does exist. Now it does exist.
Yeah, and they specifically told me in that spherical excess measurement, we know that's what it is because there's no lateral refraction. That's what they used to say.
I thought
I never even looked on real quick. I never even bothered looking into it as deep as you did though with it because for me I just ended it because I was like, well, there's not even measurement. Fucking fine. Anyways,
I thought what I read was that they said there was random lateral refraction, but that they believed it averaged out to 0 because while it might move something to the right an arc second, at one moment it would move it to the left an arc second another moment, and on average that it would be 0, and that since they had no way of knowing what it was at any point, that they just assumed that it would average itself out.
Hey, you guys
they
do
had
the
no
same
way
thing.
of knowing what it was, so they knew it was 0. Very profound.
Yeah, you guys do the
Statistically
same thing
average
with.
it out, yeah.
Go ahead, Pete.
I was just commenting, they statistically average it out. How convenient. Yeah, that's all I was saying.
Yeah, they do the same thing with horizontal refraction, or the up and down refraction. They say, oh, if we get a whole bunch of different things, we average it out. This is its thought.
And it's all connected, of course. And hello, Jeremy and Whitsett, how you doing? But we're still waiting on Rumpus's final report. And remember this, if Rumpus is still around, he not only stood on the shoulders of giants, he went beyond, because he's himself and this guy called Philip, developing a whole paper, went into territories unknown. So in terms of dealing with all of the objections to flat Earth, then they're overloaded with explanations to come up with. So they went into territories unknown. He was, last time I heard, he was 99% there. So we're waiting for the final paper, which will venture into new uncharted territories in terms of explanations from the Bullard side. Still waiting, though, is my point. We haven't got anything more, you know.
Anyway, the point was that if we shot the lasers up and they didn't diverge, they would be like, oh, lateral refraction.
Eat it. Down. Lick it. No.
I mean, let's not pretend they won't just blatantly change their story to contradict their previous claims and then still gaslight us like we're stupid the whole
Exactly.
time.
That's exactly what they're doing with it. They're changing the narrative throughout. They're erasing that. You can't Google search returns from 5 years ago, 6 years ago. So they're erasing the prior narrative down the memory hole. So that's exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, we went from the main proof of the globe was that we always see the curve of the Earth where it's supposed to be, to now we never see the geometric horizon.
It's so mad, isn't it? And I've been here from the start, and taken on all the same characters who are here now. Negator, pretty much the same characters throughout. But yes, they have absolutely changed their narrative completely, 100%. Went more and more objections, more and more observations were brought to the table. So that's what I'm saying. New methodologies, new explanations have to be developed. And Rumpus, in fairness, he's a capable man, but it's a difficult gig being a ball earther at this stage. There's so much going against you, you know what I mean? You know it better than anyone. Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying, like, they will just blatantly change it. But, it turns out, we've been saying this the whole time. You know, like, it's whatever. That's why we should, like, look into getting these lasers, because you can connect the lasers. So if you, like, put them 5 miles apart and connect them and keep it completely level. I mean, how does that work? How can I shoot a laser straight out and connect it to another one that shoots straight out on a globe?
Yeah.
Oh, the laser bent around the curve of the Earth and then just happened to hit where it still looks like it's horizontal to the other laser and then connected?
Yeah. That's the only explanation they can come up with. That is the only explanation to come up with. And it's like when I posed the question about how a $2 spirit level, mini spirit level, with the bubble at the center proves a flat Earth. But they say, no, the bubble is held exactly in the center as the ship sails around the Earth, always in level conditions, because the bubble itself is being controlled by gravity, or the gravitational pull from the center of the Earth. That's all they can say.
Say you have success with this, you could eventually keep adding the lasers. And one of the most epic flat Earth tests ever done would be like lasers in 5 mile increments just connecting over a really long stretch of land. Or you have to figure out how to do it with water, which would be difficult, obviously. But like, imagine that. Imagine a video of like these really strong, coherent lasers with like minimal beam divergence of 6 inches after 5 miles, just shooting out and then connecting bit by bit by bit. It's like straight line segments on steroids.
Yeah.
That would be the most epic test, and it would just be a few minutes of a visual and show it to everybody.
Well, I think what would be a step above that would be to set up a laser grid, like parallel lasers, and then two more lasers intersecting, creating like a square laser grid. And either it's going to appear to look like a checkerboard, everything's 90 degrees square, or it's going to look like a soccer ball. If you look at like the grid pattern of a soccer ball, where everything's kind of deviated away from one another. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does indeed. It does indeed. And the best place to carry out this experiment, I guess, is in the flattest expanse we know, or the most level for the ball earthers amongst us, which I guess
Pete, you're
is
just
some
kind of
salt flats,
shitting
right?
on what I just said, Pete. I asked if that made sense, and you're just jumping right off topic, bro.
I just said it did make sense, and I said the best place to carry this out is over. Go ahead. Right. Thanks for the respect, man.
Oh, my
I just
bad.
said,
Sorry, Pete. I didn't hear you. My bad, bro.
I said it absolutely makes sense, but because we have watery conditions, and the best place to do that is some overgrade expanse that's known to be flat, the salt flats, Bolivia, or other places. The big salt flats in America as well. So something like that would be a perfect sort of controlled setting. So that's all I was saying. Go ahead.
Yikes, Isla, you wanna fight this man or something?
I was just thinking the problem over
I
water is.
missed what you said, Isla. If you want to repeat it, I missed it. Okay.
Basically, what
Well,
he's
do you guys
basically.
agree that if you
One
shoot
second, Jeremy. Let me just reiterate for Witsit then. Basically, what he said was if we had not just a line of laser, but a grid of laser light, then we'd be able to determine from an appropriate vantage point if it was a tic-tac-toe grid or if it was like that same grid over the surface of a football. That's all he was saying. Go ahead.
Oh, I get it, like a grid, yeah. But that's getting really expensive. But I hear you. So, like, I mean, what are the ballers going to say? That there's just a perfect amount of refraction to refract each laser to connect across, like, as if it's horizontal?
Whatever they say, it'll be a denial. It'll be some sort of extraordinary explanation that none of us can ever sort of grasp. That's for certain.
Don't you agree just hitting a target itself is like a death blow to the globe? Like, if you shoot a laser 5 miles and hit the target, I mean, what the... Are we going to pretend like that somehow works on the globe just by saying the word refraction?
Retracting.
That's what they do, though. That's exactly what they do. Look at all of the observation proofs over the black swan, for instance, just at a level we all know. That's a killer. And there's so many. The laser test across the ice lake, frozen ice lake, perfect as well. There's so many killers. The mirror reflective world record from peak to peak or whatever, with just reflective glass. That's a globe killer as well. So many things. Globe is dead. They'll just defend everything, though, you know.
So I actually looked this up. Like, the longest frozen lake in the world, I think it's in Canada, and it's actually very long. It's like very long. I don't want to say a number I don't remember, but it's like many, many miles. So if it can freeze pretty solidly where we can trust it, you could put these lasers all along that frozen lake. This is where they start to say, well, you have to dig down in and find level. I get it. Whatever. We should just do that. They're like, oh, the ice will freeze at different rates. These people are literally only trying to find a way to say, nah, that's it. They're not like, they're just trying to find a way that the test won't win. But anyway, do you guys agree that maybe a frozen lake would be best to do, though? Like, again, this is like lines, like straight line segments of lasers. You guys disagree with the test? You don't like the test? Any feedback here?
Snow was coming in. It's a great test. Absolutely great test. Clear the lake. you can transform a little lake into a skating rink by just putting a little motorized shovel across it, just level it out. Could make a line all the way, maybe 10 meters across, all the way to your target. Make it, and actually make the targets incremental. So you'd have a 5 meter or 5 mile, as you suggested, 10 mile, 20 mile target. So it's clear the ice as much as you can, level it out, and then yeah, perfect. Excellent.
I mean, they have
Excellent.
even better lasers than that. They have even better lasers than that. That one's just like $4,500. Like they have some that are even more money that are like better than that. But that's pretty crazy that a laser will only diverge like half a foot after 5 miles. That's pretty crazy. So if you could hit your target, I mean, just start connecting them. I don't know. I mean, I find it to be
With the
crazy.
same
Also,
refraction.
something else. Yeah, but they're just religious zealots. But something else is like, say you have different lasers within the spectrum of light, like different spectrums of light. So they can't all be bending at the same rate. And that's why I was saying, like, if you put them at different heights, shouldn't they have to bend at different rates?
That's what a religious zealot would say. Fucking hell.
Well, that one where we had the infrared and the red and the green and blue laser beams, and you just keep going back and back. That one was dope as fuck because that would actually check. Yeah, that would put them in check with their whole refraction claim.
Exactly. So imagine if we get lasers that are like this good, but one that's like closer to the ultraviolet spectrum, and then one that's closer to infrared, and just start pulling them back at the same time, same height. And Lovely, I don't know why you get so offended. I mean, it is effectively religious zealotry. Like, if I ask a baller, how can I falsify the globe? They can't answer. If I say, how can I falsify heliocentrism? They can't answer. How do I falsify
What's
the Big
religious
Bang?
about that?
If
What's
you
religious
believe in
about it?
something that can't be tested and it requires blind belief, that's a religion.
Well, if it's unfalsifiable, it's definitely not. If it's unfalsifiable, it's definitely. If it's unfalsifiable, it's definitely not science, right? Like, what's wrong with it? What's wrong with it being unfalsifiable? I mean, were we dealing with science here or no?
Yeah.
Definitely has to be falsifiable, yes.
But every time I ask the ballers, how do I falsify the globe? They don't answer. They never answer. And then, or when they do, it's like an insufficient answer. You know, it's like, it's something that they know doesn't happen. You know what I'm saying? Like, they can't like say a test. Like, if I say, how do we falsify the Big Bang? Like, I couldn't get anyone to answer. They started gaslighting me. And then if I say, how do you falsify heliocentrism? They can't answer. They start gaslighting me. So it's like, I don't know. I mean, I'm just saying, it's like a religion.
What's it? Here's a real consideration. Imagine we did that test, right? And okay, so you shoot out the laser, and let's just say, for just the purposes of bringing it to mind here, there's a mountain in the backdrop. So you shoot out the laser horizontal. We both agree we're firing the laser ball earth or flat earth or horizontal, and it's hitting the mountain that is a known height, but it's hitting it mid-mountain. Here's what I think we have to agree on. The baller will assert that the horizontal cast from the starting position remains consistent to the end of the universe. You know what I mean? So that's just consistent. If you, no matter how powerful that laser is or how far the target is, that horizontal as cast from your beginning position remains consistent. That's what they will insist on. Do you understand? That we as flat earthers will say, no, you'll always have to drop the horizontal cast to cater for perspective over a greater expanded plane. So do you understand that that would be a major point of difficulty? We'd have to agree on these basics first of all, is my point. And I don't think the bowlers will, unless Larry wants to come in and Left Lane, I should say, wants to come in and maybe contribute. Would that be a starting point that you'd have to insist on, Left Lane, or is there any room for maneuver? Sorry about that.
I think we should just basically come up with some observation with no presumption about it, that we do this observation and we understand the results. If this, that would be, or if that, the other would be, and do the observation and see what the results are and analyze it.
But you're not actually giving any specifics. Like, that's the problem, right? So I've come up with a test, for example, like the radio wave. They're just definitive. The globe claims there's a skip zone. If I send it, someone's in the middle of the skip zone, I should not receive it. But people were like, oh, well, I don't know. Maybe the ionosphere does something we don't understand. Maybe it reflected it backwards and it came back and we just didn't understand how that happened. Maybe there's a different part of the atmosphere that reflects it that we don't know about. Even though we can test in a lab that a certain amount of ionization reflects radio waves at a certain frequency, and frequencies higher than that cannot reflect off of that level of ionization that they claim the ionosphere is. We can literally test it empirically, but we can just on Discord say, well, maybe there's something we don't understand. So, like, that's why just saying, like, let's just come up with the observation. That's what we're trying to do. Like, what can we possibly do? It's like, this is the problem, bro. It's defended as an unfalsifiable claim. So that's why it's kind of almost to the point now where we've exhausted all resources with the ballers. You know, like Yeshua himself could float down and tell them that it's not a ball at this point, and it wouldn't count. So, like, I don't know. I'm like not trying to be antagonistic. I'm just saying, like, it is very frustrating. There's a group of people that are like, let's come up with a definitive test. And there's a group of people that just immediately go into a state of mind like, how can I say this isn't definitive? You know,
how can I shit all over the test you're going to say?
I try not to use weak words if I can help it.
I know. But that's exactly what they do. That's exactly what they do. The obvious return, the ball earther will the best possible explanation they'll offer up, but as long as it adheres to the greater established model of the spinning ball Earth, they have to take and argue every point in terms of the whole complete model. Yeah, we know what they'll do at this stage. But can I just say as well, to Witzik, as Larry is, not Larry, the reason I mentioned Larry Schubel, he is a surveyor, geodetic surveyor. He says he's done this. He's been to he's pointed out 3 different targets. He's fired his order level or horizontality, and he's maintained from the start that yes, wherever I hit, whatever I see on my target, as I'm triangulating 3 different points, 60 miles in terms of distance apart from each other, yes, I have to assume that this horizontal cast remains horizontal forever and ever to the end of the universe. And fair enough, that's fine, but I agree with that. No, you can't do that. In my model, you can't do that. You can't do that. You know what I mean? So what, if you don't agree with that, that's my whole point, then everything that we can do the same experiments, we can all get the same returns, but it's the interpretation, it's the initial baggage that you're carrying which makes all the difference in the world. Okay, I'll leave it there.
All right, I just put up to a Flat Earth meetup. I'll catch up with you guys later.
Damn. Okay, because it's maybe a little bit quiet time, let me just say, to bring you back to an example you're all familiar with, and it's been given many times. About two. I know this, but it's on the same topic, just briefly. It's 2 theodolites facing one another across a river a mile, and each theodolite has to drop the crosshairs to see the other one. So it's along the similar lines. Okay.
Just want to say what's up, Pete. It's been a long time since we talked. How you doing, bud?
Hello, Platypus. How you doing, bud? I've heard about your recent success in terms of getting the message out. Excellent stuff, bud, and continued success to you, bud.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, nice one.
Yeah, I got my 3rd community strike last night, so my account, like pretty much all traffic has stopped, but I'm like working on appealing it, and I'm just gonna cuck and delete a couple videos and then just make them again and like make it so that dude, I posted a video of 9/11 and all I said was, I just want to see if this gets fact checked. And within 5 minutes, it gets fact checked, and that was my 3rd strike, and my account is restricted for 90 days.
Goodness.
Oh,
isn't that crazy? Isn't that fucking crazy?
It's mad.
I was getting millions of fucking views, dude. Millions of fucking views.
You were evading the algorithms pretty smoothly. I wouldn't go fucking poking the bear, buddy. Like you got some following. Let's keep with the momentum.
Well, that's why I fucking deleted all the videos that they wanted me to delete and did their gay little fucking community guidelines appeal. And then I just went right back to work, and I've got a bunch of fucking fire memes that I'm going to release as soon as my account is unrestricted, which I think I'd have to wait 24 hours for like an appeal decision. But all good. And check this out. The community strike hit me at exactly 9,000 followers. At exactly 9,000, it hit me, and then I lost like 4 or 5 followers, and I was like, dude, I swear to God, that's an algorithm just fucking with me, just taking followers from me, stopping me at 9, giving me my third strike, and I documented all of this, by the way. I've got screen recordings and everything.
Over 9,000?
Thank you. I was waiting for somebody to fucking say it.
But
Couldn't
why?
get over 9,000. They wouldn't let me get over 9,000.
But why 9,000? It's the Dragon Ball Z meme. That's
I know, it's so weird. It should have been like 666 or I don't even. Well, I mean, I don't know.
I just thought of something, Platypus, because it's so appropriate. 9,000 is 9K, while K is the 11th letter. So the reason that you got banned is not for 9/11.
That's why I love you, Pete. Like, I know you can
It's
get a
true,
lot of
though,
heat
isn't it?
sometimes
You just
for
said
like,
that's the
no,
reason
dude,
why you
I
were
know.
lost,
Dude,
child.
it was, dude, that's 9K on a 9/11 video. That's cool. Oh my goodness, Pete.
I told you, the creator has the greatest sense of humor going, I think, anyway.
Dude, okay, the creator has an affinity for irony, is what I find, and
I
just
agree. The
just
universe
crazy,
wants
like whatever's the most ironic thing that could happen.
Yeah.
That's like most likely what's going to happen.
Right, and that's because everything is inverted. All of us are in Underland, and Carlos was talking about this today as well. So as we look at everything presented, it's an inversion of the truth. We sort of come to recognize. So I think that's a key, and that's a big irony key. I think the universe runs on irony.
Yeah, and there is a silver lining to it. Like this this means like everything that I post for until I get unrestricted will only be shared with my followers, which is kind of cool in a way, because now it's like I'm not going to have any Globers coming in and fucking getting in the comments. Like it's gonna be an echo chamber until they fix it, and I don't even know if that's a good idea for their side, because now you're just going to have a bunch of people forming a fucking community.
Hey, Flatty.
Yo, what's up?
Suggestion. When you do appeal it, if you can get it dropped or whenever you make it back to your channel, I highly suggest setting up a secondary channel and promoting it on your main channel to get all your followers to subscribe to your new channel, just to kind of help, keep the momentum going. If the algorithm does bite you in the ass, at least you have a backup.
Well, dude, I've already got that one in the works. I basically made a bunch of content and just saved it all to my drafts. So the second my account gets reinstated, I'm gonna because basically I've never made a video where I'm like, "What's up, guys? Mountain Cultivator here. Like and subscribe. Follow for more." I've never done none of that shit. I've never done any of that shit. What I am going to do though is be like, I'm gonna make a video and say, "Look, guys, I never asked you to like or follow. I think all that shit is fake and gay, but I'm totally getting censored. So if you do want to continue to see the things that I post, follow this." That's the only time I'm gonna do that. And I hope it's not a bad look, but it's true. I'm just being fucking real. It's like they just shadow banned the shit out of my account. What do you want me to do?
Let me ask you a question briefly. And first of all, the reward itself is, and I've heard you speaking about it, the millions of people who, or whatever, not million, I'm going to exaggerate it, but the many people who came. I've reached
over 2.9 million accounts.
That's fucking that's the reward in itself, bud.
Yeah, I have over 12 million views combined of like all my videos. Maybe 13.
Yeah. What do you hope for them beyond that? You're not in it for the money. I was going to say with that, isn't TikTok similar to YouTube, that the more views you get, the wealthier you get? Look at excuse my language. Look at Mr. Beast on YouTube or something, or all the what influencers and how much money they're raking in. But is that potentially costing you maybe hundreds of thousands or whatever? I'm not saying that you're in it for that, but I'm saying that in potential, if you're just delivering some sort of obvious, not saying obvious truth, but just obvious message. Just consider this. What do you make of it? Obvious, honest, and a question, maybe hoping for an honest answer. But is that potentially costing you lots of income? Genuine question.
Is it costing me what? That's like the only word I didn't hear.
Income. So in other words.
No, not at all, dude. Here's the thing. I pray on everything that I'm doing. Not just fucking social media wise, everything that I do all day long. Just like, Lord, if this is what I'm supposed to be doing, let it be obvious to me. So
Excellent.
this to me is like, as silly as it sounds, is like a mission from God. It's like I didn't mean to become a content creator. I just yelled at the sky and videotaped myself doing it. I was pissed off that day, and then this is what came of it. And so I kind of just try to look for the threads, the synchronicities. And I said, okay, all right, God, you got people looking at me. What are the most important things I should say? What should I be doing? Okay, dispel the lies. I'm going to dispel the lies. I'm just going to show things that I've noticed, try to get somebody to laugh, and let people make up their own minds. And I'm just going to continue to follow that. Just be real. I'm not going to do any of this fake creator, internet personality shit. I'm going to do satire. I'm going to make jokes. We're just going to have a good time.
Well, that's excellent then, bud. So therefore, your mission up to this point is accomplished. You've reached so many people, and of course, I haven't seen any of your offerings, but of course, I know they're going to be intelligent and intelligible as well. That people can relate to them. So it's a matter of common sense pointing out. I'm not saying about you, but just what everything Flat Earth represents is a commonsensical sort of thing. Just presenting a basic core argument and asking people what they think about it. So in that sense, your mission is accomplished up to this point. But who knows what lays in store for you, bud. So brilliant. Keep it up, and absolutely the creator is in ultimate control, I think, and speaks to us all.
And I just want to open it up to anybody that has something that they think should be seen by a lot of people. Get in my DMs. Let's make it fucking happen. If you want to make an Instagram account and you want me to tag you, or you want me to just simply repost what you post, let's build a community. Let's get people talking. I'm gonna get this whole like restricted account thing figured out, and we're just gonna keep going. Because would it be that fun if there wasn't any pushback? If I wasn't having to fight against the fact checkers and the fucking
You
Globers?
wouldn't be here, bud.
Exactly. Exactly. It wouldn't be any fun if nobody said it was going to be easy. It's like, so let's, we're just going to do it. It's going to be dope. I'm excited.
Excellent. And don't forget that maybe the creator is making a challenge for you as well. So you have your relationship with the people who are taking on board what message you have to say. But maybe the creator, as we agree in some degree, irony is key, has his own challenge for you. So you know what I mean?
Yeah, good job, Flatty. Just want to say that. Proud of you, dude. That's fucking awesome that you're doing what you're doing and you got the following you got. Fucking, it's a positive for the entire community, and just try to think a few steps ahead as best as you can to kind of prevent the inevitability from the algorithm eventually catching hold and ruining what you've created. So I would, start forming that backup plan. I know you said you are, but yeah, I feel like that should have happened a while ago, but it is what it is. But all we can do is learn from it.
No, you're 100% right. I've dropped the ball a bunch of times already, like where I was getting traction and I was like kind of looking at it like, huh, that's interesting. Not thinking to myself like, dude, you're like letting an opportunity just kind of waste away. So yeah, I already made the backup account. I've already I actually already got like, what's up?
You dropped the flat ball.
yeah, I dropped the flat ball. You're right. But it's cool. I think I'm just gonna keep it real and everything's gonna be fine. I'm not worried about it. That was like the big thing that I was pushing in the beginning, and I had this video like pinned to the top of my account, which was like the greatest conspiracy there is that everything is gonna be okay, like people are just using conspiracy theory in the way that like NPCs use it, right? Like something that's not true.
I'd like to hear about that one. That's what I was going to say as well. That, of course, once we come to sort of flat Earth and beyond, then there's a greater conundrum waiting us. There's a personal sort of relationship with reality and with God, in a sense. What have we been put in the midst of? So what you reckon, that everything's going to be okay is some sort of cushion or comfort given to, what do you think, flat earthers who come back to God and think that
that's my whole thing. I truly believe that the flat earth or the globe earth lie is all about hiding God. hiding the fact that there is a creator. And I know not all flat earthers are going to agree on that, and that's fine. And that's why I haven't gone into. I haven't said flat Earth on my account yet.
Well,
I've just
wait a
said
minute.
that's.
What do you mean?
I
All
think you're
flat
selling
earthers will
yourself.
believe there's a creator, I should think.
Yeah, I
On,
think you're
no,
selling
go ahead.
yourself short on that because that's the ultimate implication of flat Earth is that it is the ultimate proof of a creator.
I agree 100%. I just don't think it's not that I don't think people are ready. It's that I am trying to simulate the exact way that I came to flat Earth, which was first somebody told me we didn't go to the moon. Then somebody showed me this person was from Hollywood, a 30-year camera veteran, showed me some videos and explained to me how this was in a studio, showed me how the lighting doesn't make sense, showed me the CGI, and then I came to Discord and I found 24/7 Flat Earth, and then I got hit with all the Flat Earth stuff, and it was not easy.
A specific order, okay, very good.
There was a triage to it, and I'm like through my account, I'm trying to simulate that where I'm gonna like drip feed you for a couple weeks these videos of like space being fake, and so far those videos are in the hundreds of thousands and the millions of views. The China faking the video or China faking space has over 2 million views. Like I'm so fucking stoked, right? What comes next? I'm gonna do. There's gonna be like I've got it all like written out here. I got 2 weeks of comedy coming up, where it's just like hilarious memes. I'll you know what? I'll preview one right now if you guys are interested.
Excellent.
Let me share my screen. Yeah, hold on. And they're
have a plan.
They're not. Hold on. Let me get my screen here set up so that doing anything weird.
You're breaking it to them gently, the TikTok listeners.
Yeah, I'm trying.
Yeah, go ahead.
Video chat is not available for more than 25 users. So I'll just post it in the chat. 1 second.
Yeah.
I gotta download it.
While you're doing that, are you making them people optimistic so that you're breaking them out of the cave, Plato's cave, but now you're feared to give them your final conclusion that the biggest conspiracy is that everything is going to be all right? You're saying the opposite.
Yeah. Basically, I'm gonna show them. Yeah, there's some scary stuff happening. There's some things that we need to be aware of. However, the people that are doing it, they lose in the end. So just laugh it up right now. Laugh at these absolute fucking losers that are trying to break you down and rebuild you in their image. Right? That's what I'm gonna show people.
Maybe we can't have a winner without a loser. So a loser is so we understand there's so many people acting their part. So maybe they're acting the part of the villain, but only to encourage you to overcome, and then become, if you want to say, the winner. You know what I mean? Maybe that's the purpose, possibly.
Shit. My account is so restricted I can't even download my own content. So I actually can't show you guys this.
You're a dangerous man, platypus.
But I'll tell you what it is. It's a video of a guy at a club, and he's like trying to talk to this girl, and she looks super uncomfortable, and he's like yelling in her ear, and I've got this like really loud techno music playing, and it's just captions being like, if they've lied to us about UFOs for all these years, there's no way I believe that we went to the moon or that space is real. Basically, it's all a giant deception. Like it doesn't come off very well when I describe it, but it makes me laugh. And usually when it makes me laugh, it comes off pretty well for everybody else. Nice. So I promise it's good. Yeah, it's just a meme. It's like a 9-second reel. It's like a little nothing. But here's the thing about that. When you plant a seed in under 30 seconds in somebody's head, and it's that strong that they're gonna like interact with it, comment it. Dude, I've got people that have been arguing for days in the comments section. For days. It's just been I look at my feed and I'm like, oh wow, look at this guy. He's been arguing for the globe for like 5 days straight, getting yelled at by all these people. These seeds are very, very powerful.
You're quick becoming a personality. I would say keep on track. I mean, is there anything stopping you from having the same account that you have right now, but just part two or something, just the second iteration of it? Can you just keep recreating accounts and everyone will know who you are?
Well, I'm thinking about doing like a Patreon or something, maybe, or something where I can provide content that'll be uncensored and not controlled by whatever whatever app or website I'm using, whatever file sharing service. Because there are things that I want to say that I know I can't say.
Yeah.
But that's the other thing, dude. I don't really want to. I'm not really in it for the money, and I'm not really trying to.
Well, let me put it this way, Flatty. What if you just never mentioned anything about the money, right? But you added some sort of a people to be able to like money your way if they wanted to. You know what I mean? Like, why limit yourself? Like, I get you don't want to be perceived as being that guy, and you don't have to. You don't even have to say shit. Just have the link there, and if somebody feels that way, let them feel that way.
Yeah, Patreon. He mentioned that, didn't he?
Oh, okay, my bad.
No, it's cool. You were cutting out a little bit, but I got the gist of it. Yeah, I don't want to be that guy, but I do want to reach a lot of people, and I want to do it in a way that circumvents the fact checking, or that makes it if something does get fact checked, that makes it so painfully obvious that they don't want us thinking for themselves. That, like, yeah, you get it.
Well, I'm just saying a few extra dollars could help you, continue doing what you're doing in
Go for it.
more ways
Yeah,
than.
go for it. Go for it, Flatty. I mean, obviously, if that's your main motivation, go for it. That doesn't hinder anything, but because we all have to survive. But the thing is, I think so. There's a progress. I think what we're actually being led. This is why we're in Discord now. This is why we were in YouTube at the start. Remember, they had a very open, sort of minded policy. We all came to flat. A lot of us came to Flat Earth. I'd actually did myself, but YouTube was definitely promoting it and suggesting videos to all and sundry. But I think that there was a certain restriction in play. Then Discord was being. You should ask me a bit more about that. How I recognized what was going on there. But yes, Discord was being promoted more and more, and suddenly Discord then comes to the fore. Now there's all of these unreasonable restrictions, and you have to go elsewhere. So the reason, getting to the point, I'm thinking I'm not involved in this myself, but it seems like Rumble now is the place to go, where you can express yourself absolutely freely, and maybe you have the potential to get the same sort of, maybe not the same as TikTok, but similar viewing figures as you might expect. So maybe Rumble, something like that.
Yeah. Well, I'm still finding my groove too. Still trying to find out what I like to do the most. I've done a little bit of singing. I've done a little bit of like silly voices and characters. I've done some satire, and then I've done a bunch of like just clipping things, getting the right audio for it, getting the right music for it, which it's all right. It's not my favorite. They usually come out pretty well, but I don't know. Like I said, I'm still trying to find my groove. I think once I do find, okay, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Well, okay, you were saying once you do find it, and listen, go ahead. I have my own YouTube channel, right? And I guess I could have done lots of things with it. But once again, I'm not concerned with financial. I'm not even concerned with reaching an audience, because I mean, who you dealing with? I think I was going to ask you. I mean, are you the same person in reality with your family, your friends, anyone you meet? Will you deliver your own truth in as subtle or as whatever necessary way as possible? But do you know what I mean? That's where I think the real effect or influence is had, and of course that causes more trouble as well. But I'd like to think that you are. But in terms of this is really getting to my point. In terms of delivering a message to an audience, that's one thing. But don't forget about our own quest, I should say, our own quest, which is flat Earth and beyond. So if we're delivered a spinning ball Earth, and we know it's rubbish, what is the real nature of this place? Can we come to any sort of greater inroads? And that's what I'd love to hear from you, bud. And especially here now. What do you mean, if you don't mind? What do you think? Do you think we're all doomed? Or do you think that we have to come to a certain sort of realization and maybe help save ourselves? Otherwise, if we don't do that, we're doomed. Or do you said that was the biggest conspiracy. That's what I'd like to hear, where you're at this sort of beyond basic consideration stage. If that's a great.
if you're gonna have us start doing quests, you need to start with something easy like boiling a chicken or something. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, low level quests. No,
Yeah.
I've definitely thought about my call to action because I haven't made one yet. I haven't introduced myself. I haven't like done a video where it's like, hey, this is who I am. This is what I'm doing. I've kind of just been like doing it, and I have thought pretty deeply on like sort of an overarching message. Like just to answer Pete's question, like I have a hard time explaining this, so I'll do my best, but you'll probably see why I haven't tried to like make a video about it just from the way I
Go ahead,
explain it.
man.
But
Go ahead.
when you're asking if everybody like are we all doomed or something like that, so if you understand that coldness is just the absence of heat, I would say that evil, or like the idea that things are evil or things are doomed, is just the absence of faith and the absence of God in your life. Like you just don't believe that you were created for a purpose. You just don't believe that you deserve good things to happen to you, or that this horrible situation that you find yourself in can lead to anything that would possibly be good. And when you've lost that, you've lost hope, and you are at a demoralized state, and you can't tell black from white. Even if somebody provides you all the information you need, you can't change your mind on something because you are in a demoralized state. And so I want to uplift people and teach them how to not be in a demoralized state, promote things like community, eating healthy, going outside and touching grass, respecting your parents. Just I want to get incredibly wholesome, but be real and just be like, look, we're not going to despair about this, but we are going to talk about it, and then we're going to talk about how we just deal with it.
Have you? That's a brilliant answer, Bud, and much respect, of course. Can I ask you this? So, have you asked God, or have you broached maybe the question as to what Earth actually is? We know what it isn't, right? So imagine we have two. It's a dichotomous sort of reality we're in a sense. You can't have one thing without its opposite, and the only way the opposite means anything is via the one thing, right? But yeah, have you asked what is Earth? I mean, I think this is a big question, isn't it? Just to be more specific about flat Earth, what is Earth? Because we've erased, we have a two-sided whiteboard, we have the blue marble and all of its intricate relations, right? All of its intricate expression, and then we have the what on the other side. So do you know what I mean? Have you asked for guidance in that sense to help you understand what the greater Earth maybe is, as opposed to knowing what it isn't? I'm not saying that I'm not trying to put any pressure on you, my friend. I'm just saying that I think this is a core quest for all of us. You know what I mean? Just to figure out, well, what is, as opposed to knowing what isn't.
Yeah, I have asked for guidance on that, and while I've never, in the waking life, heard the voice of God, I have asked God for, what's the word I'm looking for? Clarity, basically, and just to be able to use my God-given intellect to use logic and reason to come to the truth. And what I found is that it's not so much what it is; it's more about what it isn't. In terms of dispelling the lie, it's not a ball. We're not a speck in a cosmic fart. We aren't fucking shape shifting monkeys. And it's not what is it? It's why is it? Why did God make this place for us? And that leads to the love, in my opinion.
Okay, excellent. And I would suggest, though, that the powers that gave us, but let's just summate it within the spinning ball paradigm. I'd say more heliocentrism, because everything's really about the sun. Funny enough, according to historical narrative, Aristarchus of Samos, same place where Pythagoras came from, suggested the sphere to begin with, came from. But yes, the ones who delivered us the lie already must be, at least, if they don't know the full truth, they have to be at least thousands of years in advance as to what's really going on. You know what I'm saying? And I think ultimately this is our quest to come to terms with where we are at, as opposed to where we're not at. And this is where we must follow the clues. and our sort of own intuition and our own recognition of our connection with the higher power, and the higher power will answer us any question. You have to be careful with the question you ask, though. It might seem simple, and the answer might seem simple, but it can be more confusing than ever. Do you know what I mean? So that's all I'm saying about that. It's like we're in an arena. Imagine you're a UFC fighter, Platypus, or imagine we're all the sort of the knights in shining armor, in a sense. Then we got to not just spend your time convincing the people that you've been lied to. We got to attack, or to figure out what the heck is in the armory or the arsenal of the ones who delivered the lie to just not you, and just the rest of our people as well. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's the deeper level.
Narcissus Arsenal. I like that. That's a band name.
You know what I mean? It's obvious. So what I just say, just to summate, I'll summate this very quickly, in a sense, and I refer to Sherlock Holmes. In a sense, anything obvious is obvious, right? So when we see all the mistakes with the ISS or the moon landings or anything else, any other conspiracy you can think of right about now, we say, look at how obvious that is. Well, these weren't slip-ups. This is what New Perspective focuses on, Dave focuses on as well, or talks a lot about. These are not slip-ups. These are deliberate sort of indicators towards something. Maybe the basic line is to realize that the official story is not so, but what then is the question for us as individuals beyond that recognition. So yeah, that's what I say about that.
I wanted to say hello to Flattypuss, Pete Shea, and everybody else in here. Flatty, it looks like you've been earning some, medals of honor, and I think it's been said that, I don't remember who said it, but World War III will be an information war. There will be no lines drawn between public and government participation. And it's my belief that every time we get banned or kicked off or censored, that this is a badge of honor. Like we're, showing that we can be honorable against the beast system. And I really must commend you for getting censored and all the things that are happening. And I would just say, keep on keeping on. Just keep swimming.
Yo, Hank, that means so much, dude. I'm a big fan of you and your demeanor, your presence when you're talking to other people and you're trying to get them to see the truth. So that means a lot. Thank you.
Yeah, I think we've all had to overcome this system, just to try to speak the truth. And it's becoming more and more treason. And I kind of picked up on the Yuri Bezmenov, right? That what you said when you answered Pete's question, about what do you mean by there's no hope? And you started saying, well, basically Yuri Bezmenov basically said that there'll be a point to when you're so demoralized that people won't be able to see the truth when it's right in front of their face. And a lot of people are there. There are so many people that are there. But you know what? Freud, the perverted criminal, he was right about one thing: the subconscious, right? And those seeds are planted in their psyche, and guess what? Nobody can take that out. So you're doing your part, man. Just keep it up, man. You're great.
I would echo that, and I would say also, I meant to comment on that. You have a great artistic sort of, as far as I can tell, in you. And I think we've known each other, we've spoken to each other for a few years at this stage, just on and off. But a great artistic side to you. You said you're working on music, excellent. But I'm sure you're a poetry writer as well. And if you're not so much, I would say go for it. Go for it. I think we're in an amazing position now. I think we're sort of, I'm not saying this in any haughty way, but we have a greater now representation of reality. So we're poets in our own rights, which surpass all previous poets. I don't mean that in any haughty sense, you know what I mean? Because I understand it's a sort of a greater game, but now is about the qualities within oneself. To come out and understanding that we're all wonderful, all of us, every single one of us, wonderful in potential, greater, I don't know what you call us, children of God, I guess is the best way. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, look forward to hearing more from you, Flattypuss, on that front.
Pete, I'm going to send you a friend request right now, and then I'm going to send you the song that I wrote. I would love to hear your feedback on it. It's Are we already friends? What's going on here?
I think we might be, but
No, this is a new account. So I just sent you the friend request, and the video should be there shortly. It says it just sent.
Okay, pending. Okay, nice one. Yeah, I have the. Okay, nice one, bud. Have you the complete song? You have the complete song arranged. In all.
Nah, man. I was like, I've been playing around with this tune. I've been playing around with these words, and then I just really, it was like a Sunday, and I really, really felt pushed to just record it and put it out there and let people see it. And
Nice one, bud.
yeah. I hope you enjoy it.
This one, I will listen to that in a bit. Obviously, you're not afraid to put your face on camera, but that's private, is it? So I keep that private.
Oh no, this video's been seen thousands of times. I sent you the original from my phone, because in case you don't have Instagram or something.
Excellent, man. I knew it anyway. I knew it. It's a thing it's I don't know. There's a lot of truthers are musicians as well, sort of more into the humanities. And I don't think that that's incidental. We're divided. Okay, I won't talk too much, but I will just say that I think once we get beyond, we understand maybe our true nature then is in a divided aspect, and our left brain and our right brain have certain sort of orders to them, or predominances. And yeah, it seems that a lot of truthers are musically minded artists or some sort of form using a certain aspect of the brain as opposed to the more let's just summate them as, I don't know, right brain scientists, the ball earthers, your typical anti-flat earther. I don't know. I think there's some sort of divide there, and yeah, for the most part, the truther lies within the opposing aspect. So very good. I'll look at that later on, and I'll leave you a personal response here. Of course, you know I play music myself, and yeah, I'll let you know.
Oh, Pete, we've played music together. I don't know if you remember.
Don't remember.
Actually, yeah, I think we were both kind of drunk, but you got your guitar out. It was just you and me. You got your guitar out, and I was singing. It was kind of fun.
Shit, man. So much has happened over the years. You know what I'm saying?
It's all good. No, it's all good. I barely remembered it till just now, but
Yeah. Nice one. Now, what's the name of the song, my friend?
It's Before the Devil Knows You're Dead.
Oh, that's so interesting. Very good. Very good, because I was just saying about, okay, we have this dichotomous, what's the relationship between God and the devil? So when we get to this layer, we're told, when we on the internet, freedom of information, all that, access to information, we're told that the book of Job predates Genesis, author Moses, right? So is that a clue for us? What are we to make of this? You know what I mean? And that's what I'm saying. Is there a greater quest that we're on once we come to the basic realization, which was obviously delivered to us on a plate, that we're not living on a spinning ball, or literally is given? I say yes. So the book of Job, very good. So then we figure out what might be the relationship between the devil or Satan or the adversary and the creator is God, if you want. So excellent.
I want to shift gears really quick and just revisit a conversation that you and I had probably over a year ago now. Do you remember our 9/11 conversation and how the Twin Towers, we were describing them as the tuning fork of the world?
I do remember reference to that. Excellent. I do remember that.
You remember how you said it was an amazing thing, because I was saying to you that, yeah, I've heard the Twin Towers being called or described, pre 9/11 as being the tuning fork of the world. This economic center. It's resonating and like basically getting everybody to operate on a wavelength that is the monetary system.
Right.
And then
Material,
when 9/11 happened, the tuning fork got inverted. You went from having the two towers being, the fork part, to the one tower upside down, also looking really eerily like an injection device. Yes. But it was such an amazing insight on your part to see the inversion so quickly, to just, however your mind works. You do bring up some good points when it comes to these, like. things.
Not about, yeah, it's, listen, I'm a fucking ordinary man. There's nothing at all mysterious about, I think, any of this. It's just about getting the proper context. But I've been immersed seriously in all this conspiracy since 2010. My biggest transformation was 9/11 itself. And I have so much to say about 9/11 that no one has ever said. Except me, I speak freely here or wherever I say what I have to say. But here's my idea. So talking about the tuning fork being inverted, right? I reckon that so material capital, the big apple of the world, New York. New York, New York. If you make it there, you can make it anywhere. So it's all about materialism, right? So now we have the divided aspects coming down unbirthed, right? Into the ground, back into the grave, and now re-established, resurrected as the one tower itself. So I think this is about coming. This is what all the transgender stuff is about. I think ultimately it's about us coming to recognize our own division within this greater divided reality, whatever. But yes, it's about a transition from the two divided aspects of the material existence back into the one reunification in terms of our greater encompassment. So definitely said that loads of times and thought that loads of times. And I have even more to say about that, about 9/11 and the soundtrack. And actually sang, would you believe I was busking today? And the last song I sang, it was pissing down rain here. And I had a great day, even though I expected nothing at all. I had a great day. But the last song I sang was what I say is the closing track, which is song number 10 of the soundtrack to the greatest blockbuster of our time presented to us over the silver screen, which is 9/11. It's a motion picture soundtrack by Radiohead from the album Kid A. I actually sang it today. And that is a representation of, I guess, what 9/11 is about. This is the venture from the materialism or the realization or the immersion within the materialism, the divided aspect, male from female, black from white, positive from negative. Yes, an unbirthing at free fall speed and back up then emerging in a unified whole. And there are these upside down triangles in association with the One World Trade Center, which is the unification of, well, the male and the female. I think ultimately the Star of David, something like that. You just have this perfect balance all around, and that's what we're getting back into beyond the material. Because actually, let me just say this, Platypus, who gives a fuck about, excuse my language, about the material at this stage as flat earthers? It doesn't matter at all, doesn't it? Because a whole greater immaterial universe and influence has opened up to all of us. No, so I'll leave it there. Sorry if I didn't get right into your question, but yes, the tuning fork inverted, excellent, excellent.
Black speed.
You were talking about heat. You know, heat makes connections that most people can't see, and I think that this is an asset. And a lot of people that can't see the things that Pete can see, because Pete is on a different level, and that's a good thing, Pete. By the way, I'm not disparaging you. Yeah, the things that Pete sees that the rest of us can't see. I think that's a beautiful thing. So I think we need to listen to everyone equally. And a lot of times people, tell other people to shut up, but I think everybody needs to be listened to equally. It doesn't matter who you are or how, wonderfully different you are because you're on a different frequency. Everybody needs to listen because everybody can learn from everybody, even if you disagree with them.
Oh, definitely. We want to hear everyone's point. That's why this whole thing exists, so that everyone can get their point across. Just be concise about it, please, guys.
No, and I do apologize on that front, Jeremy. I know I maybe piss a lot of people off. This guy's still talking, but I try to sort of keep it brief, but I will just say this in terms of what Platypus was saying about the tuning fork. Well, where's the Earth's energy? Remember you mentioned walking on the grass with your bare feet, rubber soles, the rubber surrounds, the copper wire which carries the ether, the electricity. So yes, we are cutting ourselves off from being grounded. So I think, yeah, if you have a tuning fork in the ground, one side down, two sides up, as opposed to two sides down and one side up, you get a different vibration. Because you're more tuned in. You're more tuned in as opposed to the opposite.
I mean, we gotta wear shoes. I don't know if you guys ever tried walking on. There is one survival guy who never wears shoes. Actually, at most I've seen him wear socks, and he didn't even like that part. His name's Cody Lundeen. But I mean, bro, we gotta have something on our feet. It doesn't have to be rubber, I guess, but my main problem with shoes. My main problem with shoes is the first one obviously being plant obsolescence. The second one is the shape of the toes, though. I don't know if you guys wear steel toe boots, but my toes ain't shaped like that on the end. So.
Well, Jeremy, think about it. You do a job. When would you wear steel toed boots? Only at work, right? So you do a job. You don't need to be doing that.
Yeah, I wear steel toe boots, Jeremy. And say you know, Ariat makes a wide version of a steel toe boot. That might be something you might want to look into.
I wear a wide, but they're not shaped like they come to like my toes
so they
want to
gotta
like splay out at the end, not like come to this.
Ariat makes a square toe, so check that out.
Hammer it fucking down. Hammer it down, Jeremy. The top of the steel cap. Hammer it down until it's comfortable for your feet. You decide, bud. You're king, Jeremy.
Hey,
Left lane, you're hot micing, buddy.
You're breaking up more than hot mic.
Everyone's roboting.
Let's put him in the hot mic room.
Was he breaking up? Is he hot micing or is he roboting?
He's breaking up. He's not hot micing. That's not a 10-4 left lane.
Can I just say
that I moved into the hot mic.
Jeremy, the reason I mention that is you wear work boots for a specific purpose, and when you go home, you take off these big heavy boots. Now, what's the best way to walk around your house or the grass outside? Well, this is what I'm going to say about the big G of the Masons: the ground, the geography, right? So it's our connection with the greater energy and the greater grounding or dissipation, sort of communication. That's a good way of putting it. From the above to the below. So yes, that's.
I'll say this though: not being grounded to the earth constantly, like we probably were before shoes. I don't know. Has probably had an effect on us. So.
Sure, you can be damn sure it has.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Let me tell you how it's not
Sorry,
just
go
had
ahead,
an
Pete.
effect on us. Sorry, go ahead, Hank. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
No, it's okay. You're all the way in Ireland, so we started talking at the same time. I do apologize, but yeah, I've seen some stuff on grounding for like hours, like decreases the inflammation in your body. So if you could meditate outside, for 15, 20 minutes a day, I mean, that's great. That's good for you, right? But imagine if we had so much time. Go ahead, bro.
My bad, Larry. My bad. I was just going to say, I heard they actually have beds now that are grounded, but go ahead. What were you going to say?
Yeah, I ground my bed. But imagine if you could spend like 8 hours a day grounded, right? And that's what I was about to get to, grounding your bed with the electrical. It's not electrical tape. It's what is it called? The metal tape. I forget what it's called.
The stuff you use for vents.
Yeah, that's right.
Put over like your laundry vent.
Yeah,
that metal tape.
Yeah, if you ground yourself for that long and you put like aluminum foil in your windows, kind of make like a little Faraday cage. And imagine if you had like lead paint, right? You would get like, absolute grounding. That would be great. I think we would be so much healthier just by doing those things.
Can I just wear a tinfoil hat and eat lead chips?
I don't recommend eating neurotoxins, but how many people like eat paint intentionally?
Am I coming
You never
in
had
now?
paint chips, bro?
What about the guy who had radioactive material in his life when he died at 82? Go ahead, left lane. You're coming through, bud.
Yeah, I was just going to say what Dyslo said about the boots, Jeremy. If you have to wear steel toe boots, Ariat it's a square toe steel toe, but it's a very low profile. They don't look like steel toe boots. I've been wearing them for like 5 years now. They're awesome.
So
I get a boot allowance.
Yeah, put your boots in the vice.
This ain't time for you to jump in. We're talking about Ariat boots, bro, not poetry right now. Hold on a second. So
send me a DM on them.
They make a boa. You want to get the boa one, dude. That's the best one, dude. I've got them now for about a year, and they're the shit, bro. I could fucking stand up for 14 hours working, bro, and not fucking come home all beat up on my feet.
They
Up on
also
my
you
feet.
can
Someone
put
write that
copper
down as a
rivets.
line from a song. Platypus, go ahead.
You can also put
Victor's
copper
wild.
rivets in your boots. If your shoes are real spongy, you probably don't want to, use them for like running or walking shoes. But if you got work boots that have like a stiff sole, you could probably put some copper rivets in there and stay grounded all day.
Yeah, the Ariat has a steel shank that runs through it. I don't know, bro. They're expensive, Jeremy, but dude, honestly, it's so fucking worth it, dude.
Well, I get a boot allowance, so if they don't sell them at the spot, they only give us a certain amount of spots to go to. So
Yeah,
They
they're
got them on Amazon.
$130.
Nah,
$130 at Tractor Supply.
mine are
no, that's not
three.
even expensive.
I paid $375 for mine. Check out the
Good.
BOA system though, bro. They don't use laces. They use a steel cable. They're the shit, bro. That's all I gotta say. I won't buy
Oh,
another
I
pair.
changed all my
These are
boot
just
laces out immediately. Go ahead, left lane.
these are just cowboy boots. And they don't look like clown shoes. They really don't look like steel toe boots, but they are.
So they make a
late.
BOA cowboy style Ariat. I think it's called I can't remember, dude. Just type in Ariat BOA BOA steel toe.
Yeah, the laces don't even matter though. I immediately changed all laces out for $550.
What do you?
Yeah, you don't want that, bro. You want the steel cables, bro.
Nah, man. I don't know what you're gonna do with a steel cable. I'll tell you what I can do with paracord though.
You work. I thought you worked as a janitor, Jeremy. I mean, what are you working at now?
I'm a janitor. I don't know
What?
what you think janitors do. People have this very hardcore picture of what a janitor does. Maybe they're pushing one of these big brooms or something or wiping a wall. It ain't like that, bro. It's intense.
Okay, fair enough. Now, all I'm going to say, I assume there isn't too many dangers of heavy objects falling on your feet. I would say get the cheapest pair of boots that you need that'll pass requirements. And if your toes are oddly shaped, just put the fucking toe cap in a fucking vice. Excuse my language. Put the toe cap in a vice and just sort of squeeze it until it fits your foot better. Especially if there's no immediate danger of you losing your toes at any minute. But I think a janitor. Did you say you were a school janitor? I don't know. I mean, what else is going to be taxing on your feet, I guess, or challenging your limb strength and health? I don't
Bro, the
know.
steel toe boots are mandatory, first of all. You have to wear
Right?
them.
Why do you
Second of
need them?
all, because there's dangers of shit falling on your toes constantly. I don't know what you
Okay,
think we
well,
do.
give
What
us
do
the
you think I
biggest
do?
danger. Yeah, give us the biggest danger for a janitor in a school.
Okay, you know what a
Shit falling.
science table looks like? The black science table?
Yes, I do. When it's standing up.
Yeah, those are like a solid piece of stone or some shit. We move those around all the time.
Oh, that's fair enough then. That's fair enough.
We're using buffers, we're moving shit like there's constant.
Okay, that's fair enough. That's fair enough then.
I would say if your foot is wide and you're trying to stretch out your steel toe with a vise, you're doing to it what the rock or stone is going to do to it when it falls. So I would say that you would get steel toes that actually fit your feet. I would think that modifying them would increase the chance of injury because it's dome shaped.
Yeah.
Steel toes are
First of
dome
all,
shaped because that's the strongest. Go ahead.
yeah, first of all, I don't even know if that's possible because steel is like they're not exactly all steel. So I don't know what this composite, there's a thing called composite toe, which is what I actually have. It's equivalent to steel, but I don't know if you can even bend it like that. And yeah, you're right, Larry. You wouldn't even want to shape it purposefully. You got to just get ones that fit.
So there's a
Yeah, but
YouTube
hang on,
channel.
you're not. Yeah, you're not
There's a
moving
YouTube
around
channel where.
science. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, go ahead, Pete, bro.
No, sorry, bud. I have to put in my earphones here, but just to be more quick on the mark. Go ahead, please. Please.
Yeah, I was just gonna say there's a YouTube channel where this guy reviews like all the top quality boots from
Yeah, I've
the
seen
top
that.
down. It's called Rose Anvil, and he
Fantastic.
literally takes the boot and cuts it in half, like down the middle,
Oh, I
and
like that.
yeah, and he analyzes the inner soles, like the whole working of the boot, and then he grades it from like 1 to 10, and that's kind of how I found the boot that I ultimately ended up wearing. But yeah, you guys should check it out.
I mean, we
Hey,
spend a
Anvil
lot of
Rose.
time.
Dice Low. I
We
called you Flatty Buzz. Sorry about that, Dice Low.
we spend a lot of time in these boots and these shoes that we wear. You know what I'm saying? I do, at least. I'm sure a lot of people do. You're at work for 8 hours. You're out running around. These shoes should be, you know, good for us to wear. If you got to ground them or not make them out of rubber or make them shape, whatever it is. Like, I feel like the shoe industry is way far behind.
Jeremy, let me ask you a question here. Surely you don't move around science, marble top, resilient surface. You don't move that every day. So surely there can't be this sort of risk every day for you.
Pete,
I
we're
mean,
moving
what's
giant
this
shit
on a
around
daily
all the
basis?
time, Pete. Pete, we're
Okay.
moving giant shit around all the time there's dangers of our feet constantly every day.
So I worked in this warehouse or this manufacturing plant where they made precision aviation components, and we had to be grounded like while we were in the facility. And all they gave us was like these like shoe covers that had this copper strip that ran, you know, completely through the bottom of the thing. It was kind of like a sock that followed all the way up, and you just tucked it in the bottom of your shoe. So it basically connected you to the grounding. So it wouldn't be too hard to like run a boot like that where you got a copper strip that goes, you know, from the inside of the boot to the tread.
I mean, have they even done any? Is there even any studies on this where like somebody that is grounded is? I feel like we should be doing studies on twins a lot. You know what I mean? Like take a twin, their exact same health and shit, and then you ground one of them.
For me, consider this, because I was just going to respond to funny you said about it's almost like tangential, but we're talking about boots and safety at work. Of course, that's we're the only animals that wears any sort of protective coverings for our feet. There's no other examples available. But the point I was trying to get to was copper-lined roofs of church structures. What's going on there? What is going on in terms of our grounded relationship to a greater energy all around us? And I think this is the key aspect. That's what I was saying about the footwear. Okay, ideally we don't
One
need
at
any
a time,
footwear.
one thing at a time. Pete, you want to talk about the
Okay,
church
but that's the
roofs
point,
or this
Jeremy.
other
Is it
thing or another
accumulation?
thing? You
Taking
got to
aside,
pick
taking
one
off your
thing.
boots. Okay, go ahead.
Just pick one thing and let's just go with that. You can't make like 5 points. It's impossible for
Okay,
someone to
my point
respond.
is taking off our boots, forgetting about work. That's why I said you use these things, because you're involved in employment. Forgetting about work, then in quiet time, relaxation time, how do we ground ourselves? Well, we relax, but you don't have your heavy boots on, you don't have your rubber soles on. You are now connected, and what you can do is dissipate the prevailing energy from above, right, through your body and release it. And I think this is the key to a lot of things, is this prevailing ether. We think the ether is a good thing. It's not a good thing. It's not a good thing. It's overwhelming for us. But the point that we have to be able to transmit it, if we have rubber soles on, that energy that is potentially going all around us is accumulating within our bodies, and it's too strong for us, like a heavy sun. A heavy sun.
We're building up charge in our body, and it's having a negative effect on us. You're saying?
Yes, it is, because we're in a broken system.
That's what I mean. I'd like to see if there's any like studies or something on that where they have someone grounded and someone not grounded, and see like what kind of medical issues they have after that. If it helps, if it doesn't help, if it makes it worse.
There are studies on that. I've seen them. That's why I like literally took the time to ground my bed. That what it shows is it shows that when you're grounded for like a couple hours, like your inflammation drops like, I think it's like tens of percent. I can't remember exactly, so I don't want to misquote it, but it's quite a bit. Like if you're grounded for a couple hours, and it also has a great deal of antioxidants. So the reason we eat fruit is to like, clean out our body. So it also has antioxidant effect. So it's like multiple reasons why you should meditate and or ground yourself.
Excellent.
And antioxidant helps you age slower, or what exactly does that do?
So there's like free radicals in your body, and it does like lots of cell damage. So yeah, I think you only got so many copies of yourself, and that's why I tell people to practice Wat Tantra and don't just throw out gazillions of copies of yourself after watching videos online, right?
Okay, here's the thing.
After the cell damage, right, you got to copy yourself again. So I think that's why it slows the aging. But yeah, anything that has those two benefits, anti-inflammatory, antioxidant, like those are like serious health problems that a lot of people have in America.
Yeah, just real quick, looked up the definition. It says a substance such as vitamin C or E that removes potentially damaging oxidizing agents in a living organism. So if you're getting antioxidants, it would help remove damaging oxidizing agent.
Ah, but yeah, we breathe oxygen. Oxygen is vital for us, right? That's funny, isn't it? What are we to make of all of this?
The antioxidants thing is kind of
Like if you pour hydrogen peroxide on your cells, it's going to kill the bad cells, right? But it's also going to kill the good cells, so it slows the healing process. That's why so many people choose to go with something else, like alcohol, monkey blood. They call it iodine. Sorry, I'm from the south. And Neosporin is a big one, right?
Larry, I think it's about
Damon, your mic's mad low.
Larry, what about this, right? So oxygen, so you're in an accident, you're in a sort of stressful situation, you're provided oxygen, so it's a quick fix in sort of an intense dose, what you're not used to, but it's the slow killer. It's the slow killer of man, this oxygen. This is why antioxidants will help prolong our existence in a sense, because, well, this is what the ether is. It's a slow killer. It's the prevailing energy that we're always sort of in the midst of, but we're unaware of, and we don't ground. We don't let the ether transmit through our bodies because we're wearing shoes or rubber soles. Skechers, they're all about rubber soles these days, so there's no way
That's the
for
Beatles
that
album.
energy to pass through us, and maybe us be ourselves more so.
That's a
Right,
Beatles
here's a
album.
list.
Rubber
Yeah,
Soul.
it's a Beatles album. Awesome. What were you gonna say, Damon? You're trying to get in earlier.
Oh no, nothing. That's fine. I'm leaving. Go about your business.
Or just
All right.
give it, David.
Well, here's a list of things that are benefits of antioxidants. Reduce oxidative stress, support disease prevention, support eye health, aid in brain function, contribute to mental health improvements, reduce inflammation, and support healthy aging processes. That's from Live Science if you're buying what they're selling.
Well, are you fine with their stuff, Jeremy? What are we to make of modern science? For goodness sake.
Live Science, I want to go with everything they say.
You go with anything that science says at this stage.
I mean, not all of it is. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's a genetic fallacy. Like CNN has to tell the truth sometimes, right? It's just they're mixing the truth with lies, and they literally work for the CIA.
Like this list actually looks legit. This list looks legit. Like I would buy if I looked into this and checked it out, and it looked okay. I would buy this list right here.
Well, I will just respond to that. So, as you're now wiser, Jeremy, we know that everything that's delivered to us via officialdom, it has to be inverted. So it's legit, but you just got to invert it, and the opposite of what they say.
Genetic fallacy.
It's true.
That's what you're doing. It's a genetic fallacy.
It's not. It's the best way of proceeding.
It's still a fallacy, though.
I mean, there's things though that I would use that on, like if you wanted to find out what's healthy for you or what's good for you or what could help you, I would look at a list of things that big pharma lobbies to keep illegal.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like that's something where I would actually go. I don't know if that's a genetic fallacy, but I would reverse that list basically.
Right.
No, that's a good philosophy. I've been preaching that for years, listening to the opposite of what they say. So if you know that someone's like in controlled opposition or your enemy, right? Listen to the opposite of what they say. It doesn't mean it's true necessarily,
It's a white
but
herring.
listen to it and research.
Sorry.
I want to know if you've ever seen the rain.
Yeah, when a raindrop hit me in the eye, I seen it real close.
Hey, Jeremy, you have to admit I have a point because we've come to realize that everything else from sort of an official, a Googleable source, okay, in terms of previous experience, we've learned to invert it. So just by insisting that maybe this looks legit and it's going to be the exception to the rule we've already sort of established, I guess, semi-established, let's put it like that, because it's all a sort of a belief, vague process in terms of your mind. Your mind sort of dictates the direction. So yeah, I think the only safe way is to apply the same rules to that and invert it, and you'll be closer to the truth. That's the only sane way to move forward. But I have more to say about that, though. This is why I asked the question about the copper-lined roofs of the church tops. Beneath, then you have a calm zone because the copper directs away the I'm going to say the ether. I won't go into whatever, but I'm going to say this pervading energy, which is incorporated within this enclosed system, stationary flat Earth surface. Well, then it deviates or alleviates, yes, everything that's beneath it, and that's why you have the copper fucking pipes in the church. Now they can produce their harmonious frequencies and influence the people who are sitting down away from this external influence, like a soundproof room if you want. And then you have the priest up in the pulpit, up in the altar, speaking his truth, determining mindsets after they're in a nullified sort of state or a calm state. You know what I'm saying? So I think this is the greater connection to our footwear and copper, as Dyslow suggested as well. Excellent. Excellent. And it's also the key to electricity, copper and, well, tell me what else. Rubber, in a sense.
Zinc.
The rubber
Zinc is-
encompassment and the copper wire, right, as we're receiving our electricity now to power our internet, our computers. The core of it.
It's only copper from your house to the pole. Most likely, it's all fiber.
But the electric cable that's supplying the power to your computer, well, ether has a relationship. See, no baller can answer any reasonable questions. Really can't, unless they refer to a model in its entirety, and then, well, there's so many vague areas, disputed areas at this stage of affairs that they don't know where they're at. But yes, no baller can answer the question: what is electricity? What is magnetism?
Is it pronounced ether or either?
Very good snack. Ether
Thanks,
Ether
man.
Starkus is definitely a Starkism.
Ether
That's very good.
Starkus.
Snack. Here's what I remember. Einstein came on the scene, and he ultimately killed luminiferous ether. So this greater idea that we had this static, all-encompassing, if you want to call it universal, which involved spatial relations. You know, we had the heliocentric model at least and beyond. But it was static, and it was it was boundless. So if everything is inverted, maybe the ether is non-static, is in non-stationary, is in motion, and it's also bounded. I think maybe that's some sort of key.
You can never stop the ether. All he did was halt the investigation of the ether in some people's minds.
Yeah, I don't know. It feels like he
so.
probably stopped more things happening than he created. I don't know. Weird.
I think I actually think that. Well, yeah. He's the greatest clue giver. So I think that generally. So here we go. Remember, we think in terms of pictures. So when we mentioned the blue marble or the heliocentric model or the greater galactic whatever model, then we have an idea imprinted what the stars are, what everything outside the Earth is. Now, as we come to flat Earth, well, maybe we have some vestiges of that acceptance carrying over. But maybe everything above us is absolutely a part of the Earth, as opposed to being completely separate from the Earth. I think, in a sense,
Apart, not
what
apart.
Einstein is referencing.
I got you. It's apart, not apart from it.
Well,
It's
there you
part
go,
of it, not
Snack.
apart from it. Yeah, got you.
You go. I'm still waiting to hear from any flat earther what Earth actually is. A picture of it. Has to be something.
I think it's
Sure
just
as hell
like
no. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I'll tell you this, Pete. If you give me $50 million a day, I'm happy to provide you some CGI.
I don't know what the Earth is, but I'm pretty sure the moon is solidified cow mucus. Some of you might call it cheese.
I'm pretty sure whatever we think that a greater truth is known by the people who've given us, if you want, the powers that's given us the bullshit lie for millennia, not maybe millennia, whatever.
I mean,
Hundreds
the
of
Earth is
years.
the ground. It's always the ground. It never fucks up. Like it's not the ground. It's electrically the ground. It's the physical ground. That's Earth.
The one consideration, and I'm not surprised now that it wasn't picked up on, but it's a sort of an indirect implication. If we decide the Earth's surface isn't in motion, the only reason they decide the Earth's surface is in motion in its various and sundry forms is by looking at the sky or making reference to the sky. So as flat earthers, if we decided the Earth's surface isn't in motion, but then the only conclusion is all the skylights are in motion. We know that space is fake. So what the heck does that make the skylights? I think going back to a singular earthbound source for all the skylights, which is doing the motivation, I guess. What do you reckon?
I don't know. It's hard to square it. I don't know. Is it single Earth? This is all there is, or is it like so big that like it's silly how big it is, you know? And then the sky can't work the same everywhere. We're not all part of the same skies. Maybe have local sky, local luminaries moving around, you know, in that kind of situation. But go ahead and prove it, right? Yeah.
Yeah, but then it makes
So
if
they
you
say
accept that is a possibility. But if you accept that, then it's beyond our bounds to understand. So we'll never push any truth. Go ahead.
No,
Sorry, go
I
ahead.
think one thing is that there's just like that we can see, like if you watch that there's a YouTube called Primer Fields. It's pretty interesting. Like they take like a magnetic field and then they kind of throw BBs in it until it populates the entire field, but it like forms this geometric order. And I guess that's kind of how I feel like, you know, this whole thing could work. You know, like poles are just like these little BBs getting stuck somewhere. They're in a node. And maybe there's lots of nodes. Maybe there's so many nodes we can't count them all. Maybe there's a finite. Maybe there's only 10. I don't know, man. Like it could really be any way. But the difference between there being 10, imagine if there are only 10 Earths, like sizes of shit to go and live in, right? Imagine if there's only 10, or if there's 1,000. And, you know, I don't know. It's just, it's a total difference, isn't it? Like you'd want it to, if it was just 10, you'd be like, I'm taking all 10 of them. I'm gonna rule this fucking shit. You know what I mean? But if it's thousands, you can't really do that. So I don't know. It's hard to say. Like, what do you guys think? Infinite or somewhat finite? Just real big? Like, what is this environment we're in? Is this the only one? Can you get?
I think we have to decide. I know Larry's trying to get into. I'm going to say briefly, Snack. I think we have to decide as individuals, ourselves, in our own brain, what are the limits of what you can know. If I was in your camp there, I'm not saying your camp specifically, but yes, of course I understand it. But then I would say, there's nothing I can know. This whole journey is pointless. Because the best I can come to garner or to realize in this short time span will be nothing in comparison to what could be or what possibly is. You know what I'm saying? It would be a pointless venture. And it'll always be a godless sort of way, I think. I have to go the other way. I think we have the capabilities of knowing everything, just to place it in a proper context.
It's just about the ratio of what our enclosure is to the entire. And so then that gets you to what your question was originally, which is what do you think the shape of the Earth is, or like how could you provide it? Whatever the case may be. It's just the presumption of a shape is a preoccupation in the mind, just like the twisting and turning of the sky around us and trying to like you know, substantiate that as it's still
nice
basically, and you're moving around a ball. Yeah.
I like you're smoking a joint. I'm smoking a joint. How good I can hold it in and speak out, Snack? Why are you getting old, bud? You want to take a break there? So we give a coffee enema or something like that on the West Coast.
Fucking it's just
hey, bud.
It's a new variety.
You're
right?
planned.
Gorilla butter. I've never tried it.
I get you, but let me ask you a question then. Let me ask you a question because we know we can progress along certain lines as we come out of the cave, right?
What?
Right. So space is fake. So if space is fake and we're living in a sort of a tangible reality. What in the mind of man, because we never beat the space, the
What do you
mind
mean
of the
space is fake,
Empire,
though?
is what has replaced empty space. You know, it has to
But
be something.
what do
Has
you
to be
mean
something
space is
if we
fake, though?
agree.
Like, I can't say that the concept of space is fake, no. But like, what the concept of the
The
Big Bang, infinite universe, spaceships and
Yes, that
planets and stuff
the
like that.
extended sort of infinite space
The,
sort of thing. Of course, space is real, but in that
all
sense,
well, but all the, I mean, it's just what we call like a quasar would be observable, right? It's just like what you call it, you know, whether you want to call a comet like a ice ball moving around, you know what I mean? If in that paradigm, it's that. Like, I don't know, maybe we're just like it's a fucking jet of fucking, you know, shit. I
know
don't know,
what it
man. Like,
is.
right, there
We
could be
know
right
what it
multiple.
is intrinsically. We know it's waters beyond, and water is reflective
It's like no,
surface.
but we
So in a
can't. We
sense,
can't.
our
They're
immediate
just shadows on the
consideration
wall,
is that we're
Pete.
dealing with reflected skylights, and all
They're
of
just
them,
shadows.
as they move in unison, have a singular
Pete,
earthbound source, a part
they're
of the
just
earth.
shadows on the wall. We don't know what the fuck they could be. They could tell us they're anything. We wouldn't ever be able to know it, really.
Yes, but
We,
snack, that's enter the dodo at that stage. Now you realize there's a greater sort of encompassing
but what do we really know,
metaphysical
though? But here's what
metascript in
we.
play.
But Pete, here's what we really do know. Like, it affects people. The stars affect people. You know, they're
Absolutely.
here. They're not. They don't seem to be moving. They're not moving away from each other. Fucking. There's pretty much. You know what I mean? They're like that.
Yeah,
We know that. So we know
absolutely.
that there's like spirit up there, like energy of some sort, right? Which like I could say
Right.
spirit doesn't. I don't know. Whatever that fucking means. It's energized shit that's up there, you know, and they're unique points too, which is really cool. So like if they're not balls of gas, you know what I mean? Then there's something maybe really interesting, you know. Uh, it's all just about like whatever fucking paradigm you have, right? You maybe you want to think that they're all like, you know, spots on a dodo's face or something like that. That's, you know, that's your right, but
I
it's
don't
like
think that.
it's
I think
a
that.
but in your looking glass, right? It's gonna be how you perceive it. You know what I mean? So as to
Yeah.
say, like you're not the
Alice, it's just so
yeah,
interesting, Snack. Just you mentioned Looking Glass. Alice through Looking Glass, second part of Alice in Wonderland. But a Looking Glass is a telescope, but also a mirror. Also a mirror.
right.
Not keen, isn't it? If we decide that the Earth is enclosed as some sort of energy field and is holding back whatever is beyond, the obvious opposition to empty space is what? Heavy or cold water. Cold water is heavier or more dense, less viscous, I guess. I was always confused about that, whether something is more viscous, is it more viscous and it's less free flowing. There's some opposition there, but anyway, cold water seemed to be the obvious suggestion to our mind or mentality, because well, the Earth's surface is encompassed by, well, you know, whatever. Anyway, so yes. Now, as they have placed all of the skylights in different ultimate reference frames in the Bowler paradigm, as we move back to a more enclosed, and I actually think this is a relationship between the real ether and the luminiferous ether. It's the opposite. The ether is enclosed via the barrier. It actually creates the barrier, and also it's in motion, which creates the sort of the skylights and their motion itself. So I think yes. How are we dealing with reflections? Are we dealing with reflections? There's two obvious suggestions if we're dealing with reflections as being candidates for reflections of one another. That's the sun and the moon. They're exactly the same size. They're seemingly exactly the same size. So I guess what are we to make of that? I'm not saying anything, you know, detailing
It's only a
anything.
coincidence, Pete. What else could it be?
Cosmic coincidence, 400
Happenstance.
times.
Yeah,
Yeah.
stuff happens. Come on, just get over it. Come on.
Yeah, I want to
It's
shout
not
out
as
to
if they're the
Drace. You
same
don't know
thing.
what you don't know.
It's
Sorry,
not
go
as
ahead.
if they're like, you know, Clark Kent and Superman or something like that. It's not like that, Pete. They can't be the same thing, Pete. No way. That doesn't even make
Yeah.
sense. I have to
Reflections.
fight.
One is a
I have
pale
to fight you
reflection
on
of the other. Can I just say, I know I talk a lot. I
How
will
is it
just say
possible,
though.
Pete?
Well, listen. I will. Okay. It's fair enough. I guess.
I'm only fighting you because I agree with you, but I want to hear you bear it out.
I know, but I was
What if
just going to
Clark
say.
Kent is a
I was going to say
crypto?
just Yeah, I know Larry's
Sorry.
trying to get in. I was just going to say, Larry, because I was trying to bring you in, actually, which was I'll bring you back to my main consideration, Snack, which is that I think we have the ability to know everything. We're greater than the material, therefore the material reflects us. What's beyond that? Well, that's in the realm of God, and that's what awaits us. But yeah, within this certain confine, I think we have the ability to work it out. So go ahead, Larry, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that what if Clark Kent was a Kryptonian? Who would know?
Kal-El? You talking about?
I mean, when it comes to things that have,
Jinx.
hold on, Pete. When it comes to things, hold on. When it comes to things that have happened in the past, there's things that can happen that could have happened that you'll never know. You'll never know everything. We'll never know everything as a collective human. You know, the humans, people.
Maybe we can remote view it, Jeremy.
That's dope. There was actually a guy we had in here. Was it like 5-6 months ago? Yo, shout out to that dude. That was fucking awesome. He remote viewed. He was on Jeranism. Jeranism had you guys remember this guy I'm talking about?
You talking about mixers?
Jeranism had a bunch of remote viewers on his thing. This guy was one of them. I think he said there was one guy that did better than him or something, but yeah, that actually could be possible. Now that you say that, Snack, you son of a bitch.
Yeah, well, put Mix on it. He's probably remote viewing this now, so I'm sure he'll work it out and get back to us when he can. We have to figure out a couple things. There's like all these like little hinges to it, right? Isn't this like all the things that Wits It uncovers are really like parts of history too, like where these things get like smudged over and fucking absorbed into somebody else's new model of thinking about it. You know what I mean? Like somebody else's history. I don't know, whatever, man. Get at it. Pete, lead us. You know, let's decode this shit. No.
We got this. We got this.
Opposite of that. Jeremy, you lead us.
Yeah, I just got back, bro.
There we go. Dice Low, take us somewhere. What do you got, Dice Low?
Oh no, I'm just saying. I just got back, bro. Like, let's get into some conversation, bro. Like, Pete, just kick back, bro.
No, that remote viewing thing was fucking awesome though. I didn't think that was possible, but this, after hearing that guy, I still gotta go back and watch that Jeranism show. I don't know if anyone knows which show that happened on. Send me a link to the YouTube.
I don't know. I don't really have too many doubts on the possibility of it.
Remote viewing is a psyop, bro.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
I think it's all. Yeah, dude.
I still 100% believe in the possibility.
When I think of
of it,
dude. When I think of remote viewing, I think of like the Dead Sea Scrolls. Like these are like CIA ops.
That, like, I think like men that stare at ghosts.
I swear to God, it's true, man. Like it's like, and there's aliens. It's all part of Project Bluebeam, bro. Suck my.
But we got a guy in here that can do it though. There's a guy in here that says he could do it.
Suck my nuts.
And I think Jeranism. And I think Jeranism did a test, like a live test on it, and
oh god,
and they did it.
I've gone through remote viewing school, so like I know all about this stuff. I mean,
I'd be willing to test it out with my dash cam. I got a dash cam that's not hooked up wirelessly in any kind of way, so we could
probably got
record
to pay
it.
a bunch of money to somebody to get certified.
You said
But that doesn't mean that I don't have like the understanding of how their technique works for just getting presence in some place. I guess, man. That I do. Like, what do you? You don't think like omniscience, like the whole that's just all wizardry and shit, and like they're just trying to make. But this whole thing comes out of Russia from this one this dude who fucking taught the school of how to do it. So there's only one way to do it, really. It's the Ingo Swann method, of course. Everyone knows that, silly. But is that you're saying that that's planted? I'm roboting.
You're rambling.
I'm rambling.
Of course, it's all planted.
Of course, is Ingo Swann a CIA fiction?
I'm following you, but I don't know what Ingo Swann is.
It's the guy who designed the technical remote viewing system that the CIA used, though.
I thought it was Ravi Shankar.
I'm telling you, bro, we got a guy in here that says he fucking did it before. Jeranism did a test on his fucking channel.
You talking about
I think it's some real shit. I mean, we might want to investigate this remote viewing thing a little bit more.
I love the idea that Ravi Shankar.
Oyster Mahalski in the house. Woo! Hello,
Yo,
East
what
is
up?
the remote viewing gatekeeper.
Oh, no doubt. No, Pete has got it on lock. What up,
Yeah.
Pete?
Pro Chikambutsu, anti remote viewing.
Where were you when I needed you when I was in court, ISAF, for your advice? I guess I didn't reach out for you.
What happened?
Here we go.
Good to hear from you again, ISAF.
Pete,
We know
did you
we're
create
it's good to hear you too, Pete.
controversies?
Forgive me, I'm tired. I'm a little busy over here, but yeah, man. I'm chiming in when I can. That's why I'm just like, I don't even care if anyone else is talking. Forgive me.
Maybe the challenge in life,
Ask your
Isa, is
question.
to put into practice what we sort of come to realize in terms of a greater truth. You know what I mean? And that's the challenge of a man. Cowards die many times before their deaths. The valiant only taste of death but once. I'm not saying that to you, but you know what I'm saying. It's about carrying things to the fruition, what you're willing to give up for truth. Once you know you're immersed within a devil system, sanctioned by
How's Jeremy
God.
saying I'm rambling though? I mean,
stop.
That's not right.
Well,
I mean, fair is fair, right?
Yeah,
Come
man,
on,
that's not fair at all.
Like that wasn't a ramble. I didn't even. I was trying.
I know.
Was
Let's all try
to
to be concise. Let's all try to be concise, please, guys.
I was born a rambler, man.
When you're mopping up the female toilets in the school, do you need those big
No,
heavy toe
Pete.
cap boots that you're so uncomfortable in?
Just good old Pete.
Anyways, let's get on some serious.
Good old PJ. That's why I have to fight you on anything I agree with, though. That's what I'm gonna say.
It's a joke. Come on, we can't joke around anymore. Come on.
Pete. All right, let's get. Does anyone have a topic?
Get us on
track. I got it.
Barrel ride.
Okay, what do you got?
Okay, a little while ago.
What do you want?
Pete, please
A
go on mute.
He's showing up right now.
A while ago, they were talking about whether parallel lines were, plumb lines were parallel or not. And one guy was claiming that, if you go 69 miles, your plumb lines aren't going to be parallel or whatever. But I started investigating that. I typed in, are plumb lines parallel? And the first hit I get on YouTube is Maine Surveyor guy. And this is from May 14th, 2019. Anyway, what he does is he sets up a theodolite and makes reciprocal zenith angle measurements from another theodolite. Tries to find out whether the plumb lines are going to be parallel or not.
Well, there's two issues with that. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, maybe I'm going to explain the issues. Anyway, so he makes five measurements, angle measurement, reciprocal to zenith angle measurements, one station to the other. Then he goes to the other station, looks back, and makes 5 measurements. Comes up with these 5 measurements, and they're all most of them are different. A couple of them are the same. Some of them are under 180 degrees. Some of them are over 180 degrees. So the thing I'm saying is that in these, all of them, variation he gets between the 5. Variation is an average of 6 3/4 seconds deviation. The one station. In the other station, the variation that he gets in deviation is 1 3/4 seconds. And then his so he's getting different readings, just like they always do. They get different readings and then they average them all, and they consider that average what they call a mean. You don't really know what one is right. Jeremy, you're always saying that you don't know when you're just
An
assuming that one
actual,
of them is right. Yeah, that
you need an
you don't know
actual
one
position.
right, and you don't really get that with this. So what they rely on is an average or what they call a mean. The the the, the variation between all the readings, it's just about the same amount of variation you get in the end with how far the plumb line is deviating. You know what I mean? It's
Yes, let
within
me.
the error. It's within the error of margin of the measurements of the angles. The measurement of the angle is within the same amount of deviation as the measurement of how far the plumb lines are deviating. So you
Yeah,
really couldn't call that anything real. And then in the end of the video, he he calculates the curvature of the Earth using this experiment or observation that he does. He finds that the curvature of the Earth. Let me find that for you. It's kind of funny. It's way off.
I know. Go ahead.
Maybe
Well, let me just.
maybe you've seen that. Go ahead.
Yes, I've seen it. Let me just point out two glaring, I mean, obvious problems if you're familiar with this whole guy. Two big problems with this guy's measurements. The first one is that one time he set up two measuring devices at the same elevation, and the crosshairs weren't lined up on the same thing. So I question that if he's even knows what he's doing, or if he's using calibrated tools, or what. He has some obvious problem there. The second thing is this recipient. That was just a problem with him in general. The problem with this actual measurement that he's doing, if anyone were to do it, is it's all about things dropping in the distance. Because if things were rising in the distance, it would be concave Earth. You know what I mean? So this measurement's all about things dropping. It's the same thing. He calculated refraction with this and everything. This is totally based on things are higher, appear higher or lower. That's why he was coming up with less than or more than 180.
Right. Yeah, and in the end, he uses his observation to measure these, to calculate the radius of the Earth, and he comes up with 2718, which is 68% correct. So, I mean, it's pretty bad. The whole thing is pretty bad.
Tim, let me
I don't think
respond to
you'd
that
use this.
briefly. Let me respond to that briefly because I actually mentioned it. She mentioned it with Larry. You're talking about Cuba.
Wait a second.
Okay, go
Let
ahead.
me just get this last.
Okay, go ahead.
You really wouldn't want to use this observation base, to say that we have empirical evidence or we have really good evidence that plumb lines are not parallel. I mean, it doesn't work
Yeah,
out.
this is a horrible way to tell plumb lines. Absolutely, you're spot on with this.
Does anybody else have a good way to do it?
Yes, we have thought of some good ways. Pete, do you have any good ways to do it?
Pete's got some good ways.
Why I'm saying this because I actually mentioned this tonight. One of the first things I mentioned with Whitsett and the guy Tim, who you're talking about there, Larry Schubel. Jeremy, Snack, Larry Schubel.
Larry
He
GPS.
is exactly that geodesic surveyor who you're talking about in your scenario. And I've quizzed him and I've also brought it back to the main consideration that he will say, Tim, that as he casts his horizontal, right, which is what is from a theodolite, from a water level, from a telescope, it doesn't even matter. As he casts his horizontal, the prime assumption is that that horizontal will remain horizontal indefinitely to infinity. That's the assumption he makes, and I think this is a really crux point. And I've had this out with Larry over in Gem Panda's channel. We would talk for hours, and I know that is the prime assumption.
Make a point.
Now, if you don't assume that, let's just finish the point then, Jeremy. If you don't assume that, as we're flat earthers, we always have to assume that the horizontal cast into the greater beyond has to drop due to perspective and greater encompassment of the greater extended panorama. So that's the key. So go ahead, if that made sense.
All right.
Shit, what are you from the 1800s?
So,
Jesus.
So we do have a good way. I mean, we've picked a bunch of good ways to try to measure if the plumb lines are actually deviating or not. and you know, you gotta hang some plumb lines. First of all, you're gonna need plumb lines. If you want to say plumb lines are diverging, you're gonna actually need to use plumb lines, right? I don't know about all this imaginary plumb lines that they're making and shit. You're gonna need an actual plumb line before you convince anyone that they're diverging, right? You're gonna actually, that's what you're
That's a good
actually gonna need
point.
to check. So that's a good point, right?
That's a good point. Yeah, definitely.
So for you're just gonna want to hang plumb lines from a really tall thing. Now, I was talking to a friend about this earlier or last night or something, and you know, this would have to be done outside. There's nowhere inside where you could hang these high enough because you want to measure you want to measure the distance ideally with something tangible at the bottom and the top of the plumb line to make sure that okay, this one's a meter at the bottom and at the top it's a meter and 3 millimeters or you know, whatever. So you'd have to now. I believe that if you have a strong enough string, like you get 1100 paracord, it's double the 550 strength, so 1100 pound test. But I believe that if you get some string like that or something that's ridiculously heavy, maybe even chain or something, I don't know, but if you got something wild heavy like that, then you know, you could have a huge weight on the bottom, and if there is any breeze or any, I believe it would keep them pretty, you know, I believe it
Jeremy,
would keep them plumb. What's up?
Jeremy, you're talking about local considerations. Larry Schubel, he's a qualified geodesic surveyor. He worked with the army or the Air Force in Afghanistan, for goodness sake. So he says that the only way you can sort of apply this in terms of proving Earth's globular structure is via distances which are, let's just imagine equilateral triangle, 3 points, 60 miles from point to point, known distances, known heights, and this is the problem. The problem is their assertion at the very outset. We can all take the same equipment, get the same results, but we have to examine the initial assertion. His assertion, please pay attention to this, because it's a greater consideration, because when the ball earther looks now over the horizon at the beach, he says it's 3 feet as he's 3 miles away as he's 6 feet high. Now Larry is talking about the only way we can gauge this is in terms of, let's just imagine an equilateral triangle of 60 miles between the 3 points, equidistant or equiangled as well between the three of them. So this is coming from a professional here. So you know, it's only on these scales that we can sort of equate. And now we have to pull apart his basic assumption. First of all, I will tell you 2 assumptions. Let me just break this down briefly. 2 assumptions. How do you know the location?
You got 5 seconds left.
Okay,
and then
go ahead.
I just gotta cut you off.
No, I'll leave it there. Go ahead.
Just
go ahead.
start on the appendix right now. And just
Okay, I'll leave it there, Snack. But I mean,
bibliography. Do you have any?
Okay, go ahead.
That? Okay. Next person.
Right.
There's also a good way with drones. We've thought of, you know, you send 2 drones straight up, and you know their point on the ground. I mean, if you can make the drone just go straight up, I don't know if that's possible, but and then you measure the distance between where they were at the bottom and they are at the top. What were some other good plumb lines measurements we had?
The consideration I was just trying to bring in briefly, and I know I speak a lot, but it is definitely a part and parcel of Larry's arsenal, which is that, well, you pick 3 points, but you know, how do you locate those 3 points? Well, you use a spherical coordinate, pole, earth determination, and you know the distance. It's not a straight line distance, it's a curved line distance. So everything is sort of intertwined within the basic consideration. And this is what he's actually doing, Larry Schubel. Proving that the Earth is sphere based on his experience as a geodesic surveyor over the years. Who the fuck am I? Who the fuck are you to debate with him? How many times have you done it? I'd say never myself. But that's where we can all be.
I've debated Larry like 30 times. What are you talking about?
But I'm saying you've never done what he's done.
Make a spherical excess triangle on the surface of Earth?
Over the space of 60 mile, equilateral triangle, 60 mile each side. He says that's the only way you can possibly prove it.
Larry
No
never
way.
did a spherical excess measurement. I've debated him dozens of times. I've asked him for actual measurements. He doesn't have any. All they have is the averages of the actual measurements, not the actual measurements themselves. So if he did this, he would have the actual measurements, and he doesn't. He's never done this.
Well then,
I
what
don't
am I
know who
supposed to
when
think
he
then?
told you that, but if he did, he lied to one of us.
Is he lying to every? It was. Did he tell you he worked in the surveying department of the Air Force and he was in Afghanistan? Is that bullshit as well?
I don't know, but I'll tell you right now, he told me he does not have any measurements of spherical excess. He pulled up the arc of the parallel fucking triangulation 900 million page document, and we all know that those aren't measurements. And he said, oh, he was going to try to find the measurements. Now, if he had done this himself, he would probably
Okay.
have the measurements, you know?
Well, I should think he has, but he's definitely labeled. He's definitely detailed the places he was referencing, and I think he's definitely done the experiments as his own personal results. He's obviously a passionate man, but yes, I think he, to some degree, he is genuine. He is he is a qualified surveyor and a geodesic surveyor. Of course, we know is fabrication. We know he's an actor, but I still think he has basis and he has knowledge and understanding and experience in the area which he
Okay.
thinks within.
Okay. Pete, not only did he tell me he doesn't have measurements of spherical excess, he told me to try to recreate a spherical excess measurement would be a logistical nightmare. I don't know exactly what words he used, but it was something to that effect. And he just doesn't have it. He didn't do it.
He's an anti-flat earther, Jeremy. He's one of those ardent ball earthers. He's not just someone who will sit at his desk and read Google. He's someone with experience in the field, and he's done these things. He can name the places. He named them to me, the places he took these observations from. That's all they are, is observations. And I think we can all get the same observations. But the problem is detailing. Do you understand what I'm saying? The problem is for him, as I pointed out many times, when you're detailing the known location of the two opposing points that you're making the triangle, whether it's spherical or planar, but you're detailing their location according to the spherical ball earth coordinate system. Detailing.
I think you can never. I think you can never and never measure it. If it's in length with each other, the 1 degree over 69 goes away. You can't catch. There aren't high rises high enough to catch them with a zoom lens that, by the way, contracts its view angle very much. And mountains are not geometric enough to compare. No, you will never be able.
Lightwater, hello, my
Observe
friend. Great to hear from you, and that's a brilliant because I brought us to an ideal scenario. Imagine we were all at the top of a 3,000 meter or feet peak, and we're dealing with 60 by 60 by 60 in terms of length, a complete equilateral triangle, right? Now, how do we gauge whether there's a drop or not from our own vantage point? We can travel, or we have friends. You're at one mountaintop, Jeremy is at the other mountaintop. What instruments are we focusing on one another? I think the best instrument would be, well, actually, what is the best instrument? It's not a theodolite, right? A theodolite only works at local ranges, but they will
That's
say,
not
Larry
true.
will say, a
That's not
theodolite
true.
will work to
That's not
infinity.
true.
Is it?
They
What
work
is
Okay,
it?
but
in
in the
historic
meantime,
ranges.
though, does anyone have any ways to actually measure if plumb lines, like any thoughts on how we could actually tangibly measure plumb lines not being parallel without all this, refractive stuff being involved?
Do you think it's possible to create like a machine that could measure plumb line, like just like a plumb line bot, like it just does plumb line, it levels itself? You know, would that be helpful in determining
Oh,
plumb line
it's not
divergence?
possible.
No.
Oh, it's not
Auto
possible.
level,
No.
theodolite.
No. No, like a physical, like four point adjusting, self-adjusting level that with a plumb line in the middle of it, like a big rectangular box, and then you can like suspend a plumb line from the center of it.
But it's not possible, Snack, though, because you'll have the baller saying as that robot travels from a fixed location, it's always traveling over a curved surface. You know what I'm saying? So it'll justify every result in relation to that
No,
initial
these auto
determination.
levels have got it's a weighted pendulous apparatus that actually levels them out.
Yeah, but I
It
would
just
do it
doesn't.
maybe differently.
It just doesn't. It just doesn't have a string hanging off the bottom of it with a plumb bob at the bottom. But it is a weighted pendulous type
Hey,
apparatus
left
that
lane, then
lines
there are
us up.
some fancy words. You better
I'm
back
just
up your
saying,
fancy words, left lane, with some
it
hard
would
dollar.
basically, but it would basically be a four leg. It would be like it would find a fluid level. That would just be part of it, and then a sensor to detect that, and then it would adjust the legs properly until they're achieved level. And then it
Yeah,
would be
but
able to. Well, then it would be able to
ah,
like log all that shit, like whatever it could log. You could have multiples of them. They could like log to each other. They could actually do proximity detection from each other. I don't know. There's lots of
yeah.
things that could be done. I don't know. Just saying, like we're trying to see if like two plumb lines ever diverge. You know,
Would you prove it? Yeah, it's a great
right?
question.
So what is that like? What is a plumb line diverging? What, from fluid level?
Oh,
What is it diverging
oh,
from?
excellent, Snack. So we can't give a deliberate answer. All we have to do is consider two opposing ideas, right? So one is the bowler,
I
and
don't
that's
think
why
you're
the
gonna.
bowler, no matter what results you get, will always give you
Yeah, it's difficult.
an explanation. Okay, go ahead. Okay,
If
go ahead.
you presume it's a ball, it's a ball, right? Okay, so whatever.
Right, but
But
then we
I'm
have to
saying that.
presume the
But
opposite. We
in
have to
what?
presume the opposite for the sake of comparison. There's no way, we don't know, so we have to investigate, right?
Oh my
So we have to see
gosh,
what you'd
man!
expect in both scenarios.
Wow, it's fucking.
I don't know. We're talking about this. I've heard a couple of statements that are demonstrably false. That we can't make observations over 60 miles because of the dimensions, and that's not true. We see mountains in the distance at over 60 miles away, so I can see that far away, and so that a theodolite would be able to see that far away. And Pete said that they're local instruments and that's not true
Oh,
either.
Yeah. Well,
There is no distance limitation on a
well,
well,
theodolite.
no, that's
this.
terrible. There
I'm
is a
just saying, like,
distance. Go
what is
ahead,
your
Snack.
resistance to this concept here? But like, it's because like with a machine, with an apparatus like this, it's just four motors and fucking some lead screws. It's really not a big deal in a fucking plumb bob. You could have, you could register it, yourself. It's
But
not an expensive unit. You could build like 10 of them and fucking all put them down, and they could all be talking to each other like to a network, and you could like fucking say, okay, that's one thing. We keep moving them the fuck around, like, to
Snack, though, the point is, though,
I
that
mean,
that's what I'm
if
saying.
you're saying, hold on, Pete. If you're saying the theodolite's making the horizontal forever, I mean,
That's
you think
ridiculous.
so? We look through a theodolite and it's making a straight line forever, and whatever we see in the distance on that line that's where that object is. Is that what you're saying, or
Go ahead, Skylane.
left
That's
lane?
what you were saying. Yeah.
Pete, you're
Oh,
not hosting
I'm
this.
sorry.
Hold on a second. Hold on, left lane.
Yeah.
Pete,
Okay. Yeah.
relax, bro. I need you to relax, please. I want you to
Right.
be part of the conversation, but you need to chill. Go ahead, left lane.
So I wasn't sure what I was responding to, Jeremy. I heard you saying something.
Yeah, so you're
About.
saying this. I'll repeat it. It's fine. So you're saying this theodolite makes this horizontal. We can make a horizontal line with the theodolite, and that goes forever. And whatever we see at the end of that line that's where the object is, right?
Well, I mean, it just depends. Like if you were like out on the ocean with a theodolite, you're just going to look off into space with nothing to reference.
Okay, but
I mean,
are
the
you
problem
saying with
is
whatever we see?
Go ahead.
I know, but are you saying it makes a straight line forever? So whatever we see on the crosshairs that's making the straight line forever, that's where the object is, right? Because it's a straight line.
Well, taking into consider refraction, of course.
So not straight.
Yeah, may not be. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
so it's not making it. I know, so it's not making a straight line forever. How far does it make a straight line for?
It just depends on how much refraction is involved in it.
Okay, let's say there's the little teeny tiniest, smallest amount of refraction.
Then how long does it make a straight line for?
I mean, I've said this before. If I'm making an observation and everything looks stable and clear and crisp, I wouldn't neglect any refraction at all. Altogether, I would consider standard, 7/6R as the refractive effect for that day.
Which is a curved line. So I'm asking you, how far does it make a straight line for?
Well, observations in which you can neglect refraction, I would say, a couple hundred feet, maybe.
I think that's what Pete was alluding to. God bless his soul. That it's good locally.
Okay.
It's good locally. Yeah.
I got you.
Yeah.
But it sort of is, but it sort of sounds like that any observations over a couple hundred feet are thrown out, but we don't do that though.
Well, you just said it's only making a straight line for a couple hundred meters or feet or whatever.
Yeah, anything over that you have to account for refraction.
Which is when we start playing guessing games with which way the light's bending and by how much, and you guys have no measurements of how much the light's actually bending over this distance. You're just calculating it and going off your other measurements of temperature, pressure, and humidity, but never actually measuring the light bending over that distance.
There's the wiggle room,
which is an issue.
That's the wiggle room. Yes, that's where the controversy is. No, I admit there's controversy for sure.
Yeah.
It's controversial for sure.
Think about this. Think about this. Think about this. Things get very small over 69 miles. And how many pixels do you need to measure 1 degree?
Well, the thing is,
man.
Well, the thing is,
get real.
The thing is, when we consider, I mean, and I go to kind of the other end of the spectrum, when I see a mountain that I know is like 5,000 feet taller than I am, at like 70 miles away on the horizon, and it's actually below my eye level, you got to wonder what's going on there to hide 3,000 or 4,000 feet of mountain.
You're driving that way, left lane.
I thought we were talking about going out of Plumb. Hey.
Well, we are, but
we are not talking about.
If you said that it was impossible to make those observations, but
yeah, but we are not at this moment. We are not talking about the apparent curve.
So we're talking about reciprocal zenith angles. Is that right? What are we talking about?
We were talking about plumb lines going 1 degree off in 69 miles. That's what we were talking about.
Well, yes, and yeah, we do, and we talk about refraction, and that's wiggle room, and there's like the contention and the argument. Is that reality or what?
But as I said, things are very small in distance, and so there are very little pixels left to depict the object. So how can you calculate a 1 degree off from those little pixels? That's insane.
Well, we're looking at points. We're not looking at the size of something at that distance. We're looking at a target or a point off in the distance, and the best you could do is hone in on that point and zero in on it and take a measurement right there.
But that point is depicted by pixels.
Not the point isn't necessarily.
A point is smaller than a pixel.
Yeah, that's why I say it doesn't matter about pixels. It just matters about aiming at that point and taking a measure to that point. It doesn't matter about how many pixels are involved.
I get a point head from you.
How do we measure the light bending? If we can't measure plumb lines not being parallel tangibly, how do we measure the light bending?
Jeremy, the whole problem is you keep talking about model talking. It's not every observation is built up of pixels, and you have to take a step back into the observation. The model.
Yeah, this isn't going to be done with an observation. This needs to be done
Yeah,
with something tangible.
but that's what we are talking about. How do we observe it?
No, I'm talking about how do we measure it tangibly.
But you can't measure in an orthographical side view.
Why not?
Because you have to compare it. You have to compare it with the observation.
How are you going to illustrate it? If you wanted to illustrate it with orthographics, why couldn't you do that?
Yeah, you could do that, but you have to measure, also measure it with the observation. You have to compare it because you can put anything in a orthographic side view because
you measure it tangibly.
You can't observe it. You can't observe an orthographical side view.
I know, that's why.
So you have to come up with it.
You need to measure it. Yeah, that's why we need to measure it tangibly. Like it would be possible to measure.
Jeremy, that's why Snack suggested his possible solution. I agree with you, and of course, light water in response to left lane. Well, the only way we can test in reality or model of reality, or best guess, is against some sort of opposing idea. That's the only way, unless we assume that the very first guess that we come up with is just true and unique and a solution. So that's the only way we can work in this setting. But left lane, well, just as finished, left lane light water has no alternative consideration, even though he drives hours and hours, days and days, weeks and weeks, months and months, years and years along maybe a straight path. He's a driver. The point.
Well, I think it would be interesting, even considering all the refractive effects and this, that, and the other. It would be an interesting observation to set two theodolites up a couple of miles apart and see if you could find a condition in which they look straight directly at one another without looking up or down at one another. If they could look directly into each other's eye, and that would be something to consider.
Larry, Skyline, it's already been done. This is why I mentioned Larry earlier on. He talks about two theodolites, exactly the scenario presented over a river that was stretching half a mile. Set absolutely horizontally, which is they maintained, okay, but both of them had to drop to reach the other's reticule.
Yeah.
Now,
that's a problem. That tells us that they're not, but that the zenith angles aren't parallel. That's what it tells us.
Yes, but it's a problem if you're not thinking in terms of a flat earther who says that you'll always have to drop the horizontal. The horizontal cast will not remain infidelity over the all the way to infinity, as Jeremy just pointed out. You will always have to drop the theodolite to cater for, and Snack mentioned it as well, cater for the greater expanse in terms of the alternative model, which is the flat Earth expanded reality, and you haven't considered it. Excellent.
Yeah, I'm not sure what you need to consider there. Representing a flat surface over 2 miles orthographically, you would just draw the lines parallel to one another in an orthographic view. I don't see the problem in using that to illustrate.
Einstein himself said you have to at least consider two options. Where this is what relativity is all about. The Earth could be stationary, everything moving around it, or everything is moving around relative motion. The only way you can come to any sort of truth is by considering both options. Because remember, we don't know the solution, Skylane. We're trying to work it out. What are you going to do? Provide your first effort and assume that that's the whole truth and nothing but the truth? Help you, Bob?
No, I mean, we're just keeping it simple and leaving out the etherical part of it. I would really sincerely like to see maybe two flat earthers and two globe earthers take a couple of theodolites, like out at the salt flats or wherever, and go 2 miles apart and have them look at one another and record the observations. Video it, record it, do it clean and clear where it's easy to see without any wiggle room, and see what we come up with.
all manner of experiments we've done over the years. Let me just respond briefly. Now, the question is, and bring you back to Jeremy's opposition or opposing point of view, you maintain that the theodolite itself will remain consistent as you cast it, the crosshairs to 10 feet, 100 feet, 1,000 feet, 1,000,000 feet, 1,000,000,000 feet. Jeremy says, I agree with Jeremy that no, you can't maintain that initial starting point. We can't agree on that because I will maintain, as we're looking over a flat extended plane, you will always seemingly have to drop it. So how far do you maintain that consistency of the theodolite, Skylane? Please give me a distance because I know the specifications attached
2
to the
miles.
instrumentation itself.
2 miles.
2 miles? 2 miles?
Yeah.
If it's valid for 2 miles, then how can you say it's valid for 22 miles or 2,200? And now you don't even say that. You say all the way, as Larry does, Stubel, as you know him well, all the way to infinity. 22 times infinity if you want. How can you maintain that then? 2 miles? What's wrong with you?
Well, I'm not talking about the observations that Larry talks about. I'm just talking about the observation that I would like to see, and see what we come up with. Forget everything else. Forget the parallel, the arc of the parallel, that 300-page article that says Earth is curved and had spherical axis. Forget all that and forget all the previous observations. Just do the observation and see what we come up with.
Oh, you know what? This is why
Observations
I'm
are
so
not going to
disheartened,
do
and I
it.
don't
Hold
put
on,
any.
Pete.
Let me just respond briefly. This is why I'm so disheartened in a sense, and I don't make the effort. I don't know what to make the effort in, but if I did make the effort that you requested there, I know that you would just come back and you'd have problems with it, and you'd say the exact same thing after me going through all that effort, as you'll say right now, even though you're the man who's driving consistently over the flat plains of America for years on end. Okay, I'm done. Thank you.
Dude, observation isn't going to solve this. All you can do, all the
I
observations in the
know.
world, we're still going to be here. You know, we need something
Yeah.
tangible that we can, something definitive, right? How do you do it, Left
That's why I
Lane?
say
Something
if I had
tangible, definitive. What would
yeah,
you do?
if I had unlimited monies and I could do this, and I've kind of modified what I described before, a 10-foot diameter steel tube built, absolutely square and straight, verifiable. You could shoot a laser down it, verify it straight, set it out on the saw flat, and measure the elevation at different points. Next to that, build another one following the elevation profile at the same elevation from one end to the other, and see what that tube looks like. And you would have a side-by-side comparison that you would there would be no way around it.
Hold on, we got
that'd
two.
be it.
Laser experiment.
Hold on. We got two. Pete. Stop. We got two 10-foot diameter steel tubes side by side. They're parallel. We put a
Well,
water level up to them. Then what?
no, you got one tube built absolutely straight like LIGO, and then you got
Okay.
one tube that follows the elevation profile of the surface. So that tube would.
So we would use
I
a
would
water
say
level
that
on
that
that
tube
one.
would be curved. You could use a water level, a long enough water level. You could check. You could reference elevation with but it'd be a 10,000 foot long water level to do it.
You only need a 10-foot water level, bro. I can go. You know how many miles you can transfer a
No,
level
you
with?
can't transfer. Transferring it follows the curvature. It cancels it out. You would need a water level that's the same length as the tube, and check the
Why?
reference the elevation at multiple points throughout the tube with one water level.
Nah, it'd just be way easier to just, bro. If you get some stakes and a water level, you can just keep going with it indefinitely, 10 feet at a time if you had to.
No, if you did the 10 feet at a time, it would cancel out the curvature.
Well, Larry,
No, bro.
that's not
That's not.
practical though.
Hold on, Pete. What I'm saying is practical because you can keep transferring the level
Even on your globe, it would still be the same. There would be no difference between globe or flat. It would just give you an elevation profile of
Yeah,
level.
but in between, the 10 feet, you would have to imagine that horizontal plane that's there between the two ends that would be tangent at the midpoint, and then you move 10 feet down, and so
I
you're
thought you were just trying.
establishing
I
it.
thought this was. Hold on. I thought
Go
this
ahead.
was just to keep the second pipe level. Right? That's what you need a level for, to keep the second pipe. You want it following the whatever Earth's doing, right?
No, but in 10 feet increments, you wouldn't be able to see. You couldn't draw any conclusions from that, though. I mean, over 100-foot span, the curvature equates to a drop of like 12,000ths of an inch over 100
Okay,
feet.
I may be
It's
missing a
not.
part. I think I'm
Yeah.
not understanding. So you want to look down the tube and you have a water level on each side, and you see if you could see the water level on the other side.
Well, you could use the laser on the inside of the tube and set it up at the midpoint on one end and shoot it to the other end. You'll be able to see that tube is straight because it should hit the midpoint at the other end of the tube. But the tube that's built to equal elevation from one end to the other, that laser is going to strike the roof of the tube at some point instead of going all the way to the end. So it would show the curvature.
You started off good, but there's a lot of unnecessary stuff. I figure like after you built the first pipe horizontal, in fact, there's not even a need to build a pipe. If you just made a horizontal reference points, and then like I said, you could just use a 10-foot water level, then you can make an elevation profile right next to it, and you can just compare the two. You could
That
use
would
the same
cancel
stake.
that. We could draw this out and talk about it more, but I think that your method is going to cancel out the curvature. I think it would look the same on both pipes, even though one of the 2-mile-long tubes is following curvature in my model, and one of the tubes was absolutely straight and tangent at a point in the middle and higher at elevations on the end. That 10-foot water level is going to look the same in both pipes.
I know, but let's just you're going to make the first pipe's going to be horizontal, and then all we need to do after that is compare what water's doing next to it. And if you have a 10-foot water, if I have a 10-foot water level, and you have a canal that's non-flowing water, and I just use the water level to make marks above the canal, that would just follow. Like you could do hundreds and thousands of stakes, it would always be the same as the canal.
I think it would look the same if it was flat or curved if you did that.
What? No, dude. If you have a water level and a canal, and I put stakes in the ground right next to the canal, and I start off 5 foot above the water, you can go 10 feet at a time. At the end, it's still going to be 5 feet above the water if you did it right.
Yeah, exactly. But each time you move that water level, it's establishing a fresh horizontal. They're undetectably not parallel. If you do it in 10-foot sections from one end to the other, you wouldn't be able to see that they're out of level.
Well, you would if we had your horizontal pipe that you made. We could just put the stakes with the 10-foot water level right next to it. That would transfer whatever level is, if it's curving or straight, next to the horizontal, and we could just put a tape measure to it. I don't know why you want to do all this crazy optical stuff.
Well, you need to reference it from one end to the other in one observation, not multiple observations.
No, it's not going to be multiple observations. You get your straight line, the pipe, then you put a water level reference right next to it, and you can pull a tape measure out. Just measure at the increments along the way, and it should vary or stay the same.
It'll follow the curve.
The pipe or the water?
The water would follow the curve in 10-foot increments. If you did,
I know, that's what we're trying to see. We're trying to see if the horizontal is different. That's what we're trying to see, if the horizontal is different than whatever level's doing. Right?
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to do it in 10-foot sections, though. You would need to. That's the whole thing about making one tube 2 miles long, to be able to see this, to make it obvious that from one end to the other, the straight tube is straight, and maybe tangent at the center point, and it's higher in elevation on the ends. And
Yeah,
the
and we can
tube next
transfer
to
an
it.
elevation, and we
Yeah.
can transfer an elevation profile 10 feet at a time over however long we want
No, that's the part I'm
with a
saying you
10-foot
can't
water
do.
level.
I think that would follow the curvature, and it would be. I think it would look the same in both pipes if you did that.
If you have a horizontal pipe and I make a level reference right next to it with a 10-foot water level, the water level is either going to be curving. You say it's curving. I say the water level straight. We could measure that at the beginning, middle, and end of your pipe. You know what I'm saying?
Well, it's kind of like, you know how they talk about Rakia's observation on the edge of the water, how he moved his instrument 100 feet at a
Yeah, that's
time
because he moved
as he
it.
was making. Yeah.
Left lane. That's because he moved it. That's because he moved it while that was his horizontal. We already have the horizontal. We're just moving the water level. That doesn't matter. That always stays level.
Yeah.
Whatever it's doing, if it's
Yeah,
curving or flat.
Yeah, but each time you move the water level, it's taking its horizontal with it. Each time you
We're not
move
using
that
it
water
for a
level.
horizontal. Left lane. We're not using it for a horizontal. We already have the horizontal. We're using the water level to establish what level is.
I still say you would have to use a 10,000 foot long water level, and you could drag it back. You know, you could drag it back to the beginning, and go down through there 5 feet or 10 feet at a time. I don't think it'll show up where it'll show up as when you get to the end, and you take a sight. You'd have to optically do this. You would have to look at point A all the way down to point B, and the stuff in the middle is going to be high. You're going to see that the middle of it is going to be taller than your line of sight.
We're not using optics for this. This was supposed to be some definitive thing. Left lane. If you have a 10,000 foot water level, and I do, and okay, so you have one end, and then 10,000 feet away you have another end. Now I have a 10-foot water level, right? And I start putting stakes in the ground, and I start exactly at the same height yours was, the same elevation your first one was, and I make an elevation profile 10 feet along the way. You realize I'm going to end. My last stakes elevation is going to be right where your last water level. It's the same thing.
I don't think so. I don't
Bro,
know.
it's
It's
following
kind of a little
level.
bit
It has
confusing.
to.
But my observation doesn't involve the water level at all. What I'm talking about, if you build that and you're inside a tube, you could even seal the tube off, create a vacuum so you get all the atmosphere out of it. So we can't talk about refraction in that observation. And shoot a laser from the middle of one end towards the other end, and it'll either hit the other end in the middle, the same height as the laser, or it's going to strike the ceiling of the pipe, the top of the pipe at some point that would show that tube is bent.
Left lane, I'm not so sure that light's not bending in a vacuum. You guys, you guys in your heliocentric model, you have light bending in a vacuum.
Oh, I don't know that. Is that right? I didn't know that.
Yeah, light bends in outer space in your paradigm. You ever heard of the Eddington experiment or something?
That's due to the mass of the sun.
Objects.
What'd you say, left lane? I couldn't hear you, left lane. What'd you say?
Well, he's saying what I was saying. That's due to the mass of, the presence of mass. Massive objects will cause the light to bend around them.
Yeah, so you have light bending in a vacuum in your model. So there's obviously ways light can bend in a vacuum. So I wouldn't exactly trust that.
But in this tube that I'm talking about, when we pull a vacuum on it, there wouldn't be anything there to cause the light to bend. It should just shoot from one end to the other.
That's your claim that you can't. I know, but that's your claim that you can't prove. You don't know all the variables that may or may not be there. That's why you guys say you can't prove things in science, because you don't know all the variables.
Well,
it's a little fallacious.
Yeah. I mean, if we did the observation
and things in science, then?
And we built the tube and a straight tube, and the laser struck the end of that tube right in the middle, then you would have to claim some cause for that. I would just say I'm shooting the laser straight from one end to the other and hitting the target at the other end, right in the middle. So
Okay,
how
I'd
would
love
you
to know
refute
how.
that?
All right. I'd love to know how I was fallacious because let's hear it. I gotta go right after that though because I got shit to
Yeah,
do.
it's called the appeal to possibility fallacy. When someone presents an idea and you just say, oh, well, there's a ton of variables. There's this possibility, that possibility that can influence this without providing the specifics, like what variables exactly, how much they would affect it, what our expected deviation would be, those kind of things you'd need to
Okay,
provide for it to be valid.
So why can't we prove things in science then?
Because we're not making axioms and deriving logical statements leading up to a theorem at the end. That's not what science is doing most of the time. Some scientists do that, but for the most part, that's not what we're doing.
So we do know all the variables when we're doing science?
Depends on the experiment, but right, if you're going to say because general relativity says that mass bends the light, therefore Lethlean's tube thing is invalid even in a vacuum. Well, you can calculate how much, from the mass of the tube, how much general relativity would say that the light would be bending from that tube, and it's going to be extremely minuscule because it takes objects like the sun to actually have any noticeable bend of the light. So like what you're saying is just wrong through and through.
Yeah, you're actually the one making the fallacy now because I never said it was because of Einstein's mass bending light that's why the light in the tube was bending. I was just comparing it that even in his own paradigm, he has light bending in a vacuum. Okay, please don't straw man me. It's not
but there's a
not a good look for you.
Dude.
Yeah, no, it's not a good look for you to straw man. No, there's no reason for you to. There's not a good reason for you to straw man.
It's called the false equivalency. Was what you're doing.
Nope, just pointing out that he has light bending in a vacuum, and obviously light can bend in a vacuum.
Yeah, general relativity says massive astronomical bodies will bend light in a vacuum, not a tube. That's a fraction of the mass of those astronomical bodies.
Wasn't saying the light was bending because of GR. Wasn't saying the light was bending because of GR. I was saying even in your paradigm, you have light bending in a vacuum. So it's possible for light to bend in a vacuum. Anyways, I gotta go. I'll catch you guys later.
Yeah.
Okay, you have fun. Maybe Pete probably wants to have a chat with you.
I'll pick up with Jace.
Yeah, there you go. Chat with Jace.
Thank you, Jerry.
I'll ask about the cosmic background, radiation detection.
Hang on, because he made some ridiculous statements.
But he's gone now.
The model, the paradigm, says that light bends because of GR, because of mass. So if you're going to point to the model, that's the reason. So then you have to apply the same reasoning to this tube that Lethlean was proposing, and the amount that it would bend the light would be minuscule.
I wasn't saying stop straw manning me. You straw manning son of a bitch. I'm not saying it's because of GR the light's bending. I'm saying in your model, light bends in a vacuum. It's possible for light to bend in a vacuum even in your model. So there could be maybe my model, it does bend in a vacuum.
That's just invalid. The model that
you're invalid. You're just invalid. I gotta go, guys. I'll catch you guys later though. Pete, you pick this up with Jace. You have a good convo with Jace here, Pete.
Jace, go ahead, make your statement there, and let Jeremy depart in peace. What's your final offering to him?
He's pointing to the model as his argument. The model says that bending is from general relativity. It's an exactly calculated value using general relativity. You can't point to the model and not point to the reason that the model is using. It doesn't make any sense.
I would agree with that in general, as a general statement, because it's sort of a position held within the model and the greater encompassing of the model's surround. So I would agree with that. But let me ask you this: Jeremy's main point, I think, if I'm picking it up correctly, is that there's no resistance in space. So you imagine or you idealize an absolutely empty spatial vacuum condition, but at the same time, we're told that there is. That's why I mentioned the cosmic background microwave radiation levels. is space empty? Is space filled? And in whatever circumstance, how is it accounted for within the mathematical equations? I think that's maybe a greater encompassment of the point.
Well, right, the CMB is radio waves, and light is not self-interacting. So it doesn't, I don't know what you're getting at. There isn't anything you have to account for there. But I don't want to get away from Left Lane's point. I was just trying to make the brief statement that, Jeremy was kind of being a bit fallacious with the appeal to possibility. I think Left Lane had a
I was
good
just saying that.
proposal on the table.
Can't stay away, Jeremy. You're
I was just
addicted. Go
pointing
ahead,
out that
Jeremy.
light can bend in a vacuum. Not impossible for light to bend in a vacuum. That's all I was pointing out. And even in his model, that happens.
But there has to be interference, Jeremy. What is a vacuum then? JS, can you tell Jeremy what a vacuum is? And Jeremy, can you tell JS what your understanding that JS
No, I'm not doing
idea
that.
of a vacuum is? Go on, go ahead. I think that'd be a good exercise.
Could you tell Jeremy what? Wait.
Well, for Left Lane's tube example, the context of vacuum that we're using there, it's just an area of low pressure or low baryon density.
What? Pressure or density of what? What are you talking about?
Of
Atmosphere,
baryons.
air? Okay.
Yes.
Baryons.
So it could be heavy in electromagnetic sort of field influences, but it's empty of air, and you would say that's a vacuum. Okay. I don't think that's okay.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be completely empty, but a significantly low density of the air.
Of atmosphere, right? Which is hydrogen, not hydrogen, it's nitrogen, oxygen, etc. Yeah? Okay.
Left Lane, can I ask a question regarding the pipe? I just want to ask you if you are here regarding the laser to check if it's straight. Did you say that the pipe inside would need to be a vacuum? The reason why I'm asking that is because if it wasn't a vacuum, the current claim, as far as I understand, is that laser would curve with the level, inverted commas, of the Earth. So you wouldn't get that pipe dead straight. It would be curved.
No, you could get the pipe straight if you build it, to mechanical specifications, build the joints, ridiculously square and make the tube straight. You could do that. And you could verify it with a laser on the inside,
Yeah, but you wouldn't be able to verify it with a laser if you're doing it in the atmosphere, because then you might as well just shoot a laser without the pipe. That should also be then dead straight.
You can't verify that it's not bending because the way to verify it's not bending would be with something tangible, but you're using the thing that may be bending or may not be bending against something tangible and saying that's the verification. No, it's the opposite.
Correct. That's what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah, we could. I mean, LIGO exists, claims to be the straightest thing in the universe, sitting on the surface of the ground, and according to the drawings, it's higher in elevation at the ends than it is at the middle. So that would indicate that the ground under it is curving. So that's on the table. We talk about it all the time. And the question came up a couple of weeks ago: if I had unlimited funding, and my task was to demonstrate the shape of the Earth, that's what I would do. I would build it in 10-foot diameter so people can get inside of it, make observations, look at it, figure out is it straight or is it curved.
Right.
And I've modified that. I've modified that to build a tube also next to it of the same dimensions, following the elevation profile of the surface. And you would have a straight tube and a tube next to it that, if the Earth is curved, would be curved. So you would have two different situations that you could compare and confirm the shape of the Earth with those two pipes.
Well, I mean, I like the idea of putting something horizontal next to something that's level. I don't know why we even need the tubes. You can just make a straight line with something. If it's a tube, fine. If not, whatever. And then you put something level next to that horizontal thing that you made, and then you can just measure it with a tape measure. No need for all this observing laser beams and shit.
What
It's
is level?
unnecessary, I think.
What is level? That's what you have to determine,
The
and you have to
surface
agree
is
with.
still water, Pete. The surface is still water.
There you go. But
Water
hang
levels.
on, Jeremy. That's what Skylane will disagree with you because he'll reference the Navy test lab where you have this rail that's traveling along the surface of water that's bent, and it's in accordance to the bending of the water, which is not level, or it is level, but it's level in a curved fashion. This is the point. He's going to
Yeah, I
say
mean,
that.
we absolutely crushed that fucking rail in the water thing to death. I didn't even. Did you just reference that, Left Lane? I wasn't listening.
But
No,
that's
I
what he
didn't.
would reference before he'd reference LIGO because that's over only 500 meters or something like that. So yeah, but yeah, if you were going to say that your reference level is water, he's going to say no. Well, water is level, but it's curved. So you're off on you're speaking in inches. He's speaking in millimeters. We're going to resolve that. Hey, curved water or not curved water? Skylane, is water curved?
Yes.
Yo, he's getting you
How
all
do you
mixed
make
up
that
with bio
declaration?
earlier.
How do you justify that? Go
Bio
ahead.
and curved and someone else too earlier. I'm not sure.
Which way
Larry,
does it
yeah, Larry
curve?
Scott.
Which way does it curve? In a test tube, it curves upwards, right, with the meniscus. So which way does it
Yeah.
curve then? And how do you know it curves that way over a greater consideration? Please, go ahead.
I mean, how do you want me to describe it? Just in like standing on the beach watching a ship go away from you, or
Oh, I want
setting
to
up
know how you know
targets?
water is curved. Water is
Well,
curved in the opposite direction than your experience.
I know what the meniscus is due to surface tension
Right?
on the walls of a test tube. I know what that is, and I mean, I could go through the
Go
routine with
ahead.
you, Pete, but everybody knows why I think it's curved.
Go ahead. Give us give us some aid in a primary point if you want.
You're watching ships disappear as they go away, seeing mountains obstructed by the horizon that I know are 4,000 feet
Oh,
taller than I am.
so
Uh,
you
we've got
trust your eyes more than you trust water, or your eyes'
you,
impression of water, or your experience of water. Okay, but are
yeah.
your eyes not made of water for the most part? Our bodies are made of a vast percentage of water.
It's
So does water
vitreous
behave
fluid,
the same way it
yes.
does outside of our own experience,
Yeah,
projection? Okay,
yeah.
water is
So
always
what does
flat
that
then,
mean?
right? And if it curves anyway, it curves upwards according to the meniscus of a test tube, the meniscus of a cup, the extended meniscus of a swimming pool or a lake. Why would we deviate from that? Why would you say suddenly it goes in the opposite direction? What's your justification of that?
I mean, Left Lane, your test was good. If you just scrap everything you said and just do what I said, then your test is good.
I got you.
Yeah,
Whatever
it's a good
happened?
question. When is the tipping point? When is the turning point? When do you move from understanding that the meniscus curves upwards in a cup of tea in your bathtub, and then when do you suddenly say that after a certain point it deviates from your own experience? That's my question. Simple
What do you
one.
mean by the meniscus of your bathtub or cup of tea curves upwards?
Okay, so meniscus of a test tube, JAs, right? So you put water in a test tube, the surface of the water seems to curve upwards, right? As it clings, as whatever the explanation is, as the water molecules cling to the external, or the external to the water, but internal surface of the container itself. So there is a bend upwards. It's a
Surface
contoured.
tension, capillary
Then
Okay,
reaction.
you're with me so
the
far.
sag is down with the sides of the test tube are higher than the middle.
Yes,
I
that's
would
what I'm
say
saying.
that's a bend downwards, but
It's a bend upwards.
And can we just use like terms like convex or concave? I
Yeah.
mean, that would probably make it a lot easier, this whole thing we're doing here.
Hey, Jeremy, the meniscus is just a test tube or a test tube in school, primary school or whatever. Then you see, the water is higher at the surfaces where the water meets the container
Use
itself.
convex or concave, Pete.
yeah, Pete,
Convex, convex.
the adhesive interaction with the water in the test tube is much stronger on the well, it's only existent on the sides. That's why it clings to the side, and then the gravitational interaction is pulling the middle downwards.
Okay. Okay. I have
Well,
a
the
thought
thing is, it can
experiment
happen.
then.
This meniscus thing, I don't know why you guys are arguing opposite sides of this. It can happen both ways, convex and concave. So I don't know.
Well, hang on. No, it can't, Jeremy. It can't because okay. So meniscus, simple terms, just a test tube. You know what a test tube is? Fill it with water. We agree here, me and Jay is, Jeremy, hopefully you'll agree that in the test tube, which is probably about 1 centimeter in diameter, or something like that, doesn't matter.
It
The
happens both ways,
sides,
Pete.
the water as is connected with the sides is higher than the central point. So it'll be a convex. A
It
convex
depends.
surface of water, higher at the edges all around and lower at the internal center. I think we agree with that. We all agree with that. Now let me ask
It's
JAs
concave.
to now think in a thought experimental way, because remember, don't say it's ridiculous. Einstein had us imagining what it's like to ride on a light beam traveling on the crest of a
Hold
light
on,
beam.
Pete.
Okay,
Pete, Jesus Christ.
okay. Now just
You
imagine the
may
test
be
tube.
right that it can. Why don't you take 5,
Setting
Pete?
the
Take
scene,
5.
Jeremy. I'm setting the scene. I'm just saying.
So if it's just water, then you may be right. It's concave. Because now that I'm looking closer, they're using the convex one is happening with mercury. So
Yeah, it depends on the material. If the bonds
yeah,
are held stronger together than that of the test tube, it all depends on that. So it's different for different materials. It's either concave or
Yeah,
convex.
and it depends on the strength between the adhesive force between the materials molecules in the side of the test tube or the side of
Yes.
the container that's holding it, and then if that is stronger than the strength of the cohesive interactions between the molecules of the material, then it will be concave on the sides. If it's not,
You know what's weird though? Oh, my bad. I thought you were done.
then it'll be reversed. But
It's
it's all
weird.
about the magnitude of those strengths, right?
So, like, what makes a test tube different from like a glass of water? Because a glass of water, if you fill it up all the way, you kind of have that like convex meniscus.
Yeah, thank you,
Versus-
bud.
It's because the total of the cohesive interactions, right? You have a more volume of water, which means you have more water molecules, which means more of the water molecules are participating in cohesive interactions with themselves. The magnitude of those interactions is way stronger or way higher than the value of the magnitude of the adhesive interactions between the glass and the water molecules.
So it's volume
yeah.
dependent.
Now that I'm looking at it, you actually can have the meniscus be convex and concave, depending on where the water is in the tube.
Okay.
Maybe
I'm
it's
after being
surface
unmuted.
tension.
Okay, 1 second, bud, because I'm actually supporting the last
It is.
speaker.
It's surface tension in it.
For Jeremy, can I just say this before the speaker? Who's that guy who just spoke there about how you translate from the test tube to the cup? I'm sorry, I'm looking at chat, but I'm actually supporting what you have to say. I brought up this scenario. That's the reason I mentioned Einstein is because we have the ability to imagine anything. So we're just imagining now the same test tube with the same water level as it is expanded out. So we have an ever-increasing surround and we have an ever-increasing surface of water. At what point does that turn from being convex to concave? Sorry, concave to convex. At what point?
Yo, what if we're just tiny things living in the meniscus of some other bigger world?
Then you
That'd be
have to
crazy.
invoke gravity in a sphere, Jeremy. That's what James
No,
just about to do.
no. If you have the meniscus on the top of a tube and it's just like this kind of like dome shaped thing. What if there's like a bigger thing, like huge shit going on
There
out there, and we're
absolutely
just this
is.
little tiny thing in this meniscus?
Absolutely
Could
is,
be.
Bud. But this is what I'm trying to bring Jay's to in terms of questioning him and holding him to his literal spinning ball Earth scenario where water bends at the rate that he says it does. As we exaggerate this test tube with the water surface, fill it up. Imagine we have the same sort of height and depth of water
We got it,
consistent.
Pete.
At what point does it could turn from being a convex, a concave? Is it concave as it's
It
higher
looks
at the
like when
edge?
you get it over. It looks like when you get it over the top of the tube is when it flips, because when it's in the tube, when water's in the tube, it's convex,
It's when
and
Let
the
him
then when it
explain it,
or
Jeremy. You're a flat earther.
it's concave when it's in the tube, but then when you get it over the tube, it starts to go convex.
Yes.
It's all
Let him
about the
explain it.
sum total of the interactions. If the adhesive interaction sum is more than the cohesive interaction, then it's going to be concave, right? Even if the gravitational interaction in that case is going to be acting stronger on the cohesive acting molecules compared to the adhesive acting molecules. But if the cohesive sum is larger, but the gravitational interaction is larger still than the cohesive sum, then it's still going to be concave. But if the cohesive is more, then surface tension is going to win out over gravity, and it can be convex in that case.
Right. And I predicted it. I said he would invoke gravity. He just did immediately. He also invoked sphericity because
You have
water
to,
is
Pete.
not flat. Water on the surface of Earth is contouring over the Earth's surface. So I'm perfectly correct. Go ahead, Jeremy.
It's the only way you can predict what materials are going to be convex in their meniscus, concave, or just totally
Have you ever
straight
experienced
across.
Have you ever experienced so I guess we're getting confused between convex and concave, right? Concave Earth is we're living on the surface. Australia is above my head here in Ireland, so I'm thinking, okay, but the surface of a glass of water, a test tube of water, I'm going to describe that as. Guess I have to describe it as concave surface then. So I mislabeled it because it is curved in that way. If we were to continue the circle, it would create a circle above. A convex surface then is a ball Earth, which was, if we were to continue the circle, it will create a circle below. Can you tell me, J.A.'s, at what stage, as we increase our experience of a test tube and the water within it, with its surface coordination, at what point does it change? At what point can I ever expect that test tube water to change and go from convex to concave?
I already told you, Pete. When you're talking about oceans, it's different, right? Because it's not in a container on the globe nor on the flat Earth. It's not in there's no side walls of the ocean that are holding the water in. But if you're talking about test tubes, once the cohesive interactions or the surface tension interactions of the water molecules themselves become larger in magnitude than the adhesive interactions between the water
I asked you
molecules in
within
the
our
test
experience,
tube.
though. Asked you
Between the
within our
water
experience.
molecules in the test tube, then you're not going to have that meniscus anymore.
That's what I asked you within our experience. How can we relate to it? And you're saying now you can't relate to oceans. I can't relate to the size of the Mediterranean. I can't relate to the size of Loch Derg here in Ireland. It's so massive. And you're saying automatically we can't hope to relate to any of this in reality. We just have to accept what the spinning ball or gravity influence. Excellent.
That's not what I
Exactly what
said.
I said.
I said it's not, when you're talking about the oceans, it's not an exactly equivalent situation because the ocean's not in a test tube, right? The land just directly flows in, right? The surface between the land and the water is continuous. It's not, there's no edge to it. So it's not an
If you have
exact same situation,
have
but
a
you
cliff.
can witness it with cups and stuff. If you get larger and larger containers of water, buckets, things that have walls, you can play around with what point the meniscus stops being concave and becomes flat or convex,
How do you measure
depending on
that
what you're
flatness
using.
then? At what point do you measure that flatness? Is it a swimming pool? Is it? That's what I said. It brought us back to the fucking mental scenario that we're in a test tube, or we're viewing a test tube, and we have the concave meniscus higher at the surface levels where it connects with the water. How far do we have to extend that before it turns absolutely on its head? You're saying to ocean levels. Well, this is a belief system, bud. You've
No,
never
I
experienced
didn't. That's not what I said at all, Pete. I said the ocean is not an exactly equivalent situation, so it's kind of silly making that comparison. But what is an equivalent situation between the test tube, right, is something like a cup or a bucket, or as you're saying, a swimming pool. You can experiment with things that are containers that have sides that can hold the water, and you can see at which point the meniscus stops being convex, what size container that requires.
You do that.
Or concave, not convex.
How do you do that?
By
you do
playing
that?
around with different sized containers, Pete. Like get a cup, get a test tube, get a beaker of different sizes, get a cup, get a bucket, get something a larger bucket. See at what point, what size container the meniscus stops being concave.
Okay, that's what I'm saying to you. Imagine yourself in an Olympic-sized swimming pool, and you're at the very center of this 50-meter long, whatever, 25-meter across. So what do you do? Just give us the experiment that I can do. What can I do?
I just told you.
But playing around the
Start with
meniscus,
a
how am I
test
going to view how if the edge surface of the water is suddenly transformed to be lower than the central emanating whatever relationship here? How am I going to gauge that? What instrumentation will I use?
Yeah, that's a good question. Those are the details you'd have to work out.
You're
Right?
telling me I don't even want to go here.
I don't know off the top of my head, right? I haven't done this experiment, so I can't give you like a foolproof experimental protocol right off the top of my head. Right? You'd have to think of those details.
Probably also more variables on the small scale, right? Like water in a test tube, it's probably subject to like some sort of static forces, right? Like maybe some like electrostatic type surface tension dictating force or something, right? Like when you expand it too big, those type of influences are going to be less as well, right?
Well, the magnitude stays the same, but the molar volume changes, and thus you're changing the summed magnitude of the adhesion versus cohesion forces that are acting on the water, depending on the size of the container that you're using. At a small scale, adhesion dominates, but at the large scale, cohesion dominates.
What's adhesion where it's sticking through like
The
the glass,
interactions,
like
the electrostatic interactions between the water molecules in the glass
and the
or the side
container.
of the
Okay,
container.
got it. All right, yeah, that makes sense to me.
If you have the ocean and then cliffs going direct, perpendicular to the top of the water, straight down into the ocean, are you saying that there could be at the edge of that water where the water meets the cliff could actually be convex?
No,
What you're
because
saying?
you need it has to be an actual container. You'd have to have it like four walled in, and then even so, right, you're going to have such a large molar volume of water that likely cohesion is going to dominate.
Salt
but I mean,
affect the adhesion? Jace, would salt affect like adhesion, like the salt in the ocean?
Well, salt is ionic, so the water can form these complex interactions called water bridges between the ions of the salt, the water molecule itself, and the container molecules. So yeah, that can have an influence.
What salt water looks like in a beaker, if it behaves any different or not, depending on like the sodium level.
Jace, I didn't understand your answer. I was asking, would water ever be convex at the edge of the ocean on a where a cliff meets the ocean?
No, it's not
Ever be
going to be
convex?
convex because you have such a large molar volume of water that cohesion is going to dominate, and thus gravitational interactions are also to dominate. And it's going to be either just basically flat looking if you're just looking at it with your eye, or it's slightly. I have to do the calculations, but it could be slightly concave, but I doubt that.
In my situation, the one that I laid out, you would always have a concave or a meniscus in a test tube. But if you altered the height of the water in a test tube, there's some point, except for right near the top, that it's going to be convex.
Don't think so.
Well, right near the top, it would be
So here
convex.
we're dealing with a small thing. We're dealing with a test tube, which is a very small volume. We're dealing with an ocean, which is very huge. So both have a meniscus, don't they? The situation.
I wouldn't say the ocean has a meniscus because, right, as I said before, the land is continuous. The ocean's not like walled in. There aren't like, four sides of the ocean that are containing it into a region. It's a continuous gradient with the land, and so it's more equipotential is the more proper term in that case, rather than like convex or concave.
That's not necessarily true in our model, though, right? Like Antarctica has a giant ice shelf that goes down really far. So if in our model, if Antarctica is a like border around the oceans, and it has an ice shelf that goes vertically down very far, you're going to have that top portion of the ocean contained, But Battle Rider, I think you're getting concave and convex mixed up, possibly.
Concave is what we see
Concave is when the middle is lower. Yeah, it's the
Yeah.
water meniscus in like a graduated cylinder where the middle is lower than these edges. That's concave.
So you're saying then that if we do have a cliff going down vertically into the water, we could have, because the sides of the ocean don't have perfectly defined borders like in a glass or something like that, we could have a convex edge of the water against a cliff in the ocean. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying if you're not like, right, the other guy made a good point with the flat Earth model and the ice wall. Right, in that case, because you are, kind of saying that it's totally walled in, but you're also, right, the adhesive interactions going there, the molar volume of water is massive in that case, and most of it is in the central region. It's not on the edges. So the adhesive interactions are still going to be lower valued in magnitude. Interactions, right? So in that case, your view on gravity is going to dictate the type of meniscus that you would have, in my opinion.
It seems like you're saying
But for the globe, right, we don't have it walled in, so it's more of just an equipotential thing with gravity. The water stays at the same level,
So, Jay,
around the globe.
You're saying, wait. So you're saying that if we have a cliff, and I'm just the ocean the way it is naturally, not with an ice wall or something. It's the way if we have a cliff going vertically down in the ocean, won't have a meniscus.
No, not if it's not totally walled in. It also depends on your view of gravity, though. I was going before on the assumption that you think gravity actually exists. If you don't think gravity actually exists, then things change.
So 1 second. So 1 second. Are you saying your experience of gravity outweighs your experience of water? Because it seems that you are, because you're saying that gravity is more powerful and it will change your experience of water throughout the course of your own, I guess, limited or restricted life experience. Is that what you're saying? Now you're going to have to explain what gravity is and how it applies to a spinning ball Earth.
All right, hold on,
How else are you
Jason.
going to do it?
When you're saying that, when you're judging this, whether you think it's going to possibly be concave or convex as the ocean, depending on whether it's contained or not, are you not considering the globe model as having convex water? Like, are you thinking of it as in relation to elevation?
To me, right, it depends. Now you're getting into reference frames, right? If I'm totally outside of the Earth, right, say I'm on the moon, then yeah, I would say it's proper. You could say that the Earth has a convex kind of thing going on. But if you're on the Earth, right, the ocean's not walled in. So it's on the globe at least. So it's not, there isn't really a meniscus. You have to have like like the test tube
On
example.
the
You have
globe,
the
yes.
water
On the globe.
totally walled in, and then you
Yes.
have a meniscus. For the globe, it's more of the water is at a gravitational equipotential point all the way around the globe.
That's just what I wanted to clear up. I wanted to make sure you were talking about it in that reference.
On Jays, what about the alternative position then, Jays? The test your current held a fantastical point of view. Again, you're after reverting to the properties and qualities of gravity, which can only be defined, I guess, as you can define them in terms of a spinning ball Earth acceptance level. Okay, but what about the alternative point of view?
Well, Pete,
We're all stationary flat earthers here, so enclosed as well. So how might gravity work? I actually don't deny gravity, just to say something. I think gravity is a pushing force from above, which is associated with the causal nature of the barrier itself and what separates us from. The water is beyond. We have a force. Now we have equal opposite force propelling down on top of us. I think gravity is something that's coming from above and it's evacuating the air the closer you are to the reflective surface, if you want to put it like that. Yeah, how can we relate to any of the stuff that you say? How can we prove that it's not just science fiction storytelling? Can we clarify anything? When does the meniscus of the water make a transition?
well, right, if you think that what did you say? Gravity is just a pushing force.
It's a pushing force from above, but it's also emanating from below. So I think there's truth in the lie, but that's just my own personal point of view. It evacuates the atmosphere, it pushes the atmosphere away the closer we get to this barrier or boundary condition. That's what
It's
I think.
funny because you said I'm the one with the fantastical view, but anyways,
But
yeah,
this is
I
how
don't
the
know,
flat
Pete.
earther holds it
You
as the
gotta
barrier in
decide,
play.
right? Does it exist or does it not? The details here are what's going to matter, right? Because when cohesion dominates, right? Like if you have a bucket of water, big bucket of water, right? You don't see this big, huge concave meniscus in the bucket because cohesion is dominating over the adhesion interactions. Right. So now the mechanics of what you think gravity is going to have a large role to play in what you think you're going to see.
So then the answer is,
Listen,
Pete, on the
listen,
on
but
the small scale, Pete. So
yeah,
you're asking, Pete, when does it change, right? Somewhere in between a test tube and a bucket. Okay, so
yeah.
it's going to be on the small scale, no matter what gravity is.
Yes, but my point is to him that he can only invoke his explanation in accordance with what I said already at the very outset, if you go back, which was invoking gravity and spherical Earth. Both are intertwined. The only reason water can veer from this understandable, appreciable, experiential starting point or origin is, well, when you invoke, a greater model. And
Well,
then
Yeah, you're right as far as his explanations for it, but we have observations of water in a test tube and water in a bucket, and he appears to be right based on that. If you just look at the observation, so don't worry about his explanation so much. Just worry about the question you ask. You know, when does it change over? Well, through the observation, regardless of what gravity is, we can tell it's somewhere between, you know, a test tube. If we're talking regular water, somewhere between the test tube and the bucket. You know, and there's different
Okay,
factors that go into it.
let's both of us in our mind set a bucket of water underground on the flat ground. Let's assume it's flat ground, or if it's a curved ground, it's so minuscule a curve, we can just treat it as flat, like NASA do, or any aeronautic or that. Anyway, okay, you know what I'm talking about here. Okay, are you telling me that that surface level of the water doesn't appear to be concave? So concave in the surface, if it complete the circle, it will be a circle above us. Are you telling me that's not your experience of water? Or the sphere above us, if you want. You tell me that's not your experience of water in a bucket? Do you get the impression that it's higher at the center? I'm just wondering, but get that impression.
Who
You
are
seem
you
to
talking
relay
to?
that point.
I never said that.
Why
The other
don't you
guy
go?
said that.
If you've got a test tube and you heat the water up, are you still going to get the same meniscus?
No, you're not. No, you're not.
So
That's a key as well.
when the pressure inside the test tube is different to the pressure on the outside, then there's going to be a change. So
Right.
you
And
know,
that's very key as well, my friend. I'll tell you something for nothing. Flat earthers make the claim that, well, water is flat when still, but if there's external forces, and we can all appreciate this, just fill up your sink in your bath or in your bathroom and just blow consistently down to the center. The water will yield according to the power of your influencing, and there is an influencing factor in our greater surround here. We've got to come to terms with that. But generally, we can say it ideally, according to our experience, that water will always remain flat. If there's any incline, it will be in the upwards incline, in the concave direction, because it's adhering to a meniscus, or it's clinging more at the edges than what it is at the center. That's all we can say, unless, just to finish, unless you're from J.A.'s point of view and you invoke gravity and an explanation for how waters can curve against your experience in relation to the greater spherical wall Earth paradigm.
No one's saying it's against your experience, right? What I was explaining was how you literally predict your experience, right? It's what's required for me to be able to tell you, right? We could sit down, I could do the calculations of every kind of water, organic solvents, mercury, any kind of solvent you want to do, right? And I could tell you whether you should expect the meniscus to be concave, convex, or just basically you won't
Liquids
see a
can't support
meniscus.
themselves, Bud. Liquids
But
can't. Hang on, Bud. Can
you're
liquids?
interrupting, Pete.
Okay, go ahead. Go
Right.
ahead.
So I was just telling you, right, how you do, right? You have to partition the adhesive in some of their interaction strengths and then partition the cohesive interactions in some of those. Check which one is larger. That will tell you one half of the story of how to figure out what the meniscus will be. I do have to take off though, Pete. So think about what your gravity thing is, and then we can
Yeah, I've
try
done,
to
Bud.
apply it more to things for you.
Yes, I have done, and I don't throw out everything you have to say or any ball Earther has to say, because I know that the lie is built on the truth. So yes, genuinely, I mean that. And if you take off JAs, okay, fair enough. But we haven't got anywhere into the conversation, delving into it, because you haven't explained the alternative model. What if water was actually flat over a stationary Earth surface? What would we experience then? You haven't given anything except the ultimate solution by one consideration alone. So go
Well,
ahead
Pete,
and have a good day, honestly.
Pete, I don't think it's necessarily able to be compared in that way. Like if you're strictly talking about the meniscus and how it behaves in the test tube, depending on different, you know, materials, and I'm sure the smoothness of the glass inside is going to have some sort of determining factor on it. But if you're trying to expand that to the extent of our oceans, I think it's not analogous because in a test tube, regardless of whether we're right and it's just a downward, force, as far as gravity, or if they're right and it's pushing to the center, we're doing a test tube observation in one particular spot. So that gravity force is going to be the same in both our models. So it's hard to extrapolate that onto something as far as the expanse of our oceans, you know?
Well, it's not really. It's not really, Regis. I just looked at your name as well, bud. Regis, unbelievable. King of Area here at your good service, bud. Let me say this. It's not really, because all you're tasked to present is an alternative model. And it's not as if you have no sort of backing. We are flat earthers here, and this is a problem as well. Why are flat earthers flat earthers? Because they extrapolate upon their local experience of water, and water, when still, is always flat. But the problem is, just as I said, when you blow into the surface of the water in your sink in your bathroom, well, there's a prevailing force now which will make water behave differently than if there was no prevailing force. And of course, there is a prevailing force in reality. We've just got to work it out. Just got to work it out. But the only way we can work it out is by considering opposing ideas. You know what I'm saying? You can't just offer up the truth and say, well, that's the whole truth, and you can't test it against anything.
Well, I don't have a problem extrapolating certain scales to a larger scale of our oceans. Like I think that our oceans should behave the same as far as the convexity as our lakes, our Great Lakes. Certain things. Like I think all water behaves the same as far as that. I'm just talking
How's your Great
specifically
Lakes behave
about.
then? Your
Hold on.
Great Lakes flat.
Hold on. One more sentence. I'm just saying on something as small of a scale as a meniscus in a beaker. I think that's where I have a problem extrapolating it out to something as far as a big of an expanse as the oceans. But no, I understand. I perfectly agree with you. We are flat earthers because of that exact reason, and I'm on board with you 100%. I think this particular situation is harder to do because the test tubes are
Okay.
such small scale.
Okay, I'm with you. I'm with you, Regis. And I will just say I'm not a flat earther, bud. I'm not a flat earther nor a stationary earther. Really, I'm not. I think we've been fooled into thinking that as we look up, we see the clouds, we see the moon, we see the sun and the stars. We're looking at we've been deceived into thinking that we're looking at different ultimate separations from our own knowledge of space and time. You know what I mean? But I think as we come to flat Earth, then I view all of these things as part of the Earth. I really do. Really do. So the Earth is moving in the sense that something as a part of the Earth is moving to give us the movement in the sky, because these are not now solid bodies. They become reflections of a solid body, which is at the core or the heart of the Earth. Well, that's really the way I think. So I do think that water bends in a certain sense, but it's got to do with the bending of the water in the sky, which is defined by the contour of the barrier or the energy emanating from the Earth's center core that's been broken, and creating that boundary. You know what I mean? Just like you blow into your sink of water, still water, and you create a hollow. Same thing, which was happening above us. There's an energy applied, separating the waters beyond, and we're in the midst here of the, I don't know, I was gonna say vacated waters, but the airy waters. Let's put it like that. The more diluted waters. Yeah.
So you
So
believe we're on a globe?
actually do. I think we're on eyeball. It's a funny thing, but we're on the very stationary surface of the. So look up at the sky, or look up, lie down in your bed, look up at the sky. Imagine your eyeball. We're on the iris around. There's a black hole center, and it's for all intents and purposes stationary and flat. What's in motion is what's beneath. So the greater embodiment of our eyeball is beneath us. And if you think about it, actually, it's like a tree, isn't it? It's like a tree, exaggerated or long exaggerated beneath the greater superficial representation of the eyeball looking upwards. I think that everything does connect, and yeah, I think if my life depended on it, and I had to put in as few terms as possible, and someone had a gun to my head or whatever, what is Earth? Say it in one sentence. I say, oh, Earth is a spinning ball. I would say that. We're on a fucking stationary, flat surface. That's what's going on beneath us is the key. That's the thing in motion, which has given us the skylights above, but we've been cut off from it. So I say we live on the tree stump of life. It makes the most sense to me. Flat planar, earth surface, something's been cut. Jesus was a carpenter. A carpenter makes his living out of dead wood. Carpenter uses a plain earth. Something has been cut. No forests on flat earth. All the trees have been cut. Well, what if earth itself is a tree? The tree of life. You know what I mean? More to say about that, of course. The dodo leads to Aristarchus, so Aristarchus being the tree of life itself. And we can actually see it in the moon, our nearest neighbor. It's detailed as the most mysterious object. Just to finish, the most mysterious object on the moon, the most mysterious object in our universe, and that's crater Aristarchus, which glows blue. John Lear equated it to a nuclear furnace, equating it to the sun. So strange. Anyway, that's a bit more detailed. But just to finish my point, it's all about JAs considering an opposing idea. We have reality before us. We're all humble human beings in whatever form. Whether you believe in God or you believe in evolution, we're all humble human beings, but we're trying. So yeah, he can't even imagine a basis, a foundation on a stationary Earth surface. Can't. He must bring his entire complete model in and then go against all experience, just to finish definitely, go against all experience with water and say at some point water goes from rising to falling around. Invoking gravity, invoking sun, invoking...
Okay, Pete, you gotta pass
go ahead.
the
Thank
mic
you,
at
bud.
one,
Thank you.
bro.
Sorry about
You got-
that.
Yeah, guys, be patient with me here. I'm trying to understand the globe model on this water bending and meniscus and stuff. I've got two containers, glass containers. One's a glass. It's about 3 inches in diameter across the top. And you can see, I'm pretty sure you can see a meniscus there. Yeah, you can. Then I've got a 4-cup glass measuring cup that's probably 5 inches across. You can see a meniscus there too. On a ball model, if the amount of water, that how big the amount of water is, it's really huge, like the oceans. The ball models say that there wouldn't be a meniscus if you had a glass. If you could put the oceans inside the glass container, wouldn't be a meniscus on that glass. Is that what the ball model
oceans
says?
are
Because of gravity? Is that right? Because of gravity, you wouldn't have a meniscus?
I don't know if they claim anything about that regarding like the meniscus, but the oceans are moving too. Like if the water inside your containers was moving right now, I don't think you could even identify a meniscus. But is the meniscus you're seeing, is it concave or convex?
Definitely concave.
Okay.
They're about halfway filled up. If I fill them to the top, then I do get a convex, surface to the water.
Yeah, I wonder if that's like a real change or if it's just the surface tension, like the water gathering together so it's not falling over the top, with a little electrostatic type bond or something. So maybe water usually does do a concave meniscus naturally. But again, I don't know, like you got to keep in mind that if the inside of your container was rough and not smooth, you know what I mean? Would there still be a meniscus? Would that water still be clinging to the sides the way it is? I think there's just a lot that doesn't really transfer to the big scale as far as our oceans when, you're looking at such an isolated, localized phenomenon.
Right.
Yeah, there's also a difference between glass and plastic. In other words, a glass container will form a larger meniscus than a plastic one because water clings to the glass more.
That's interesting.
Also, another interesting fact is if you overfill the test tube with water, then you will get a convex meniscus forming.
Yeah, that's what we were just talking about. Whether it's like an actual phenomenon, just because it's getting that high, or if it's due to just simple surface tension with any liquid that you put over overflow a container a little bit too much. I think mostly all liquids that I've seen, of course, they're highly water based though, because I'm talking about stuff that I've drank in the past, in a cup. So yeah, I don't know if that's just like a surface tension thing, or if it has to do with the phenomenon of meniscus. Because you can use different materials. I think mercury is a convex meniscus, even when it's
Yes,
like
even in a
halfway.
test tube. Yes,
Yeah,
correct.
so it is odd. It's kind of a cool phenomenon. I just don't know if we can extrapolate it to our ocean.
Well, they explain that through cohesion, how the material, how its cohesion is. So the more cohesive it is, like mercury, it forms a convex shape. And less, like water, concave. Unless you fill it above the rim, then it changes. Yeah.
Water apparently has stronger adhesive bonds than the cohesive bonds, at least at that scale with the test tube.
Yeah, adhesive. It has stronger adhesive. Yeah, that's what they say. Yeah.
So the only
But
thing we
these are
can
just
really,
all fancy words. Yeah.
only thing we can really say for certain is, I mean, viewing water, is that water is flat except for at the size of a container that it's in. It's reality, isn't it?
That would be, yeah, that
Well,
would be a fair, yeah. Well, level more. Yeah.
Not flat, yeah, level.
well, it could be flat. Yeah, it's weird though because like the opposite, like the convex meniscus does appear to have the curve over the entire test tube, right? Like not just on the
Yep,
edge.
it does. At that, yeah, at that length, the test tube, yep, it does.
Yeah, I wonder what it looks
Both
like.
convex, the mercury, and concave water. It goes across the whole tube, yes.
Let's have kind of a stupid question. You know, with the call water clinging to the sides of a test tube concavely is called a meniscus. Now, the convex, the top of the container, when you fill the container up, is that a meniscus too, or is there another term for that?
I've heard it
Well, that's
used
a
as
meniscus
meniscus
as
in both
well.
scenarios.
Yeah.
But
How
there
about
might
one?
be
We'll
there
go
might
one
be a
more
more accurate
freakier.
term.
Sorry, what was that? Sorry.
No, go ahead, I see.
No, we're just gonna say there's another freaky interaction since we're talking about tubes. I'm sure everyone's familiar with the capillary effect. When a tube is very, very thin, then the liquid travels up. Yeah.
Like
You guys know what I'm talking about?
no.
Yeah, that does
Like
that in
it travels
plants.
up.
Capillary, yeah. Just YouTube it, you'll see what I mean.
I'm gonna check it out.
Supposedly how plants work. They use capillary to get
Yes,
moisture to the top of the tree.
something. Yeah, because of the narrowness of the tube, it's called the capillary effect, and it causes the liquid to go up. It somehow it clings on the walls. I forget the exact explanation. It's been a while since I read up.
Left lane still around? Bailed out, huh?
Yeah.
Wow,
Yeah.
that's interesting. I just looked at it. SC. That's super interesting. It based on the short diagram I just saw, and then I clicked off of it. It seems like it's the water pressure from
Yeah, it
the
has to do with
original
pressure. Yeah.
container. Yeah, from the original container having a much narrower diameter, so that the pressure that's being contained by the original container is putting so much pressure on such a more narrow diameter that you get that. I forget what the term is in electricity. What's the term for that when you have a smaller diameter and then the is it current? I guess it would be current, right? The current is faster with a smaller diameter. I got to relook at all my electricity stuff. I can't remember half the stuff anymore. But it's interesting. Like there's more pressure going in through a smaller diameter, so it actually pushes the water into that smaller diameter, so it rises higher than the original container that's surrounding it. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, water and pressure and height play a big role. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure, man. That's really cool.
Left lane, you around?
Yes, sir.
A couple days ago, I'm going to change the subject here. I think we've pretty much gone through this meniscus thing enough. But anyway, a couple days ago, you and I and Jace, a bunch of other people, we were talking about dark matter, and you were expressing that effects that dark matter have on us very small, because there's not much dark matter in our solar system, whereas there's a whole lot of dark matter concentrated in different areas way out in the galaxies and the universe or whatever like that. And I thought that was kind of interesting, that it wouldn't be evenly distributed. I did some research on that. And do you know how much there's a certain amount of matter in our solar system, not in the galaxy of the universe, but in the solar system, there's a certain amount of matter. You know how much of that matter is dark matter?
Yeah. Yeah, a bunch of it.
Barrel Rider, you know
In
why
our
that is?
solar system, did you say?
Yeah.
Barrel Rider, you know why
Okay,
that
that's
is?
an important.
The reason is because the theory of relativity was basically made by Einstein, right? To explain how our local solar system is working. Like he wanted to fix the Mercury perihelion problem, right? So he came up with math that works for our solar system, right? That's why there's no dark matter in the solar system, because the theory works for the solar system, because it was made to work for the solar system. However, in 1933, Francis Zwicky, he noticed on the mountaintop, he looked out and saw the Como galaxies, and he realized that these galaxies did not have enough mass to keep them spinning the speed that they were, like orbiting the speed that they were, to keep them together. He measured it and found that they were missing 99% of the mass that they needed in order to be spinning the speed that they were. So that's where dark matter came from. They just used it as a placeholder, and the evidence of dark matter is literally observations that prove that relativity doesn't work. How crazy is that? So
Gap in
that's
the
why
math.
it's out. Hold on, one more sentence. So that is why there's dark matter outside of our solar system and only on the fringes of the solar system, because they can't have dark matter within it, because then it'll mess up all the relativity math. But
Right.
that's why it's outside of it, because they need it,
It's nothing more than a gap in the math of their theory, of their model. They had a gap of what was predicted, and it wasn't there, so they named that gap dark matter. It's just a concept. It's basically an error.
Yeah, it's just a band-aid.
Right, a placeholder. Yeah, but left lane, I looked it up, how much dark matter we have in our solar system. And according to NASA, it says that 45% of all the matter in our solar system is dark matter. And the rest is baryonic or regular matter. So, we do have a lot of dark matter in our solar system. It's not as much as in other places. So our dark matter is having an effect on our, if there is such a thing as dark matter,
Right, right. The
would
correct
be,
way to
it would
say
be
it.
having it would be having an effect on us in the universe. We would have to deal with that.
Right. The correct way to me to say it would be we have a gap in the math in our solar system. Not we have dark matter, because I'm actually taking it down to the nitty gritty and what it actually is. It's a gap in the math. So you could accurately say we have a gap in the math in our solar system.
Oh no, it's not a gap in the math. No,
It's
it's an
exactly a gap
error.
in the prediction. Yeah, error.
No, it's an error in what they call gravity. Their model, it's not a gap. It's completely wrong.
Well, I'm
Not a
agreeing with
gap
you.
in the math. Yeah.
Yeah, you ain't hate it. Listen, I'm agreeing with you, but they're able to mathematically define it because the prediction was a certain amount, and it wasn't there, and so the amount that wasn't there is the amount they're saying is dark matter. So that's why I'm saying it's a gap, and yeah, it's an error. I'm agreeing with you.
Yeah, it's an error in their model of gravity. So it doesn't matter what they call it, a gap or a placeholder or whatever. It's something that they literally made up because their model is wrong. Just to
Yeah, so
make their model
when they
work.
say there's-
Yeah.
If they say there's 45 dark matter in the solar system, they're honestly saying that there's 45% error in the solar system, in essence.
No, not in the solar system, in their calculations, in their assumptions of what it should be. There's no error out there. What is out there is out there.
That's what I'm saying, bro. What I'm saying is I'm just replacing. Listen, I'm replacing dark matter with a definition and just saying error. So when they say dark matter, I'm gonna not say dark matter. I'm gonna say error. So you can't agree and disagree with me at the same time, bro.
No, as long as we understand that it's not just a correction in mathematics, right? They made up stuff. They made up 20%, 27% of the matter that's out there. They made it up of the universe to comply with their model.
Right.
And then
so
they got the
technically
other
they call
part
it error.
wrong, the other 70 something percent wrong, and they call that dark energy. So
Right, so
it's a
technically-
complete mess of what their prediction said. So they got everything wrong.
Yeah, but to be technical, I don't call it an error. I call it a gap because the math of their model ain't wrong. It's the fucking prediction that's wrong. It's the model itself is wrong, right? So to call it an error, I broke it down a little bit further to try and be a little more accurate and call it the gap because that's how much their model's wrong. Dark matter is the 95% or 45%. That's the amount that their model came up lacking. So that's why I just call it a gap or error. Sometimes I'll call it, but more accurately, a fuck up in their model, a gap.
No, it's not a gap. It's a complete wrong. It's 94% wrong. Completely wrong. Not a gap, not a miss. It's like you were shooting at the barn, right? You missed the door, you missed the barn, you missed the tree next to it, you missed your neighbor's house. You understand?
Yeah,
It's a complete miss.
Sure, but help me define it so I get it right. How? And I'm not being sarcastic. I'm being serious. Like, yes, it would be wrong to call, like, if you shot it, missed by a certain amount, the distance between where we're aiming and where you hit. What would you call that? Like, I was just, for lack of better words, I just called it a
Discrepancy. It's
Okay,
a
I'll tell you.
discrepancy, Brian.
I'll tell you. Hold
It's a
on.
discrepancy is the word he's looking for, and 94% wrong is 6% right. Go ahead, please, see Montreal.
I'll tell you. You were aiming for your barn door in front of you, right? And you missed by 180 degrees. You shot somebody behind you. That's how wrong it is.
I never liked him. He was a fucker. I never liked him.
Discrepancy is pretty good description. But
That's
yeah,
how
it's
bad it
definitely
is, bro. I mean, yeah.
you hit the sumbitch behind you, man. That's
I'm-
shit.
I was looking, trying to find where dark matter played a role within our solar system, and I've been through like 4 sources now that say no, I said this is explained by the fact that most
Well,
of the dark matter is in the outer parts of our galaxy, far from the solar system.
Yeah, they put it
Blah
where
gravity,
they
blah
needed it.
blah.
but
They put it where
And
this model was lacking, right?
gravity doesn't
it's
play a big role within our
But
solar
left
system,
lane,
Skylane. Gravity only comes into its own when you deal with greater sort of galactic and beyond considerations. How do you explain that, bud?
yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't see where dark matter is in consideration within our solar system. It everything I found says that it's not a
Right.
significant part to
Well, they,
be considered in calculating orbits and
Okay.
planetary orbits and things like that.
well,
Maybe
they
a
It
say
bit.
they
makes it
can't
worse, though,
tell.
Howard.
Left
That
lane.
makes it worse because that means it's everywhere but around us to
Well, no, no,
measure.
no.
I mean, think about it.
You're exactly right, Brian. That's what it's showing, right? Because they can't say that though. They do say it's in our galaxy and at the fringes of our solar system, right?
But
Because
we
they
can't
have to.
feel the
It's
spin
everywhere
of dark
apparently in the
matter.
No,
universe,
the
right?
fringes of our
But it
galaxy,
can't
not the
be
solar
seen.
system.
It can't be seen and it can't be measured. And they say
Okay.
that they can't even see. They can't even measure how much lit matter there
Let's,
is in our solar system
hang on
or
one
in our
second.
galaxy.
It's just like refraction. It's wherever it's needed to match the model. What
Okay.
where how an
It's at the
observation
leather
with
fringes of the
that's how
galaxy.
much refraction there was.
You're
One
right, Brian.
second. One second. Let's
Yep.
delve deeper, though, Brian. Let's delve deeper, please. So, why did they say the Earth is in motion, rotation once per day? Isn't it because they look at the sky, right? And everything seems to reset on a daily basis. So we can appreciate that. Now, the problem is for a flat earther, we understand we're stationary. At least that's our standard set position. So now something else moves like, above us,
Well, they
seemingly
say
in unison, which
they
gives
say
us this
compared to
rotation, right? It's the same
361.
thing with, yeah, yeah, go ahead.
left lane. I can address left lane there. He said he couldn't find anything on it. I found something at left lane. If you type in nasa.gov/feature how dark matter could be measured in the solar system, and in one of the paragraphs it says, understand the influence of dark matter in the solar system. Lead study author Edward Belbruno calculated the galactic force, overall gravitational force of normal matter combined with dark matter from the entire galaxy. He found that in the solar system, about 45% of this force is from dark matter, and 55% is from so-called baryonic matter. This
Yeah.
suggests a roughly half and half split between the mass of dark matter and normal matter in the solar system. So
I try to get
you're
everybody
saying,
to realize.
what do
I
you
was
think
going to
about
say,
that, left lane?
Yeah, I need to check that out. It's kind of contradictory to everything else that I've been finding, but I'm open, to suggestion and the
As
information
always.
that's out there, right?
To be
I mean,
fair,
I don't
what you
want to
just
close the
read,
door on it.
Barrel Rider, it said that the those percentages are, and that force is from dark matter. It doesn't necessarily say that it's in the solar system. This came up a little while ago, and it
No,
was a little bit
I'm
confusing.
not saying anything. I'm just reading what NASA says.
No, I know. If you read it
Says that
again, though,
this suggests a roughly half-half split between the mass of dark matter and normal matter in our solar system.
read a sentence before that, though.
Okay, found that in the solar system, about 45% of the force is dark matter, and 55% of is normal, so-called baryonic matter.
Yeah,
What's
they were
that?
arguing. The Globers were arguing that that force is from dark matter outside of the solar system, but it's affecting our solar system. But
It
then
says it's
you'll find other sources that say that dark matter is moving through us every day. So that's got to be in our solar system if it's literally moving through our bodies and whatnot. So it's weird.
Of course it's weird. It's made to be weird. Let's settle on a fucking solid benchmark. The problem with the ball earther, no matter who it is, they can't imagine what life might be like on a stationary Earth surface. Do you understand the significance of that? Because they easily more appreciate being on a surface that's rotund, that's in motion 1,000 miles an hour around itself, 60,000 miles an hour in the sun, all of the greater associated motions, as opposed to even considering from a basic level a foundation, a stationary Earth surface. It gives a game
But
away.
it can't be real though, man, because of terminal velocity. So just because there's a medium, it doesn't mean that you would hit a speed and maintain it. That's no. I looked it up just to see what they had to say, and yeah, they say that there's objectively no acceleration going on once terminal velocity is hit, and there's no change in vector. There's no acceleration. So I would describe it like this. Let's just say you have a scale on a wall, and you're putting your foot on the gas pedal and you're slowly increasing it. So you're not moving anywhere, but you could call that a force because you're putting more and more pressure on the scale, even though you're going nowhere at all. So just because there's a medium, it would slow down your acceleration, but it couldn't stop. So gravity can't be a force. In their model, they don't call it a force. It's just fucking horseshit.
Know what you just brought to my mind, Brian, is the world record, Guinness World Record for without parachute highest jump. And what they've jumped into or aimed at is this massive net. So in a sense, this massive net is taking the place of this ever increasing density of atmosphere which is being pushed down from above. So therefore it sort of acts as a limiting cushion in a sense. So do you get that analogy? I think that's the way it's sort of happening.
Wasn't it like a ton of boxes that dude landed on? Like a 1,000,000 empty boxes, if I remember right. It was a trip.
No, it was a big net. It was a big net stretched across whatever, a football field's length, and he had that to aim from without parachute. I know the one you're talking about. I've seen that's not the one I'm talking about. It was just a big net. So in a sense, we can equate this terminal velocity of objects that are falling to the ground in relation to this big net, which is the atmosphere, which is catching the greater mass as it is, or I guess decelerating to the greater densities at ground level. We got to ask ourselves, Brian. Now let me just ask you this question, or propose this to you. We got to ask ourselves. The Boiler says that the reason there's a greater density of the atmosphere closer to the ground is because the pull from the center of the sphere itself. But as a flat earther, we know there's a force in play outside of just buoyancy and density. So is it possible that it is emanating from above? There's a pushing force which is expelling the atmosphere, and the further we get away from the pushing force above, which may be associated with the barrier or the surround, is that what we're dealing with? It gets more sort of dense and more compressed as we get to ground level?
Is the $1 million question, man, and that's what we're trying to figure out. But we were coming up with we're going to do a discussion this weekend, but I didn't make it unless he wants to do it tomorrow. But we're taking every viable option, anything we could demonstrate that causes weight, and like relative density disequilibrium, one argument, like electrostatics, another one, and upwards like motion being another argument, and then gravity. We're trying to get them in the debate, but they couldn't even come up with a demonstration. Like for all the three, we could give a demonstration and a definition. The globe couldn't even come up with a fucking entry to the debate, bro. That's funny.
Yeah, it's funny. The globe is left out. All globe thinkers are insane at this stage, or they're actors. Just too much controversy, too much evidence.
They just look at what's happening and name it and act like they're right, and then act like you can't use these measurements. Like, well, we've already named measurements, so you can't try to explain them with reality. We've already named them with fantastic shit.
Hey, Brian, the problem is, though, how do we decide, are we winning or not? At what point can we decide as an individual, are we winning? And who are we winning against? I mean, if these are agents of a greater power, right, Brian, you know this. For fuck's sake, you know this. If the globe is a fabrication from the start, then the fabricators of the fabricated globe are already, I don't know, 1,000, 2,000, 400 years, go back to Copernicus, ahead of us in terms of detail what reality might be. So where does that leave us?
I don't know, but it depends on how you define winning. But it hadn't went away. I'll at least say that much. We're we're still talking about it, and we've progressed. It's slowly. We're lacking in money and things like that, but we're doing what we can, But as far as winning, that's a relative term, really, man. I don't know. That's a matter of opinion, in my opinion. I think we're winning, but
So, Brian, you think? Oh, sorry. Do you call upward acceleration to explain weight a progression
yeah. Well, if I
or a
can
regression?
yeah. I'm not saying we are. I'm saying if I can cause weight by an acceleration, then then it's in the discussion is all. If I can cause weight by changing the medium, then that's in the discussion. If I can cause weight by by electrostatics, then that's in anything we can cause the weight. But space bending, you can't demonstrate that. That's just a claim. You know what I'm saying?
We go back to dark matter for a second. Mind?
Go for it. And Barrel Rider, just so you know, real quick, I totally agree with the way you interpreted that. I don't think it came off that way, but I want you to know I do agree 100% with what you said about that article.
Okay. What I wanted to read something. This is from Tech magazine. Where is dark matter hiding? And talks about. Remember, we mentioned Fritz Zwicky. It says here the first real evidence for dark matter came in 1933 when Caltech's Fritz Zwicky used the Mount Wilson Observatory to measure the visible mass of a cluster of galaxies and found that it was much too small to prevent the galaxies from escaping the gravitational pull of the cluster. Something else, concluded Zwicky, is acting like a glue to hold the clusters of galaxies together. The first thing it says here is that he measured the visible mass of the clusters of galaxies. I mean, come on. How do you're looking through a telescope at something that's light years away from you and you're measuring a visible mass? That's so ridiculous. I mean, it seems like he would have said, rather than doing that, he would have said, oh, it looks like our model's wrong, at least when we look at galaxies far out into the universe. You know what I mean? He would have said, we screwed up somehow. We're going to have to redo our model. Instead of doing
And
that,
screwed up big time. Yeah.
instead of admitting that and moving on, he had to stick with the model and protect it or something. It's really weird.
So I nicknamed their model Patty.
Okay, I have an interpretation of that. So first of all, as I said beforehand, we have been in Plato's cave. After coming out of it, the authors of the
don't do this,
Earth,
bro. I'm not going to allow you to do this.
Second, the authors
Get to
of
the
this, I'm
point.
answering
Don't
directly,
monologue.
please.
No, you're not answering directly. I don't want to hear about Plato's cave, bro. Please.
Authors, hang on. The author of the
What about Plato's Shed? Have you heard of that?
the
one?
author of the story then is obviously more aware than we are. SC Montreal. That's what I'm trying to say here. But go ahead, bud, as you seem to be able to predict what I'm going to say. Go ahead.
No, bro. Just be concise, bro. That's all. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, I am being concise. What I'm trying to say is we've reached this level of awareness now that we've been fed a whole load of bollocks that is totally transparent at the very initial reading of the sentence. Now we've got to look into the author's name itself. What did you say his name was? Zwicky, did you say? So they already know. Whoever is delivering us the spinning ball earth fantasy, this guy is a character. So we don't take it literally, SC Montreal is my point. We now look for the fucking clues within the narrative itself. But go ahead.
Yeah, we're talking about the specific point, Pete. And look, I don't want to be like cut you off or anything, but you just tend to go on, bro. And that's all I'm saying. Just keep it concise. That's all.
Barrel Rider bounced.
He's gone on deafened.
Maybe got a call or something.
It's anything that doesn't match their model. Anything, guys.
I was actually speaking. I thought it was on mute, but all I was trying to say, Esimanto actually brought it back totally on point. And this character Zuwiki, who introduced the idea of dark matter, is another character. So now we investigate the narrative surrounding him, and I bet you will find loads of strangeties, loads of anomalies, because the greater scriptors of our reality already knew that the Earth wasn't a spinning ball, as given 400 years ago with Copernicus, 2,000 years ago with Aristarchus of Samos, however far you want to go back. So that's the culmination of my point.
Think about
Pete,
this,
what? Sorry, Brian. Pete, what do you reckon to Dell's thing about the Earth moving up at a constant rate?
I've been fighting the Earth
It's
moving,
true.
man.
It's true and it's not true, though. It's true and it's not true. We got to decide what the Earth is. Something is fucking moving up to give us spring and fall.
Yeah, there must be a downward force, right, of some kind. There must be something.
Possible.
And
there is, and that's yes, there is. When I mentioned that the ether is a pushing force from above, the source of the ether stems from below, which is at the core of the Earth. Dell is a clue giver.
But we can, well, we can't get outside the reference. Well, as far as we know, we can't get outside the reference trade to say things like that, though, can we? I mean, that's a huge claim you're
But
making.
where do we
right
land
there.
ourselves then? Have we the ability to work shit out, or do we not? If we don't, then we're lost.
Oh, I like
the option. That's as far as I can.
I like the fact that you're asking questions, but yeah, I don't know. It's just a big claim you're making. That's all.
Well, hang on, Joe. What do you think about
Mic
Dell's
check.
claim? I say to the Earth's surface.
I want to address Dell's claim, please.
Go ahead.
Go on, Jeremy.
Shut. Anyways, yeah. So do you know how fast we'd be moving right now? Just calculate it since you brushed your teeth this morning. If that's what the Earth was moving at.
No, but that's. I mean, what are you saying? You're saying. I mean, the globe's postulating that it's moving in 11 different vectors, and it's moving all over the fucking shop. So.
Are you saying Pete brushed his teeth this morning?
Well, hypothetically,
hang on. Let's take this. Hang on,
since
Jeremy,
you woke up,
take that more seriously. Come on, bud.
Since you woke up this morning,
is very serious contender. Go ahead.
Since you woke up this morning, if we were accelerating at 9.8 meters per second, upward, we'd be moving at an insane rate since you were born, since your grandma was born, just even since you woke up this morning. You'd be moving.
Hold on.
You didn't say it's accelerating, dude.
He's not saying it.
Did you? Yeah.
Sorry, what are you saying, Andy?
Let me judge Jeremy.
Andy, what are you saying?
Sorry, he's not saying accelerating. I'm not sure if you did.
Next.
Did you say acceleration, Jeremy? Because Dell is certainly not saying that.
Well, what is he saying?
He has to be saying that. What do you mean?
Well, acceleration. Sorry. It would imply that it's just getting faster and faster, right? But he's saying no.
Here's how he explains it. It's not an acceleration, but he says, and I'm still trying to work this out in my head. He claims
Let's
it's
hear
a
it from Andy,
deceleration.
Brian. Let's hear it from Andy, for goodness sake.
What is Dell's exact claim?
It's moving up at a constant rate.
Just at 9.8 meters per second.
Or velocity. What's the right word then?
Speed. Speed would not cause a force.
Yeah, so is he's saying he's only saying
here.
Okay, go ahead, Brian. Let's hear. What does he say we're moving at? And is it 9.8 meters per second, or is it 9.8 meters per second squared?
Not sure the speed, but that's a good question, and I'm still trying to work this out in my head. But here's how he explains it. Okay, because that was my first question. Okay, he explains it as a deceleration. In other words, if we're on the ground, I'm not sure I'm on board with this, but I can explain it. If we're on the ground and we are moving up and everything's moving up, basically. And if you're holding something above your head, when you drop it, it decelerates. In other words, which decelerates a bad term for it since we're describing it backwards. But if you think about it, if you're in an elevator and you drop something, in other words, it's got to stop to hit zero. Free fall is zero. So as soon as it's free falling, it's not moving at all in free space. So something has to decelerate to hit zero for the ground to come up and hit it, or the elevator.
But basically, terminal velocity is zero. That's kind of what he's saying.
But then it would need another force. it would need another force pushing on
Hang
everything.
on a second. Hang on, Jeremy. I'm talking to Jeremy specifically here. Jeremy, as you think you can write it off so immediately, this is a very, very serious consideration when it comes to reality. An explanation of different forces. Nathan Oakley and crew will say that all there is buoyancy density considerations. Maybe it's true. With it, myself, I will invoke ether within an enclosed system, and the motion itself is elsewhere within the Earth. But Dell, to make this claim, it's a very, very serious claim, and was also made by people over in the Flat Earth Society forums about 10 years ago, before we ever fucking knew any of this.
Okay, all right, Jesus H. Jesus H, as you would say. So if he's only got it moving up at 12.8 meters per second, that's not matching the free fall speed, or things just falling. And if it's 12.8 meters per second squared, I feel like that's something that you would feel.
Are we actually discussing if the Earth goes up?
Yes,
Yeah,
go ahead,
no.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Believe it or not, that's the claim. Yes.
The Earth does go up, but go ahead, though. What's your immediate objection?
It does not. Because there's just no, it's the same thing with claiming that it spins. Okay, there's no actual empirical evidence that the Earth is moving. So all empirical evidence shows that it's not moving. Someone's going to have to show some physical empirical. What's the physical measurement of the Earth moving?
I'll tell you how we know the Earth is moving. When we look up at the sky, and we understand now that the sky is not part of the previous Earth paradigm. It's part of our new enclosed paradigm, and all the skylights are reflections, and there's an central emanating source from the Earth's core heart, which is delivering the it's
What's the physical measurement there? I missed it.
That's why we get spring and fall. That's why we get the movement of the sun, because something at the center is moving up and down, and it's giving us the variations within this enclosed system. So a part of the Earth is moving.
Well, not the Earth itself, right? So, yeah, I think
what is the Earth itself then?
I think that's
what are you going to tell your daughter what the Earth is?
Well, you've gone directly from word anagrams to physics, so.
It's a good question. Whitset, if you send your daughter to school, she'll be shown the blue marble. Are you going to encourage her to paint her own picture without influence from you? Place the picture, oppose the picture of the Earth. What is Earth, Whitset?
Just take the kids out of it.
Okay, so there seems to maybe be a vortex, and then the reason for the seasons is actually that the sun seems to go up and down within this vortex, and that's speculation. But if someone's going to claim that the Earth is moving up, then I need some physical, empirical measurements of movement. I don't understand why. I'm in a group chat with a bunch of flat earthers, and they were saying this as well. And then they started turning into globers. They're like, prove it's not moving. I'm like, oh, all of a sudden flat earthers don't know how logic works. They don't know what a shifting the burden of proof fallacy is, or a begging the question.
One second, please. Let me just respond to Austin. Wait a minute.
It's trying to respond if it's a viable option, but I can't. I know we can't.
Hang on 1 second, Brian. Let me respond to Austin. Austin, this becomes a problem, doesn't it? That's why I mentioned the blue marble. The blue marble, as we mentioned the Earth in that reference, is we know it completely. We know the background set in the heliocentric and beyond model, but we know the atmospheric layers. We know the oceans. We know the Earth's surface. We know the core. This is all Earth. When it comes to flat Earth, Nathan Oakley says that Earth is just the soil. Can we go to that?
Nathan Oakley's a clown. We're not talking about what he says.
Okay, if it's not the soil, then what is it? What is Earth now in opposition to the entirety that was presented in our imagination all our lives? Can we paint
why do I need to know what the entire Earth is? Like, it's impossible to know that. So it seems like we're just surrounded with water. We live on land raised up out of the water, but this whole idea.
I will answer your question. I will answer your question. Why you need to know that?
Wait up, Brian. Did you just say it was viable? How is it viable? Like, say the Earth's been here for 12,000 years. The Earth's moving up towards what? Are the stars moving up? Are the stars moving away from us at the same rate that we're moving up?
Well, I haven't thought it that far. I'm trying to see.
I know that was an easy dunk, bro. You guys are just dallying.
Austin.
Listen, y'all. Let me explain. I'm trying to start the debate between every entry. So that's an entry. I'm trying to figure out if it's viable to enter into the discussion because we could never prove the Earth moving. And here's another thing: I've been trying to fight against the motion of the Earth for quite a while now. So it's a tough one to accept. I'm just trying to see, is it viable? I know for a fact that we couldn't prove it.
Fine.
But
This Earth.
It just makes us look stupid, dude. Frankly, like it makes flight look stupid.
1 second,
The
please.
thing
You
is, if
said
it's
Nathan
not moving
Oakley.
up, one
Hang
second,
on.
please. If it's not, hang on. If it's not moving up at 12.8 meters per second squared, then it's not matching gravity really. And if it is moving up at that rate, that's something you would feel. So your vestibular system would let you know.
You
One
could
second,
argue and say,
please.
yeah, you
One
feel it
second,
my
please.
weight. My weight.
I just let's all
I
just
know,
talk
it's
one at a time. 1 second, please. One at a time. Thank you.
I was trying to get. Can I answer Whitsett and saying, and you diminished Nathan Oakley, right? That's fair enough. Whitsett, I agree with you. Earth is not just the soil. So in opposition, because we're in a dichotomous sort of realm, we have been given the blue marble in all of its intricacy and cross-sectional sort of analysis and detailing. What is then the Earth? If it's not just the soil, is it the atmosphere? Is it the oceans? Is it the barrier? Is it the
Right, Pete,
skylights?
you
Is
already
it
asked
whatever
us
the
3
fuck is
times in a
beneath
row,
us
bro.
as well?
He'd already
You asked us
answered this
3 times
question,
in a row.
dude. So I already answered this question, bro. So I already said that, first of all, no one cares about the blue marble. Okay. Secondly, we don't know. Why would we need to make a claim of what the entirety of Earth is? We can't verify that at all. And thirdly, it seems to be water with land up out of it. I don't need to know anything other than that because I can't verify what the entire Earth
Okay.
is. I don't care about the blue marble. It doesn't matter. I'm talking about how insane it is that it's 2023. We have flat earthers saying that the Earth could be a disc flying up in space, which is the very thing used to make us look stupid
No,
since the
that's
beginning of this
nonsense.
whole
Well,
situation.
let me
It's
just,
not.
can I
Yeah,
just
yeah.
clarify
Yeah,
what,
it's
one sec,
nonsense. Yeah.
Austin, the thing is, right, this Dell's claim is about, there doesn't seem to be any displacement, no observable displacement when something's in free fall. That's where the claim's coming from.
It's coming from the mathematics and
What does
physics.
that mean? How is there no
When
observable
something's
displacement?
accelerating, it creates displacement, does it?
How is there no observable displacement? The apple is 6 feet up and then it falls to the ground. It's displaced.
Why does it
And
fall?
you're
Well, isn't
saying
terminal
not lateral,
velocity evidence
there's no
of
lateral
resistance by
displacement?
wind?
Is that what you're saying? Oh, man.
I'll
Come
post a
right
video.
off Dell so easily.
I already debunked this anyway. Are we saying that the stars are moving away at the same speed?
Stars, Whitsett.
Well, why are the stars changing over time if we're flying up 9.8 meters per second squared, 12.8 meters per second squared? It means we're getting closer to what's above us for thousands of years. So why do they stay the same?
No, he's saying it's moving up. Everything's moving up at a constant rate. He's not saying it's accelerating.
Even the stars are moving up.
Twisting, I guess, because the
Well,
stars.
how
are
would you even know
rotating,
it was
right?
up? It could be sideways.
The sun, moon, and the stars are all moving up with the Earth.
Right, I'll just post this video. You have a look at it, and listen. I'm not saying this is it. I'm not saying this. I'm not even backing it. I'm just saying, I don't really know enough about physics to.
What's the purpose of bringing this up in flat Earth? That's what I'm trying to say. Like, we're trying to literally combat centuries of propaganda, and they've claimed that they can make baseless assertions without evidence, that they can just assume the Earth's a ball that spins. And now we're going to turn around and absorb the same thought process and say, prove the Earth's not moving. Prove the Earth's not moving is what someone told me a week ago in the Skype chat. Prove it's not moving with it.
Let me explain. Let me give me 1 minute to explain this real good because I'm just coming to this with an open mind. I'll never try and prove we're moving up. Okay, but here's the thing. So the physics and the math, that's how everything's calculated. Is even on the globe. And what's funny is when I said I want somebody from every aspect, I want somebody to argue. The question is what causes weight. So electrostatics would be one entry. If you could demonstrate it and define it, then it's an entry into the argument. So you could demonstrate and define it with RDD, let's say, and you could demonstrate it and argue it. It might be lack. I'm just saying you could make a demonstration. You could demonstrate it and define it with let's say with motion, acceleration. You could demonstrate weight and shit. So I'm just trying to see what's even viable. But the math Actually, that's how the math works. But they say it's a downward force. The funny thing is, the globe didn't even make the cut. They couldn't even enter the debate because their math describes it as an upward acceleration, but it'd have to be traveling in multiple different directions, bro. That's the hilarity of it all. But yeah, I'm careful who I speak about
That's
this.
straw man.
That's why this is kind of ridiculous,
Well,
because it doesn't matter which way the force is, right? If the math works out, it's equivalent. So whether it's a upward force or things are being forced downward, it doesn't really matter. It's silly to change it when it doesn't make a difference.
what does "that's what the math says" even mean?
I don't know.
Are we ballers, dude? Are we now ballers? I don't know. I can't verify it. I can't measure it, but that's what the math said. Like, what? I've offered a viable explanation for why things go down. You can do an experiment and prove what I said. You can do an experiment and prove it. So, can someone give me an experiment or measurement? Can someone give me an experiment?
I like that argument too, man. I like the electrostatics, man. That's my favorite. I'm just, people are talking about it, but yeah, I would be careful who we mention this to, because I think it does make us look stupid. But it's just an internal discussion.
Saying that the Earth goes upwards doesn't make you look stupid. Like,
Where's
really, Brian?
Where's the experiment? Can someone give me an experiment? Because I've given everyone an experiment, right? We gave an actual experiment. You can manipulate the variable, and you can change an object's weight. You can change what direction it goes, and you can change how fast it goes in that direction. So we've now actually done an experiment to verify it. That means it's at the top shelf. Can someone even place something else on that shelf, please? Or is this just a meaningless comment?
What experiment are you talking about?
It's just
You've
your
heard it
experiments
50 times.
makes it viable.
Oh, you're talking about the Van de Graaff generator and introducing electrostatics to make stuff levitate? Is that what you're talking about?
It's manipulating the electrostatics that's already there. It's not introducing something. It's
stick a rock in there and see what happens.
I can create a vector in any direction just by writing. Just to be technical, but I see. Yeah, that's not what I was saying. I'm saying, yeah, the upward acceleration is what I would be careful with. That's what I think. To somebody who ain't heard it, yeah, it makes us look stupid. I just checking the viableness of it, and I like the electrostatics personally, but just being honest and leaving emotion out of it. I can create a vector in any direction by accelerating, and I can cause weight. But yeah, I don't think we're moving.
You don't create vectors by accelerating. Okay, a vector is a direction and magnitude. So acceleration is a product of something. So that you don't create something with acceleration. Acceleration is the effect. But again though, why are we ignoring this? We can do an experiment and show the cause and effect relationship. Okay, we can also do this with density, right? So there are two things that we can actually demonstrate. So why are we talking about stuff that we can't demonstrate? Isn't that what the globe Earth does?
Yep. I'll give you a third. We can also use sound to cause things to levitate, if you will. So there's a third option right there.
The only problem with that is sound already present in the object to make it go down in the first place? And the answer is no. But with electrostatics, the answer is yes. It's already there. So that way, good.
Sorry. Yeah, this would be a great idea, bro. This would be fucking awesome for electrostatics. Let's find a way to make a fucking even if it's just two items. Let's make a density tower with just or freaking, any two things. And it might take some controlled environment, obviously, which is fine. That's part of the experiment. But dude, if we could show a density column with electrostatics, man, that would be all it would take is two things that are real close in densities, bro. That would be fucking that would be slam dunk. That'd be alley-oop, bro.
Well,
what would happen to your density tower, Brian, if you were to accelerate? Let's say you had a density tower, right, of different stuff. What would happen to it if you were to accelerate it upwards?
Yeah, I'll answer that, but quit putting me in the camp like that's what I'm arguing for. Like I said, I led with it. I'm just checking the viableness of it to debunk it or say that it's viable. That's
the word is viability, bro. Will you please just say viability?
Right. Yeah, just stop saying that, bro. I just showed you there's no viability of that. just by your own thing, the
Hold on,
density
hold
power.
on. The question, how can you, bro? I just said the question is what is causing weight. Okay, I'm not saying what is. What can cause weight is to be more accurate. What can cause weight? And the way we define it, and so that's why it made the cut, because I can demonstrate weight. I'm not saying that that's what's happening. I'm just saying it. I'll say Dell's argument enters the discussion. Although it's hard for me
What
to get
is
on
weight?
board.
Brian, what is weight? If we need to figure out what causes weight, what is weight?
Pressure.
Okay. So pressure specifically downward, right? That's what we call weight. It's downward
Well, I don't
pressure
think we have
measured
to.
over
Yeah,
a certain
we
area.
could, but I think
Well, that's
we
how we
should be able to
measure weight.
replicate electrostatics in any direction with the plates, and I think we can do that. Here I'm going to say we. I think you can do that also with acceleration. That's where RDD comes up a little bit short. I don't think you can do it in any other direction. The direction shouldn't matter.
RDD
When
comes
you
up
get
short
on your
because it
scale, Brian,
requires electrostatics. That's why it comes up short.
Like I
when
said,
you
we
get
can
on your
show it
scale,
above.
Brian, is the scale
show
going
the-
upwards, or you? I don't know who cut off who, but go ahead, Brian.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was just going to ask you, when you get on your scale, are you pushing the spring on your scale downwards, or is the Earth pushing upwards?
Both.
No, both. See, like that's
Come
what I'm saying.
on.
What if
Do
there's
you guys
what if
need? Do
there's
you guys need? Do you guys need a lesson in physics?
what if
Can't be
there's a
pushing
stand
downwards,
inside
bro.
like dumbass
Pretty
baller
simple.
claim? Right? It's like
That's the easiest one.
and we live in such a world now where people make the most retarded claims and they literally gas. Do you guys need a lessons in physics? In my stupid contradictory bullshit that I can't explain? Do I need to teach little flat earthers the physics that I can't prove or explain and it's contradictory, but I know how to regurgitate it? Do I need to teach you guys physics?
It's the easiest explanation.
It's the dumbest explanation.
Quit getting emotional, bro.
It works.
Was that Kosho that
It
said
doesn't
both?
work. Do you have any experimental evidence of this?
Yep.
I ain't done
Yes.
shit personally.
Okay, what's the experimental evidence that the Earth is moving up? Go.
That wasn't the question, was it? The
Yeah,
question
it was
was,
the question.
is
Earth
the
pushing
no?
up
He said, is the Earth? Yeah, he said, is the Earth pushing up? Is the scale pushing up, and is the thing pushing down on the scale? Both things are occurring at the same time.
The Earth is pushing up.
So-
That means it has to be moving up.
No, the scale is pushing up. It's called a normal force. This is what you feel when you sit in your chair. You feel the chair pushing up against you. It's a normal force.
No, wait. How's it
When do you
pushing
feel
up?
that you're?
You tell me
Oh
you don't
my
feel
God, this
weight
is
when you
retarded,
sit down?
bro.
Just really
That's why your
soak in
butt
the fact
gets
that
tired
you
from
jumped in
sitting.
to mock people, and you're saying this now, and you started
I
by
feel it.
mocking people.
I feel it. I'm sitting in this truck seat and I feel the weight.
You
Yeah,
feel
but
the
how can
chair
on a
pushing up
globe, how can
against you.
You feel your
Yeah,
weight. I think everyone can agree on that. You feel your weight. A chair pushing up is a bit something else. I don't know what that.
Exactly.
Actually, it's funnily enough, you actually don't feel the other. You don't feel the other force. You actually only feel the normal force.
I don't feel.
That's
the
why you feel the chair.
pushing up against me.
Is that kind of dishonest? You there as a reference
No.
frame, bro.
This is like if you just look at a force diagram and you have like a object sitting on something. The object has a weight that's pushing down on ground, and the ground has a force that's pushing up against the object.
Oh,
It's a
so
normal
if we look at
force.
the diagram, then if we just look at the diagram, then it's real.
If I stack up 10 boxes, is that 10 normal forces working, bro? To use something like that as a reference frame is dishonest, bro. That is, and how could that work on a globe with
It's a
multiple?
reference frame.
Not even in the debate, Coach. I hate to break it to you.
Can
The
anyone
globe-
give us experimental evidence that the Earth is moving up? Okay, so it can be dismissed. Can anyone give me experimental evidence of this seat pushing up against me, which means it's moving up? Okay, it can be dismissed.
Absolutely.
Okay, give me experimental
Absolutely.
evidence. Let's hear it.
Just so everyone's clear, when there's an object that's stationary, that means it has balanced forces. That means there's either no forces acting on it, or there's opposing forces acting on it. And if there's an object that has weight and it's stationary and it's not moving, that means that there's something pushing up. This is like it's basic physics.
Oh, really? So if I sprint into that wall and then I fall back, is the wall pushing against me?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, but I'm the stupid one. Remember, I need a lesson in physics. because I know the wall's just sitting there, and I run into it with one direction, and then I fall back because it's just sitting there. It causes resistance because it's just sitting there. Actually, the wall is pushing. It's pushing against me.
Yes, that's how you. That's why you go backwards.
They have
Okay,
to say
left lane,
the
do you
law.
agree? Left lane, do you agree?
Yes, absolutely.
There you go. Yeah. So the wall is actually
They have
pushing me
to.
down.
I
Like
agree
what
too.
the? And you
I
mocked people, bro. That's the problem.
I agree too. I on my chair right now, it's pushing me up completely, permanently. I'm almost pushed to the roof.
So the
If you
reason
move,
that the globe has to believe this because of like a principle of relativity. Why would flat earthers be talking about this?
It's a good argument against the globe, is all.
This isn't relativity.
No,
If
it's
it works,
not, Brian. It's crazy. Stop talking about it, bro. Do yourself a favor. It's
It is
ridiculous,
relativity.
bro.
The equivalence
bro, it's
principle
not
says
No.
that
the Earth to be
ridiculous.
moving up. Yes,
If
it
I can
does.
replicate it,
Oh, I'm saying
if I
this
can
is
replicate
basic
it.
physics. This is like Newtonian physics
Emotional, man.
101.
I have no idea why we're getting so fucking emotional. This is a discussion between friends. You know,
Because
I'm just saying.
because the ballers jumped in like mocking people.
Well, they didn't even make the cut to even enter the discussion. Yeah, I think it's a fun discussion, man. I would be careful. I wouldn't use this as fucking introduction to any kind of realm, bro. And I wouldn't never try to say I could prove it, or I just like looking at the question is like, can we replicate weight and shit? But I'm not on that team, man. Like I have my own
Can
preference.
replicate a second one.
Mm-hmm. So is the wall pushing against the air right now? So pushing
Yes.
means so something stationary is pushing.
Yes.
If there's something stationary, then it's balanced. That means it's balanced. That means it's got
Hey, if
either
something
zero
is stationary,
forces or it's got an even number of forces.
what does pushing mean? Can something push if it's stationary?
Something can be pushed against. This is what causes pressure.
Hey, can something be pushing if it's stationary?
Something can be pushed if it's stationary. Yeah.
But can the thing that's stationary be pushing?
Yes.
How so? Well, what does pushing mean?
Well, if you have like pressure, for example, and you have air inside of a container, the container is going to be pushing the air inward. I mean, the whole container is going to be balanced due to traction in both directions, in all directions.
The air is hitting against a stationary container. Like the walls of the container aren't pushing anything. It's just sitting there.
That's not right.
Yeah, gas pressure is the force of the air pressing against the container walls.
Exactly. The energy or force pressing against the walls of a container. Not the container pressing and pushing the air.
We all know when we have too much gas, we don't push it. It just goes out.
Well, I mean, I don't know if you recall this, but the third law in motion about every action has an equal and opposite reaction. So if you push against the wall's pushing against you. If you have weight on the ground, you're pushing down on the ground's pushing up against you.
Yeah, exactly.
This is like they said, this is basic physics.
Yeah, the basic physics that
And
got
it's
debunked
wrong.
on the quantum scale.
And it's wrong.
Newton's laws of motion that got debunked on the quantum scale. So the fact that we have some type of conceptual idea of how to math things out doesn't mean shit. Like Newton's laws of motion have already been debunked in quantum. So yeah, I don't dispute that you can interpret that and like take that equal and opposite reaction and then be forced to apply it to something that's stationary. But obviously solid material is just going to cause resistance to motion in the direction in which it's stationary. That doesn't mean that it's physically pushing anything.
That's a great explanation, bro. Like it's just a concept of maybe a tool for explanation. It doesn't mean that that's what's happening. Or the way you just explained it. Can you do that?
Oh, it's
again?
even worse. It's been debunked. It's just a conceptual description to explain the laws of motion we use. It's just a construct that's convenient. It doesn't mean that it somehow makes stationary objects push against things. Like your math doesn't change reality.
Yeah,
and it's been debunked on the quantum scale.
You know, that law could be disproven by anybody right now. I bet you if you look around, there's a wall within touching distance, right? Just go there and push it. Now, if you think that wall is pushing back, I don't know what to tell you, bro.
Yeah.
Well, it's just a conflation of resistance with the word push. Like, yeah, there's material resistance. Resistivity does not equate to some like actual progressive force, a push. It's like, that's why I said a fine push.
Yeah, there's no such thing as equal and opposite reaction. That doesn't happen. That is a
I wouldn't say
fantasy.
there's no such.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say there's no such thing. Like, obviously, like in the way that we understand how, say, like a rocket takes off, right? The fire isn't really what's propelling the rocket. It's actually the air, right? It's the air around the fire because of the opposite
Yeah,
reaction.
in that sense. But when you look at a wall, when you take a wall as an example, right? It just, you can just see the ridiculousness of that law.
It gets even worse.
The
It gets even
wall,
worse for the
really?
globe here. It gets even worse for the globe here. So, like, okay, equal and opposite reaction. So, wouldn't the bending and warping of space-time straighten out?
That's a good point. What's the equal and opposite for space-time bending? That's why they didn't even have any demonstration or even really a good definition to enter the discussion. It is a stretch, though. It means it's free falling. If that's the side you want to jump on with the upward velocity to try and explain the math and the physics and blah blah blah, is something stationary. It's got to.
So-
That means
Now,
it's
if you
free falling.
tweak that, it
or
might
terminal
work.
velocity.
So what about us actually? Are we pushing constantly against the air that's surrounding us? Is my brain pushing against my skull? Maybe.
No, the argument would be the reference frame's pushing against you, and that's why you feel weight constantly. That's the argument.
Okay. So what about me then? Am I pushing against the weight that's pushing against me?
I don't know. What do you mean?
Yeah, I mean if according to what Kosho says, for example, that the wall is pushing you when you touch the wall, for example.
Conserving momentum.
What about me? Like am I not constantly pushing everything away?
There's no normal force, bro. Anything on the moving reference frame, and this is in any direction, is just conserving momentum. So as soon as if you're above the frame, let's just say we have a 20-foot fucking log just balanced, and it's moving in any direction. Doesn't have to be up. It's moving in any direction, and then it falls, and then you have a lead ball on top of it. Okay, then if the lead ball tips off the top, then the ground or the little patch of ground or whatever that the pole's sitting on is going to catch up to the lead ball. So the lead ball has to decelerate, and meaning that it's conserving momentum as it's moving with the pole and and let's say the ground patch of ground pushing the pole. It's just a way of explaining it. It's decelerating. And it gets to zero when it's terminal velocity. So when it hits terminal velocity in free space, it's just a concept to me, but it's not moving at all.
Hey, if there's equal and opposite reaction, wouldn't the bending and warping of space-time straighten out?
No, I think that's a silly thing to say. And in gravity, the equal and opposite reaction is just the other body. So
Wait. So with relativity,
you have
it's
two
different?
bodies, and you're just gonna. No, it's not. I don't know. I've heard flat earthers say that for 5 years about, but it doesn't even make any sense.
Oh,
The reaction, equal and opposite reaction, is not like it's like you're saying that the curved space time is the reaction, and so the equal and opposite reaction should be that the action causes space time to straighten out. That doesn't make any sense.
Does the
That's what I'm
space-time
saying. It doesn't
bend?
make any sense.
Does the space-time bend?
Space time is warping, yeah.
Okay, so if it's bending, and what's the opposite reaction?
Oh, well, the thing that it's causing is the actual object moving, accelerating.
If space-time bends, what's the opposite reaction? Yeah, I mean, it's not stupid. I mean, even Tesla said that this is fundamentally what's wrong with it as soon as it came out.
Yeah.
I don't
Well,
think saying it's
some
stupid
people
is
are
gonna
wrong
work.
and some people are right. I don't know. But
Yeah, but
Tesla was
just say
definitely
it's
right about a bunch of stuff. I don't think he was right about everything he's ever said, obviously, considering that, space time has stood the test of time, literally.
Except it
But
hasn't.
Okay, well, regardless, this idea about the normal force and like balanced forces is not a silly idea. It's really just like it's a fundamental principle in physics. Like all engineers, build things based off this principle. So you guys can
I think
ridicule
the
it if
ball
you like,
sounds
but
this is ridiculous, man. When you say like in space, like how about a soccer ball in space? I think ballers don't realize it, but that's equally fucking retarded. Like, but yeah, I think they both are a stretch. But I think the globe took the concepts and tried to invert them into reality. They do that with everything. They're attempting that as we speak with dark matter. Like all of a sudden they're calling it a thing. It starts off as a concept, as a variable to fix their problem, and they measure it and then fucking name it. So it's basically
Yeah.
a gap.
Yeah, relativity stood the test of time, except
New
it
existence.
was debunked a century ago. Other than that, it works perfect.
I guess you just got to clue everybody in, all the physicists and stuff, because they're spending billions of dollars building, detectors to detect gravitational waves, and they're still building bigger ones. So, you think they wouldn't be doing that if it was debunked?
Why are they doing that?
They can't
Think that it's
explain
debunked.
reality without holding on to relativity.
They're wasting so much money because they won't fucking let go. Like, join reality, guys. Quit wasting millions and billions of dollars. And Jesus Christ, when y'all gonna wake up? They'll never give up.
And what's funny, it's like the people like you get so easy to be a ball. Oh boy, fucking hell! Do I need to teach you physics? This constant gaslighting and demeaning rhetoric. But like objectively, it didn't match the galaxy rotational speeds. It didn't match the galaxy cluster. Oh, you're just talking about some fringe part. No, we're talking about 97% of the universe doesn't match a relativistic prediction. Oh, that doesn't matter. I mean, that's how science works. It always figures more things out. It's been a century. But if you just act like we're stupid, then actually never mind it. It does work, I guess.
Dude, God has a stop.
I'm not acting like anybody's stupid. I don't know if anybody recalls this, but I think it was SE who asked the question: is it the ground pushing up, or is it the ground pushing up, or is it the weight pushing down? And I actually answered both, and 5 people ridiculed me for giving that answer. And then explaining it, I asked if you guys needed a lesson in physics, but I wasn't trying to ridicule you guys.
That is what you were doing. Yeah, you were being demeaning. And then Left Lane just did it as well. Oh, God. Like, we're just so stupid. But in reality, every one of the top levels of physics in your own paradigm knows that relativity's got to be replaced. And that's why they're proposing modified Newtonian dynamics, but those also fall apart in the galaxy clusters and the galaxy curves. Doesn't fully explain the galaxy curves. So they're trying to figure out the best way to explain everything that they see without relativity. But, oh, God. Oh, you're so stupid. Oh, God.
Oh, God.
Yeah, I don't think that you guys are stupid, but I think that if you're claiming that it's been debunked, you'd be wrong. But I'd agree that people are trying to, because obviously it doesn't cope with reality entirely. So we're trying to find a better model that will do that. But in lieu of this thing that doesn't yet exist, this better model, it's is the model that is standing the test of time, literally.
Well, it's just
and
that
it
no
hasn't
one's
been
come up with
debunked.
something better. Can you agree that when you say it hasn't been debunked, it has been debunked? But it's just that no one's come up with something better for your paradigm. So that's not the same as it hasn't been debunked. Everyone knows that the current state of gravity is not the correct answer. It's not viable. It has to be changed. Everyone knows.
If it's been debunked, then somebody's got a better model, and I've yet to see that.
Force has been misdefined, man.
Wait, something can't be debunked until someone replaces it?
I would say that you can't debunk it unless you can provide the real answer.
Yeah. So does anyone else understand that that's like incredibly wrong?
You can't just say it's wrong because you say it is. You have to.
You have to. What you just said is incredibly illogical.
You have to provide an alternative.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
Yes, you do.
Only from a position of realism. A positivist would never, ever present you with a model.
See, like, so if I find out that my biological parents actually aren't my biological parents and they're adopted, and I can prove that actually here's the adoption paperwork, here's all the genetics, here's the blood test, here's them signing and admitting it, here's like all the witnesses that watched them adopt me. I can prove that they're my adopted parents, not my biological parents. they actually remain my biological parents until I can find my real ones. What a great line of logic.
That's a poor analogy.
No, it's a perfect
In this actuality, there's a model that explains a lot of different things, and so like there's a lot of different things that it already answers. And so if you don't have something else that answers those questions, and you're just somehow debunking this, you'd have to explain how this is able to answer those questions.
Okay, but that's
right?
what I'm saying. So in the analogy, like I had the answer to the question, who are my biological parents? But it wasn't the right answer. I don't have to know the right answer before we accept that's not the right answer. And this is so fundamental.
Yeah, and Kosho, that's easy to answer because they just reverse engineered your perception of the world around you. They observed it over time and reverse engineered it.
I'll give you an example. Gravitational waves, like I said, built these giant machines without knowing that they existed, because they only used the theory to see that they existed, and then they detected them. And so if you wanted to debunk it, you'd have to explain those gravitational waves with some other model or some other explanation. Otherwise, you're just throwing something away that explains something that you didn't have before, right? So
yeah,
you don't just throw something away like that. Doesn't make any sense.
Metaphysics explains it all, huh? Metaphysical stuff explains it all.
You had to avoid the actual
Can I invent 96% of stuff to make up a theory? Can I do that?
Yeah, of course. As long as you support the globe, you can do whatever you want.
That's exactly what they did. They made up 96% of stuff to support their theory.
It's sad too. The realists always have to turn to metaphysics every single time. Kosho just playing.
Y'all are the ones turning to the dark matter, not us. Y'all are the ones that always bring dark matter.
You want to avoid it so you can run around and pretend like it doesn't matter that it's there and still claim that your model works great. Yeah.
I don't talk about galaxies. I don't talk about dark matter unless someone asks me about it. I'll say what I do know about it, which is not much. But
so if you choose to ignore one of the most glaring problems with your model, then it just disappears.
Right? Yeah, it doesn't affect us in our solar system. Everything we do here on Earth doesn't need dark matter.
It's like, okay, so why don't you go talk to the 5-year-olds about your model then? If you want to ignore all of reality and say, well, we just get to pick and choose where it does seem to work, and we'll just ignore where it doesn't work, even though it's 97% of the universe. Okay, that's go tell the children, I guess, because that's what you guys do anyway. You brainwash children by omitting the actual problem. But let's not pretend that has any position in intellectual form. Okay, just hand selecting what you want to acknowledge because some of it doesn't work is not how science works. It's not how physics works. It's not how intellectual form works. Every time I talk to a real astronomer or astrophysicist, they openly admit that there are serious problems with gravity and it has to be replaced. But in here, it's the most thoroughly tested theory ever.
Yeah, but the things that you guys are bringing up aren't the things. And like I said, the point that I made was viable, but somehow it's metaphysics when gravitational waves are actual physics. And dark matter is not necessarily a problem with gravity. It very easily could just be an exotic material that, where cosmologists aren't familiar with. It could just be stuff that, early galaxies, quasars spewed out. And they're too energetic to be collected into, the mass of the galaxy. Like who knows? Could be something simple like that. It has nothing to do with gravity having a problem.
Actually, the gravitational wave predictions don't work either. So, like, this is what I'm saying. It's so easy to come in here and just misrepresent and omit.
Kosho, how can it be something simple when it's something we cannot see, detect, measure? We have no idea it's there, bro, other than the observations that say gravity doesn't work.
Because we can measure it. We can't. We can't see them. You can measure. That's how we deal with. That's how we know that it's there. Yeah.
You can measure how far your gravity model is off by. That's what you can measure.
No.
Yes.
No, like chronic, for example, does lensing, like gravitational lensing. So this dark matter is it also gives gravitational lensing, which says that it is mass, or at least behaves the same way mass does.
So it doesn't match the
gravitational lensing.
The reality is that gravitational waves, gravitational lensing don't actually match the predictions. Like there's the occasional one that they isolate that they think's decently close to their prediction. And you want to ignore the fact that, like, what about the years and years they looked for it and didn't find it when it was predicted. Well, that doesn't matter. Well, like we can just say this one kind of matches it, therefore we'll ignore all the times it doesn't. If there's actually something that the theory is predicting that's correct, it's going to be there every single time the theory predicts it. But it's literally not, though.
I mean, they couldn't detect them until they built LIGO, and once they built LIGO and turned it on, it was like detected like 2 days later.
Imagine that. After 15 years of no detection, they spent $2 billion, and the first day that they turned them on, they detected these waves. You think it's a coincidence? Nah.
Yeah,
I
well,
think it's
right before I bought my first tape measure, I couldn't measure anything, but I bought a tape measure, and voila, I could measure things.
But yeah,
but the tape
Did you
measure
buy
didn't
a?
work for 15 years. But once you
I didn't
spend
have
$2
one.
billion on that tape measure, voila, it's
I
worth
didn't
it.
have
You know?
a tape measure. I didn't have one.
It was like on the anniversary of the prediction of finding them too. Strangely,
It's more like you bought an invisible tape measure to measure invisible things. That
I
would be
actually
close.
did a mock.
And
They did
let's
a mock
tell you what
PR
they
stunt where
measured.
they claimed to have spotted it, and they were lying.
But check out what they
Admittedly.
claim they measured. They claim they measured two black holes. I don't know how many billions of light years away. That's what they claim they measured.
And then they turned the telescopes in that same direction, and then they viewed that event happening.
Yeah.
So I don't know what that tells you, but
This reminds me of like when they made the prediction for the Eddington experiment, and they had 35 plates, and 33 of them didn't show the prediction at all, and then the 2 were only kind of close after fudging some of the numbers. And Eddington himself said that the fact that we're not actually detecting this with all the plates is a serious problem for relativity. Now let's hear what the ballers version of it is now, because what Google will say that actually relativity was confirmed and verified. It'll even say proven in the mainstream with the 1919 Arthur Eddington experiment, which perfectly matched the predictions of relativity and confirmed it was true. What a total revisionist history. Like, how's that not suspect?
That could have happened with the LIGO thing too. Like when they faked it, and then I'm sure someone probably found out, and then they're like, "Ah, we were just joking, just a joke, you know, a normal science joke. They're common. Like it's just silly, man."
You want to hear something about LIGO that's really revealing? They had a mechanism built in so they can test a detection. In other words, from the beginning to the end, from the first time they got the signal to the scientists writing it down, and then the scientists they contact the media, that whole procedure, right?
that's what Regis is talking
And
about.
Sorry?
The Regis was just talking about that.
It's like this. How do you know that
Oh,
there
was
was
he?
gravitation?
Oh,
Yeah, that's what he was talking about.
Got a blip from these black holes. Well, how'd you know the black holes were there? Well, because we got a blip. It's just fucking a bunch of circular reasoning.
Okay. Well, so what happened was the gravitational waves would show up before the visual event, and then since they don't have telescopes facing every single point of reality at all points in time, they had to tell the amateur astronomers to look for the object in the direction where LIGO was saying it was, and then they saw the event occur after reading it at LIGO. So it's not really something you can predict, like a super or kilonova. And the other supernova prediction was one that was lensed around another object. And since they knew that this thing already occurred and it was going to be lensed again based on the mass, they predicted when it was going to occur again. And they rented space double and they observed that event occurring. So again, something that can't be predicted.
This is sheer fantasy, what he's talking about. And again, I want to say what I said before. In LIGO, this is a fact, you can check it out. They have a procedure to keep the scientists on their toes where they can simulate an event. And nobody knows this, just one person or two that initiate this. Okay? So a detection can be simulated.
But you happen
And
to know
nobody
this.
will ever know the difference.
No one knows this, but you happen to know this. Wow.
No, this is common knowledge. Google it, check it out, and you'll see. I heard the scientist himself from LIGO say this.
You see your point here?
What's my point? Tell me.
Your whole thing, your whole statement just now. It's a contradictory statement.
No, it's not.
Okay.
Okay.
Maybe you didn't understand what I said then.
Would say like you don't ever say anything contradictory. Wow.
What's contradictory about what I said?
No one knows this, but no, everybody knows this.
No, nobody knows when the fake signal is initiated. So you did misunderstand me. When the fake signal is initiated to test the scientists, right? Only one person knows this. The person that's initiating the fake test. It's like a fire drill, in a school, a fake fire drill. Brrr. Only the person that makes the fake fire drill knows it's a fake, right? Everybody else behaves as if it's real. That's the same thing that occurs there. Do you understand what I'm telling you now?
Sure.
That's all you have, man, is sure. Why not just say, how do you know this? What does that mean? What are you insinuating? You see, you have no...
Because he doesn't want to
like,
know the truth. He's not concerned with the truth. He's just trying to troll you. Yeah.
No, I mean, I
That's
figured
right.
someone who is making an explanation would actually clarify the entirety of the point, not just make vague arguments.
There's
just
no
did.
particle called gravitrons. I hate to break it to anybody. Gravity is a concept. It's just something they named. There's no particles called trons or gravitons. But shit, man.
I'm just saying, it's just a very easy position. Let's just be real. It's just easy to be a baller. Okay, that's why they are ballers. You can just, oh God, yeah, it's been proven. You're so dumb. You don't get it. You're just making stuff up. It's just easy to be a baller. That way you can pretend you're smarter than other people and you can gaslight them.
Well, I mean, y'all are.
There's the exception. Like Coach O's pretty informed about a bunch of it, but the vast majority of them really aren't. It's just a convenient position to gaslight people. It's actually kind of like sad that you would like get off on doing that. I don't understand, but I mean, to each their own.
Yeah, like instead of saying, wow, was there really such a system that to test the scientists? Could they really make it as if it was a fake detection and nobody would know? Like, wouldn't you just say, wow, that's kind of odd? But no, right away, you just dismiss it.
And they admitted that they did it. Right? So he just assumes you don't know what you're talking
They
about.
did
And the
admit it.
funniest part is that they admitted it. So now he just won't respond.
Yep.
Now he's just not going to say anything.
I've already said everything I needed. Do you want me to?
And you can
clarify
see
more?
that you didn't know about that and that they
Would
admitted
you like
that they
me to
lied.
clarify more? I mean, I only take what you say at face value. I don't give it any kind of credence. So,
Do you ever do
what
any
do you
actual
want me to
research,
do?
or do you just sit in here just
What
to
do
talk
you
down
want
to
me to
people?
say after that?
I want you to go do actual research before you try to gaslight people about stuff that they're more informed about than you.
Right. Okay. Sure.
Okay.
This is his
Just like
research.
you.
You can Discord.
Well,
Like,
the thing
they
is what
admitted
he's
that they
saying.
did this.
What Witz is saying is we're not saying anything other than what you guys already said. All we're doing is presenting what you have said is the facts, and you can't prove it. We're
They
not trying
admitted
to
that
tell
they
you
did
guys.
this, bro.
I know. They do it all the time. But
Like,
then you're like,
Solaris,
hey,
do you understand that
show
what
me.
he just said, what SC just said, they admitted to doing it.
Okay. I'll have to just hear you out and look it up later. I don't have the
There you
time at the
go.
moment.
There you
But,
go.
You can
So
look
this,
it up
but
and
I'm
read
only
what.
going to take what you say at face value and not actually give it any
okay,
credence.
but then you shouldn't be commenting about how someone's just making stuff up when in fact you just don't know about it.
I never once said that he was making shit up. You
This
did.
is old news, bro.
Way to go, dude.
No, you said that he was just making up contradictory statements and doesn't know what he's
No,
talking
his
about.
statement was contradictory. So
No, it wasn't.
I
No, it
called
wasn't.
him out on it.
All right, just go on mute. So you admit that you're ignorant and you don't have anything to offer.
No, I don't say that at all. You do. Well, way to go.
I'm saying you admit that you're ignorant on the subject, so you can't really talk about it, right?
Again, you want to put words in my mouth like you do.
I'm
everybody
asking you, are you
else.
ignorant
Go
on the
ahead.
subject, or do you know? You just I'm not putting
Go
words in your
ahead.
mouth. You just said yourself that you don't know about it. You have to just hear what I say on face value and then go look into
I
it.
didn't say that I didn't know about it. I said I hear you, and I'm only going to take what you say at face value.
And then go look into it. That's what
And
you
not
said.
give
You'd have to
you
go look
any
into it.
credence into
You
it.
said you'd have to go look into it.
Yeah, everything I ever look into that you ever talk about is all bullshit. So I'm gonna get
Yeah,
to it
for
whenever I
sure.
feel like it.
Are any of the ballers going to call them out and say what they're saying is true and they did admit it, or are we just going to sit here and play games with the guy that's clearly disingenuous?
I am disingenuous. Wow.
Yeah, you are. That's right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
What,
dude.
what
Think
was the
about how
original
weird this
every
is,
statement?
bro.
single
From you,
thing.
I feel that's a high praise.
Think about how weird this is because they admitted this, and then you're sitting here just wasting our time about it.
Yep.
What's admitted? What did they admit?
That they released a fake result as if they detected these waves when they didn't, and they had a whole PR release and everything.
Have you got a link for that, or where can I look to find out that information?
Howard, this is such old news, bro. How many times have we discussed this, man, over the last couple of
What
years?
is it? LIGO fake result or what? What do I need to look for?
Their drill, their simulation,
Yeah,
their
that's what you want to
false
look at.
positive.
They have a drill. They have a drill where they tested even not just the reading of it, but the you know
The response.
the dismantling the data and the entire response.
Yeah. So they let a bunch of people come react to it like it was real, and it was all fake. So to pretend like it's impossible for them to fake it certainly isn't an option. I mean, they just came out and admittedly faked it.
They said they did that to keep the scientists on their toes to make sure they were doing what they're supposed to be doing and evaluating all the compiled data.
Yeah. They were testing the system before they opened up. That's right.
Which okay,
that's what happens when you do research.
But hey,
How many people knew about this before we talk about it?
If you were going to fake something, wouldn't it be smart to run drills and make sure that everything would work with the fakery? I mean, that's got to be at least an option on the table, right?
If the whole thing was a fake, why would they advertise the fact that they run these drills? Why not just run the drills and then fake it and then not tell people that they know how to do that?
Because they got busted.
Yeah,
2 billion reasons why. 2 billion reasons. How's that?
Give me one reason.
So easy, man. Follow the money. That's all.
Because they wanted to make sure that they'd be able to get away with it, so they could say oh well, the scientists noticed this was sketchy, or they noticed this part wasn't real, or something. So if you have a fully authentic test where no one knows, you'll be able to find any cracks in the system. So if you were going to give fake results to even the scientists, now you know the best way to do it. And now that they've done that, they came out and admitted it. What? It makes perfect sense.
They got away with it. They did it. They got away with it. There was nobody caught them. Everyone went through with the drill as they were supposed to do. That's what it was, a positive test. They were all up to par. So
yeah. First of all, as far as we know, how would we actually know that no one noticed something sketchy? But secondly, okay, it just makes sense for your plan from the beginning to be, what we'll do is we'll run a fake test. We'll try to convince everyone it's real. We'll see if anyone notices it, right? Just in case they notice it, we'll plan this whole thing out, or we'll have a PR stunt. We'll say, we were going to tell you the whole time. It was just a test. That way that we have it all planned out from the beginning. We're going to run a fake test. We're going to see if anyone notices any problems so we can iron them out. We'll bring in a public release and everything. Right. And then we'll say, okay, well, that was just a test, because they don't know beforehand what's going to happen. Right. They don't know if someone's going to notice something's wrong or whatever.
Once they release that function, that they even entered that into the program, the function of a simulation that can't be verified. I mean, that can't be distinguished at all between real life. I mean, once they release that information, they could never make a valid claim in my eyes, bro, because I'm already skeptical. And the fact that the possibility that one or two men or one man can even make that happen, you've just fucked up. You just took the science out of it, bro, and gave another possible and probable cause to whatever you're claiming. Because
that's my point. That's my point, Brian. Is why would they do that and advertise that they do that?
I just explained why, though. I just explained why.
Yeah, I know, but then Brian just seconded what I was saying. That that just puts distrust in everybody. Even the people who work there are now going to be dubious that anything that they're displaying or that they're.
Wait up, Brian, please, Brian. No, because now they think, well, they came out and told us when it was fake. Because it's not like they're going to do it fake and we not know. Like, they came out and admitted it because they have integrity. And this is just an honest pursuit of science. So that actually does the opposite. It builds credibility. Like, now you can say what you're saying. Well, then why would they tell us it was fake? And then everyone can say, well, we know it's not fake this time because they told us when it was fake.
They obviously
Actually does the
caught.
opposite.
Like they probably were trying to iron it out, and they found out that they picked the wrong spot, or the spot they claimed was wrong because there's already like a star there or something. I'm telling you, they didn't just offer it up. It was an excuse because they're faking every fucking thing nowadays when it comes to the universe and shit like that. They're thing. It's all simulated, and they got caught, man, doing something. Like something else should have detected it, or it was in the wrong spot. Obviously, they got caught, or they would have just followed through with it.
No, Brian. You're not now. There's no reason to say something like that. Like, they got caught. We don't know that. Like, obviously, what I've presented is the most logical thing. That's how the military operates. Why would it be any different here? You would run a drill, right? That's fake. You would let people know it was just a drill, just like they did with the 9/11 drills. You let them know it's just a drill. You keep running it. You iron out what's wrong with it. See who can notice what's difference between the real thing and the fake thing, just like with simulations of space, right? And then you make sure it runs good. You run the drill. You say, okay, that was just a drill. So that way everyone now trusts that you're going to let them know when it is or isn't a drill.
So they can fake it, right? I see what you're saying. That's another way of putting it, maybe a little more precise, but yeah, that's what they do, man. But it is suspect on every level.
I don't think even if this is even needed, though, because like what they're claiming to have detected in the first place, it doesn't prove anything. Like, what was it? What's the width? How big is it that they noticed something compared to a proton? I forgot.
1/10,000th the width. But that's a good point, though. If you run a drill, you can see if anyone on the team can spot, like, oh, we knew this wasn't real. Look at this. But if no one says, like, oh, we couldn't tell, then yeah, you know that your drill works, and you can fake it whenever you want after that.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. But and why don't SR apply? I mean, so all of a sudden we have something that defies the speed limit of the universe. You know, I thought it's just a big it's a giant interferometer.
Who told you that it violates the speed limit?
Bro, how can we detect it if everything's moving relative?
You know, someone from the military just came out and said that they already have faster than light communication. I just came out and they're a whistleblower claiming to have been stationed at the South Pole and that they were stationed there for a year. And that at the neutrino detection observatory or whatever it's called, that they already have faster than light communication.
Yeah. Well, that's true.
Did you see the video? Did you see the video
No,
of the
but
guy talking?
but gravitational waves and neutrinos detectors, they receive signals faster than light because light,
Yeah, but I'm saying he said faster than light communication, meaning that it has to transport information. So that specifically isn't supposed to be possible.
So
he does work at the neutrino. He works at the neutrino facility though, so it makes sense that I can only assume that he's talking about the place he works at because they do receive signals faster than light. Like if there was a supernova.
They've invented time travel, bro. They've invented the first stage of time travel, and they could send messages. According to relativity, they certainly have because they could send messages faster than fucking light. And they literally could send messages back in time because that's how time's defined. What are you talking? I mean,
wait up. I just tried to get out ahead of this, Brian. So there are excuses that things can move faster than the speed of light as long as it's not information. Okay, but I want to point out that they first said neutrinos go faster than the speed of light. Then they redid the test and said, oh, it actually turns out it doesn't. It just goes like 99.9999%. So this guy is saying they have faster than the speed of light communication. Communication obviously implies information. But anyway, the video is uploading. But I would be interested in hearing, like, if anyone wants to break down exactly how the LIGO thing supposedly detected a gravitational wave in the first place, like the exact methodology and how it works, because I think I know, and it's basically what Brian said. Right? It's just a giant Michelson-Gale-Pearson.
Yeah, it's an interferometer where one of the arms is shrinking or lengthening and shrinking due to the gravitational waves. But I just want to clear up that I'm not saying that neutrinos move faster than C. I'm saying that they go underneath C, but they're still faster than light from the same event. So the light is not traveling at C either. It's traveling slower than C. That's because there's mediums in between the event and where you're getting it at. So the neutrinos actually will kind of show up a little bit faster.
Unreal.
Dude, you should definitely watch this show. This video is like a trip. So this dude is basically saying that there's otherworldly crafts and all this stuff, and that in order to actually combat it, if they're able to go faster than the speed of light, we obviously have to have faster than the speed of light communication, and that's what we've been working on, and we already have that technology. It's pretty crazy. The fact that government whistleblowers are coming out saying all this crazy stuff at the same time is super suspect.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting, isn't it?
Yeah. Like, what a coincidence they all. I mean, I guess you could obviously say that one whistleblower gets more confident. One whistleblower is more confident to come out once they see the other ones, right? That would be the explanation.
By them claiming that neutrinos aren't information or gravitational waves, then they're admitting they're just concepts. If they're not information, then they're not real.
Okay, but wait up. So, like, well, okay, neutrinos seem to be a real observable phenomenon. It's just not what they say it is. And they say it has like an incredibly short, like it's just incredibly fast. It can go through like all material and all this stuff. What I'm trying to understand here is exactly how they're claiming to detect the gravitational wave.
In LIGO. In LIGO, how it works, they have a laser over a long distance, and what happens is that because of the gravitational waves disrupt the length of the arms, it disrupts the laser minimally, and over a long distance, like over a few kilometers, that tiny slight disruption registers in the laser. So that's how LIGO works, at least. I don't know about.
Yeah.
In a vast distance, so that increases their odds. This is their words, not mine. It increases their odds since they have two of them, so that's 4 arms, and so if the blips match, that increases the odds of it being legit.
Yes.
Okay, so wait. So how far away is it that they're claiming to? How far away is it that they're claiming to detect this gravitational wave from?
I have no idea, but the one that are you talking about? The one that they detected in 2016? To me, that one seems a bit sus in itself, because that was like, billions of light years or whatever away, and I was like, nah, man, that's a little bit, like, yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to get right to the basis here. So, like, wouldn't there be gravitational waves from like everything in the sky? So how are they isolating one specific gravitational wave from billions of light years?
Exactly. That's why I said that it's a bit sus that they detected that one from so far away, because if with an instrument like that you would detect gravitational waves from everywhere, and especially given the size of the universe, we should literally be detecting them every second. So I'm a little bit skeptical with the whole thing.
This is why I think relativity has so much life breathed into it, though. And I know flat earthers might not like this, but I think that they hijack some real phenomena because there's an ether. And so there's like ripples in the ether. It's fluid-like. It has like substantive qualities. It causes impedance. All energy comes from that. And then it doesn't take a lot of research to realize that Einstein's theory is built upon the theories that were built upon this idea. Like even Henri Poincaré's initial postulation of the spinning and warping of space-time, that is an etheric model. And they're like experimentally equivalent. They have the same exact predictions. They're simply conceptual differences. Yeah.
There was probably a lunar wave. The same. If we look back, there was probably a lunar. This is just kind of humor, but also a little speculation. There's probably like a lunar wave the same damn time that they claim to detect this shit from billions of light years away.
Well, it's not just lunar waves, right? You know that like first Crow was catching the lunar wave, but then they started seeing waves go across the entire sky.
Yeah, if you want to prove
you're gonna have to say something about it, because I gave your thing some credence. I did spend some time here looking it up. What I found was no press release saying that they admit to such a thing of being able to fake it, and that they did fake it. So no press release. But I did find that a guy who was a graduate at the time when LIGO was first fired, and his name is Jonah Canner. He's coming out when it's the only record that I've seen so far is from this guy Jonah Canner. It was like I said, a graduate at the time, saying that it was faked. But then quite a few years later, some Danish group of scientists has said that they looked over the data and that they believe that the data shows that they didn't find gravitational waves. But of course, the LIGO representatives didn't say that, oh, yeah, you're right, we got it wrong.
If you want to
They, of
find it,
course, doubled down on it. So, I mean, I've now looked up several
No,
sources
go
about
to the
this.
electric
dude,
universe,
I
bro.
haven't
listen real
found
fast.
anything
Listen
Go
real
to
bad.
the
fast.
So,
You have
electric
to
universe.
real fast, just so you understand. They admit they ran a drill. Okay, they ran a drill and they let it play out to make sure that all of their responses and all of their like teams and systems put in place would work efficiently. This is the official story. They ran
They
a
might have
drill
scrubbed that
as if
shit.
they detected the gravitational wave so that they would be prepared for when they actually detected one. And they told everyone after they let it play all the way out.
all right,
They
and
might have
and that's your
scrubbed
claim.
that
And
off.
so far, I have found nothing to support your claim. So, if you could
Yeah,
show your
they
claim,
might have
I'd be willing
scrubbed
to
it, man.
listen.
I'll tell you where to find it if you give me 1 second. Look, go to the Electric Universe after the time, okay? Go to the 2018 convention if you want to find it, okay? Because there's a good chance Google has scrubbed that shit, bro. They've been doing a lot of that lately, bro. We're not making shit up all at the same exact story.
What a convenient scapegoat. Google scrubbed it.
Just like
Dude,
they
even the
scrubbed.
ballers know that they admitted to running a drill.
So far, the only thing I've seen about that is just one person saying so. Like I said, if you want to show me otherwise, then I will be glad to look at it. But so
Just
far,
because you couldn't
I'm
find it doesn't mean it doesn't exist, bro.
okay, and that's why I'm asking you. Share it if you've got it.
This is old news, bro. I just told you where to find it.
I'm
The EU
looking.
2018 conference, bro. The information's there.
To ask or request or require somebody else to prove something to you
that
is
they claim,
counterintuitive.
that
It's
they
absolutely
claim.
counterintuitive.
Of course it
No,
is something that you
listen,
do. What
listen.
the fuck?
No, you cannot require somebody outside of yourself to prove something to you because you are the one that judges whatever it is that's being presented as authentic or, as you say, proof.
They would have to
So
present something
it's
first.
counterintuitive. All I'm saying is it's counterintuitive to require somebody outside of yourself to provide proof for anything.
Okay. No,
that's when it comes
wrong.
down to experience.
If you make
and
a
you
claim,
go out there,
you have to provide evidence of the claim.
I don't have
right?
to do anything. But look, all I'm saying is that if somebody requires proof outside of themselves, they're already off the beaten path.
Okay.
Because
Thank you for
proof
your
is
philosophical
only
input
it's just
that
it's
wasn't needed in this
no, dude. It's like beauty is in the eye of the beholder. It's the same thing. So when you start breaching the physical experience that can be verified and shared, like, hey, look, I've got a rock that, I'm going to drop it off the building and it's going to fall off. Hey, you can do the same thing. Look, it does the same thing over and over. That's a physical experience that you can verify. But when you start philosophizing, which is mathematics and CGI, and then you try to claim that is somehow proof, well, that's fine. But it's always based on the perceiver, whoever is receiving the information. You can't expect somebody outside of yourself to prove anything to you.
I just posted live text one if you want to see the information on it. Okay, just looking live text. Just because you couldn't find something, bro, doesn't mean it doesn't exist. And spare me your sarcasm saying, oh yeah, they scrubbed it. Okay, they've scrubbed. Look what they literally did with a actual quote from Auguste Piccard about what he witnessed. They literally changed his quote. Okay, they just changed the definition. Wikipedia just changed the definition of the horizon the other day. Bro, I can literally go on and
So
on. I'll spare
let
you.
me say this real fast. So like Jaron literally did a live stream, pulling it up and showing that they admitted it. He actually brought it up against Brian Myers in our conversation, so you can even go watch the conversation with Brian Myers. And I just messaged Jaron. I mean, he may have the article or something handy if it's not scrubbed. The fact that you deny that things get scrubbed is weird, or just call it convenient. No, it's actually very inconvenient that we bring attention to things and then it gets scrubbed. Okay, but anyway, it's all documented. We've shown it on live streams, pulled the article up on the live stream. We even did it in the conversation with Brian Myers, who just outright denied it. And then we showed him that they did do it live. And then we said, do you agree that that's at least sort of suspect? And he said, I don't know. I don't believe it, even though we just showed him. Okay, so yeah, there you go. Like, there's two places you can look. I just asked him. That's a video. I'd rather see like the article. I've seen articles written with even LIGO representatives acknowledging it. So whatever, bro. It's not like it matters. Once you find out it is real, it's not going to mean anything to you. It's not going to mean anything to you. Like, are you going to somehow change your mind or opinion about LIGO or how it might not be legit once you discover that they ran a fake drill? Or are you just going to be like, well, yeah, but they just ran a drill. That doesn't mean it's fake. So then what are we even doing this for? This is why I get frustrated. It's like a waste of time for us to go look for it for you. So that
immediately for you mean that they did fake it because they ran a
see?
drill? What is it?
So you just made my point. You made my point.
I'm just going ahead and clearing that up. That way that part of the conversation doesn't happen, right?
So you just made my point, right? Which is that it doesn't actually mean anything to you. You're just wasting our time. You're just wasting our time. You're not actually genuinely curious. We never said it automatically means it's fake. That means that it could be faked and it's not reliable. Okay, but like you just proved my point, which is that for you, you're acting like you just really want to see the info and no way that's true. And
that's why I took the time to look it up.
But you're still just what's it gonna mean to you though? You're still just gonna make it. You're gonna in your mind. You're just gonna tell us, well, it doesn't mean they did fake it though. It was just a drill. So what's the point of us going through all the trouble to find it?
Well, that's up for you to decide, not me.
Okay, well, I've decided that I think that you aren't in a genuine pursuit of some type of truth. You're going to make an excuse for it. Thus, it's wasting our time. That's what I've decided.
It's funny how it gets to that point. I do understand it 100%.
There you go right there. Kosher even put a screenshot. So look up that pre-upgrade run. I don't know if that's what it is. Blind tests. Blind tests like this are the gold standard in all branches of science. Only they know the truth, and the test protocol is that they not reveal a planted signal until the collaboration has finished analyzing and is ready to publish a paper and hold a press conference. So... And of course, even when they claim to have really detected it, there are tons of people within your own paradigm saying that's not what it is. We detected an oscillation 1/10,000th the size of a proton. Gravitational waves and relativity verified.
We have like a massive portion of the population that doesn't trust their own senses, and then because they don't trust their own senses, they expect other people to prove to them that it's other than what they don't trust in the first place. So then you end up in a paradox, because if they're not going to trust their own senses, then how is any information that you present to them, how are they going to trust that? Because it's beyond their own ability to discern it. They're not willing to trust their own senses, so what's the point of presenting any evidence of anything? So you get on this spinning, this whirlwind of just arguing and bickering about nonsense.
That's what I'm saying. Like, so this is what's frustrating, right? What's his name? Ed Freeze does it the most. So they're like, he's like, go get the. It's just to run you around. It's just blatantly disrespectful. It's this realm where people that can never have juice over you, never have power over you, would never be in a position of authority over you. If anything, they would work for you. They're able to treat you like you're beneath them. Go get the sources. Why don't you go prove this? Go do this. Go run and grab this. And then you're like, bro, you can just look it up, man. I'm driving. Oh yeah, of course you're driving. You know. And then you take the time to go research it and find it again because they refuse to. They just ignore it anyway. So, like, it's just blatantly disrespectful and a waste of time. You guys don't have, it's not like you really want to, oh, I want to learn something new and maybe my position was wrong and maybe I need to update it. Maybe the flat earther's right about something. No, that's you're just like hoping we don't find it so you can pretend we're dumb or something.
Yeah, the people who do actually look at what we present, I'll take the time and in the middle of a conversation, I'll fall out and go find something. But yeah, the people who, when you do present something, and then 2 seconds later they question the next thing on the table, it's like, hold on, you're supposed to be looking at what I just took freaking 15 minutes out of my personal time to dig up for you because you requested it, and now you're asking for something else. Shouldn't you be reviewing what I just fucking posted? But some people do look, and them are the people I don't mind doing the research for them.
Yeah, it's the redirectors. When you do present something and they don't like it, then they'll just come up with something else, and then you present some information about that subject that they don't like, and then they'll switch it and spin it and spin it and spin it and spin it. And I mean, I don't even think they're really interested in learning at all. They just want to say they're better than you, and it's based on fancy math and shit you can't go out and verify. All the experiments in Antarctica and all this shit. It's just it's ridiculous.
And think about this too, dude. Like they say stuff like that guy says. Like, every time I've ever looked into any source or claim you've made, it's been a lie. That is in no way true. I've probably dropped more sources than like any flat earther. Like, what are you talking? I have an entire Telegram packed to the brim of sources, and it's only got a fraction of the ones that I've provided. So why lie? Why does this true earther guy in here have to say, I post a video of the guy, a supposed whistleblower. I make fun of it, talk about how ridiculous it is. And I just say, you might find it interesting because it's from your paradigm. And then we kind of laugh about what a coincidence they're all coming out. He gets in there and says, wow, this guy claims to have worked with Dew and makes all these claims and you just believe it? Jeez. It's like why? Why do you guys have to misrepresent everything? Do you not see why we end up getting frustrated with you? Can we not just show like good faith back and forth and treat people like humans that deserve respect, like intellectual respect? I don't understand. If you're so much better than us, then get the fuck out of here. If you're so much better than us, you shouldn't be here.
Hey, it's an overwhelming pattern, dude, is the hatred. It's overwhelming. Like, if you're really interested in just sharing information and self-discovery, then you wouldn't have this massive slant. And I won't claim either way. I'm pretty objective. I've got a pretty objective perspective, but what I notice is the pattern of the haters. When we present the information that you present, and then you get all weird.
Ed Freeze was a perfect example, and that's all he ever does. There's a couple other people I don't know by name, but there's a few of them in particular who that's all they ever do. And then when you pin them down, they'll be like, well, what about the ISS or something? Like, dude, it's funny, man, because since Austin pointed that out, that's all I see. Like, Charles did it last night on Bev's on Try Thinking server. Like, we were speaking of something and I pinned him down and he jumped to the ISS. We ain't mentioned the ISS in the whole 2-hour discussion, and he just out of the blue jumped to it the second he got pinned down. It's funny, but I enjoy talking to him, man. He's not the worst, I'll say that, but he still does it. When you get pinned down,
that's unquestionable. Let me give you a tidbit. You want to hear another tidbit on LIGO?
Yeah.
This is gonna blow your mind. They say 1/10 billionth of a 1/10 100 10,000 of a proton. Well, what that means in English is this. They say this thing in Louisiana can detect the waves of a beach in the neighboring state. You guys catch that? The waves of the beach of a neighboring state, hundreds of miles away. Now, why is this important, right? You're going to say, well, if it can detect that, how the heck did it detect something billions of light years away? And how did it not distinguish from the truck that just passed by or from the plane that just flew by, right? You know what the answer to that is? Yes. They have noise canceling software. This is how they do it.
The answer to that is the other facility in Washington. So they have one in Washington and one in Louisiana, and
That one
they
has the same problem.
don't consider it a positive reading unless they get it picked up at both locations.
That still doesn't guarantee it, though.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't explain what it just.
Well, it does.
doesn't-
It does. Yeah, it does sort of weed out any of that noise. Absolutely, I'd say that would do a
With the
good part to
proton
weed out all of
canceling,
that noise.
you got a lot of confidence in the proton canceling software.
Proton canceling software. So you understand that it's interferometer, and the reason why it's so big is because the interference is so small. So what they're picking up and they're reading on the thing is they're picking up the interference. And so when they say like the width of they're saying the width of a proton, they're talking about like where
The
it
interference.
shows up on the they show where it shows up on the
The
spectrum.
sensitivity of the instrument. That's what they're talking
Well, he's
about.
talking. No, he's talking. No, Coach just explained it. It makes sense. It would be so big that the interference would be so small, right? So since the interference is so small, to be fair, interferometry can measure things incredibly precise. You know, like using interferometry interference, you get very, very precise measurements. It's like
Yeah, that's not
mind-blowing.
the issue, though. That's
all
not
out
the
the
issue.
out the window.
The issue is how do you cancel out all the other noise from this sensitive instrument? This is what I was
Kosho
talking
had a
about.
decent answer to that, where he said that they have to
No, he
receive them
didn't.
at two different. He said they have to receive them at two different locations at the same time.
So what?
Relatively the same time.
Okay, well there's the hole in it, right? If it's not really the same time, then
Yeah,
let's see
that's not even
how many
possible.
times do you detect it? Like is it constantly detected without them being detected at the same time, and then you just isolate when it is detected at the same time? Because that would be suspect, right? That would be cherry picking. I mean, I don't know. You could maybe have, it depends on like the locations of the source and then where you are relative to that, because that could maybe explain a time difference. But you would think the time difference would be also predictable very precisely, right? So I don't know.
Well, I'm guessing
If they
that's
knew-
why they need
they
all
knew where
this
it was coming from.
software. That's why they need all the math and the software, because apparently that can, I guess, compensate for that.
Yeah, of course.
Well,
Because
what we're
you
seeing
can
is
write
that
a program and
something is
tell it,
affecting
you
the
know
light.
what? No, you can write a program and tell it, you know what? Cancel everything else
Yeah, totally.
except what happened 7 billion light years away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think Coach was being
Uh-huh.
decently honest. He just said it doesn't matter. I mean, it depends on if they know where it's supposedly coming from. But what we're actually observing, say this is a real phenomenon, what are we actually observing on like a base level? It's something affecting light. That's what it would be. It's the light is being affected, thus giving you a different interference pattern, right?
Well, then you have
Yeah,
the
it's a
Doppler
wave.
effect.
It's a wave
That's a
in
wrench in that whole
space,
thing.
they're saying.
I know what
Are you
they're
guys
saying. I'm
catching
saying
this?
what is I know what they're saying. I'm saying what is the actual observation is that the light is somehow affected. The interference
Right.
of the light is different.
That's why I said they threw
Yeah, it
special
could be.
relativity out the window, literally.
No, bro, it could be one of a million things, bro. Don't you understand?
Yeah.
This thing is
That's what I'm
nonsense.
saying. That's what I'm saying. But it
Yeah.
still shows.
Yeah.
But it's still, though, what we're actually seeing, if this is real, is the light is affected by something. I mean, it doesn't mean that what they're saying is true, obviously. But if it is very precise interferometry and it's getting a different measurement at certain times, something is happening that's making the light change.
There's
right?
definitely
The measurement
something
of the light.
happening. Definitely something
If
happening.
indeed, yeah, if indeed what they say is happening, the fringe pattern is changing, right? Then
Yeah.
something had to do it. But to
I mean,
go
I think
from
it's crazy to
that
say.
to something 7 billion light years away did it is a big stretch, you know?
Well, I agree with you there, right? Because I'm going to speculate here. I don't know, but I'm guessing the way they determine how far away it came from is just the magnitude of the difference itself. So, like the change in the fringe shift, the difference in the interferometry, the interference pattern, they're like, okay, well, that would mean that if this is a gravitational wave, it would have to come from this far away to be this strength, to be this magnitude. Obviously, that's just a gross begging the question, right? Like, specifically, that's like affirming the consequence. So, like, that's not really going to help us out here. I don't like to say that it's like a precise verification of relativity. It would be like, okay, we know that at this time we should be receiving a gravity wave from this, or a gravity wave from this location based on this distance with this magnitude, and then we time it. Boom! At that time, we see this magnitude based on this distance at this exact location. That's the only way you can even inch towards it. And of course, you're still just assuming the cause of the interferometry. But I don't think that they do that, right? Because even mainstream scientists say it's not gravitational waves, which goes to show that, like, and Kosho kind of, you said it, that like, well, it would require them to know where it comes from. So it seems like they're getting the alleged distance that the gravitational wave comes from based on the displacement, right? Like based on what the magnitude of displacement, the difference in the fringe shift, they're then using that to basically reverse their way through to a distance claim. I don't actually know, though. I don't know. I'm speculating.
Well,
I'm just like
close. I
putting
mean,
patterns.
it's not. They do that not for the distance though. They do that for the direction. That's what I'm saying. So that's what will cause the gap. They're assuming that what's causing the difference in time is the fact that it takes more time. It takes time to reach one than the other, and then it uses whatever that difference in time is to sort of determine what direction it's coming from. At least estimate which direction it's coming from. I think for the distance. It says because they have like a strength, like they basically had to make assumptions before they actually saw it. So they're assuming based on the length and stuff like that it had a certain strength. But it wasn't until they actually saw it that they got confirmation of what actually was going down.
Yo, why don't you come in, Blue, and straighten us out? Stop calling us the M word. And
Dude, this
come
dude
in and tell us.
This dude said, "Holy shit, Batman! The interferometer is detecting the differential change in the length of the arms. WTF is wrong with you, moron?"
That's good shit, dude. That's
what does that mean exactly, Blue?
Oh, I had to screenshot that, dude. Because the interference is different. Therefore, we know for a fact that the length of the arms changed. It's like, bruh, can you please chill, bro?
He basically proved his what we were. I mean,
unfortunately, I kind of missed what Kosho was saying. Like you said, they do that to determine the direction. How do they determine the alleged distance?
No, so I'm gonna have to infer that information because, I know that this detection it occurred when the eclipse occurred, or it occurred on the same day the eclipse occurred in 2017. There's a coincidence, but I remember that event because they first detected it with the gravitational waves, and from what I remember, from what I know, they didn't know much about it other than the direction it was coming from, the duration, and then they inferred from the duration what it most likely was. Like, it most likely was this certain event. So they can only give like an approximation for the distance at that point, and it wasn't until they actually pinpointed exactly what the object was that they were able to locate the distance. But they can use the energy. They can use like what they think that is occurring, and like the magnitude, the intensity. They can use that to sort of get a good approximation for what the distance is. But they're not gonna be as exact, I guess, without looking at it.
Yeah, I mean, I consider myself to be a very open-minded person, and I think that I think they hijacked certain characteristics of the ether and integrated it into the idea of space-time and stuff like that. And it just doesn't iron out for me. Like, again, like starting with Eddington for the lensing thing, like you have 35 plates and 33 of them didn't read anything. And then Eddington himself admits that the 2, they had to change the results some. They had to actually make calculative corrections. And he's like, the fact that it's not detected by all these plates, and even the 2 that are kind of close still don't actually detect it, is actually a problem for relativity. That's what he said. And it's like presented as if it was proof of it. And then it seems like this isn't really detected anymore. So like, I haven't been able to find people claiming to detect this effect since then. And so, I mean, I'll look at anything that someone could send me that they supposedly do. But like, if it's not supposedly detected since then, I mean, obviously we shouldn't be staking entire worldviews on a 2 of 35 result in 1919 when even those 2 had to be doctored. So like, and admittedly, those plates actually aren't even sensitive enough to actually detect what they were trying to detect, from my understanding. So I think they use photographic plates. So like, if someone wants to maybe correct me, I don't know if they claim to have even detected it since then.
Well, I mean, I just know Chronic, for at least what he was doing, he was mostly doing lensing type or micro lensing observations for exoplanets or whatever. So I don't know if you can include that as an example of it.
Now I want to see the eclipse thing, right? Like I want to see the whole star behind the eclipse thing. Is there like an excuse for that? Is it like a very rare occurrence that happens once a century based on the positions? Or because I can understand that the star has to be in a certain position relative to the eclipse for it to be wrapped around it enough to be visible or whatever. But I would think you'd be able to see stars wrap around the eclipse more often. I don't even think that proves relativity at all, because it could, plasma can do this and all kinds of different things. But like, if it actually did, if what the mainstream claims is actually what happened, right, which is that relativity has a very specific and precise prediction about which star will be seen where and how much it will be displaced, and then that's observed, that would definitely be interesting. And that's why everyone's convinced by it, because that's how the mainstream says it. But that's actually not what happened. Like I looked into it myself. I found Eddington himself saying this is a problem for relativity. So yeah, I don't know. Like I think that that's weird. We should have a lot of them done by now, right? We should have seen a lot of stars supposedly bending around the eclipse, and it should be really precise and easily replicated by now. We should have way better technology to do this. So I don't know. I
Right.
find that
See,
us.
that's what I always bring up: celestial parallax. Because if relativity was as accurate as they're claiming it is, I mean, it should be like going out there and seeing a curve between two lighthouses that are 60 miles apart on two ends of a bay. It should be done. Over. Okay, there it is. Done. There it is. But if relativity was as accurate as they're saying it is, why do we not have any stellar parallax? Right. They hate that parallax word. They try to say, oh, well, yeah, parallax is real, but no, we're talking about celestial parallax. And I'm like, yeah, well, either way, where is it?
That's one reason to not answer that question. That's correct. That's a reason to not answer that. Another reason would be that I thought it was a ridiculous question or ridiculous statement. So, no offense. I just
so
didn't
that
think
was a ridiculous statement to claim that if relativity was accurate, you would see celestial parallax. That's ridiculous? Is that what you're saying?
See stellar parallax. Celestial parallax.
You would have to. That's
we do
what would
see
prove
it, though, right?
Relativity.
But we do
How come
see it, right?
astrological charts are the same after tens of thousands of years? We're still seeing the same stars align under the pyramids of Egypt, Orion's belt. We're seeing the same exact points and dots in the sky that should be moving apart, and they should be like all kinds of weird patterns based on relativity. But if they're all in they're all in a very specific pattern, which totally debunks relativity.
Well, their claim is so crazy about the
It's
pyramid.
out the door.
So they say that the pyramid was built directly north, like lined up with direct north, and that they used the old, what was it, Tholes or something like that, the old North Star, and that just coincidentally, when they decided to build the pyramid, there was a star there, and that it moved over time, and now there just coincidentally is another star there that matches up perfectly with the pyramid. So we just so happen to get to live in this world that's more recorded.
Yeah, I guess we just don't have the record of the parallax that should be clearly recorded through this movement to replace the old star with the new star.
Well, their model
it?
would require that there were tons of years where the pyramid was not lined up with the North Star, right? There would have to be a huge portion of time where there was no North Star there.
Uh-huh.
But how do you
and
prove
of course
that?
nobody could live. Yeah, exactly. Nobody could live that long. Like whatever,
Well, so I'm just saying, like, they're gonna be like, oh, you think someone would document that there's not a star there? So there's like, it's just that once again, it's one of these like unfalsifiable things. Their model requires that the star move, because when you combine the precession, notation, and Chandler's wobble, like that star has to move.
Yeah,
it has to.
And we should be able to measure that within 100-year lifespan, let alone the tens of thousands of years that we have astrological charts, not just Western, Eastern, Mayan, Aztec. All these charts all line up to the same shit, the same dots in the sky. They'll tell us. I'm not claiming that these charts are what there's however old or whatever, but they're the ones that claim that, oh, we found this scroll, and yeah, it shows the stars and the astro. Oh
They
yeah,
do
and it's
move.
this
They
and
move
that.
1 degree
I'm like,
every
wait, that's like
72
10,000
years.
years ago. Where's the
Well, that's a
parallax?
claim. That's a claim that they move 1 degree every 72 years. But this is what's interesting. What we see is that the sun, the moon, and the stars, that they have like a progressive cycle. That's what we see. So to explain on the globe, what they had to do was they had to claim that the Earth's movement was causing all of that. Right? So we have two options. One option is the Earth's not moving, and then the stars move, the sun moves, the moon moves. They all move independent of each other because they're the ones moving. The second option is that they look like they're moving because the Earth is moving. So then
Well,
if you
you've got
see like a progressive cycle, you see a progressive cycle of the sun moving throughout the zodiacs. So what they said was that the Earth is actually precessing because it's tilted and thus wobbling because it's oblate. So like if you take a gyro and you spin it, it'll be spinning really fast, right? But then it'll begin to precess. So it's like the Earth is, once you tilt it, if it's straight up and down, it won't precess. If it's tilted, it'll precess. If you tilt it the other way, it'll precess the other way. Of course, precessing being like, just imagine in your mind a gyro, if you know what that looks like, right? Or you take the wheel, you spin it really fast, the wheel's up and down, you spin it really fast. There's another circle, right, or wheel around it perpendicular to that, and it'll start to turn around slowly. Come back and complete 360 degrees slowly as the other wheel inside of it's spinning super fast. So they said that's what the Earth is doing, and that it completes that full 360 precession every 26,000 years. And this is how they explain that the sun over time starts to move through different zodiacs, right? So it's basically relative to the solstice and the equinox, the precessional equinox, basically, right? Like that the sun is moving. What's up?
But y'all are saying that this isn't observed. There is stellar parallax, which are, it talks about the distant stars changing position in
Oh, so
relation
we
to
have the
nearer
Tropic of
stars.
Gemini
And then
now.
you've got,
Where's the Tropic of Gemini?
I'm
How come
not,
we haven't
through
adjusted our
talking.
maps?
I wasn't through.
Sorry.
I guess. But and then you got annular parallax, which refers to observing, the near stars moving in relation to distant stars due to the Earth's orbit around the sun. But both of these observations are things. They're. I mean, you're acting like they're not a thing.
No. Okay, I don't know why you're bringing up distant stars. They admit they can't even measure parallax in distant stars, really. But real fast.
Yeah, they can.
No, they can't.
Yeah, they can.
Okay,
That's never been done, dude.
Can you cite it for me?
Well, y'all can pretend like it hasn't and go
Well,
on
then just
about
would
your
you be generous enough to cite
misconception
it for me?
of it if you want. But
Show us
Would you
how
be
it's been
generous
done.
enough to
I'd love
cite
to
it,
see it.
please? Would you
yeah,
just be generous enough to cite it?
You can Google it. You get many hits on it. So
No, not distant stars. I've already researched this.
yeah. Well, I don't know. I just make it a statement. Anyone can Google it, and
I
there's
already
many hits on it. Okay.
No, there's not. Distant stars, you can't measure parallax.
But to say that
Admitted.
it's not a thing and they don't measure stellar and annual parallax is not the truth.
Okay, so let me finish what I was saying then. I know it was a lot, but I know that most ballers don't even know all this. Okay, so the sun moves through the different zodiacs over time. They claim that it's because the Earth is tilted, spinning, wobbling as an oblate spheroid, which causes a precession, right? And that because of this wobble, it comes around every 26,000 years. So the sun will come back to its first zodiac 26,000 years later. Okay? That's just clearly they took the rate. The sun does precess through the sky. The sun is in a progressive cycle. We see that over time. So they're like, okay, well, then we'll just take the math here. It'll complete this cycle after 26,000 years. So therefore, the Earth must be wobbling and causing it to look like that, changing its position in our sky every 26,000 years. So they took that, they updated the model. There you go. Tilted, oblate spheroid, wobbling, thus precessing. But then they looked at the moon, and the moon didn't match those numbers. The moon didn't work. So, if we're just precessing, then the moon should also be changing position relative to its supposed distance relative to the Earth. But it wasn't. It was going too fast. So in the lunar orbital plane, it was going too fast. It didn't match it. Now, on a stationary Earth, that's no problem because the sun and the moon are different. They move on their own. But on the globe, this movement they both have to be because of the Earth itself. because it's just an illusion. It's a relativistic illusion. So what they had to do was add a second movement to the Earth, to the wobbles, and it's called nutation. So they say, okay, well, since the moon is moving too fast for our previous prediction, now it's actually also there's an additional wobble, and that's called nutation, and that causes it to the moon to go a little faster in its lunar orbital plane. But then that still didn't work once they looked at the stars. Again, making perfect sense if the Earth is stationary, all three of these things move independent of each other. On the globe, they all have to be moving because of the Earth. So they added a third wobble called the Chandler wobble. So the nutation cycle is supposedly 18.6 years. That the Earth is doing an additional wobble inside of this precession every 18.6 years, causing the moon to go faster than the previous prediction of the other wobble, right? So that's 18.6 years. So we have 26,000 years, the precession of the equinox. Then we have 18.6 years nutation. And then they were looking at the stars and it didn't quite match that. So they had to add a different one called the Chandler wobble, which is every 433 years. That was to explain the stars. They had to add 3 different wobbles to explain the sun, moon, and stars over time. Now, I keep asking ballers, can you show me a physical demonstration of an oblate spheroid tilted, spinning, causing these 3 different wobbles to occur simultaneously? Because I don't even conceive of how that's physically possible. And all they keep showing me are cartoons and diagrams. Like, we should be able to easily demonstrate this. To even combine the precession and the nutation, you can't even use a sphere. You can't even have the primary axial rotation to even do that. You can make something precess around and go up and down, like vibrate up and down, right? But you can't do it on a sphere that's tilted spinning. You can't have a sphere tilted spinning and precessing and wobbling additionally for nutation. And then you have to add the third one that explains the Chandler wobble. So now you have like superimposed different wobbles happening simultaneously. And almost no baller knows about this. I didn't know about this, but now it's pretty obvious why no one knows about this. Because like that doesn't even make sense. So like in conclusion, after all of that, my point here was that on a stationary Earth, it makes sense. But on an Earth that's spinning and causing it to look like the stuff is moving, it doesn't make sense, not even physically. So I am 100% open to someone showing me a demonstration of it, but I don't even see how it's physically possible. How could you have all 3 of these contradictory physical motions happening at the same time on a spinning sphere? So that's a long way. Now everyone knows that's the actual progression of the current model. That's what you guys believe.
Escape philosophy.
I don't think most people even know that there's supposedly 3 different wobbles.
Are you asking for a demonstration like here, like on my desk or something like that, or like some other type of experiment?
Yeah, why wouldn't we be able to demonstrate? We should be able to physically, like I can demonstrate precession, right?
Make a
Like,
demonstration. Make a demonstration of what you know to be true in front of me on my desk.
So you just immediately shifting the what do you dude? What the fuck? Like
It's not shifting the burden. It's a question to show the stupidness of what you're demanding. So if I could create a universe
it's kind of
on my table, if I could create a small universe, a miniature universe on my table, so I could demonstrate these things to you, then I would be God.
You don't need a mini universe. So maybe no, you
Otherwise,
don't. So first of all,
you don't understand what
the word is
our
stupidity.
model is.
Okay, the word is stupidity.
You don't understand what our model is then.
Yes,
you have no idea what it is then.
Yes, I do. So you can take a gyro. Who is this guy? Because he sucks.
Why is the mass? What is the mass of the Earth that we say?
Stop.
What is the mass of the Earth that we say it is?
Dude, if you please, can you not interrupt me, please? Is that okay that we have a conversation without you interrupting me? Is that possible? Can we agree on those terms, please?
Yeah, sure.
Can we agree?
Answer my question.
Okay, I'm trying to answer the first one. So you're acting like I'm asking you to put the entire universe, to replicate the whole universe on your desk. Not at all. I don't care at all about the universe. I don't care about anything. We're just talking about the Earth. So I can take a gyroscope and I can spin it. And if I tilt it, like they claim the Earth is, it will precess. So I grant you guys that it is 100% physically possible and makes sense. I can spin a gyroscope. If I tilt it, it'll begin to precess as it spins. It'll also do a slow rotation around and precess. Okay? That's cool. But what I need is, what's up?
I'm saying complete that, right? Like, so you have to explain what forces are acting on it to make those things happen the way that they're happening. If you
What
don't,
are you talking about? You're not even listening.
I am listening. You said you had a goddamn gyroscope on the table and it would precess. You agreed to that, right?
Okay, but
what forces are acting on the gyroscope? That's what I'm asking.
That's irrelevant. Stop changing the subject.
Why is that irrelevant?
The globe claims 3 different wobbles are happening at the same time.
Whatever.
Did you know that?
No.
Okay, but you believe it though, so you would agree it's just a blind belief you have.
Nope, I don't. But
okay, so then you don't believe the current model.
I would be able to explain it to you as soon as I would look it up.
So you don't believe the current model?
Of course, I believe the current.
Okay, so you blindly believe it because you didn't even know what it was.
But what's the wobble that you're talking about? What did you call it? A Chandler?
Chandler wobble is one of the 3. There are 3 of them. You're gonna have to look up all 3. They're gonna be all compartmentalized. I don't know. Kosho says he's got this one. Maybe it'll show all 3 of them.
I know what.
Okay. This is what I'm asking for: a physical demonstration that shows an oblate spheroid that's tilted and it's precessing, right? And simultaneously, it's doing what they call notation. So that's a different wobble. And at the same time, it has the Chandler wobble. I just want to see it physically demonstrated that it's physically possible to have these 3 different types of motion superimposed happening at the same time on a tilted sphere. Just that it's physically possible. I didn't ask you to imitate the universe or anything like that. I want to see the motions imitated physically in a demonstration. It should be very easily done.
I mean, you guys could just put our entire claim to rest. It should be very simple to go out here and.
Is the gyroscope a freely rotating object?
Oh, here we go.
Why is it that both you and Blue are starting to try to ask me questions instead of just addressing the point on the table?
Well, because I don't understand it, so obviously you do. So I want you to explain it to me. Is the gyroscope, God damn it?
Yeah, but you're changing the
subject. Freely rotating object.
If you're confused about what he's presenting, why would you change the subject?
Because I'm trying to get clarification.
Yeah, but you changed
the subject. It's not changing the subject. It's talking about the gyroscope. I'm talking about the gyroscope.
Has nothing to do.
Has
nothing to do with stellar.
That's what he was just talking about. What do you think about what we're talking about?
I'll explain it.
He was literally just talking about the fucking gyroscope.
Listen, man. If you have a mechanical gyroscope, okay?
Don't fucking gaslight me,
buddy. Calm down. If you have a mechanical gyroscope and you start to spin it, if it's perfectly balanced and up and down, it will not precess. Okay, but if it's tilted, it's not balanced. The fact that it's not balanced will cause a little wobble. Okay, as it's spinning, this wobble will cause the outer wheel, so the ring on the outside, it'll cause it to start to precess around it as the internal wheel is spinning because it's off balance.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's forces acting upon the fucking wheel or gyroscope. So like if you ever done like if you get like a bike tire, right? You like took it off and you like hold it, you spin it real fast while you're holding it and then turn it to the side and it kind of like wants to go around and like do all kinds of weird shit, right? But there's certain forces acting upon it, right? What are those forces?
That's just a complete. Okay. It's just torque, but that's completely non sequitur.
Well, it's not just torque. There's another thing acting upon it too, as well.
Precision. Causing the precision.
What? Precession is the effect.
Yeah, there's something causing it though.
Yeah, torque.
Well, true that torque is involved. True, that is a force.
You just want to say the word gravity. You think it's going to somehow win this conversation?
Well, I mean, there is a force acting on it called gravity, right?
Gravity's not even a force in your paradigm, dude. So let's stay on subject here. So
I
let's stay
mean,
on
it
subject here.
doesn't. I mean, I'm not going to play the semantic game. I'm going to call it a force because that's
Because
the
you want to
nature.
regurgitate like dumbed
That's
down
the nature of
propaganda.
what happens when gravity is acting upon a mass, right? Is that we
Doesn't
see it as
matter.
a force.
Doesn't
So
matter. None of that matters. I don't deny
none
gravity.
of it matters.
I don't
Okay.
deny gravity.
Well, what's the mass of the Earth, and is it
That
acting on the
doesn't matter.
gyroscope?
None of that
Is the
matters.
mass acting on the gyroscope or wheel?
How is that? How does that matter?
What do you mean? How does it matter?
How does that change what we're talking about?
Okay, so you don't care about any forces acting upon a thing. You just want to take something in a vacuum and talk about that so that you can make a straw man out of it and beat the fuck out of it. Well,
Wait, what was the straw man? What was the straw man?
The straw man is that you're asking somebody to do the impossible, which is to create the forces that are on the Earth.
No.
To show why the Earth has these particular wobbles.
Nope, you're confused. It has nothing to do with forces.
Happen.
Nothing to do with forces. You don't even know your own
Has
model.
nothing to do with forces.
You
Oh
just
my God.
admitted that you just
You are-
admitted that you didn't even know about the three wobbles,
I mean,
and now you're
this is the
pretending to teach me about it.
This is the last interaction that I'm having with you because you're
Okay,
a
leave the
fucking
server,
liar.
dude. Okay,
You're a liar, and you're a fucking crazy person.
Hey, do you have anything to add to the conversation, or what? What's going on here?
Of course not. So this is the facts, right? They claim that the Chandler wobble, they're not really even sure what would cause it, but they think it might be the distribution of mass, a change in the distribution of mass. Okay, so it's not that forces are completely unrelated in your paradigm. It's a non sequitur, though. It doesn't follow the claim, the request for a physical demonstration, because you can introduce motion that overcomes the force of gravity. You can still replicate it. It's literally not relevant at all. Literally. Okay, so what we want is a physical demonstration of an object that's off balance, that's tilted, like an oblate spheroid. We start spinning it. Since it's off balance, it's going to process over time. We need to simultaneously show that you can have nutation and the Chandler wobble going on. I need the three different wobbles happening at the same time in a physical demonstration. If this is just a real physical effect, which is just caused by the Earth being an oblate spheroid that's tilted on an axis, it should be easy to replicate it. It's easy to replicate precession. So why can't we add the two other wobbles to it in a demonstration? It should be easily done physically.
I mean, how would you demonstrate a 25,000 year precession? That would
It
be.
doesn't have to, dude. It doesn't have to be at 25,000 years. Like, you can replicate that precession with a gyroscope. It can take 5 minutes. It doesn't matter. It's just the fact that it's physically happening, that it's physically possible. But now we need to add the other two wobbles to it. I don't deny the first one. It's easily replicated. In fact, you can even replicate precession and nutation, which
I would say
basically
that
look like.
I would say that you would have
You guys
to
get paid
set a
for this.
gyroscope up and set it up with these imbalances, but you would have to spin it up and watch these effects in a outside of the gravitational field. You'd
Why?
have to do it way far away from the surface of the Earth.
Why?
Because that's what Earth is claimed to be. It's under the influence of the sun. Or with the gyroscope, you would have to take the gyroscope outside of the influence of Earth's gravity.
Why?
Because that would be analogous to the Earth.
Okay, so I just explained that you can just introduce motion that overcomes the alleged gravity. Not to mention that even the Earth on the entire Earth scale is still under gravitational forces in your model. Quote unquote forces that aren't forces, but you can think of them like they're forces, even though they're fictitious forces. Okay, so that doesn't matter.
Well,
you guys always try to find a way out. When I know that you guys didn't even know about the three wobbles until I told you. But now you guys know the reason that it can't be replicated. The reason it can't be replicated is
I'm
because
not
it's physically
presenting
impossible.
any reasons. I'm not trying to present any reasons. I'm just listening to what you're asking for and thinking about what that would entail and possibly why we can't do that. But, it's just ideas and thinking about what you're asking for.
Okay, so look, I'm trying to help you here. I've seen a video that shows precession and nutation, okay? But it doesn't have the initial spin. Like, I'll just find a video for you, man. But like anyway, you can think of the notation like a little up and down motion. So like as it processes, it just goes up and down, up and down, up and down as it's taking the overall turn. Okay, like just draw little like V's up and down in a circle to connect back around. I'll drop a diagram. Yeah, so I'm on my phone, so it's taking longer. But okay, if you look at the top there, you see that circle that has the little squiggly lines up and down, up and down, up and down.
The gears. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like a gear. Yep. Okay, so that's what they call notation. You see, it's notation. All right, now you can replicate this. You can have an object that's moving in a circle, and it'll go up and down as it moves in a circle. Right. But
Okay.
what we need to do is actually have an initial spin, like a rotation, then have a precession, then have the up and down notation, and then add an additional Chandler wobble. So I'll drop the video where it shows the notation. Okay, that's a really short video, and it's the only one I could find. But if you watch as this thing moves around, it'll go up and down as it moves around.